At the age of 30, I am employed at a construction company as a designer. Due to the overall downturn in the industry, my department is on the brink of dissolution. The company has offered a month's severance, and the HR has notified us that we must sign today to voluntarily accept the layoff. Failing to do so will be interpreted as a resignation, leaving us with nothing in the end. This harsh ultimatum has been echoed for a week now, creating a palpable atmosphere of anxiety among my colleagues. Those with better familial circumstances have hastily signed and departed, while those like myself, who are less fortunate, remain in limbo. Although I am still single, I bear the weight of familial responsibilities. My parents do not receive any pension, and I am, if not the sole provider, at least 99% of the family's financial support. After much consideration, I have resolved to negotiate one last time with the department head. This time I plan to be subtle, to curry favor, and present a gift. However, this cunning old fox has consistently denied me an audience. After several days of waiting, he has repeatedly claimed to be too busy. Thus, I have decided to confront him directly. To my surprise, after waiting nearly an hour outside his office, no one emerges. As the deadline set by HR approaches, I find myself still outside the leader's door, growing increasingly anxious. Just then, a shadow darts past me from the corridor to my right. I sit up alertly and glance over, but see nothing out of the ordinary. A few seconds later, the shadow reappears, but once again, I fail to catch it. However, this time, I distinctly feel a chill creeping up my spine after the figure vanishes. Before I can gather my thoughts, a pair of strong hands land heavily on my shoulder. "Liang, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice springs forth from behind me. I startle and instinctively turn around. It is General Qin. Yes, he's the one I wish to find. "General Qin, I thought you were in your office?" I glance at the closed door and then back at him, bewildered. He does not respond but strides directly into his office. As the door swings open, I am shocked to discover that the room is completely empty, save for the light that still burns brightly. This is strange. Just moments ago, I distinctly heard voices from within. Could it have been an auditory illusion? "What do you need?" General Qin inquires again, his tone slightly impatient. I recognize this tone. It is the precursor to his ire. I must act swiftly. I quickly shut the door behind me and hurriedly approach him. Without hesitation, I reach for the gift I had prepared. However, before I can retrieve it, he clasps my hand firmly, his expression shifting from a frown to a smile. It seems he has grasped my intentions. "Very well, no need for pretense. General Qin, I've been placed on the optimization list. Do I still have a chance?" He does not answer immediately, but instead rummages through a folder until he finds a document. "That is exactly the right approach. Speak plainly that I have already reviewed the list and considered your alternatives. It is merely a matter of whether you are willing," he states, handing me the sheet while adding, "If you are agreeable, sign here and proceed to Human Resources to complete the paperwork. You can report tonight." I receive the document with delight, only to discover it is a transfer request. A transfer? Isn't this the typical strategy of the HR department when downsizing, starting with transfers? He does not address my concerns, but merely gestures for me to continue reading. 77, Yuan Mountain Road, Yuan Mountain Building, Duty Manager. I nearly exclaim that I have heard of this location before. It is a building acquired during the company's heyday, a mixed-use property situated in the old city. However, this position has historically been assigned to those who have failed in internal conflicts. Noticing my change in demeanor, General Qin reassures me, "Do not harbor any biases against this position. Given the current circumstances, it is essential to survive first before discussing advancement. Would you not agree? Furthermore, this role is not burdensome at all. The building has its own property management, so you will only need to coordinate various relationships to ensure its normal operation." His reasoning resonates with me. Perhaps he is indeed correct. I should seize this opportunity before it slips away completely. "You will have someone to share the shifts with you. As the newcomer, you will start with a month of night shifts," General Qin explains while handing me a pen. Although I do not particularly favor or excel in this position, the salary remains relatively stable, so I accept it. After signing and expressing my gratitude, I hastily make my way to Human Resources to finalize the paperwork. Upon arrival, however, I find the department completely deserted. Frustrated, I search room by room for someone. At that moment, HR Supervisor Old Wu unexpectedly appears. I quickly present him with the transfer request. His reaction is one of astonishment. "Are you certain about this transfer?" he asks, repeating the question 3 times. His exaggerated surprise irks me, and I choose not to respond. Your group of optimizations has mostly opted for severance. You are the only one choosing a transfer, he remarks. Why should everyone's choice be the same? I retort, isn't that beneficial? There is no competition now. Upon hearing this, he appears agitated, glancing around before lowering his voice. That position is not good. You should avoid it. You have not been with the company long enough to understand many situations here. If it were a desirable position at Yuan Mountain Building, it would not be offered to you. It would have been claimed long ago by those with connections. How interesting that an HR representative would speak such words. I am tempted to inform him that I am indeed one of those with connections, having secured this position through the leader's influence. However, I decide against it, as completing the paperwork is my priority. Seeing my lack of reaction, he expresses his exasperation. No one who has worked there has remained. 17 have gone before you, and you will be the 18th. Did you not say there would be someone sharing the shifts with me? I inquire, puzzled. There is, but that individual has been with the company since before the acquisition of the building. They are not in the same situation as you. Noticing the continued absence of others, he continues, that building is quite cursed. Those sent there either fall gravely ill or simply vanish. So I advise you to reconsider. Accepting the severance would at least provide you with a month of compensation. If you transfer and leave midway, you will receive nothing. So, this was the motive behind his concern. I suspected he had ulterior motives. Perhaps my presence was affecting his KPIs. I refrained from exposing him, merely smiling and responding, no worries, I have a strong constitution and am not afraid of such supernatural matters. Not afraid. HR presses, leaning closer to whisper. In the design community, they refer to Yuan Mountain Building as the king of buildings. His statement renders my smile frozen. I recall hearing rumors about the king of buildings when I first entered the industry. Elders advised against engaging with its business, lest it lead to financial ruin or worse, death. Yet despite years of hearing its notorious name, I never knew its whereabouts. How come I have never heard of this before? I exclaim in disbelief. It would be strange if you had. This information has long been suppressed within the company. HR adjusts his glasses, speaking with solemnity. After all, the rental income from this building has remained stable given the current economic climate. Having this cash flow is commendable. Thus, why would the owner allow such news, which could impact his profits, to circulate freely within the company? His reasoning does bear some weight. However, I shall not be easily deceived. This is merely an attempt to frighten me. Having completed the paperwork, I waste no time and set off for my new position. Little did I realize how far it would be. After several bus transfers, I finally arrive. Even before the bus reaches the stop, I glimpse a dilapidated gray building standing in the heart of a village. The letters spelling Yuan Mountain Building are partially missing, but I can still make out traces of rust on the walls. Though it is not yet 7 p.m., the streets are devoid of pedestrians. The shops on the ground floor of the building have only a few scattered customers. As I approach the entrance, the security booth stands ajar, yet no one is in sight. I gently push the door, and to my surprise, it swings open easily. I decide to proceed inside. The duty room is on the 7th floor, so I set out to find the elevator. Upon entering through the main door and walking down the corridor for at least 5 minutes, I finally spot the elevator. What kind of foolish design is this? My professional instincts compel me to voice my frustration. If the corridors or elevators within the building had been designed to traverse the entire structure, forming a straight path from the entrance to the other side, it would have resulted in a heart-piercing kill. Such a layout would cause the airflow to traverse the building too swiftly, which is, in simpler terms, inauspicious. As I ponder this, the elevator arrives on the 7th floor. The moment the doors open, I am once again taken aback by the layout. A square-shaped atrium is deeply embedded in the heart of the building, resembling a vast, dry well. Sunlight struggles to penetrate the gloom, casting only a small, indistinct patch of light on the floor. These design flaws are egregious. No wonder there are so many rumors. I find myself drawn to the railing, gazing upwards, and indeed, the atmosphere is stifling. In a moment of distraction, a shadow flits across my peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, I realize that there is indeed someone standing at the railing on the opposite side of the atrium, a man dressed in a security uniform. His eyes were wide with astonishment, and he gazed at me with a visage of sheer terror. Chapter 2. The janitor in white shoes, though a tad apprehensive, I summoned my courage and called out to the figure across from me. "Hello, could you kindly direct me to room 707? It struck me as peculiar that this establishment possessed only even-numbered rooms, devoid of any odd numbers. The person did not respond verbally. Instead, they gestured towards the elevator, indicating that I should take it to the first floor. Although somewhat bewildered, I complied as the elevator doors slid open. The elderly security guard I had encountered earlier appeared with remarkable swiftness. How astonishingly fast! Clad in a faded uniform and donning a pair of plastic slippers. He sported a hefty collection of keys dangling from his waist. Upon seeing me, his face broke into a broad smile. "Good day, manager." This smile was all too familiar. It was the forced grin of a subordinate addressing a superior. Oddly enough, I had not introduced myself, yet he seemed to intuit my status as the new duty manager. It was as if he could read my thoughts as he began to explain. "The 7th floor sees very little traffic. It serves as the office level. When you mentioned 707, it was likely that you were referring to the company headquarters." He proceeded to remove a key from his collection, indicating he would escort me to the duty room. "You entered through the wrong door. This building is divided into two sections, A and B. Section A contains the odd-numbered rooms, while Section B houses the even-numbered ones. You have just stepped into Section B, which is why room 707 eludes you." As he spoke, he struggled to keep pace with my stride. Observing him closely, I noticed that his right leg appeared shorter than his left, making his walk somewhat laborious. His body swaying within ill-fitting attire. "Sir, you must be around 60, correct?" His presence reminded me of my own father, prompting me to express my concern. To my surprise, he appeared quite anxious at my inquiry. Hastily waving his hands, "Oh no, not at all. I'm still quite capable of working." I understood his apprehension. This company harbored a significant age bias. I, too, having just crossed the threshold of 30, felt the sting of being deemed too old. "I meant no offense. It's just that since my arrival, you are the only security personnel I have encountered." Sensing my intent, he immediately relaxed, elaborating, "I am the sole security guard here, with 2 janitors and 3 maintenance workers. Including you, the duty manager, we total a mere 7 individuals." "Only 7? I was taken aback. Isn't the owner being rather stingy? This building accommodates at least 200 units. How can 7 people possibly manage?" Before long, we reached the duty room. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust mingled with a musty odor assaulted my senses. I covered my nose as I stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, with only the glaring light of the surveillance monitors cutting through the gloom. A thick layer of dust blanketed the desk. He quickly used his sleeve to wipe it away, awkwardly apologizing. "I do beg your pardon. It has been quite some time since anyone visited." Turning back, he called for the janitor to come and tidy up the place. He then handed me a key, pointing to a door behind the monitors. Explaining, "This is a suite. It contains a lounge and a restroom, essentially serving as a dormitory. Should you feel fatigued, you may rest inside." Next, he gestured towards the desk phone, stating, "You can reach me through the internal line. My number is 1010, very easy to remember." The elderly man was earnestly detailing the situation, yet I had little inclination to listen. The pervasive moldy scent was overwhelming. Moreover, the suite's design struck me as ill-conceived. The doors within the room faced each other directly, offering no privacy whatsoever. This layout, known as door-facing, is considered a grave misstep. I found myself lamenting as I surveyed the surroundings, an inexplicable unease gnawing at me, though I could not pinpoint its source. The duty room lay in a state of disarray, with no one to hand over responsibilities to the newcomer, and only a single security guard to oversee the entire floor. I rapidly compiled these thoughts in my mind. Yes, the personnel did not add up. Wasn't he had stated that there would be another duty manager sharing the responsibilities? Why had I not encountered this individual? If a rotation system was in place, surely the duty room would not be in such a dilapidated state. I hastily inquired, "Sir, is there another duty manager?" As soon as the words left my mouth, the old man's phone rang. He had yet to answer me when he hurried downstairs to take the call. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, he had still not returned. I picked up the phone and dialed 1010. But no one answered. Examining the room's layout, I fell into contemplation. Despite the thick dust, the surveillance computer remained operational, indicating that someone was indeed on duty, albeit this person was evidently shirking their responsibilities. With this realization, everything began to make a bit more sense, and much of my anxiety dissipated. Perhaps I was overthinking it. I should focus on tidying up. Without further ado, I rose to find a cloth. But after rummaging through the entire room, I could not locate a single RG. At that moment, a sudden noise erupted from outside the suite. I leaned to glance outside, but detected nothing amiss. Perhaps I was simply too on edge. Suddenly, a voice called from behind me, "Are you looking for a cloth?" I jumped, instinctively turning around to find a thin, bony hand holding a rag suspended in midair. Following the hand, I glimpsed its owner, a woman with a waxen complexion, clad in a faded janitorial uniform, standing before me. Goodness, why did all the employees here seem to appear out of nowhere? Thank you. Though startled, I feigned calmness. No need to be formal. The woman appeared cautious, inquiring tentatively, "What brings you here?" "This duty room seldom sees visitors." "Oh, I am the new duty manager. My name is Li Yong." I straightened my posture and introduced myself. "I just arrived today and have yet to convene a meeting to introduce myself to everyone." Upon hearing this, the woman looked taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. Her expression mirrored that of the security guard when he first saw me. "What is it?" Her gaze made me feel uneasy. Perhaps sensing her own faux pas, she quickly lowered her head and timidly said, "Good day, manager." After a brief pause, she added softly, "I'll just take my leave now." "Wait, wasn't I supposed to call you over for assistance? Why are you leaving after merely dropping off a rag?" I queried irritably. To my astonishment, she regarded me as if I were an alien. "No one summoned me to help. This duty room has long been abandoned. Currently, they are all stationed in the security room on the first floor. No one stays here. That can't be right," I retorted. Feeling a surge of frustration, a security guard just brought me up here and briefed me on the situation. How could their accounts differ so drastically? Who was truly responsible for this place? Upon hearing my words, the woman's pale face drained of color as she timidly inquired, "Which security guard?" "I have been following you since you came up from the first floor. You were all alone." Her response sent a jolt of alarm through me. This was impossible. There had indeed been an elderly security guard. I hurriedly examined the desk, where remnants of his recent dusting lingered. "Are you certain you only saw me?" I pointed to the dusty imprint on the surface. The woman nodded, then asked, "Did he leave you an internal phone number?" Before I could respond, she began rummaging through the desk, stating, "Let me show you the contact list. All internal numbers start with 70. There are no 10s. Her demeanor was resolute, and I began to feel unsettled. At that moment, my phone rang. It was HR's old Li Yong. "Have you reported in yet?" His voice conveyed urgency. "Oh dear, I forgot to remind you this afternoon. You are on duty on the 7th floor. If a janitor in white shoes appears, under no circumstances should you engage with her. No matter how she knocks, do not open the door. If by chance you do open it, and she offers you a cloth, refuse to accept it." Janitor, cloth. Could it be? As I absorbed the warning from the other end of the line, I instinctively glanced down at the woman's feet. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. It was true. She was wearing white shoes. What a fortuitous coincidence. My phone inadvertently switched to speaker mode. I'll explain further later. Just remember not to engage with her. Before I could press for more information, the call was disconnected. This was awkward. She had heard every word of our conversation. The woman abruptly halted her actions. Terror etched across her face. "Manager, have you possibly attracted something unclean?" With that, she fled without a backward glance, the contact list she had just found tumbling to the ground. What on earth? Why was she running? Shouldn't I be the one to flee? I hastily scooped up the contact list and dashed downstairs. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it was prudent to seek safety in a populated area. Upon reaching the security room on the first floor, I found it devoid of personnel. I hurried to the security booth near the entrance, but it too was empty. This was exceedingly strange. As dusk settled, the number of individuals entering and exiting the building dwindled. What should I do next? Should I return upstairs or head home? I endeavored to calm myself. I had the contact list. I could check for any other departments and call them to send someone down to escort me. Under the glow of a streetlight, I opened the contact list and indeed, there were no numbers beginning with 10. I inhaled sharply. On my very first day, I had encountered two peculiar individuals. Their statements were contradictory. The janitor denied the existence of the security personnel. HR warned about the janitor, and the number provided by the guard was non-existent. Chapter 3. The calls not to be answered. Li Yong, What are you doing here? As I stood beneath the streetlight, still shaken, I suddenly heard a familiar voice calling my name. Turning, I saw my classmate, Xiaoman. I came to report. I stumbled over my words, unsure where to begin. The situation was far too convoluted. Reporting? Are you here for work? She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. That is quite a coincidence. I used to live here. Really? I blurted out, unable to contain my delight at encountering a familiar face in such an odd circumstance. Do you work on the 7th floor? I recall the building management office was located there. It appeared she was indeed well acquainted with the place, even being aware of the 7th floor's existence. Which floor did you live on? I asked. Curiosity piquing. I've since moved away. I'm just here to drop off some fruit for my uncle. She spoke while lifting a large bag, mentioning that her second uncle had been working as a security guard here for some time. Security guard? Surely, she couldn't be referring to the one I had just encountered. He had remained unmarried and resided here. I often came by to visit him. You are the new duty manager? I suppose that's accurate. What a coincidence. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Xiaoman became even more animated, laughing as she said, We are all acquaintances. You must take good care of my second uncle. With that, she attempted to pull me into the building to find her uncle. Although reuniting with a classmate should have been a joyous occasion, at that moment, I felt no happiness at all. I vaguely recalled the security guard mentioning that he was the only one on duty for the entire building. If a second person were to emerge shortly, then, surely, there was something amiss. Lost in my thoughts, we quickly reached the security office. Looking through the window, I found the room still empty, just as it had been when I first arrived. Just as we were about to push the door open, a voice suddenly called from behind. Xiaoman? Turning around, I saw that it was the same security guard from earlier. He approached us with a toolbox, a broad smile on his face. Before he reached me, he loudly apologized. Manager Lee, I'm so sorry. A resident needed assistance, and I went to help. No problem at all, I replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankful it was not someone else. If the uncle truly was Xiaoman's second uncle, then the cleaning staff must be the ones in question. However, the internal phone line had indeed been malfunctioning. Thus, I cautiously inquired, Uncle, I just dialed 1010. Why has no one answered? I wasn't here earlier. That phone belongs to the security office. I just checked the directory, but I didn't see the number 1010 listed. You must have been looking at the directory for the 7th floor. That one is outdated. As he spoke, the uncle pointed to a paper affixed to the wall. This is the new directory. I leaned closer to examine it, noticing that all the numbers began with 10. While none started with 70, that duty room hasn't been in use for a long time. Many things are outdated. I'll notify the cleaning staff to tidy up, he said, picking up the duty phone to make a call. No need for that. Someone has already been there, I hesitated, contemplating whether to continue. The person had seemed quite peculiar, giving me a rag before leaving abruptly. Upon hearing this, the uncle quickly set the phone down. Eyeing me intently, was this person wearing white shoes? Did you take that rag? I nodded, sensing from his expression that the matter was serious. The rag was still in the duty room. That's good, he said, immediately rising to head upstairs, instructing me, I'll handle the rest. His words stirred a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment within me. As a leader, I should have been the one to take charge during this precarious moment. Yet it was the uncle who stepped up for me. Xiaoman seemed to sense my thoughts and gently grasped my arm, reassuring me, it's fine. Let my uncle handle it. He knows this place well. Isn't that inappropriate? Before I could finish my sentence, my phone rang. I pulled it out to see the caller ID displayed as Wu Xinxin. Wu Xinxin, the HR representative of Old Wu. Xiaoman, standing beside me, caught sight of the name and snatched my phone, exclaiming, Don't answer. Don't answer. I was taken aback by her sudden reaction. Isn't she the HR supervisor from your place? She asked excitedly. I nodded, bewildered by her urgency. Then you absolutely mustn't answer. She's been missing for quite some time. How can you take her call? What do you mean by missing? I was perplexed, having seen her just this afternoon. Where did you see her? At the company headquarters. That doesn't add up. She was the previous duty manager here. Oh, right. She was transferred from your HR department to here, Xiaoman stuttered. From her fragmented explanation, I gradually pieced together the story. Wu Xinxin had originally been the HR at headquarters, but had vanished less than a month after transferring here. And no one knew her whereabouts. But that was not the strangest part. Xiaoman's voice dropped to a whisper. The oddest thing is, during the time she went missing, employees here still receive calls from her at night. What calls? I felt a sense of dread creeping in. Calls to assign work tasks. IT was strange. On the other end of the line, she would meticulously delegate tasks, just as she had before her disappearance. Yet, if you tried to engage her in conversation, she would ignore you and continue speaking as if she were calling from another dimension, and the call just happened to come through to our reality. No way. Xiaoman's words left my head spinning. If there was an issue with HR, then perhaps the cleaning staff was not the problem after all. If the cleaning staff was fine, did that then imply the uncle was the one with issues? Sensing my confusion, Xiaoman quickly reassured me, but don't worry too much, as long as you don't answer her calls more than 3 times, you should be fine. Is that really a thing? My mind was in turmoil. What happens if I do answer more than 3 times? If you do, I've heard that you can never hang up again. Never hang up? What would that mean? You would be drawn into the space she occupies, endlessly repeating the last call you received before you vanished. Xiaoman's expression seemed sincere, yet the absurdity of her claims troubled me. After all, I had undeniably seen Old Wu at headquarters this afternoon, and he had personally handled my transfer paperwork. How could he possibly be the duty manager here? I had heard rumors that our competitors were eyeing this building for acquisition. Could it be that someone had deliberately spread such tales to instill fear, making it easier for them to infiltrate? You shouldn't dismiss such things lightly. It's better to believe in their possibility than to disregard them, Xiaoman cautioned, noticing my skepticism. Just then, my phone rang once more. Looking at the caller ID, I was startled to see it was still Wu Xin. Xiaoman, now terrified, threw my phone to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? That's one of my few valuable possessions. I just helped you turn it off. How could it ring again? Xiaoman exclaimed in panic, kicking my phone out of the security office. Chapter 4. The 6-story building with no 4th floor. The ringing ceased, and I hurried outside to retrieve my phone. It displayed that it had not been turned off, yet curiously, all call records had vanished. You must take this seriously, Xiaoman warned, standing at a distance, her voice rising. I'll recommend someone to you. With that, she tore a page from the duty roster and hurriedly wrote something down. I took the note and opened it to find the following. Room 606. Number 1 Wang Jiahadong, 13603, Uncle Wang. Go find him. People come to him when they encounter strange occurrences. I remain silent. If you wish to continue working here, you should seek him out. At least it will provide you with some peace of mind. She added. Her words resonated deeply within me. Continuously encountering bizarre incidents made me doubt I could last until my first paycheck. Sighing, I resolved to visit. The following day, I followed the address on the note to Wang Jiahadong. It turned out to be quite close, directly behind Yuanshan Building. Number 1 Wang Jiahadong was a 6-story building from the 1990s, lacking an elevator, forcing me to climb the stairs. As I reached the stairwell, I noticed several people sitting in silence on the steps, scattered about without any conversation. Among them were both elderly individuals and children, all devoid of any vitality. Not daring to linger, I hurriedly ascended to the 6th floor. The corridor was poorly lit, and the walls showed signs of long neglect, with the door numbers barely visible. After some searching, I finally located the door labeled 6. It was a door blackened by smoke. Despite feeling a twinge of anxiety, I steeled myself and knocked. Just then, my phone rang once again. It was Xiaoman, Yang. I forgot to remind you. Older buildings often lack a 4th floor. The wall says it's the 6th floor, but it's actually the 5th. Don't get it wrong. Oh no. Xiaoman's words suddenly made me realize that I hadn't checked the floor indicator. I had merely counted to 6 in my mind. This meant I should be going to the 5th floor, and 606 was actually on the 5th floor. But now, I had climbed to the top floor and was knocking on what amounted to the door of 706. Realizing my mistake, I swiftly turned to leave, but at that moment, the door opened. A man with long hair obscuring his face appeared before me. Sorry, I knocked on the wrong door. I quickly apologized. Who are you looking for? He disregarded my apology and pressed on. I'm looking for Uncle Wang, but I must have taken a wrong floor. I didn't want to elaborate. Eager to leave, I am he, the man responded calmly. No way. I took the wrong floor. How could you possibly be the person I'm looking for? I thought, feeling a surge of panic. Telling such an obvious lie meant he had to be suspicious. Just as I prepared to flee, he seized my arm and pulled me inside. Yes, not safe outside. We can talk inside. His tone was impatient. Upon entering, an unpleasant yet familiar odor assaulted my senses. This .it was the same scent as the security office. The room was cluttered with debris, filled with discarded bottles and cardboard boxes. The walls bore signs of smoke damage, and the sole window was shut tight. Curtains drawn. As I ventured further inside, I noticed a staircase leading downwards. It seemed the 5th and 6th floors were interconnected. Thus, it is not incorrect to say that he is Wong, but you have come from the distant mountains. Have you not? The man inquired. Yes. Are you a resident or a staff member? I am the new duty manager. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly lifted his head, eyeing me with suspicion. He then rummaged through a pile of refuse and unearthed a wooden box, from which he extracted a bracelet. It was red, of rather poor quality, reminiscent of those sold at wholesale markets. He extended the bracelet towards me, but I had no intention of accepting it. I thought to myself, if I take it, the next step will likely involve him demanding a hefty sum of money. You should wear this, don't lose it, on the 15th of every month. Do not be on duty. Avoid patrolling the 13th and 18th floors at night. It will ensure your safety. Noticing my persistent refusal, the man added, rest assured, it won't cost you anything, and no cost. Saving a life without discussing money? However, every month on the 15th. You must come and knock on my door? Knock? This was the first time I had heard such a ludicrous request. Why knock? No need to ask so many questions. Just knock, and if the door opens and it is not me who answers, do not enter. If it is me, then you may come in. This request was rather peculiar. I know you don't believe me, but you can wear the bracelet and test it out. See if I am deceiving you. The man's tone was dismissive. With that, he opened the door, urging me to leave. Do not linger in the hallway, nor pay any mind to those seated on the steps. Just before I exited, he cautioned me again. Despite my abundant skepticism, I accepted the bracelet. There was no harm in trying, and after all, it cost me nothing. I am uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, but upon returning to the Yuan Mountain building with the bracelet on, the once eerie and bizarre corridor appeared normal. Upon entering the building, the security uncle informed me that the duty room had been tidied up and that I could move in tonight. What about that cleaning lady? I fear encountering her again. Fear not, everything has been dealt with. You can rest easy, the uncle replied with a smile. That made sense. I touched the bracelet, feeling a slight surge of confidence. Once back in the duty room, I washed my face, neglected to write in the duty log, and simply lay down. I longed to just relax. For the sake of this job, my heart had nearly given out over the past few days. No wonder everyone else opted for compensation and left. It seemed I was the only one being foolish. What a blunder! Just as I was lying there, the phone in the duty room rang. I glanced at the caller ID. 1010, it was the security uncle. Managerly, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Who? I don't know. It's someone from the company headquarters. He just went upstairs. Oh, I see. How strange. Who from headquarters would seek me out at this hour? Sheen, the general manager? That seems unlikely. He is a vice president and wouldn't come specifically to see me, would he? While I pondered this, there was a knock at the duty room door. I hurried to open it, and a bespectacled man, carrying a briefcase and wearing a mask, stood at the threshold. Why does he look so familiar? Upon seeing me open the door, the man removed his mask and smiled. Li Yong, how have you been these past few days? My goodness, the moment I saw his face, I nearly collapsed. This is H.R. Old Wu. I isn't it. What on earth is he doing here? I panicked and fumbled for the bracelet. Oh no, I had taken it off while washing my face. Could it truly be that sinister? I quickly retreated to the inner room, intending to find the bracelet. Li Yong, regarding the cleaning lady with the white shoes, I have brought the relevant materials for you. Take a look when you have the time. I have to go now. I dashed into the inner lounge to search for the bracelet, while he remained outside, speaking to me. Could he genuinely be afraid of the bracelet? By the time I found the bracelet and returned to the outer room, he was already gone. A thick stack of materials lay on the office desk. I picked it up to discover it was the personnel file of that cleaning lady from the other day. Yet, before I could read more than a few lines, a realization struck me. If the bracelet is indeed useful, then Wang Bo did not deceive me. I must believe him when he said I cannot be on duty on the 15th. Hurried to check my phone's calendar. Today is indeed the 15th. I must quickly gather my belongings and head downstairs. Wait, not so fast. Is the 15th in the Gregorian calendar or the lunar calendar? I strained to recall the details from that day, but my mind was a blank slate. It seems I never actually asked. It appears I must pay for my earlier arrogance. Perhaps I should consult Xiaoman. She was the one who recommended the expert. Contemplating this, I quickly dialed Xiaoman's number. After hearing the situation, Xiaoman instructed me to come to her home, as she would accompany me to find Wang Bo. Excellent. It's settled then. After hanging up, I made my way to Xiaoman's house. However, just as I arrived at her doorstep, her phone rang. Li Yong, where are you? I just arrived, and I'm at your door. All right, just a moment. I will open the door. I could hear Xiaoman's breaths and footsteps on the line, followed by the sound of the door opening. The creaking of the door was quite loud. Yet the door before me remained unmoving. Li Yong, where are you? Xiaoman's voice echoed. I am right at the door. I began to feel uneasy. Li Yong, don't scare me. I can't see you. Xiaoman's voice was clearly becoming anxious. I can't see you in the hallway either. Chapter 5. The door that would not open. Oh no. Am I hallucinating again? I touched the bracelet. I was still wearing it, so there was nothing to fear. I took a deep breath and began to knock vigorously on Xiaoman's door. I refused to be intimidated. I will uncover who is truly playing tricks on me. Hardly had I knocked twice when the door swung open. Xiaoman smiled as she appeared before me. I was just teasing you. Not bad. You've adapted well to this environment. Brave and clever. Hearing her say this, I felt a surge of irritation. I had nearly been scared to death, and this was merely a test? Noticing my displeasure, she quickly changed the subject. What did Wang Bo say to you that day? Seeing her cheerful demeanor, I refrained from expressing my frustration and recounted the entire incident to her. You warned me not to take the wrong floor. But when I entered, I discovered that the 5th and 6th floors were interconnected, so knocking on 506 and 606 would yield the same result. I warned you. Xiaoman's tone suddenly rose. You called to remind me that the old building does not have a 4th floor. So the 5th floor written on the wall corresponds to the actual 4th floor. Therefore, 606 is essentially 506. As I spoke, Xiaoman could no longer contain herself and interrupted me decisively. I never called you. How strange. It was definitely you who called. I hastily pulled out my phone to show her my call log, only to find that it had been cleared again. This is impossible. I never clear my call history. Something is definitely amiss. Xiaoman seemed to grasp something and insisted on dragging me out the door. We need to seek out Wang Bo right now. Thus, we stepped out, one after the other. Yet, just as we reached the hallway, my phone rang. Pulling it out, I was astonished to see that the caller was Xiaoman. What on earth is happening? Is Xiaoman not right in front of me? At this moment, she was walking ahead, showing no signs of making a call. So, who was calling me? The phone continued to ring, and I hesitated to answer. Noticing my hesitation, Xiaoman turned around and asked, "Why aren't you answering?" I could not distinguish who was the real one and was hesitant to pick up the phone. What if the person before me is a fake? Wouldn't that put me in danger? Seeing me delay, the Xiaoman in front prepared to snatch my phone. I pretended not to notice her intentions and quickly pressed the answer button, muting the volume as much as possible. Li Yong. Sure enough, the voice on the other end was also Xiaoman's. Why are you still not here? Two Xiaomans. Who is this? The Xiaoman before me stared at me. I don't dare to tell the truth. It's nothing, just a spam call. They are still pushing advertisements this late. They are quite dedicated, she remarked, sounding a bit suspicious. Seeing her reaction, I deliberately slowed my pace to keep my distance from the Xiaoman in front. To my surprise, she also slowed down. Hurry up, Li Yong, she urged, turning around to prompt me to catch up. Li Yong, are you listening? The voice on the phone called out. Where are you? My mind went blank. What is happening? Suddenly, the voice on the phone grew louder, as if it had switched to speaker mode. Everything was laid bare. The Xiaoman before me abruptly halted. With her back to me, she spoke in a tone of disappointment. Li Yong, you are not being honest at all. I tried to help you, and yet you deceive me. I did not. I protested, but even I could not convince myself with that tone. Li Yong, if you don't hurry, you will miss your chance to knock on the door. With that, she continued running deeper into the hallway. Her back still turned to me. I hesitated, unsure if I should follow. At that moment, a pair of large hands suddenly emerged from the shadows, forcefully pushing me down the stairs. I lost my balance and fell heavily, the world spinning around me as darkness enveloped my vision. Wake up, wake up! I heard the security uncle's voice beside me. Manager Lee, it's time for your patrol. I slowly lifted my head to find myself lying on the duty bed I had merely fallen asleep. It was nearly 11 o'clock. I needed to go patrol the floors. The uncle reminded me once more. Was that all just a dream? When did I fall asleep? Was it when HR Old Wu came to see me? Uncle, did anyone from headquarters come looking for me today? No. No one came today. I quickly got up to search for the stack of documents that HR had left behind. The desk was completely bare. No way. Could that have been a dream too? If I had known, I should have read a few more pages while dreaming. I touched my right wrist. The bracelet remains. It appears that the matter of contacting Wang Bo is indeed true. Uncle, what is the date today? Today is the 15th at the solar calendar or the lunar calendar. Both. Today is quite special, as the solar and lunar calendars overlap. Oh dear, that's not good. I should have gone to knock on the door today. Uncle, could you possibly cover my duty this evening? I have some matters to attend to and would like to request a leave. I hastily donned my coat, tidying my belongings while negotiating. No problem. If you have something to attend to, you may leave. After all, I have been the sole night watchman in the past. The uncle did not hesitate and readily agreed. Without wasting a moment, I headed straight to Wang's residence at No. 1 Wangjia Hudong. This time, there were none of those peculiar individuals in the corridor. I climbed directly to the 6th floor and knocked once more on 606th. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response. What did Wang Bo say? If the door opens and it is not him, I should not enter. If it is him, then I may proceed inside. Yes, that seems to be the case. However, what if no one answers? Goodness, what kind of misfortune is this? To endure such torment? After these past few days of turmoil, I somewhat regretted my decision to transfer positions. HR was right. If good fortune were to come, why would it fall upon someone like me? From beginning to end, we are merely tools. Tools for the boss to earn money, fuel for the leaders to advance. They say sacrifice and contribution are necessary. Fine, I shall sacrifice and contribute. Yet, what is the result? I cannot even retain a meager job to make a living. The more I thought about it, an unnameable fury surged within me. Damn it, why does everyone pick on me? I work diligently, with utmost seriousness. In the end, even ghosts come to torment me. The more I pondered, the angrier I became, and I started pounding on the door of 606 with force. Simultaneously, I shouted, Wang Bo, open the door. I continued this for several minutes. But there was still no response. I took out my phone and saw that there were only 5 minutes left until midnight. What would happen if I could not knock on the door on the 15th? No one told me the answer, but it surely would not be a favorable outcome. With this thought, I resumed my knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Bo, open the door. No, wait. What is that sound? Knock, knock, knock. Wang Bo, open the door. I quickly stopped and listened intently. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Bo, open the door. This is not my voice, is it? I had ceased my actions, yet the knocking and shouting continued. It seemed to be emanating from downstairs. I hurried to the stairwell and cautiously peered down. There stood a man at the door of 506, incessantly pounding on the entrance. The sound was remarkably similar to mine. Summoning my courage, I stepped a bit closer. I was taken aback upon seeing this person. The individual knocking on the door bore an uncanny resemblance to me. In essence, I was witnessing a replica of myself, presently knocking on the 5th floor. He was mirroring my earlier actions from the looks of it. He too appeared anxious. What on earth is happening? Perhaps sensing that someone was observing him, the 5th floor version of me halted and slowly turned his head. In that moment, I suddenly realized that this was not me. It was Qin, dressed in identical clothing. Qin, what are you doing here? Before he could respond, the door behind him swung open. 2 emaciated hands reached out and swiftly dragged him inside. Just as the door was closing, he shouted, 1801, 1801. Subsequently, all fell silent. Beep, 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 beep. My phone alarm rang. This was the alarm I had set to remind myself not to stay up late, and it would ring punctually at midnight. This signified the 15th had come to an end, and the 16th had arrived. Had I succeeded in knocking on that door? Chapter 6. The former manager. Why did my previous manager instruct me to knock on the door on the 15th? What would happen if the door remained closed? These questions swirled in my mind. Currently, there were insufficient clues to unveil the truth. However, after these 2 days of trials, I no longer felt as panicked. I may not possess many virtues, but adaptability is certainly one of them. Regaining my composure, I quickly left Wangjia Hudong and returned to Yuanshan Building. On the way back, I began to formulate a preliminary investigation framework. Lost in thought, I unknowingly arrived at the 1st floor security office. The uncle greeted me warmly upon my appearance. Manager Lee, you're back? Uncle, am I dreaming? The uncle looked bemused by my question. I had just completed my night shift. Everything was normal. He shifted the topic. Oh, it's not a dream. Just before you left, I mentioned having to patrol the night. Uncle, what is 1801 used for? It is the former duty room. It has already been rented out. He seemed a bit taken aback by my inquiry, but quickly resumed speaking. It turns out the entire office floor was on the 18th floor. Later, the building was acquired, and the new owner deemed the number 18 inauspicious. After all, it signifies the 18 levels of hell, so the entire office floor was moved to the 7th floor. After recounting the past and present, the uncle suddenly asked, Manager Lee, what were you doing at 1801? What was I doing? To be honest, I had no idea. I was still grappling with whether I should go there. After all, that old fox Cheen had deceived me more than once. The information he left might very well be another trap. If you want to go, I can take you there tomorrow during the day. It's too late today. You should rest. The uncle expressed his concern. At this point, I suddenly recalled that there was a question he hadn't answered earlier that afternoon. Oh, right, uncle. Who was the manager on duty here during the day? Before I arrived, my superiors informed me that someone else was sharing the duty with me, but I have never seen him. Sharing duty? The uncle looked perplexed. There's no sharing of duty here. Didn't I mention that before? Here, there's one security guard, 2 cleaning staff, 3 maintenance workers, and 1 duty manager. That makes a total of 7 people. I seem to recall, having previously complained about the boss being stingy. There hadn't been a duty manager here for quite some time. The headquarters hadn't sent anyone over, so when I saw you the other day, it was quite a surprise. The uncle continued, this position has been vacant for nearly a year. Given Cheen's character, I began to suspect that he was deceiving me again. Perhaps he intentionally said there was someone else sharing the duty to discourage me from coming. Then, why did he just remind me to go to 1801? No, wait, 1801, the 18th floor. Didn't Wong Bo clearly instruct that I should not patrol the 13th and 18th floors? There must be something amiss here. Ah, never mind. I should just return and get some sleep. If I keep this up, I might collapse before the mystery is even resolved. After bidding good night to the security uncle, I headed straight to the elevator. However, when the elevator doors opened, I realized I had gone the wrong way again. I found myself in Building B, where all the room numbers were even. Compared to Building A, the 7th floor here appeared more orderly, with well-functioning lights in the corridor, none flickering or dimmed. It felt like the only normal place I had encountered during my time here. Just as I was about to return to the elevator, I suddenly heard a clattering sound around the corner, as if someone were pushing a cart in this direction. Drawing from my previous experience, I remained calm and opened a door behind me to hide. Peering through the crack, I saw a cleaning cart emerge from the corridor's corner. Oh no, it's the cleaning staff. I hope I don't run into that woman in white shoes again. I felt a bit anxious. The cart was laden with numerous cardboard boxes, obscuring the person's face, and no matter how I adjusted my angle, I couldn't see. The cart's low chassis also concealed their feet, making it impossible to discern their shoes. The cart drew closer, about to pass by the doorway, so I hastily retreated and concealed myself behind a cabinet in the room. This time, my prediction proved accurate. After a moment, the sound of the wheels came to a halt at my door. For a full minute, there was silence. She wouldn't come in, would she? My heart raced faster, and my body seemed more attuned to the external environment. My nose began to itch, as if the dust here were about to trigger my nerves. I suppressed my instinct, stifling the impending sneeze. Suddenly, a soft thud pierced through my eardrum. Yes, it was the sound of the door closing. Presumably, the person outside saw the door ajar and casually closed it. I cautiously rose and peeked. Indeed, the door was closed. However, I couldn't leave just yet. What if that person was still guarding the entrance? Slowly, I stood up, preparing to search for another exit. To my surprise, the cabinet I had just hidden behind was a filing cabinet. I turned on my phone's flashlight and swept the beam across. Immediately catching sight of a stack of duty personnel registration forms, I quickly retrieved them from the cabinet and brushed off the dust with my sleeve. To my astonishment, as I wiped away the dust, a familiar photograph came into view. This was, surprisingly, HR. I hurriedly cleared away the remaining dust. The previously sealed text revealed itself. Wu Xin, male, supervisor level 2, proposed to be promoted to senior supervisor level 1, responsible for the overall duty at Yuanshan Building. The top of the file bore a large 17. I continued to flip through the subsequent records, which were stamped with 16, 15, 14, and so on. What is this? Could HR truly be the former duty manager? Yet according to Xiao Man, he had long since departed. Then who did I see a few days ago? Just as I was lost in shock, I heard the sound of a lock cylinder turning from the other side of the door. Oh no, someone is coming in. I hurriedly set the files down and hid behind the cabinet once more. The door opened, and this time the footsteps sounded different. Heavier. It felt as though this person was moving things inside. Thud was the sound of a box being thrown heavily onto the floor. Are you done moving? A female voice called from outside, and I'm done. Came the response from within. It seemed that now there were two individuals present, both female. How long will this new manager last? What does it matter? After all, they are not good people. Just a little lackey sent by Zhou Bapi. We must ensure he does not catch sight of these things. Rest assured, he won't come here. Just as I was listening, the voices of the two individuals suddenly vanished. Have they left? I slowly rose, preparing to step outside. No, wait. I won't be fooled. Sensing a trick, I quickly retreated. Sure enough, within 5 seconds, the voices of the two returned. Stop being so paranoid. I told you no one was here. Perhaps I misheard. Let's leave. I don't want to run into her. It's so irritating. Every day she wears those white shoes, like a lunatic. Then, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut and the grumbling ceased abruptly. Wearing white shoes every day. Could it be that cleaner I encountered before? After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, feeling safe, I finally stepped out from behind the cabinet. Upon emerging, I was met with a scene of utter chaos. It appeared they had turned this place into a storage room. Several tattered cardboard boxes lay strewn across the floor. I bent down to open one, revealing various seemingly discarded documents. As I rummaged through them, I stumbled upon a few duty logs. Might there be a clue within? I extracted one and began to peruse it. The entries dated back a year. The logs contained only routine information, nothing particularly noteworthy. Some of the writing was quite scrawled, difficult to decipher, yet there was an eerie familiarity. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were all signed by Wu Xinxin. Indeed, the clues I had uncovered once again confirmed that HR Lao Wu was the former duty manager. I continued to sift through the duty records. This time, I finally discovered something unusual. Every record book lacked the duty logs for the 15th of each month. This aligned with what Wang Bo had warned, never to be on duty on the 15th of every month. Moreover, judging from these records, the 15 he referred to should be the Gregorian calendar's 15th. I felt as though I was inching closer to the truth. Though the threads were tangled and complex, there was indeed a path to follow. A sense of grounding began to settle within me. And the earlier feelings of dread, anxiety, and tension dissipated by half. I suddenly began to understand why the previous duty manager either fell ill or fled. With such work intensity and mental strain, it would be remarkable if one did not break down. The immediate priority was to get a good night's sleep. Without hesitation, I departed, and the journey was surprisingly smooth, with no further strange occurrences. However, upon reaching the first floor, I suddenly noticed the security room's light was on, yet its layout had transformed. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was no longer a security room but rather a delivery station. A handwritten note on the door read, "Delivery Station. It dawned on me I was now in Building B. Xiao Man's uncle's security room was in Building A. This cursed design is riddled with bugs. Just as I was observing at the entrance, a familiar figure emerged from behind the shelves. Upon closer inspection, an ashen face, a faded work uniform, and a pair of white shoes. Wasn't this the cleaner in white shoes from that day? Chapter 7. Midnight Delivery Station. Seeing me at the door, the cleaner in white shoes appeared even more anxious than I was, nervously greeting me. "Good evening, manager." Her demeanor left me somewhat flustered. She seemed neither fully human nor ghostly. It should be me who was afraid of her. Yet now, the roles seemed reversed. Was it the influence of the bracelet? I pondered, instinctively reaching for my wrist, only to realize the bracelet was missing. This was bad. I must have taken it off while washing my face earlier, and in the dream, I had put it back on, but in reality, it was not there. I felt somewhat at a loss. Just then, a rustling sound came from behind the delivery shelves, followed by the appearance of a timid 6 or 7-year-old boy, peeking at me. The cleaner in white shoes quickly scooped him into her arms. Seeing the child, my earlier tension dissipated significantly. I asked him why he was still awake at such a late hour. The boy blinked, offering no response, looking rather frightened of strangers. The adults have gone to unload the goods. I am just watching over him for a bit, the cleaner in white shoes explained. I nodded in understanding, unsure of what to say next. Noticing my cold demeanor, the cleaner grew increasingly anxious. Manager? I am not working part-time, that I truly am not, that I just happened to pass by. Part-time? Passing by. Manager, I really haven't worked elsewhere during my shift. Please don't deduct my pay again. Her tone bordered on pleading. Sigh, this was a scene I was all too familiar with. We are all workers, and I, too, have experienced such moments of humility. Her words gave me insight into the situation. I certainly would not deduct her pay. It was nothing more than wielding a bit of power to manipulate others. What sort of person does that make me? Just as I was about to speak, the little boy interjected. Please don't deduct her pay. He then ran over and offered me an orange, looking up at me with the same pleading expression. It wasn't until he reached me that I noticed how thin he was. Displaying signs of malnutrition, his energy far below that expected for his age. His clothes were also rather unkempt. Just as I was pondering this, the freight elevator door opened. An old, rickety cart occupied the center of the cabin, piled high with packages of varying sizes. On either side of the cart stood a man and a woman. As the door opened, the man moved to the front of the cart, pulling with all his might, while the woman remained behind, struggling to push. Perhaps the wheels were stuck, as they had been at it for quite some time without success. Seeing this, I hurried over to assist. The man looked surprised upon seeing me, repeatedly thanking me. Managerly, the woman seemed to recognize me as well. You don't need to bother yourself. Don't get your clothes dirty, she said, casting a glance at the man. He seemed to grasp her meaning. Hastily stopping his efforts and urging me to let go, I ignored them and continued to exert my strength. Finally, the cart was freed. The little boy bounced over. The woman, seeing her child, quickly opened her arms to embrace him. I began to piece together the situation. This was the couple who owned the delivery station, and this little boy was their child. Why are you working so late? I couldn't help but ask. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. The man appeared somewhat anxious, fearing yet another complaint. We will be more careful next time. As he spoke, the man pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket, offering it to me. I quickly waved my hand. I don't smoke, thank you. The man awkwardly tucked the cigarettes away, then answered my initial question. Our delivery station operates exclusively at night. Under the corridor's light, I could make out the man's features. He appeared to be around 40, not very tall but sturdy. Deep wrinkles lined the corners of his eyes, his hair closely cropped. And he was missing a front tooth. He, too, wore a faded work uniform and a pair of plastic slippers nearly worn through. You just arrived. We should have come to greet you. But we haven't found the right opportunity until now. At that moment, the woman leaned in, speaking as she pressed something into my hand. I looked down to see an envelope. I began to understand her intention. I certainly could not accept this money. The woman appeared quite impoverished, and it was evident that this family was struggling to make ends meet. Few people here addressed me as you, yet this couple spoke so respectfully, humbled to the ground. However, from their demeanor towards me, it was clear that the atmosphere here had previously been quite unsavory. Extortion and bribery must have been commonplace. Managerly, would you like to come in for a glass of water? The man offered with enthusiasm. No. No need for trouble, I replied, though my legs involuntarily moved toward the room. The size of this room was comparable to the security room in Building A, even mirroring its layout, though the interior decor differed. Inside, there were 3 delivery racks, but only one was filled with packages. One was empty, while the other held some vegetables. The entire delivery station felt desolate and forlorn. You sell vegetables too? I inquired curiously. Yes, our delivery station only operates at night, and the customer flow is sparse. Relying solely on the sending and receiving of packages wouldn't suffice, so we also sell some vegetables to make ends meet. Is anyone buying at this hour? Some do, some do. There's a small factory behind, and they rented 3 full floors for dormitories. The workers rotate in 3 shifts, and my business relies on the night shift workers to sustain it. Night shifts? Why can't you open during the day? As soon as the question left my lips, the couple exchanged a glance of surprise. The man didn't respond directly. Instead, he repeatedly expressed gratitude to the building for providing them shelter. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, I decided not to press further. I glanced around and noticed signs of life behind the innermost shelf. An induction stove, several bowls and chopsticks, a worn mattress, a tattered quilt, a small table, and a few children's picture books. It was evident that this family of 3 lived here. Observing their living conditions filled me with unease. To be here was not to live, but merely to exist. Do you sleep here at night? I couldn't refrain from asking. No, just the 2 of them stay here. I sleep in the basement at night, the man replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Seemingly hesitant. Why do you live separately? I tried to maintain a sincere tone, hoping to ease his apprehension. The man awkwardly smiled, revealing the gap where his front tooth should have been, but he did not answer. Oh, speaking of children, I suddenly realized the cleaner was nowhere to be seen. When did she leave? So you just leave the child here alone while you work? Don't you find someone to help look after him? I tentatively probed. We always put the child to sleep before going out to receive the goods, the woman cautiously replied, but we didn't expect he would wake up so early today. I apologize for the trouble. Please help watch him, or he will run out looking for us again. No, it wasn't me. It was a cleaner. She was watching the child when I arrived, I quickly clarified. Little did they know, upon hearing my words, the 2 of them fell into a stupor, then exchanged glances. The woman appeared somewhat alarmed, inquiring, "What cleaning service?" The man's expression darkened, as he replied, "Previously, our child often spoke to himself, always mentioning a mother who played with him. Yet, we have never encountered this person. Eventually, the child stopped mentioning her, and we paid it no mind." Their words sent a chill through me. It seemed that this cleaning service indeed harbored unsettling implications. I hesitated to elaborate, fearing it would only heighten their anxiety, and simply stated that the individual I referred to was a cleaner under my employ. Thank you. You are just like General Chin? A truly good person, the man expressed profusely. General Chin? This title struck a sensitive chord within me, prompting an immediate inquiry. Is it Qin Xiangyang? The man nodded. Is he the vice president from headquarters? I asked, although I was uncertain of his origins. The man regarded me with confusion. Isn't he your partner? You may wish to inquire. Partner? Aren't you the newly appointed night shift manager? General Chin, he is the day shift manager. Ah? His words left me utterly bewildered. Hadn't the security guard asserted that there was no one else on duty with me? Am I truly the sole duty manager in this entire building? How could this couple's claims contradict his entirely? Have you not yet had the chance to meet him? The man cautiously reassured. Where does he work? I dared not disclose that the duty room lay abandoned. 1801, the man replied, his brow furrowing in perplexity. 1801? The 18th floor? I nearly exclaimed. These 2 numbers stirred a deep sensitivity within me. The 18th floor was where HRs Lao Wu and Wang Bo had cautioned me against venturing. Furthermore, 1801 was the number that General Chin had repeatedly called out before his disappearance. If you have urgent matters, you may seek out General Chin now. He should be awake. He just sent a message asking me to assist him in delivering a package upstairs. Just sent a message? My hair stood on end. Wasn't General Chin taken away by individuals from Wang Bo's room at the stroke of midnight? The man continued, offering his phone for me to see. Indeed, it was General Chin's WeChat avatar, AT2359. This account had messaged, asking the man to help deliver a package upstairs. And if my memory served me correctly, at that precise moment, he was standing at the door of 506, with no opportunity to send a WeChat message. Chapter 8. Call from 1010 Manager Lee. Are you still going to find General Chin? The delivery station owner inquired cautiously. I felt a surge of annoyance. Uncertain whether I should proceed, however, I leaned towards abstaining, for I was not yet prepared. AT2359. He had clearly been at Wang Bo's door. How could he possibly have had time to send a WeChat message? Moreover, as the company's vice president, he had been stationed at headquarters. How could he also be here on duty? Furthermore, the security guard had persistently emphasized that there was no day shift manager. Everything appeared highly suspicious. Above all, I was acutely aware that the General Chin I knew lacked integrity. As subordinates, my comrades and I had aided him in securing his position as vice president. Yet, when faced with departmental dissolution, he had failed to take any proactive measures, even deceiving me into this ghastly locale. Thus, his repeated calls for 1801 before his disappearance were likely fraught with peril. After much deliberation, I resolved against going. Bidding farewell to the delivery station owner, I retreated to the duty room. Perhaps fatigue had overtaken me, for as soon as I entered, I collapsed into slumber. Remarkably, I experienced no dreams that night. I know not how long I slept. But the phone in the duty room rang. Struggling to rise, I picked up the receiver. The concerned voice of the uncle echoed from the other end. Managerly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just not fully awake." "My head feels heavy," I replied. "I noticed you hadn't come downstairs all day." I was a tad worried. The uncle continued to express his concern. "No worries. I simply stayed up too late last night." I responded, while a nagging sense of unease began to creep in. Why was the uncle mentioning me? And what did he mean by all day? Had I really not stepped outside? Hastily, I grabbed my phone to check the time. It displayed 11:03, but it's only 11 o'clock. How could it be a whole day? Managerly, "Will you be going on rounds soon?" The uncle queried again. Rounds? Suddenly, the pieces fell into place. I sprang from the bed, rushing to the window, pushing aside the clutter, and struggling to draw back the curtains. Indeed, the sky was dark. Could it be 11 o'clock at night? I quickly opened my phone settings, discovering the time was still set to 24-hour mode. That couldn't be right. If my phone read 11 o'clock, it should indicate midday. Had my phone been damaged by Xiaoman's mishap? I could not afford to ponder this further, as my head throbbed painfully. Never mind. I would set that aside and proceed with rounds. I couldn't keep relying on the uncle to do my work. Having not changed out of my clothes from the previous night saved me some effort. Thus, I headed straight for the bathroom to freshen up. However, upon entering, I discovered that solitary bracelet lying desolately on the sink. More accurately, it rested quietly in a pool of crimson liquid. I gingerly picked it up. The red liquid stained my hands, and I brought my nose close to inspect. It bore no odor. Next, I rubbed it between my fingers. There was no irritation, but my fingers had become discolored. Surely not. It couldn't be bleeding. I hastily wiped it with a tissue, only to confirm that it was indeed bleeding. How abysmal the quality! How foolish I was to consider such a shoddy item as a treasure. Hoping it would serve as a talisman. Just as I was lamenting, the phone in the duty room rang again. I dashed over to check. It was indeed a call from Tintin. Surely, it was the uncle. Calling to prod me, I quickly answered, "Please hold on a moment. I'll be right there." Though my shock, the voice on the other end posed a chilling question. Managerly, "Are you all right?" Immediately following, the uncle continued, "I noticed you hadn't come downstairs all day. I was rather worried." Huh? Hadn't he said this before? Before I could process this, he proceeded, Managerly, "Will you be going on rounds soon?" My word, the content of this call mirrored the previous one identically. Uncle! I attempted to interrupt him through the phone, yet the uncle seemed oblivious to my attempts, continuing his monologue until he hung up. This was unacceptable. I had to rush down to uncover what was amiss. But what of this bracelet? Should I keep it on or not? To heck with it. I'd wear it for safety's sake. With this thought in mind, I sprinted towards the elevator, attempting to reaffix the bracelet. However, it seemed to have shrunk, getting stuck on my right hand, refusing to budge. What a revelation! A bracelet could shrink. Just as I wrestled with it, the elevator doors slid open. Simultaneously, my phone chimed and I glanced at the caller ID, 1010. Was that not the security uncle? Should I answer? My heart raced, fearing it would be yet another of those eerie calls. But curiosity overcame my trepidation, and I cautiously picked up. Hello? I held my breath, awaiting a response from the other end. Managerly, "Are you coming down?" Fortunately, this time, I received a proper reply. "I'm already in the elevator. I'll be there shortly." Before I could finish, the uncle interjected, "If you haven't come down yet, best not to come down." Not come down? What was happening? I hurriedly pressed for clarification. He offered no response, instead continuing, Managerly, "Are you coming down?" This was precisely the opening line from earlier. If you haven't come down yet, best not to come down. Indeed, he was repeating himself. Was it true, as Xiaoman suggested, that he had inadvertently received a call from Wu Xinxin and thus fallen into some sort of loop? I was not mentally prepared for this when the elevator reached the ground floor. The doors swung open, revealing the security room directly ahead. Peering through the window, I noted its emptiness. This was not good. I needed something for self-defense. Before I could exit the elevator, an instinctive alert rang in my mind. However, this building had cleaning personnel every day. Finding a wooden stick or metal rod was unrealistic. I scanned my surroundings, discovering only the slender, Metallic garbage can by the elevator could serve as a makeshift weapon. Thus, I grasped the garbage can and cautiously approached the security room. The door stood ajar. I extended my index finger, gently pushing it. Oh, my dismay. It would not budge. Something seemed to be bracing it from behind. I then placed my entire palm against the door, yet it remained steadfast. No, a forceful entrance was not an option. I swiftly turned and hastened to the window, standing firm as I scrutinized the entire room. Everything appeared normal, save for a particular area behind the door, which from my vantage point was completely obscured, a blind spot, devoid of visibility. As I continuously adjusted my angle, suddenly, the outline of a pair of feet faintly emerged at the edge of that blind spot. Ah, a pair of plastic slippers. Few individuals donned plastic slippers in this building. Aside from the delivery station owner, it could only be the security uncle. My heart plummeted. What if something had happened to him? Panic surged through me as I dashed back to the door, pushing with all my might. The sudden force dislodged the heavy object behind it, causing the door to swing open wide. I tumbled inside, nearly tripping over those very feet. Thankfully, I regained my balance, catching myself against the duty desk. Upon turning, I beheld the object that had blocked the door, a recliner, and sprawled upon it was none other than the security uncle. Had he fallen asleep, or had he met with foul play? A wave of dread washed over me, an unmistakable sense of foreboding settling in. Clearly, the call I had received had not originated from him. But who had called, and what was their intention? Chapter 9. Initial visit to the 18th floor. Uncle, uncle, as I shouted. I vigorously shook his shoulder. However, the uncle remained unresponsive. Could it be that he had truly met with harm? I promptly placed my hand beneath his nose, relieved to find a breath still lingering in my panic. I felt his forehead and hand. They were still warm. He must have merely fallen into a deep slumber. Yet it seemed unreasonable for him to be so profoundly asleep. Just as I was at a loss, the door to the security room was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A figure burst in. Instinctively, I turned to look, and the silhouette that met my gaze felt eerily familiar. He was clad in plastic slippers, a hefty set of keys dangling from his waist, and he moved with a certain awkwardness. As the figure approached, I was struck dumb. This was the security uncle. Upon seeing the uncle before me, I instinctively turned back to glance at the one slumped in the chair. Indeed, the two were strikingly identical. Yet the newcomer wore an expression devoid of emotion, resembling a wax figure. No, his complexion was even darker than that of a wax figure, shadowy and grim. The uncle seemed oblivious to our presence. Upon entering, he calmly retrieved the keys, skillfully grasped the microphone, and dialed a number. Managerly, "Are you all right?" The first words out of the uncle's mouth sent a jolt through me. Wasn't this the very call I had just received? "I noticed you haven't come downstairs all day, and I was a bit concerned." Managerly, "Will you be going for the patrol soon?" He repeated the earlier conversation like a recording, his tone colder and more mechanical. Could it be that it was he who had called me earlier? Before I could ponder this further, a sudden knock echoed from the security room. I turned towards the sound, discovering the door ajar. Yet no one stood at the threshold. Where had that knocking come from? Managerly, suddenly, the security uncle spoke again. Hearing someone call my name startled me. Could it be that he had spotted me? In my fluster, the uncle continued, "All right, let us head upstairs." I focused my gaze and saw him murmuring to the air. That was a close call. It turned out he hadn't been addressing me at all. The managerly he had just called out must have been the one who knocked me from the phone call. Wait a moment, was there another version of me here? Just the thought sent shivers down my spine. I quickly sprang up and dashed to the door, eager to catch a glimpse of this other self. But to my dismay, there was no one there. Only the uncle, still engaged in his conversation with the air. The situation felt as though the three of us existed in separate realms, merely overlapping in this security room. I occupied the reality space. The uncle was in a second space, and the other me resided in a third. "Please wait a moment." Having uttered this phrase, the uncle entered the room to fetch the keys, then exited, heading straight for the elevator. Compelled by an unseen force, I followed him. The elevator ascended slowly, ultimately halting at the 18th floor. The sight of this number intensified my curiosity. Why did all these peculiar occurrences seem to center around the 18th floor? Clearly, to unravel the truth behind this mystery, I had to venture there. "Sigh," Here we go. Just as I prepared to step into the elevator, a pair of hands suddenly blocked my path, halting the elevator door. Who? I was taken aback and instinctively turned around. It was the delivery station owner. He cradled a package in his arms, evidently on his way to make a delivery. Are you looking for General Chin? He greeted me warmly yet with a hint of restraint. I nodded, too preoccupied to offer an explanation. He continued, what a coincidence. I also need to deliver a package. With that, he pressed the button for the 18th floor. As the elevator gradually ascended, my anxiety escalated. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the door opened slowly. Oh no! The moment the door parted, I silently cursed my luck. It turned out that outside the elevator was not the 18th floor, but rather a wall. We had accidentally entered the elevator shaft. I hurriedly pressed the emergency button. However, the rescue call beeped incessantly, with no one answering to AT that moment. I suddenly grasped the gravity of our predicament. This emergency button connected to the duty room and the security room. But neither the uncle nor I were on duty at that moment. Pressing the rescue button was futile. There was another button. In a frantic state, the delivery station owner suddenly made a new discovery. As he spoke, he attempted to step out of the elevator to press that button. I quickly yanked him back. Are you out of your mind? I exclaimed anxiously. If you go out there, you won't be able to return. Dante touched that button in the shaft. Upon hearing my words, the delivery station owner promptly withdrew his hand, no longer daring to act impulsively. Subsequently, we attempted to call the emergency hotline from within the elevator. Yet, there was absolutely no signal. Just as we continued trying to dial, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the elevator door. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew nearer. Like finding a lifeline, we frantically pounded on the elevator door, hoping to create a commotion to attract attention. A metallic scraping sound echoed. Then came a click. Following that, the elevator door creaked open. As the door gradually revealed itself, our excitement abruptly halted. It turned out the elevator was stuck between two floors. The lower half was a wall, while the upper half led to the exit. The opening was small and high, making it exceedingly difficult for us to climb out without assistance. Just then, a pair of feet appeared above us. The person slowly crouched down, extending their hands into the elevator. They didn't utter a word, but their gesture seemed to indicate they were prepared to pull us up. Without a moment's hesitation, I decided to reach out in response to their offer of help, but suddenly, my blood ran cold. In that instant, I saw the person's face clearly. The figure before me was none other than General Chin. Before I could process the situation, he yanked me out with great force. General Chin, what are you doing here? I shouted while glancing at the delivery station owner, hoping to glean the truth from him. To my surprise, the delivery station owner displayed no additional reaction upon seeing General Chin, merely expressing gratitude for his timely assistance. His tone was devoid of familiarity, almost as if they were strangers. I distinctly recalled him previously extolling how wonderful General Chin had been to him, yet his demeanor now felt exceedingly abnormal. Upon hearing my question, General Chin's expression darkened, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes as he coldly replied, "Don't pry into matters that don't concern you." With that, he countered, "What brings you to the 18th floor?" I was taken aback and retorted, "Weren't you the one calling for me to come to 1801 earlier?" At Wang Bo's doorstep. Upon hearing Wang Bo's name, General Chin seemed to trigger a sensitive nerve, uneasily interrupting me. He frowned, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Before I could finish my sentence, he interrupted me again, raising my voice in frustration. "General Chin, weren't you the one who entered 506? How is it that you are here on duty?" Just as we reached an impasse, a knocking sound echoed from 1801. It seemed the delivery station owner had gone to make his delivery. Knock, knock, knock. The sound reverberated in the silent corridor, halting our argument. Moments later, the door creaked open, and a woman leaned out, resting against the doorframe. She impatiently accepted the package, then turned towards me and General Chin, cursing, "What are you yelling about? Are you trying to get us killed?" Her sharp voice resonated harshly in the empty space. "General Chin?" The delivery station owner interjected. "Do you need me to take out the trash for you, General Chin?" This was the General Chin the delivery station owner was referring to? The very same General Chin from 1801. The day shift manager. Was this woman? Chapter 10. The secret of General Chin. Old Chin. Who is this? The woman grumbled as she stepped out of 1801. and only when she reached us did she utter a more normal remark. Upon hearing her call, General Qin approached with a mischievous grin, wrapping her in his embrace while laughing. "This is one of my subordinates at headquarters. I just transferred her here a few days ago." This left me feeling utterly awkward. There was no attempt at discretion here. The nature of their relationship was clear. I had met General Qin's wife. This was not her. The woman was of short stature, with a plump figure, thick curly hair, and disproportionately large eyes that lacked beauty, exuding a fierce demeanor. However, she seemed to complement General Qin well, as he, too, was not tall, slightly balding, with small eyes and a slight beer belly. "In the future, if you have any matters to attend to, just seek her out. She will take care of you." General Qin's tone carried a hint of pride. Unexpectedly, the woman reacted angrily to his words. "What do you mean she will take care of me? Here, I call the shots." Her tone was entirely domineering. It appeared she was not someone to be trifled with. General Qin's expression darkened upon hearing this. After all, in front of his subordinate, her words were a complete disregard for his authority. Yet, the woman was perceptive. Sensing the shift in mood, she quickly amended her statement. "In Yuanshan Building, I call the shots, but here, it is still General Qin who calls the shots." After a few compliments, General Qin's expression brightened. Observing their interaction, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. "What a pair of scoundrels, Li Yong. You're basically aware of the situation here. When it comes to conduct, you need to watch your words. I shouldn't have to elaborate on these principles." As he said this, General Qin's expression shifted entirely, reverting to his work persona, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. Wasn't this an outright threat? However, I felt no fear. Rather, I was filled with indignation. Before coming here, he had been deceiving me with sweet words. Now, confronted with the truth, he still refused to speak candidly to Mr. Qin. This place is fraught with issues. And no one informed me before my arrival. Just a few days ago, I nearly lost my life. I shall not mince words. I intend to recount the strange occurrences of the past few days. To my surprise, he waved his hand, signaling me to cease. "It is not a convenient time. We shall discuss it in detail later." In conclusion, he did not forget to caution me. "Do not seek out Wang Bo again, and avoid that alley. It is merely a job. As long as the pay is satisfactory, that suffices. Leave the other matters alone. Be wary of being used as a pawn." Such words are quite shameless. Yet, there is a modicum of truth in them. At this moment, I had no chance of winning a debate with him, and I had prematurely exposed my intentions. However, one question lingered, which I must clarify today. Since I cast a glance at the woman. Continuing, "Since this lady is not the day shift manager, then who exactly is the day shift manager?" Upon hearing my inquiry, Mr. Qin became somewhat agitated and replied impatiently, "Who said she is the day shift manager? When did I ever tell you that? Did I not mention that there is an elderly gentleman on duty here, who, due to his advanced age, requires someone to rotate in?" With Mr. Qin's words, the woman's complexion darkened, and she kept pursing her lips. The owner of the courier station also appeared uneasy, bowing his head, seemingly at a loss. Mr. Qin, that old fox, observed the expressions of those present and likely grasped the situation. His mistress must be posing as the day shift manager here. Thus, his tone softened. "Did he not welcome you upon your arrival?" I was taken aback, rapidly searching my memory of when I first came. Could it be him? The face of the security uncle was the first to flash before my mind. Mr. Qin grew increasingly impatient, raising his voice to suppress me. "It is him, the old security guard. He has been on duty here since before the building was acquired." Sensing that we were on the verge of an argument, the mistress hastily clutched Mr. Qin's arm, muttering, "Why waste words with him? Let us go." With that, she forcibly pulled Mr. Qin back into the room. I was fuming and about to explode when the owner of the courier station stopped me. He pulled me downstairs, and seeing my furious expression, sighed. "This woman should not be offended that I scoffed. On what grounds? Just because she is a mistress." The courier station owner shook his head helplessly, saying, "She is not merely relying on that. Her family has considerable influence here. It turns out this woman is named Zhu Huero. Initially, she was just a merchant in the building. Somehow, she managed to align herself with Mr. Qin and set up camp here with her uncles and younger brothers from her hometown. Her relatives monopolized various businesses in this building, everything from engineering repairs to advertising spaces, down to convenience stores and courier stations. Wherever money could be made, You could see her family as shadow. The owner of the courier station cautiously glanced around, ensuring no outsiders were present, and continued. Take this courier station, for instance. The reason it cannot operate during the day is that her younger brother has monopolized the courier business here. However, they do not open at night, unable to endure that hardship, and since the residents of the building have a demand, they agreed to let me operate. It turns out the owner of the courier station has to pay protection money each month and also serve her as a laborer, just to barely secure the right to operate at night. Moreover, the operating hours are strictly limited to after 9 p.m. and before 7 a.m. the next day. Exceeding these time frames means they must leave immediately. Upon hearing this, I clenched my fists in anger. This is utterly tyrannical, completely lawless. The courier station owner lowered his voice even further, leaning close to my ear. When they first arrived, they were ruthless. They even caused the death of a cleaner. My heart sank, and I quickly asked, "What happened?" The owner of the courier station hesitated for a moment, then spoke. That cleaner and his wife both worked here. He was primarily responsible for the cafeteria's cleanliness. There was a lot of waste in that cafeteria, and they would throw away a great deal of leftover food daily. The uncle thought it was too wasteful. So one day after work, he took a little home. As a result, this woman caught him. She was truly wicked, threatening to fire the uncle, saying that even if the leftovers were to be thrown away for the dogs, he was not allowed to take any, truly bullying him. I indignantly replied, "How unreasonable." What happened next? The owner of the courier station sighed, continuing. Eventually, the uncle was fired, but his wages for 3 months were never paid. When he returned to demand his wages, he coincidentally encountered another group of workers seeking their pay. That woman was so malicious that she incited them to fight. Whoever won would receive their money. However, everyone was an honest person, and no one was willing to resort to violence. In the end, her subordinates were the first to strike, beating one of the workers severely. I anxiously asked, "And the uncle?" The owner of the courier station's expression turned sorrowful as he said, "That worker was not having an easy time either, coming from afar to make a living and not young anymore. He suffered for it, so the uncle could not bear it and stood up to say a few words. As a result, those people beat him mercilessly, and in the end, they pushed him down the stairwell." I gasped in shock. What? Was no one there to intervene? The owner of the courier station's gaze dimmed, shaking his head helplessly as he continued. There were people who could have intervened, but it was all a cover-up as compensation. They did not fire the uncle's wife and allowed her to remain in her position. I could hardly believe my ears. Asked the family of the victim. The compensation they received was no dismissal. Her situation was tragic. On the day her husband met with misfortune, she was cleaning on the first-floor platform. When he fell, blood splattered all over her, covering her body and shoes. In the end, he breathed his last at her feet. Since then, she has been mentally unwell, wandering the building daily in white shoes. White shoes? A cleaner? As the owner of the courier station recounted, an ominous premonition struck me. Could it be her? Chapter 11. First encounter on the 13th floor. Just as I was speaking, the elevator at the other party informed me that they were in close proximity, prompting me to send someone to assist them as they were unable to locate the place. I turned around, intending to seek help from the owner of the delivery station, only to realize that he had mysteriously vanished. What a predicament alone. How was I to manage? Just as I was consumed by anxiety, I suddenly heard footsteps behind me. Upon turning back, I was confronted by a middle-aged man, his head and face smeared with blood, standing at the entrance. Although his clothing was saturated with blood, it was evident that he was wearing our company's janitorial uniform. My heart sank at the sight. Another employee had been injured. As a newly appointed official, the responsibility weighed heavily on me with 2 employees already harmed. How did you sustain such severe injuries? I inquired urgently. However, the man did not respond. Lacking time to assess his wounds, I instructed him, "Please hold on. I will call for an ambulance immediately, and you can accompany me to the hospital." Yet, he remained silent. With no time to spare, I dashed out of the building, only to find no vehicles in sight at the roadside. What was going on? Hadn't I been told they were nearby? I couldn't even hear the sirens of an ambulance. I hastily pulled out my phone, preparing to dial again. However, before I could make the call, I received an incoming call. The caller ID displayed 1010. Was this not the security office's number? Had the injured middle-aged man called me? Could it be that his condition was dire? But that didn't make sense. He shouldn't even know my number. In a mere 10 seconds, a flurry of questions raced through my mind. Hesitating, I ultimately decided to answer the call. Managerly, the voice on the other end nearly sent me into a panic. It was the security uncle. Managerly, where have you gone? Do you need my assistance? His barrage of questions left me bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be lying down? I had just descended from the 13th floor, and he had appeared quite frantic, suggesting something was amiss. I have been calling for you, but you didn't respond. Where are you? Should I come over to help? The uncle continued without taking a breath. Stay put. Do not leave the spot. I will be there shortly. With no vehicle arriving, yet the man was awake. The whole situation felt exceedingly strange. I quickened my pace back to the security office. As my legs moved, my mind raced. The uncle had just mentioned he came down from the 13th floor, which meant the figure I had just seen must have been him. Therefore, the one lying down in the security office must have been someone else. However, if he was indeed on the 13th floor, during the confrontation with the elderly lady, he would have typically rushed out to mediate. But why hadn't he turned back at that moment? Which one of them was the real uncle? Before I could untangle my thoughts, I arrived at the security office. The uncle stood at the entrance, anxiously waiting for my return. Are you all right? I hurried over to inspect him. He seemed fine, uninjured, and entirely normal. I then rushed into the room, only to find that the recliner behind the door was missing. Uncle, you were asleep just now, and I couldn't wake you. I feared you had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, so I called for an ambulance. To my surprise, the uncle reacted vehemently. I wasn't asleep. I was just upstairs. But that's strange. You were lying right behind this door on the recliner. The recliner? Is that it? The uncle's expression turned serious as he pointed to a pile of debris in the corner. Following his gesture, I discovered that at the bottom of the clutter lay a recliner. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the very recliner he had just occupied. However, it was now covered in dust and debris, as if it had not been used in years. This recliner hasn't been utilized in ages. It has just been storing miscellaneous items, the uncle explained earnestly, and no need to rush. Let me gather my thoughts. At that moment, I suddenly recalled the injured middle-aged man. There was someone hurt here just now. Where is he? I began searching frantically, yet I found not a single trace. What was he like? The uncle assisted me in reconstructing the scene. His head and face were covered in blood, wearing a janitorial uniform, middle-aged, male. I strained to piece together the image in my mind. Covered in blood? The uncle expressed disbelief. That cannot be. If there were that much blood, there would certainly be some on the floor. Yet look, there is not a single drop on these tiles. Moreover, the uncle hesitated. Moreover, what? Moreover, there are no middle-aged male janitors here. The only 3 janitors are all female. Chapter 12. The bloodied man in need of help. Upon hearing this, the image of that man immediately flashed in my mind. Indeed, it was her husband. Could it be the husband of the janitor in white shoes? I tentatively inquired. To my surprise, the uncle dismissed it outright. Impossible. He is no longer around. What do you mean by no longer around? Has he passed away? The uncle did not answer that question. Instead, he approached the duty desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a stack of newspaper clippings. He handed them to me. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were cuttings from the news. This building had frequently been the site of strange incidents, or accidents, if you will. Thus it often made the papers. Whenever I come across an article mentioning our place, I cut it out, he explained. Opening the clippings, the first article recounted an incident of a fall from the atrium. The report stated, due to improper operation, a 42-year-old male janitor from Yuanshan building tragically fell from the 18th floor, resulting in immediate death. I meticulously searched the article but found no additional descriptions of the victim. Not even a photograph. In just a few sparse paragraphs, a life was extinguished. Uncle, have you never seen him? I asked, feeling a bit disheartened. We rarely had any work-related interactions. I am the security guard for Building A, and he was the janitor for Building B. Although we had crossed paths a few times, I cannot recall his appearance, the uncle replied. Did he have any distinguishing features? I pressed on. Distinguishing features? I believe he was missing a front tooth. The uncle recollected. Hearing this, I nearly leapt from my seat. A missing front tooth. Wasn't that the delivery station owner? Noticing my agitation, the uncle looked perplexed, as he had no idea that another night shift delivery station existed in the building. How could that be possible? As I pondered this, I recalled the matter of the day shift manager. Thus, I continued to inquire, "Uncle, please tell me the truth. Is there a day shift manager here? Are you the day shift manager?" The uncle appeared slightly displeased by my question. "When have I ever lied to you? Perhaps there are things I cannot say or dare not disclose. However, everything I have relayed to you is the truth. I just encountered General Chin on the 18th floor. He assured me that a day shift manager exists here. He mentioned that due to his advanced age, he arranged for me to take over the shifts." I then recounted my recent encounter with General Chin, including the peculiar phone call I received, detailing everything to him. The uncle, upon hearing this, grew exceedingly agitated. "Regarding the day shift manager, I truly had no knowledge of that. I am not the day shift manager. However, I did receive a strange call. But during that call, everything seemed normal." "What?" My breath nearly hitched as I grasped the uncle's shoulder, pressing for clarification. "You were calling to summon me downstairs?" "Indeed, I noticed you had not come down all day, and I grew concerned, so I called to check on you. When I answered, you seemed perfectly fine. Later, you instructed me to check the 13th and 18th floors, stating that someone was burning paper in the hallway on the 13th and there was a commotion on the 18th all aligned." The wax figure of the security guard had indeed gone directly to the 18th floor after answering the call. I had followed him upstairs because he had gone there. Then, on the 13th floor, I had indeed seen the uncle's silhouette. I felt as if I was on the verge of uncovering the truth. However, an unseen barrier suddenly appeared, as if I could see through it, yet something was obstructing me. At that moment, I recalled the archives room on the 7th floor, the last time I had stumbled upon it. It was filled with discarded materials. Perhaps the records of the male janitor could be found within. Even the delivery station owner's information might be there. "All right, then I shall go now." I quickly instructed the uncle to remain in the security office and not to leave. "I will go upstairs to check some records and return shortly." The uncle nodded, reminding me to stay cautious. I hurriedly ascended the elevator, heading straight for the 7th floor. The archives room I had previously discovered was the first room to the left of the elevator exit. Today, most of the corridor lights on the 7th floor were out, with only a few still illuminated. I fumbled my way to the door and reached out to turn the handle, preparing to enter. To my dismay, I found the door locked. Even worse, there seemed to be something sticky on the handle, leaving my hand coated. The light was too dim to discern what it was. Hastily, I turned on my phone's flashlight. The moment the beam illuminated the handle, my heart nearly stopped. The sticky substance was none other than blood. My pulse raced as I heard the sound of a cleaning cart coming from around the corner of the corridor. Clattering and clanging. This was bad. It was the cleaning cart. With the door locked, I had nowhere to hide. Without a moment's thought, I quickly stood up and tested each door, only to find them all locked. At that moment, I noticed a crevice where the elevator met the railing, just large enough for a person to conceal themselves. Perfect. That would have to suffice. Almost simultaneously, just as I had hidden myself, the person with the cart emerged. Once again, it was the same cleaning vehicle I had encountered before, still piled high with cardboard boxes. However, this time, the angle offered no obstruction, and I could see the face of the man pushing the cart with startling clarity. At the very moment he emerged, a chill coursed through my veins, nearly freezing my blood. The individual was none other than the male cleaner who had just appeared in the security room. At that moment, he was still covered in blood from head to toe, his uniform thoroughly soaked. With an impassive expression, he approached the entrance of the archive room and gently turned the handle, causing the door to swing open. He then stepped inside, only to re-emerge moments later holding a damp cloth. Suddenly, he froze, becoming utterly still. Oh no, could he have spotted me? As I held my breath in fear, he moved once more, kneeling down. He began to wipe the floor with the cloth. In the dim light, I noticed that the area he was cleaning was becoming increasingly filthy. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was all blood. Turning my gaze back, I saw the hallway behind him was marked with bloody footprints. The scene was so shocking that I instinctively covered my mouth in terror. Just then, my phone rang at the most inopportune moment. In a panic, I fumbled to silence it, but it had already drawn the man's attention. He halted his actions, becoming motionless once again. This was it. I would surely be discovered. I held my breath, praying not to be seen. However, a female voice suddenly shattered the silence. Managerly, the voice rang out right beside me. I turned my head in astonishment. It was the cleaner in white shoes. "What are you doing here?" she asked, devoid of her usual meekness. Like the man across from her, her expression was blank. Chapter 13. The transferable stain. As soon as the cleaner in white shoes spoke, the dimly lit corridor was suddenly illuminated by bright lights. The stark white light was blinding, and in that moment, the blood-soaked man vanished as if he had never existed. The floor he had just cleaned was now spotless, devoid of any trace of blood. Even the cleaning vehicle had disappeared without a trace. I panicked, pointing towards the spot where he had stood, exclaiming, That man! Did you see him? It was all blood." Although I had a rough idea of their connection, I couldn't help but ask where he had gone. The cleaner in white shoes remained expressionless, coldly stating, "You shouldn't be here. If they find you, you will be in trouble." "They? Who are they?" I felt I had stumbled upon another clue and pressed for more information. But the cleaner in white shoes fell silent, merely producing a cloth from her pocket and handing it to me. I recognized it immediately. It was the same cloth she had tried to give me when I first met her in the duty room. I instinctively reached out to take it but hesitated mid-air. After all, the security guard had specifically warned me not to accept anything from her. Noticing my hesitation, the cleaner in white shoes let out a soft sigh, saying, "Keep this cloth. If you encounter something dirty in the future, using it will help you out of a predicament." Such a remarkable claim? I was skeptical, hence I refrained from taking it that moment. The corridor lights unexpectedly plunged into darkness once more, reverting everything to its previous ominous gloom. The abrupt contrast of light left me momentarily blinded. When I finally looked down again, I found the cloth inexplicably in my hand. Upon closer inspection, it was not a filthy rag at all, but rather an exquisite children's handkerchief, adorned with the image of a bare family, accompanied by a scrawled message in ballpoint pen, "For Mom and Dad." This stark contrast made me ponder if the cleaner's words held some truth after all. The doorknob I had touched earlier was indeed tainted with something foul. I decided to test it. I hurriedly turned back towards the door, reaching for the handle. Sure enough, it was still locked, and still sticky. I quickly pulled out the handkerchief and wiped the handle. A miraculous scene unfolded. The bloodstains vanished from the handle, and simultaneously, the blood on my hands disappeared as well. Turning the handle once more, the door opened. I stepped into the archive room, where the boxes I had rummaged through previously were still in place. But now, they were utterly empty. Where could everything have gone? I quickly dashed to the cabinets, eagerly searching for the personnel files I had seen earlier. To my dismay, they were also missing. I took out my phone flashlight, scanning the shelves until I spotted a file box on the third shelf. It had been moved. Clearly, someone had come after me. Without time to ponder, I hastily retrieved the box and began to sift through its contents. However, despite my efforts, I could not locate the file of the male cleaner. Instead, I stumbled upon the file of the cleaner in white shoes almost immediately. I continued to flip through the pages. Suddenly, my hand trembled and my heart raced. Within the box was a file for Xiao Man. She was the cleaning supervisor here. How had I never heard her mention it? Was she still employed here, or had she resigned? The file bore no signs to indicate either. Undeterred, I continued to search through the documents. Before long, I uncovered a merchant roster. I examined it thoroughly, but found no record of the night shift courier station. Could it be that the courier station was a covert operation by the female manager, thereby escaping documentation? I decided to set that aside and contact Xiao Man. Her situation was evidently more urgent. Just as I prepared to leave the archive room, a sharp pain shot through my chest. I gasped, darkness enveloping me, and I collapsed to the floor. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the bed in the security room. The security guard sitting beside me, his face etched with worry. Apparently, he had noticed my absence and, concerned for my well-being, went to the 7th floor to check on me. There, he found me unconscious at the door and quickly called for help to bring me back. As he spoke, a fresh wave of pain surged through my chest. Instinctively, I lifted the covers to inspect myself, revealing faint bloodstains on the pocket of my shirt. My heart raced. Had I been injured? The blood appeared to seep from within, rather than from an external source. I hurriedly unbuttoned my shirt, finding no visible wounds on my chest. The issue seemed to lie within the pocket. I reached inside and gasped in realization. It was that discolored bracelet. The bloodstains on my shirt were merely color leaching from the bracelet. Upon seeing me extract this item, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he anxiously asked, "Who gave you this?" Did you go to Wangjia Hutong? Confused by his intense reaction, I recounted how Xiaoman had recommended I seek out Wang Bo and the circumstances of our meeting. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression darkened, and he swiftly snatched the bracelet from my hand. Tossing it into the trash, if I had known, I would have stopped you immediately. He then turned to retrieve a clipping from his desk. When I opened it, I discovered that the second article was a report on a fire at Wangjia Hutong. The article detailed how, on the night of October 15, 2018, a six-story residential building at number 1 Wangjia Hutong had erupted in flames, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 100 residents. This was the largest fire incident in the city that year. The article was accompanied by images depicting the families advocating for their rights. Squinting closely, I recognized one of the family members holding a photo. It was Wang Bo. Had he been a victim? But he was the very person Xiaoman had recommended to me. Did this mean Xiaoman intended to harm me? At that moment, I suddenly recalled Xiaoman's position as the cleaning supervisor and quickly asked the guard, "Is Xiaoman also working here?" He nodded, confirming, "Yes, she was the supervisor here." His affirmation left me in shock. Why has she never mentioned it? Is she still in that role? The guard shook his head. No, she is no longer the cleaning supervisor. But she still works in this building. What does she do here? I pressed eagerly, but the guard admitted he did not know. Xiaoman had been tight-lipped about her current duties. My head began to throb, and my body felt light. Before I could inquire further, another wave of pain struck my chest. I instinctively looked down to see the red stains on my chest expanding uncontrollably. Panic surged within me. How could this be happening when I had already discarded the bracelet? The guard, too, was becoming anxious, rising to his feet. "You need to take off your shirt." I dashed into the restroom, shedding my clothing. Gazing into the mirror, I was horrified to find distinct red marks blooming on my chest, perfectly mirroring the design of my shirt. Fear gripped me as I felt as though the injuries on the shirt were somehow transferring onto my body. Just then, the stains widened rapidly, soon engulfing my entire abdomen. Chapter 14. The Curse of the Bloodied Garment. As the color of the stains deepened, the wounds on my body expanded in tandem. Simultaneously, the guard outside began to scream. The bloodstains on my shirt continued to spread, as if an invisible hand incessantly splashed blood upon it. When I was transported to the hospital, my mind drifted in a state of semi-consciousness. Blinking back to awareness, I found myself under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights. I was utterly immobilized, my throat constricted with phlegm, yet I lacked the strength to cough it out, leaving me feeling suffocated. The treatment yielded no progress, and the doctors were unable to diagnose my condition. Lying in bed, I remained paralyzed, yet my mind was acutely aware. At this juncture, regret held no value. Yet I find myself reflecting on where it all went awry that has led to my current predicament. Suddenly, the blood-stained garment comes to mind. If the blood on the clothing can manifest as wounds upon my body, does it not stand to reason that if the garment were to be cleansed, my injuries would likewise heal? It certainly seems plausible. I must enlist the help of the uncle to hasten the washing of this attire. No, perhaps it is wiser to send it to the dry cleaners, where they possess more professional methods. But how shall I convey this message to the uncle? At this moment, I find myself utterly immobilized, my mind powerless to command my limbs or tongue, just as I am at a loss. The room is suddenly filled with a peculiar buzzing sound. The noise seems to emanate from a great distance, yet it resonates right by my ear. Straining to locate the source, I discover that it is my heart monitor. Abruptly, the numbers on the device vanish. The screen flickers with blinding static, and then gradually clarifies. It displays the figures of Mr. Qin, the mistress, Xiaoman, the security uncle, and the couple from the delivery station. Every person I have encountered within this building appears like a revolving lantern before me. Each bears a pallid complexion and vacant gaze, fixated intently on me beyond the screen. Before I can fully comprehend this tableau, a shrill scream suddenly pierces through the silence. The sound is excruciating, jarring my eardrums and causing my head to throb. The figures on the screen begin to advance slowly towards me. Their movements are stiff and sluggish, and with each step, an ominous black mist seems to emanate from their forms. I wish to shut my eyes and avert my gaze from this horrifying scene, yet they feel as though they are being held open against my will. Just as they near the edge of the screen, ready to burst forth, the image flashes again, transforming into the horrific scene of the Wangjia Hutong ablaze. The inferno rages uncontrollably, intertwined with the cries and pleas of the people. I am the most ferocious part of the fire. A figure emerges, vaguely resembling Uncle Wong. He stands there, coldly observing the chaos, devoid of any expression. Before I can process this, the image shifts yet again, this time revealing the blood-stained garment alongside the security uncle. He is in the midst of washing it. Seems he has also sensed the garment's peculiarities. Just as I am rendered dizzy by this series of bizarre images, the door to my room bursts open, and a gust of cold wind rushes in. Instinctively, I glance towards the entrance. There stands the uncle. Mr. Wu, are you feeling better? He exclaims excitedly as he approaches me. I have already cleaned that garment. You should recover swiftly. Mr. Wu? Is the uncle confused? Or is my hearing faltering? As I ponder this, the temperature in the room suddenly plummets, and I can distinctly see my breath condensing in the at the end of the mist. A vague shadow looms. I rub my eyes, but the figure remains indistinct. The shadow begins to writhe above my head. As it draws closer, I realize it is, in fact, my blood-stained garment. It appears as if an unseen entity is donning it and dancing. Terror grips me as the garment suddenly leaps toward me, enveloping me entirely. A chilling sensation sweeps through my body, intensifying the pain at my wounds. Looking down, I see black insects slowly writhing forth from my injuries. Slithering rapidly across my arms and legs, I scream, desperately thrashing my limbs to rid myself of the creatures, yet they multiply, quickly engulfing me whole. Just as I believe this may be my end, the lights in the room begin to flicker violently. In that moment of alternating brightness and darkness, I hazily perceive the figures from the screen stepping out one by one, before departing the room. Strangely, there are two identical security uncles among them. Before I can contemplate this further, a faint glow suddenly illuminates a corner of the room. Though dim, it stands out distinctly in the darkness. Following the light, my vision gradually clears. It is a flashlight. The doctor is holding it up to my eyes. The chaos abruptly ceases. It is as though I have been pulled from the depths of water, and my breathing becomes easy once more. From the conversation between the doctor and nurses, I gather that I have just undergone a harrowing rescue, snatched from the clutches of death. Before I can fully regain my composure, the uncle's phone rings. You're awake? That's wonderful. I burned the garment for you. It should be fine now. Hearing this, a foreboding chill courses through me. While the blood-stained garment is indeed sinister, such a direct incineration could unleash unforeseen troubles. Uncle, why did you burn it? I inquire, but before I can finish, a cacophony erupts on the other end of the line, as though something is violently crashing. And then the call disconnects. Uncle, uncle, I call out anxiously, yet all that remains is the busy tone. Panic wells within me as I struggle to rise and assess the situation, but my body remains limp and unresponsive. In my frantic attempts, I accidentally tumble from the bed. At that moment, the door swings open, and a figure rushes in, hurrying to my side to assist me. Don't move. The voice sounds like Xiao Man. Looking closely, it is indeed her, Xiao Man. The uncle is in danger. I urge her without delay. To my dismay, she appears unconcerned, instead asking, Are you all right, Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu? As she helps me back onto the bed, Xiao Man bends down to retrieve something from beneath it. She hands it to me, instructing, Take care of this. Don't let it fall again. It might get damaged. I take the item and, upon examining it, am astonished to find it is a pair of glasses. But I am not even nearsighted. I scrutinize the glasses closely. Wait, aren't these old Wu's glasses? How did they end up here? Just then, the door swings open once more, and a nurse enters, pushing a care cart. Bed 18, ready for infusion. What is the name? She calls out. Before I can respond, Xiao Man answers for me. Bed 18, Wu Xinxin. Wu Xinxin. I am now Wu Xinxin. Chapter 15. Escape from the ward. I am not Wu Xinxin. I shout. Yet the others in the room appear unfazed, as if this is all quite ordinary. The nurse approaches with the 4-drip, intent on administering it to me. No, I cannot allow this. If she proceeds with the infusion, I will lose any chance of saving myself. I struggle to rise from the bed, stumbling toward the restroom. I must see for myself if I have truly become old Wu. Upon my descent, Xiao Man does not attempt to stop me. Instead, she rushes to support me. I shake her off and enter the restroom. The sight before me leaves me in shock. The reflection in the mirror reveals the familiar face. There is no trace of Wu Xinxin. I am not Wu Xinxin. Why are they insisting on this absurdity? As I gaze into the mirror, my vision suddenly blurs. Everything appears shrouded in a misty haze. I used to have impeccable vision. Seeing my lack of cooperation, the nurse grows impatient and shouts to Xiao Man. I'll go fetch the doctor. You keep an eye on him. Xiao Man nods, brow furrowed, and continues to coax me. Mr. Wu, don't resist. Just let them administer the infusion. Moments later, two doctors burst in. One glances at me and remarks, just woke from a coma. There may be some confusion. Let us stabilize him first. With that, the other doctor joins him, lifting my arm and pulling me back towards the bed. Xiao Man hastens to help, pressing my head down with surprising force, almost as if she were not a woman at all. I am pinned to the bed. In that instant of being restrained by Xiao Man, I inadvertently catch sight of something unexpected. Yes, it is the bracelet. Xiao Man is wearing a bracelet identical to mine. A jolt of realization strikes me, and then my consciousness fades into darkness. When I awaken again, I groggily sense someone seated at my bedside. I struggle to open my eyes, but the figure remains indistinct. Am I truly losing my vision? Upon noticing I am awake, the person rushes closer, as their face comes into view. I nearly faint from shocked. It is none other than Hr. Old Wu, the true Wu Xinxin. Had he not gone missing? Was he not in another dimension? Upon seeing me awake, Old Wu immediately interrogates, why didn't you answer my calls? Why didn't you answer my calls? He seems oblivious to my terror. Continuing, I called several times, and you kept hanging up. I was trying to warn you. Do not go to that delivery station, and do not accept packages from there. Look at what has happened to you now. My eyes are wide open, yet my body remains completely limp. If only I could stand, I would flee without hesitation. I asked that shirt from an online purchase. Did it come from that delivery station? Old Wu's tone returns to that of when he urged me not to transfer positions. He continues to ramble. The issues at that delivery station are severe. But now that you're entangled, you must confront it yourself. No one else can assist you. Go into the delivery station, behind the shelves, into their living area. You might find some clues. Go to the delivery station? I weakly retort. How am I supposed to get out? I will help you. Old Wu drew closer, lowering his voice as he said, listen carefully to the phone. When I call you, that will be your cue to leave. Do not mention this to anyone. When the phone rings, open this door and head straight out. And no matter who calls you back, even if it's me, do not look back. His words were cryptic, yet his demeanor was serious. Old Wu, are you human or ghost? I couldn't help but interrupt him. He was taken aback by my sudden question, about to speak when a knock echoed from the hospital door. I'll go open it. Remember what I said. With that, Old Wu rose to answer the door. As soon as it swung open, he vanished. I in his place. Xiao Man entered. Manager Wu, are you feeling any better? Her tone was quite respectful. As she spoke, she pulled out a document from her bag, as if she were about to report on work matters. It suddenly dawned on me that she used to be the cleaning supervisor. If she saw me as Wu Xinxin, then she was likely reporting to her own superior. A night shift express station is about to be built in Block B. Manager Wu, what do you think about this? Xiao Man said, handing me the documents. I looked at the papers in confusion. Wasn't this the express station I had visited before? What do you need me to do? I asked. I need you to sign, Xiao Man replied. However, I sensed something was amiss. Xiao Man, being the cleaning supervisor, how could she be the one reporting on the construction of the express station? Suddenly, I recalled the female Qin general. Wasn't she the one who had the final say on the approval for this express station? I dared not raise my voice and instead feigned ignorance. What does General Qin think? General Qin. Xiao Man's response was peculiar. Which General Qin are you referring to? There's no General Qin here. How is that possible? I urged. The one from room 1801.18. My prompt. Xiao Man finally understood. Are you referring to General Zhu? General Zhu? Her words made me realize something. I suddenly recalled that the mistress of General Qin indeed had the surname Zhu. This night shift express station is something General Zhu wants to build. She has approved it. Now we just need to follow through with the paperwork, Xiao Man explained. How absurd. This woman truly had her fingers in every pie. She wasn't even part of the management, yet she controlled the entire building, while we, the rightful managers, had become her pawns. As Xiao Man spoke, she handed me a pen, urging me to sign. as she extended her hand. The bracelet on her wrist became visible again. I quickly asked, "What's that bracelet for? Who gave it to you?" Just as Xiaoman was about to respond, my phone rang. I glanced at the screen. It was old Wu from HR. This was the signal we had previously agreed upon. Was he about to extract me from the hospital now? But Xiaoman was still in the room, I quickly thought. "I need to use the restroom." Xiaoman was taken aback by my sudden declaration, her surprise evident. She seemed to sense something was off and immediately offered, "Let me help you. No, I can manage on my own." I replied, my tone slightly evasive, my movements were slow, and my phone continued to ring incessantly. Xiaoman's demeanor grew more vigilant as she reminded me, "Manager Wu, your phone is ringing." This scene reminded me of the nightmare where the true and false Xiaoman had called me. Panic surged within me, fearing a repeat of that nightmare. In my flurry, I accidentally dropped my phone. Simultaneously, both Xiaoman and I reached down to pick it up. That moment, the caller ID displayed Wu Xinxin. Xiaoman's face paled as she saw the name, and in an instant, she seized my arm. Instinctively, I broke free and dashed towards the door. As the hospital door swung open, a blinding light pierced my eyes, followed by a suffocating darkness. Once I adjusted to the dim surroundings, I realized I was no longer in the hospital, but on the 13th floor. Chapter 16. The deadlock on the 13th floor caught in a stark contrast. I momentarily lost my bearings, unsure of where to go. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Li Yang." It was old Wu. Had he come to rescue me? Hearing his voice, I instinctively turned around. Halfway through my turn, I suddenly recalled old Wu's explicit instructions. Do not look back, regardless of who called, even if it was him. But I had already turned. What to do now? Fear gripped me, and I quickly shut my eyes. At the moment my body pivoted, old Wu's voice vanished completely, leaving no trace of sound. I could not see who stood before me, yet I distinctly felt that person was very close. Suppressing my racing heart, I steeled myself and slowly straightened my posture. Just as I did, the voice re-emerged, "Li Yang, you are quite cautious." Upon realizing it was old Wu, I opened my eyes, only to find Xiaoman standing before me, frowning with impatience. "Manager Wu, why are you running?" she asked as she spoke. Another voice rang out, "Run." It was old Wu again. I turned to see him standing not far from Xiaoman, drenched in sweat, continuously yelling towards the front. "Run! Run! Old Wu! Old Wu!" I waved my hands, trying to attract his attention, but it was as if he couldn't see me. Why heavens! Had we fallen into another time-space distortion? I looked in the direction he was shouting, but there was no one there, only a long corridor. At the end of that corridor stood an elevator. I recognized it. It was the very elevator I had taken with the express station owner before. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I bolted towards the elevator. I couldn't linger here. I needed to get downstairs first. As I neared the elevator, old Wu's voice called out again, "Run!" I squinted and noticed someone standing at the elevator entrance. The silhouette seemed familiar, yet I couldn't quite make out who it was. As I drew closer, I realized that it wasn't old Wu but Xiaoman. She stood there with her arms crossed, eyes wide with anger, questioning me. "Manager Wu, everyone says you're timid, and you really have no sense of responsibility. Does signing a document feel like it could cost you your life? Do you not realize that because of your cowardice and selfishness, some people might not even have food to eat?" Just as I was about to retort, another voice chimed in, "Manager Li, just sign the document. Our entire family is counting on this express station." I turned to see the express station owner. How could he be here? Wait, what did he just call me? Manager Li. In other words, he could tell I wasn't old Wu. As I pondered this, the two of them approached me slowly, as if they wouldn't let me go unless I signed. Panic surged within me, and I was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, the security door creaked open, a hand shot out and pulled me inside. I stumbled as I was yanked, and upon regaining my balance, I realized it was the old lady from the previous paper burning incident. I opened my mouth to speak, but she beat me to it. "Oh dear. Child, you've encountered something sinister. When you came last time, I saw something dark following you. I wanted to use fire paper to drive it away, but you ran off," as the old lady spoke. The scene from that day flashed before my mind. The express station owner's panic was the first to surface. Indeed, he was suspicious. Right now, it was a deadlock. You cannot escape alone. You need to call someone to come and get you. Another person must enter to break this deadlock, allowing you to extricate yourself. The old lady, sensing my disbelief, pointed at the peephole on the door and continued, "If you don't believe me, take a look." Doubtfully, I leaned toward the peephole, nearly gasping in shock. Xiaoman and Old Wu stood outside, expressionless and motionless. "Hurry! Call someone to come up and get you," the old lady urged once more. At this moment, I had faced too many bizarre occurrences. The old lady did not seem to be deceiving me. Thus, I dialed the security uncle's number, asking him to come up and get me. After hanging up, the old lady instructed me to wait inside, then went into the back room to fetch something for me. I received a box from her, which looked quite familiar. Yes, it was the very box that Wang Bo had given me when he presented the bracelet. I hastily opened it. Sure enough, it contained a bracelet identical in style to the last one, but this time it was green. "I can't take this," I exclaimed. The memories that this bracelet evoked were too troubling. I quickly returned the box to the old lady. "This thing is too sinister. I absolutely cannot touch it." Seeing my reaction, the old lady grew anxious. "Child, if you wish to continue staying in this building, you cannot do so without this." Just then, there was a knock at the door. It must be the uncle come to fetch me. I rushed to open it, but the old lady grabbed me and pointed at the peephole. I understood her meaning and leaned in to look. To my surprise, it was still Old Wu and Xiaoman. I hadn't anticipated that they would be the ones knocking. "Child, if you don't wear this bracelet, you might not get out today." Hearing her words, I gritted my teeth and reluctantly accepted it. Soon after, there was another knock at the door. This time, I remembered to check the peephole first. It was the security uncle. I hurried to open the door. Indeed, it was the security uncle. After thanking the old lady, we headed straight downstairs. In the elevator, I had no time to explain everything that had just transpired. I simply asked the security uncle, "Are you free right now? Could you accompany me to the express delivery station?" The uncle nodded in confusion, indicating his agreement. Soon, the elevator arrived at the first floor, the doors opened, and I stepped out first. But as I turned around, I was puzzled to find that the uncle had vanished. Just then, I noticed the son of the delivery station owner approaching. The boy glanced at me and said, "He can't come down to this level." "What?" As the child spoke, I suddenly recalled that I had mentioned the night shift delivery station to the uncle earlier. He had seemed utterly bewildered, claiming he had never heard of such a delivery station and had never seen that owner. It appeared that this delivery station was indeed suspicious. Before I could inquire further, a cacophony of footsteps echoed behind me. Turning around, I saw a group of people entering, led by the mistress of Mr. Qin, the woman with the surname Zhu. Behind her trailed two men who resembled thugs. As soon as they entered, they began rummaging through the premises. One of the men, with a gaunt face, questioned the boy about where his parents were. The child, having never encountered such intimidation, was too frightened to speak. Consequently, the gaunt man raised his hand and slapped the boy, causing him to stumble. I was furious at the sight. How could they bully someone, let alone a child? "Stop! What are you doing?" I shouted, ready to charge at her. But as I rushed forward, I found myself grasping at thin air. When I got back on my feet, I realized they couldn't see me at all. Chapter 17. The versatile delivery service. The mistress's henchmen showed no mercy. The child was kicked to the ground, crying loudly. I stood by, feeling anxious but powerless. It seemed I could dodge the initial conflict, but not the ensuing chaos. Would they abandon the child? The gaunt man continued to intimidate the boy, shouting about how they believed the delivery station owner was nearby, thus resorting to such extreme measures to force him out. Sure enough, within a minute, the delivery station couple rushed back in a panic. "You really are something. You come here seeking Mr. Qin's assistance, and without question, he fulfills your request. Now that Mr. Qin needs a small favor from you, you go and hide?" The tone of the henchman mirrored that of his master, dripping with malice. "Mr. Qin, we truly appreciate your support. Once our finances stabilize at the end of the month, we will surely express our gratitude. However, regarding the matter you mentioned, I genuinely cannot comply." The delivery station owner pleaded desperately. "Stop your excuses. Hurry up and bring that package here, or you'll regret it." The henchman continued to bluster. The delivery station owner, visibly distressed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, clenched his fists, his voice trembling. This is not right. "Mr. Qin, I cannot do this." Upon hearing this, the mistress's face darkened instantly. losing all patience. Without further ado, she raised her hand to strike the owner's wife and child. The child cried even louder, while the wife begged desperately, "Please, stop. I beg you." Witnessing this scene, the owner softened. He shouted for them to stop while rushing toward the delivery cabinet. He then retrieved a package and, with great reluctance, handed it to the mistress of Mr. Cheen. The henchman snatched the package and immediately tore it open. He picked up the contents with his fingers. I gasped in shock. This was my package. It contained the work uniform sent to me by headquarters. The problematic shirt was indeed in this delivery. Following that, the henchman opened a box and poured its contents into the package. I leaned in closer and was horrified to see a dark, wriggling worm. Did I recognize that worm? It was the same one I had encountered during my coma in the hospital. All this time, the source of the wrongdoing was right here. It seemed the delivery station owner had also been coerced, and I had wronged him earlier. At that moment, it dawned on me. Was this a reenactment of the scene? Was someone deliberately trying to show me all of this? Before I could fully comprehend, I heard someone calling me from behind. Reflexively, I turned around and it was the delivery station couple. "Manager Lee, you've come," the wife greeted enthusiastically. "Huh? Wasn't she just sitting on the floor crying?" I quickly turned back to check. To my surprise, the parties involved in the earlier conflict had vanished without a trace. The domineering mistress and her henchmen were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never existed. Looking at the boy, the bruises he had sustained from the earlier altercation had miraculously disappeared. The delivery station owner, noticing my gaze, appeared particularly uneasy, his eyes darting around, avoiding direct contact with mine. I understood that after the previous incident, he must be wary of me, fearing I would seek revenge upon discovering the truth. It seemed today was not the right time to delve deeper. I cleared my throat, forced a smile, and attempted small talk. "I see that the recent customer flow has been rather sparse. How is business for you? Have you encountered any trouble from anyone lately?" The delivery station owner hesitated for a moment before hurriedly shaking his head, eyes flustered as he replied, No trouble at all. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Has Ms. Cheen visited?" I decided to be direct, cutting to the chase. Feel my surprise. The mention of Ms. Cheen made the delivery station owner tense up. "Manager Lee? No one is bullying us. With you here, no one would dare." Seeing his reluctance to elaborate further, I chose not to press on, planning to return when they were absent. "Well then, you continue with your work. I'll take my leave. If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to reach out to me." After saying this, I turned to leave, only to be called back by the delivery station owner. "Manager Lee? Do you have any packages to send recently? I offer VIP services and can assist you free of charge." His offer made me smile. He truly knew how to do business. "No, thank you. I don't usually buy much." I politely declined, thinking that given his current difficulties, I shouldn't take advantage of him. Seeing my refusal, he quickly produced a QR code, earnestly stating, "Manager Lee, please scan this. You can enjoy 3 free VIP services each month, allowing you to have any item delivered to any specified location." All right, let's scan it. Out of support for his work, I took out my phone and scanned the QR code. Upon opening it, I found a customer service chat interface. "If you need anything in the future, just place your order through this chat box. It's quite convenient," the delivery station owner explained earnestly. I was captivated by his demeanor at that moment. He was serious. No longer the subservient figure I had known. Once I returned to the duty room, I plopped down in my chair, feeling my mind in disarray as I reflected on the owner's peculiar behavior earlier. Why was he so insistent that I scan that code? What exactly was the VIP service? Just then, my stomach growled, reminding me that I hadn't had dinner yet. Perfect, I would try out this VIP service. I opened my phone, only to find that the interface featured only a customer service chat box, devoid of any options. How was I supposed to place an order? Just then, the customer service sent a message. "Hello? Please place your order in text format." Text order? I was a little incredulous, but I typed out a request. "I would like to order a bowl of fried noodles and a bottle of cola." I clicked send. Almost instantaneously, I received a reply from customer service. "Okay, please wait a moment." This was astonishingly efficient. I set my phone down, preparing to rest for a bit. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I quickly stood up to open it. The moment I opened the door, a strong gust of wind rushed in, making it difficult to open my eyes as the wind howled past my ears. When I was finally able to see again, I found myself inside the delivery station. It was daytime. The delivery station's main door tightly shut, and the owner and his wife were absent. However, there were rustling sounds within. Following the noise, I walked over and discovered the little boy sitting alone in a small room behind the shelves, engrossed in a picture book. Upon seeing me enter, the boy showed no sign of panic and politely greeted me. "Hello, uncle." I, on the other hand, was astonished to see him. "Why aren't you in school?" Upon reflection, I realized that my previous encounters with him occurred during the night, and now, yet again, I find myself meeting him during the daylight hours of school. It seems this child exists in a state of virtual neglect, stirring within me a pang of compassion. Speaking of school, the boy, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly let his gaze dim. Murmuring in a voice barely audible, "I can't go to school," I hurried over to comfort him and inquired as to the reason. The boy, however, fell silent. Gently, I pressed on. "What do your parents do when they aren't running the shop during the day?" He lifted his gaze to meet mine and replied, "They are not my real parents." This revelation took me by surprise. "But they treat me very well," he added. Through our conversation, I learned that this child had a tragic background. He had come here with his parents from afar to work, but after their misfortune, he was left orphaned and ultimately adopted by a couple running a delivery service, thus escaping a fate of wandering. As I delved deeper into his story, the boy suddenly blinked and asked, "Uncle, have you discovered the secret of that delivery service?" Before I could respond, he stood up, walked to the wall, and pushed aside some clothing hanging there. To my astonishment, a door became faintly visible in the wall. The boy took my hand and guided it towards the wall, and soon, a doorknob appeared. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, I instinctively withdrew my hand. "If you wish to return, you must go through here," the boy said earnestly, "otherwise, you will never escape." "What do you mean?" I asked in disbelief as I approached the delivery service's main door. Oh, my dismay. Upon opening it, I found myself still within the confines of the delivery service. Stepping through that door had merely brought me back inside. It seemed to be an endless loop. "You cannot leave. You must use the door in the wall," the boy reminded me. Thus, I turned back and returned to the hidden door. "Your father's phone will receive the orders. Just a single delivery will open the door." The boy explained, and I patted my pocket and chuckled wryly, "But I don't have your father's phone. Will the door still open?" The boy shook his head in resignation. "I don't know, but you could give it a try." Left with no other options, I decided to take a gamble. I approached the door and gently turned the knob, but it remained locked. However, as I drew closer, the green bracelet on my wrist began to stir restlessly. It was the one the elderly woman from the 13th floor had given me. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Uncle, use the bracelet. Use the bracelet to open the door." Heeding his words, I quickly removed the bracelet and brought it near the doorknob. With a satisfying click, the door swung open. It felt as though the bracelet had functioned as a key. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously pushed the door open, revealing a long corridor lined with numerous rooms. I felt like a mouse lost in a labyrinth, gazing around in confusion. The metallic walls glimmered under the harsh lights, and the ground beneath me trembled slightly, as if some massive machinery was at work. As I moved forward, a sense of unease crept over me, uncertain of what lay hidden behind those doors. Suddenly, amidst my disorientation, I spotted a familiar room. It was the archives on the 7th floor. Could this be the exit? Suppressing my anxiety, I gently twisted the doorknob. As the door creaked open, a cacophony of noise rushed out to meet me. I focused my eyes and saw Old Wu, Xiao Man, and the cleaner in white shoes. Old Wu sat at his desk, his face etched with worry, while the cleaner sat on the floor, weeping, and Xiao Man crouched beside her, gently patting her back. Their gazes turned towards me as I opened the door. "Old Tang, wait a moment." Old Wu waved his hand dismissively, signaling for me to leave. "Old Tang? Is that my name now?" I quickly shut the door and grabbed my phone, glancing at my reflection. To my shock, I had taken on the appearance of the delivery service owner. His surname was Tang. Stepping back outside, I noticed a sign indicating the manager's office. It turned out that the archives on the 7th floor had once served as the duty manager's office. Just as I was pondering this, a heart-wrenching sob pierced the AI. It was the cleaner's voice. From their fragmented conversation, I pieced together the current situation. It seemed that the male cleaner had recently met with a tragic end, and his wife was now pleading for Old Wu's help. Hearing her cries filled me with sorrow. and I was reminded of her husband's fate. I could empathize with the helplessness one feels when faced with bullying and oppression. Such calamity, not even she could bear. I, as a man, found it unbearable as well. As I listened, the doors suddenly swung open. Xiao Man emerged, supporting the cleaner in white shoes. In that fleeting moment, our eyes met, and she flashed a ghostly smile. That smile resembled the expression of the false Xiao Man I had encountered in a nightmare. Had she uncovered my true identity? Li Yong, what is it? Old Wu called from inside. I turned to re-enter. But Xiao Man interjected, Li Yong, stop pretending. The moment I heard my name, a shiver ran down my spine. At her utterance, the cleaner in white shoes looked up at me. Their gazes made me profoundly uneasy. Suddenly, the cleaner dashed towards the railing as if compelled, and before I could react, she leaped without hesitation. The sound of a heavy thud echoed ominously, and a wave of dread washed over me. I rushed forward, only to find her lying on the platform at the bottom of the courtyard, surrounded by a pool of crimson. The sight was unbearable, a reality I could not accept. There, beneath her, lay her husband, lifeless. I cried out for help, but Xiao Man remained indifferent, instead harshly accusing me, it's all your fault. I could no longer bear to hear her reproach. My mind was blank, if what I was witnessing was merely a replay of events that had already transpired. Then it meant the cleaner in white shoes had long since passed away. This realization hit me hard. My encounters with her since my arrival, were they not with a living being? I suddenly recalled the handkerchief she had given me. What was its purpose? Was she seeking help? Sending a signal? Or perhaps cursing me? Chapter 19. A life saved. Xiao Man continued to berate me, and I felt an inexplicable guilt wash over me, as if the disappearance of this life rested solely on my shoulders. An unprecedented weight pressed down on me, making it difficult to breathe. Just as I was engulfed in despair, the body of the cleaner in white shoes began to stir. Slowly, she rose from the ground. Her movements were somewhat stiff, yet she appeared strong. In that moment, the blood that had once stained her vanished without a trace. Once she regained her footing, she casually walked towards the elevator as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this, I glanced back at Xiao Man in shock. To my surprise, she seemed unfazed. When I turned back, the cleaner in white shoes had already entered the elevator and ascended to the 7th floor. She knocked on the manager's office door once more. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Man vanished. What was happening? I was at a loss, yet instinctively followed after her. Without pausing to knock, I barged inside. The scene that greeted me left me astounded. I was back to the moment I first entered. Old Wu still wore a word. He urgently shouted at me, and upon hearing his voice, I suddenly regained a semblance of clarity. Turning back, I realized that the elevator had not reached the 1st floor, but had instead halted at a mezzanine. Where is this? I asked warily. Lao Wu did not respond, continuing to press the closed door button. On the second attempt, the doors opened. I hesitated to make a move, only stepping out after I confirmed that it was indeed the 1st floor. This time, the custodian in white shoes seemed to have completely lost her vitality, lying there without any sign of wanting to rise again. Xiao Man screamed, preparing to call the police, while Lao Wu, drenched in sweat, hurried over to investigate. At that moment, I too was in a state of panic. Could it be that this custodian was trapped in a cycle of her own? Detached from the main narrative? Was there still hope for her? The scant information I had about her spun in my mind like a kaleidoscope. Suddenly, a thought struck me. It was that handkerchief, the one she had gifted me that night. Just a touch with it could potentially break the spell. I quickly rummaged through my pockets and, to my surprise, I found it, trembling. I held the handkerchief to wipe the blood from her face, fervently praying for a miracle. Indeed, it did not disappoint. The moment the handkerchief made contact with her body, all traces of blood vanished. Subsequently, she slowly rose, preparing to get up. She is awake. She is awake, I exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Xiao Man and Lao Wu. To my dismay, they had vanished. I was uncertain whether this marked the beginning of a new cycle or if the handkerchief had worked. Soon, the custodian in white shoes stood up. This time, instead of heading directly for the elevator, she suddenly spoke. Thank you, Manager Li. I was taken aback. Manager Li? Which storyline had I stepped into now? The title Manager Li was not supposed to surface at this moment. This utterance jolted me into realizing that I had lingered in this space for far too long. I had to return quickly. Otherwise, I might not be able to leave. Hastily, I pulled out my phone. Preparing to place an order, I typed in the address of the duty room, pressed send, and awaited my return. However, the message simply would not go through. The custodian in white shoes spoke. "Follow me." I was unsure whether to trust her, but at that moment, I had no other choice. Thus, I followed her down to the basement level. Upon reaching the end, she halted. Before us stood a heavy iron door, tightly shut. She turned to me, signaling for me to open it. This fire door was not easy to budge. She looked at me earnestly. "Fine, I'll open it." After considerable effort, the door finally creaked open. Releasing a musty odor, I covered my nose and stepped inside, only to discover a small boy sitting amidst a pile of debris. Upon closer inspection, it was the boy from the delivery station. How had he ended up here? At that moment, he was curled up in a cardboard box, clutching a picture book, his face streaked with tears. When the child saw me, he looked terrified. I turned to signal the custodian in white shoes to comfort him. A woman would undoubtedly provide more reassurance to the child. However, the custodian remained motionless, tears streaming down her face. It was then I realized the child could not see her at all. Managerly, "Could you help me take him out?" the woman pleaded through her tears. "Just take him out, even if you have to leave him by the roadside. Please, give him a chance to live." As she spoke, wounds suddenly erupted on her body, and her tears turned a deep crimson. What's wrong with you?" I gasped in horror. "Don't worry about me. Just take the child out, will you? I beg you." As she spoke, her wounds multiplied, and she grew increasingly frail. From her fragmented descriptions, I learned that she was merely a projection from another space, unable to open this door or take the child out. If I refused her, the child would be doomed, left to starve in this place. For no one knew that a child was locked away in the basement of this building. "You need to leave quickly, or the cycle will restart. You might end up trapped behind this fire door," she warned with great difficulty. Indeed, there could be no further hesitation. When decisive action is required, one must act. Although everything before me seemed utterly absurd, compassion compelled me to believe her. Without another word, I scooped up the child and dashed toward the elevator. Chapter 20. The final chance. I held the child tightly, exerting all my strength as I sprinted toward the elevator. Behind me, the custodian in white shoes let out a heart-wrenching wail. I couldn't bear it, nor did I dare to turn back. Yet the child clung to my shoulder, crying out, "Mama, Mama." It turned out they were mother and son. Now, he could see his mother, albeit one scarred and suffering. I did not know who was responsible for this calamity, but at that moment, I had resolved to seek justice for her. As we neared the elevator, the cries behind us gradually faded. Once I stepped into the elevator and glanced back at the fire door, it was indeed closed. Everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Had she been locked inside? A pang of sadness and sympathy welled up within me. Yet now was not the time for sorrow. I had to get the child to safety. When I regained my composure, I realized that all the buttons in the elevator had vanished, leaving only the buttons for the 13th and 18th floors flickering ominously. Both floors were places of strife, and I wished to avoid them. Yet, it seemed I had no other choice. After much hesitation, I ultimately reached out to press the 13. I reasoned that at least the 13th floor had that elderly lady. I would check there first. Perhaps she could offer assistance. The elevator ascended slowly, and the boy in my arms continued to wail. Having never cared for a child before, I felt at a loss, and no matter how I tried to comfort him, he was inconsolable. As we approached the 13th floor, I worried that if we made too much noise in that eerie environment, we might both fall into danger. Strangely, the instant the elevator chimed and the doors opened, the boy's cries abruptly ceased. Exiting the elevator, I hurried to locate the elderly lady's home. However, after knocking several times, there was no response from within. The surrounding silence was unnerving, filled only by the sound of knocking and our breaths. For some reason, this scene transported me back to when I had knocked on Wangbo's door. Panic began to set in. Just then, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed down the empty corridor, as if someone were rushing toward us. My heart raced, and I quickly lowered my head, placing a finger to my lips, whispering to the child in my arms, "Sweetheart, don't make a sound." The footsteps drew nearer, and I cautiously peered up, only to see a figure sprinting toward me. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than myself. The version of me was filled with terror, holding a child in my arms, sprinting down the corridor as if being pursued by something dreadful. Was this a warning that I should not linger here? A shiver ran down my spine and I turned and hurried back to the elevator. It seemed my only option was to head to the 18th floor. The elevator ascended once more, my heart racing even faster. If I encountered Qin Zhong's mistress, it would surely spell trouble. Just as I was worrying, the elevator doors opened. This floor was eerily silent as well. Just as we were about to step out, footsteps suddenly echoed from around the corner of the corridor. Surely not. Had they followed us from the 13th floor? As I fretted, a figure emerged from the corner. To my astonishment, it was the boss of the delivery station. What a stroke of luck! I rushed forward, eager to call out to him. Yet, it was as if he could not see us. As he passed right through me, I stood frozen, but then a thought flashed in my mind. It was the VIP service. Upon seeing the boss of the delivery station, I suddenly recalled that service. Did I not have one last chance? I could use it to send both the child and me back to the real world. With that thought, I quickly pulled out my phone and prepared to place an order. However, as I filled in the details and attempted to submit, I received a notification from customer service. This service can only accommodate one person at a time. I pressed further. What if we bundle two people together? The response was cold. Unless the other person shows no signs of life, it cannot be done. What was I to do? I wanted to save the child. But there was no way I could let him lose his life signs. After much deliberation, I gritted my teeth, deciding it was best to send the child away first. I was an adult. I could find a way to cope. Leaving a young child behind in this place equated to signing his death warrant. Without further hesitation, I quickly filled in the address and sent the child away. I chose the entrance of Yuanshan Building. There, amidst the crowd, the chances of the child being discovered were greater. The delivery station. An adult might not even be present at this hour. Pressing the send button. A blinding light enveloped me, prompting me to instinctively close my eyes, a sharp pain piercing my chest. When the light faded, everything returned to how it was a few moments prior. Yet now, the child had vanished. He must have been sent away. With that burden lifted, I immediately set my next course of action in motion. I focused on recalling the scene from when I first entered this space. It seemed to have been through the 7th floor archives. Could it be that returning there would lead me out? But now, there was no option for the 7th floor in the elevator. But there was another way. I could wait for the boss of the delivery station to come back upstairs and then follow him down. After an indeterminate amount of time, I dozed off. When I awoke again, I found myself seated in the elevator, half reclining against the wall. Suddenly, the elevator came to a stop on the 13th floor. Then, a multitude of men, women, old and young, poured in. This was the first time I had seen so many people since entering Yuanshan Building. I hastily rose to my feet, relinquishing my spot. The newcomers seemed oblivious to my presence, yet I felt an uncanny sense of familiarity upon glimpsing them, as if I had encountered them before. Just then, the elevator doors swung open unexpectedly, revealing the 4th floor. I had never set foot on the 4th floor of this building. The occupants of the elevator exited at a leisurely pace, and I followed suit. However, as soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I was taken aback by the scene before me. This was no longer the Yuanshan Building. It was unmistakably Wangjia Hutong No. 1. The very individuals I had seen on the staircase during my first visit to Wangjia Hutong No. 1 were now before me. Realizing something was amiss, I promptly retreated into the elevator, eager to press the close door button and escape. Yet, my body felt insubstantial, like a mere wisp, unable to interact with the physical world around me. I noticed I was the sole occupant left in the elevator, while those who had exited turned to gaze back at me. Their eyes were hollow, yet menacing, as if they had discovered an intruder among them and were preparing to return to the elevator. What were their intentions? I braced myself for the worst. Just at that moment, a hand reached out, unhurriedly pressing the button for the 1st floor. I turned to see the delivery station owner. He remained oblivious to my existence, engrossed in organizing packages. Outside the elevator, the figures had vanished, and the scene reverted to the familiar setting of Yuanshan Building. Then, with a chime, we arrived at the 1st floor. Was this the real world? Had I been saved? Chapter 21. Reunion. Stepping out of the elevator. My feet landed firmly on the first floor. A surreal sense of having survived a catastrophe washed over me. Before I could savor this grounding sensation, I hurriedly followed the delivery station owner into his shop, eager to confirm my return to reality. However, upon reaching the entrance, I was struck by a shocking revelation. Everything here had undergone a significant transformation. It was no longer the familiar place I once knew. Packages lay haphazardly strewn across the floor, devoid of shelves or any signs of life, and the small partitioned bedroom had vanished. My heart sank as I extended my hand to greet the delivery station owner, only to discover that he still could not see me. This was it. I was still trapped in this space, having not returned. Just as despair set in, a voice broke the silence from outside the door. I turned to see a scavenger accompanied by a small boy, standing timidly at the entrance, both drenched from the rain. "Boss, do you have any discarded boxes?" The scavenger's voice was tinged with caution and hope. This voice sounded eerily familiar. I rushed forward to investigate, and to my astonishment, it was none other than the delivery station owner's wife. I looked down to see the child she held was none other than the son of the cleaner in white shoes. Overwhelmed with shock, I was filled with joy. Thank goodness, the child was still alive. Yet, something felt off. How had the owner's wife become a scavenger? Had I disrupted the narrative somehow? Hearing the conversation, the delivery station owner quickly approached. "Boss, do you need these boxes?" The woman inquired once more, cautiously. The delivery station owner appeared momentarily bewildered, but soon responded cheerfully, "Yes, just give me a moment." He then retrieved a thick stack of boxes, all neatly packed. The woman seemed to realize these boxes were ones the owner had saved to sell, and no need for those. "Just give me what you don't want," she insisted, waving her hands. "Oh, it's nothing. They all for sale anyway. Besides, I have no time to sell scrap. Just take them. They're taking up space here." It seemed the delivery station owner, recognizing the woman's plight, insisted on giving her the boxes. Their brief exchange revealed an unfamiliarity between them. How strange! Weren't they supposed to be family in the real world? Suddenly, a fierce wind howled outside, accompanied by thunder and a deluge of rain. "Perhaps you should come back tomorrow. It's pouring, and you'll just get soaked." The delivery station owner frowned at the downpour. "All right then," the woman sighed, her tone tinged with disappointment, yet she appeared to have no better options. After a pause, she added, "Could we perhaps stay here to get out of the rain? The child is soaked." The boy stood beside her, blinking wearily, looking utterly exhausted. Of course, make yourselves comfortable," the delivery station owner replied, slightly shifting to create space for them. The woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly and then pulled a battered water bottle from her bag, softly asking the owner for water for the child. Without hesitation, the delivery station owner generously offered his untouched dinner, inviting them to share. As the two began to warm up to each other, the conversation flowed. I learned that the woman had once worked as a waitress in a restaurant at Wangjiahudong, but her boss had perished in a fire. With the owner's demise, the establishment crumbled, leaving her and her colleagues jobless. Her home was far away, and returning was impractical. She was the sole breadwinner, with elderly family members and children relying on her monthly remittances. Thus, she gritted her teeth and chose to remain in the city, albeit as a scavenger. The boy was someone she encountered while collecting trash around the building a few days prior. I passed by in the morning, and he was sitting there all alone. When I returned in the evening, he was still there. I asked people nearby, and they said he had been abandoned. Her voice was filled with sorrow. How cruel to leave such a young child on the roadside. The child seems to have been greatly traumatized, refusing to respond to any questions and crying incessantly. "Was there no note or anything?" the delivery station owner asked, his heart heavy. "No, nothing at all. Wait, there was this." She pulled an item from the child's pocket, and I focused intently to see it was the handkerchief. The very handkerchief given to me by the cleaner in white shoes. I quickly checked my own pockets, only to discover that the handkerchief was missing. Had it been taken along with the child when he was returned? At this moment, clarity dawned upon me. This child was indeed the son of the cleaner in white shoes, and his father was the murdered male cleaner. The delivery station owner's wife had fortuitously found him. The delivery station owner, through another twist of fate, had met both of them. Their bond was forged through shared compassion for the vulnerable, leading to an unexpected yet warm family unit. It was then that I comprehended the awkward laughter of the delivery station owner when he had not answered my question about why they lived apart. The answer was here all along. Just as I was lost in thought, I remembered I had a pressing matter to attend to. I needed to return to that small partitioned bedroom without delay. Drawing on my hazy memories, I sought the area where the wall was located, my hands frantically searching for a way through. Yet, the door seemed to have vanished, as if it had never existed. "Uncle, the bracelet." Suddenly, the child's clear voice rang out from behind me. I turned in astonishment. How did he recognize me? In this space, we were not supposed to know each other. More importantly, no one could see me here. Yet, there was no time to ponder as I hurriedly followed his suggestion and removed the bracelet. I began to sense the wall as I had before. At that moment, a faint sound echoed, followed by the gradual emergence of a shadowy door on the wall. A weight lifted from my heart. I took a deep breath and nervously turned the handle. The door opened slowly. "Uncle, goodbye." The boy bid me farewell as I opened the door. A pang of reluctance stirred within me. Fearing the pain of goodbye, I did not turn around but simply nodded slightly, whispering, "Listen to your new mother." Then, I stepped through the door without looking back. After all I had endured, no moment had made me feel so vulnerable as this. Perhaps this was the only truly meaningful thing I had accomplished since entering Yuanshan Building. The shadow of job loss and the anxiety of an uncertain future were painful realities. Yet at least I still had the chance to confront them. Those weaker than I, however, had not even the opportunity to confront their fate. They had been condemned without a trial. Just as I was reflecting on this, I suddenly found myself in an even more troublesome predicament. Upon returning to the mysterious delivery hub, my gaze fell upon countless identical closed doors stretching endlessly in all directions. This was maddening. How was I to return to the real world? Which door should I open? Problems always seemed to compound one upon another. Chapter 22. The space between this delivery hub was indeed extraordinary. No matter where one wandered, countless rooms stretched endlessly before and behind, to the left and right, with no end in sight. The space was devoid of any light source, yet it was not dark. All the doors looked identical, lacking even a number plate. I had initially considered choosing my lucky number, 7, or my birthday, 315, to try my luck in selecting a door. However, it was clear now that such a strategy was futile. To make matters worse, it seemed that every 10 seconds, these doors shifted positions. Consequently, I could no longer locate the door I had arrived through. "Forget it, I'll just open one at random," I declared. Reaching for a door behind me, to my surprise, upon opening it, I discovered yet another door within, resembling a nested doll. This layout screamed trouble, a category of doors one should never enter. If I went in, the outer door might close behind me, leaving me unable to open the inner door. Am I not, then, simply confined within this narrow space? Daring not to contemplate further, I hastily shut the door. However, upon opening an adjacent one, I was dismayed to discover it was locked. I twisted the handle with all my might, sensing an equal force pushing back from the other side. Just as I was preparing to exert myself again, the door suddenly swung open. In an instant, a figure rushed out, almost colliding with me. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than the owner of the courier station. At the moment our eyes met, it dawned on me that this time he could see me. "Managerly, what are you doing here?" His tone was rife with shock and unease. Overjoyed to hear a familiar voice, I rushed forward and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "You shouldn't be here. This is a place only for couriers. You are a guest." His reaction to my presence seemed to be more one of fright than delight. "It's all right, being a guest or not doesn't matter. Look, we've met just in time. I can finally go back," I exclaimed excitedly. Yet, his face was marred with worry as he gravely replied, "Managerly, it is extremely dangerous for you to be here." Seeing his distress, I gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. I succinctly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. "So, you've exhausted all 3 opportunities?" he asked anxiously for confirmation. I nodded solemnly. "That indeed complicates matters. This courier hub is under the control of Ms. Qin, and my access is granted by her. Without courier identification, you will be quickly discovered if you linger here." The owner of the courier station grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. "And what happens if I am discovered? Am I to be dismissed?" When he mentioned Ms. Qin, a sense of foreboding washed over me, for anything involving her rarely boded well. Being dismissed would be a fortunate outcome. Should Ms. Qin find out, she might turn you into an illegal worker. imprisoning you within this system forever. The owner's serious demeanor instilled an unsettling tension within me. I hurriedly inquired if there was a way out. He shook his head, visibly distressed. Then how did you enter each time? I asked with curiosity. Miss Cheen provided me with a phone that connects to a back-end system. IT accepts orders. Whenever a new order comes in, I can unlock the door on the wall. Once opened, it leads to this place, he explained earnestly. But after entering, how do you exit? All the doors look identical. I pursued my inquiry, puzzled. I don't need to search for the door. It will come to me. As long as I press the next step, it will automatically appear before me. He then demonstrated with his phone. As he clicked the next step, the doors in the space began to rotate rapidly. Soon, a door glowing green materialized in the 11 o'clock direction from us. He pointed at it, saying, "That is the door I will use to exit next." Understanding dawned upon me. Can I accompany you through that door? The owner of the courier station appeared troubled as he replied, "Exiting is certainly possible. However, each order corresponds to a specific door. You do not belong to that order." "Oh, what?" I pressed anxiously. "So, even if you can exit, you will still not return to the real world. You'll remain trapped in the spatial interstice." Spatial interstice? I was taken aback by his words. How could he possess knowledge of such an esoteric concept? Just as I was about to probe further, he interjected, "How did you arrive here in the first place?" I quickly raised my right hand to show him the bracelet. I explained that this bracelet functioned as an access card and recounted how I had utilized it to unlock the wall door. "Then why not try using the bracelet again? It might just be the master key," he suggested. Before I could finish, he interrupted, "Yes. How did I not think of that? But the question remains, how do we attempt it?" The previous wall door, although invisible, was somewhat locatable. Now, while all the doors are visible, I have no idea where they are specifically. As we were conversing, the owner's phone suddenly emitted an alarmed, "I don't know. We are running out of time." He dashed towards the glowing door, calling back, "Manager Lee, wait for me. Once I deliver this order, I will find a way to help you escape." As he departed, the door closed, causing the spatial configuration to shift once more. This time, I kept a vigilant eye on the door through which he had exited. We had met at the same door. Could it be that I would also leave through it? With this thought, I rushed towards the door. To my dismay, the bracelet showed no response. Then, I started from this door and ran 500 meters in each of the 4 cardinal directions, one by one, to sense for any reaction. Yet, there was still no response. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the ground, feeling utterly dejected. Surely, I could not be trapped here indefinitely. Just as I was fretting, the light in the space suddenly vanished. Plunging everything into darkness, darkness enveloped me. The bracelet began to stir restlessly. In the obscurity, it emitted a faint green glow. Why that dim light? I appeared to discern a familiar door. Slowly, I rose, gripping the bracelet as I approached the door. As I drew nearer, the details became clearer. Was this not room 606? The door to Wang Bo's residence. How could it appear here? Just then, the door creaked open. "Li Yong." A familiar voice resonated from within. Yet, it was too dark to see anything clearly. "Li Yong, come in." When I hesitated, the voice called again. Despite having encountered numerous bizarre occurrences over the past few days, my courage faltered in the face of such an unsettling scene. "Li Yong, hurry." The voice grew impatient, drawing closer. At last, I recognized who it was. It was H.R. Old Wu. Chapter 23. Confused address. To be honest, my previous relationship with Old Wu had been rather indifferent. However, throughout the tumult of these past few days, he had inadvertently assisted me quite a bit. It would not be an exaggeration to say we had shared trials together. Yet, for reasons unknown, I felt a profound fear and aversion to his summons at this moment. It seemed to me that the voice emanating from inside was not truly him, but rather some terrifying entity disguised as him, attempting to ensnare me. Reflecting on his previous managerial position and Xiao Man's description of his disappearance, I could not shake the feeling of an inexplicable rift between us. Was he human or a specter? Until I could ascertain the answer to that question, I dared not respond to the call from within. "Li Yong, hurry! There is no time." Noticing my prolonged silence, the voice grew frantic. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the door, like lightning, aiming for my neck, as if intent on dragging me inside. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to evade the grasping hand. In a fluid motion, I clenched my right fist, channeling the force of the wind, and struck deep into the darkness. A resounding thud echoed, akin to hitting a sandbag. Pain shot through my fist, as though I had struck the opponent's face. Indeed, the figure within staggered and fell before me, groaning in agony, instinctively covering his mouth with his hands. He knelt weakly, blood seeping through his fingers, staining the ground beneath him. Managerly, he murmured weakly, lifting his head to reveal a bloodied tooth cradled in his palm. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this person was not Hr. Old Wu. It was, astonishingly however, his teeth appeared to be severely injured, and the pain interrupted his narration. But what? I hesitantly probed further. Yet, it seemed that the system had detected the issue, resulting in a reduction of the delivery time to merely half of the usual duration. So, is that why you were so anxious to call for me? Yes. If we miss the deadline, we won't be able to return. Upon uttering this statement, the delivery station owner exhibited a sense of exhilaration, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. He then picked up his phone to inspect his injured mouth, muttering to himself, "Fortunately, it's only one tooth that's fallen out. One tooth." Upon hearing this, my hair stood on end. That can't be right. I distinctly recall his appearance when we first met. He was already missing one front tooth. Therefore, that tooth should not have fallen out at this moment. I hastily inquired, "Weren't you already missing a tooth before? How could another one have fallen out now?" My question was rather abrupt. However, he seemed to grasp my intent. Nodding earnestly as he continued, "This is precisely the bad news I need to share with you. This operation exploited a bug in the system, which means there will be unpredictable risks during the delivery process." It turned out that after placing my order, the delivery station owner immediately sensed something was amiss. He noticed that the previously missing front tooth had suddenly reappeared. He was quite flustered and uncertain about how to proceed. So he pressed on with the next step. This unforeseen risk altered the fate of his teeth in a short span of time, and what may transpire in the long run remains unknown. Yet, there was no energy left to ponder such matters. After he finished speaking, I quickly reassured him, "The danger has yet to manifest. Let us not be overly anxious." However, his front tooth revealed a significant issue. The emergence of this risk would not alter the eventual outcome. "Look, although your tooth has been affected, it ultimately could not escape the fate of falling out." Upon hearing my words, he let out a laugh and shook his head in resignation. At this point, another question struck me. "You wrote my name as the recipient. What exactly are you sending?" Upon hearing my inquiry, he suddenly smiled knowingly and said, "Check your pocket." I hastily extended my hand, rummaging through the pockets of my jacket and trousers. To my astonishment, I retrieved it, the handkerchief, the very handkerchief that the white shoe cleaner had given me. But wasn't that handkerchief returned to its rightful owner? Could it be him? Noticing my puzzled expression, the delivery station owner seemed to have anticipated my thoughts and said earnestly, "It's exactly as you think. Don't underestimate children. They understand more than you realize. You are a good person. One of the few good people here." His voice dwindled, as if those words were meant solely for himself. Yet, in the midst of our conversation, I suddenly recognized that he had changed. He was no longer the humble delivery person I once knew. From discussing the spatial layers to the system bug, even now, he no longer addressed me with the formal you. Was as if he had transformed entirely. "Dio, you think I seem different from before?" He seemed to read my mind. I was about to respond, but he interrupted himself. "I'll explain more later. This place is not safe. We must leave quickly." The address I initially set for the delivery was the duty room on the 7th floor. To my shock, we had been brought to Wangjia Hutong. Something was undoubtedly amiss here. "What?" His words nearly sent me into a frenzy. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? That address is miles apart." Moreover, I hesitated to continue, fearing it might frighten him. Several times, I had found myself in peril due to being ensnared in the illusions of Wangjia Hutong. This indicated that this place was exceedingly dangerous. Just as my thoughts settled, suddenly, at the end of the alley, a 6-story residential building illuminated with light. The glow resembled flames, brightening from the 1st floor to the 6th, contrasting sharply with the dim surroundings. As the light intensified, it appeared as if the building was about to catch fire. Not good. I internally screamed in alarm. Wasn't this precisely the scene of a fire at Wangjia Hutong No. 1? Chapter 24. Entering the inner world, the lights of the residential building grew ever brighter, resembling a fire. Amidst the crimson glow, dark spots intermingled, resembling throngs of heads. Their outlines were indistinct, barely discernible as human shapes, yet exuding an indescribable sense of distortion and eeriness. Witnessing this scene, images from the security guards' clippings sprang to mind, one of which depicted a building ablaze, identical to the current site. The building seemed on the verge of combustion, yet around us, there was an eerie silence. It felt as if only the delivery station owner and I could witness this spectacle. As we approached, the shadows within the firelight began to grow larger. Lunging toward the window as if attempting to break free or grasp us, we found ourselves in a dire predicament. If we left this alley, we would have to forge ahead, for it was a dead end with no retreat. The path ahead was blocked by this peculiar building. Just as we were about to pass the entrance, the lights of the building suddenly dimmed, reducing to half of their original brightness, transforming from a vibrant, glaring red to a somber, chilling dark red, reminiscent of the hues in an old horror film. As the lights shifted, a group of people emerged from the first floor, men and women, old and young. Just like the last time I encountered them in the elevator on the fourth floor, their expressions were blank, their gazes vacant and devoid of life, their movements mechanical. I restrained myself from focusing on them. Yet my eyes betrayed me, irresistibly drawn to their figures. Sensing my discomfort, the delivery station owner quickly whispered in my ear, "Don't stare at them. If anyone approaches you, do not engage." I understood this reasoning. Previously, HR Oldwu had cautioned me, stating that even if one saw such unclean beings, it was imperative to act as if one hadn't teeth. If they realized you could see them, escape would become nearly impossible. Just as we were conversing, a low buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the building. The noise was not loud, yet it carried a sense of urgency, as if it were a warning from some unknown entity. "Run!" the delivery station owner shouted at me. Yet, before I could react, a surge of people swept us apart. I focused and noticed another wave of individuals emerging from the first-floor lobby. They were identical to the previous group. From numbers to ages, genders to appearances, it was as if an entire group had been copied and pasted. Soon, the throng swelled exponentially, nearly filling the entire alley. They moved as if out for a stroll. Jostling against one another, I found myself trapped in the midst, unable to move, ultimately swept into the building by the crowd. The hallway was permeated with a musty odor, the walls marked with stains from smoke. The lights flickered erratically, occasionally accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. This scene was utterly different from when I had visited before. While that visit had been strange, it had still been within tolerable limits. Now, everything felt as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. I was carried along by the throng until I reached a door on the first floor, slightly ajar. Inside, I could hear the sounds of clicking, reminiscent of someone typing on a keyboard. This was peculiar. Who could possibly be typing in such an environment? Fear overpowered curiosity. I felt no desire to open the door, only to flee from this place. Yet at that moment, my body seemed to be controlled by an external force which pushed the door open. The instant the door swung open, I was taken aback. There sat a familiar figure. Was that not Xiaoman? She was facing away from me, seated before a computer devoid of power, relentlessly typing away. I felt a twinge of fear toward Xiaoman, for she had persistently appeared in various nightmares and hallucinations. I longed to leave, but my body would not obey. Suddenly, the sound of typing ceased. Xiaoman sat still, frozen in place. Seeing this, I felt a sense of foreboding. I sensed that in the next moment, she would unleash something. Sure enough, Xiaoman slowly turned her head. In that instant, I saw her face, streaked with tears, an expression of profound anguish. "Liang, save me, rescue me." Her voice was fragmented, as if someone were choking her. "I can't write anymore. I don't want to write. Quickly. Take this computer away." Xiaoman continued to plead with me. Her tone felt different from the previous nightmares. She seemed genuinely like Xiaoman now. Trusting my instincts, I cautiously approached her. I noticed that Xiaoman sat in a peculiar posture. Her lower body faced me while her upper body was turned away. This sight was exceedingly unsettling. I dared not look for long, and swiftly knocked the computer from in front of her. Almost simultaneously, as the computer fell, Xiaoman's body rebounded, returning to normal. This was far too strange. "Liang, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me." The newly restored Xiaoman's expression grew even more pained. As she spoke, her tears turned black, What's wrong with you? Though fear gripped me, I could not bear to leave her alone. Sensing my concern, Xiaoman suddenly burst into laughter. This is it, that laugh, it's back to the kind from my nightmares. She remained facing away from me, her body unmoving, yet her neck twisted a full 180 degrees, her face turning towards me as she laughed maniacally. Not bad. Quite the responsible one. With that, she suddenly reached out, grasping my neck, her body twisting like a pretzel as she continued to rage. What are you doing here? Who sent you to ruin my plans? I found myself paralyzed by the sudden assault, unable to move for a moment. Instinctively, my hands reached to pry away the grip of Xiaoman's hand around my throat, only to discover her strength was astonishingly formidable. With great difficulty, I managed to force a few words from my throat. Xiaoman? What has happened to you? The smile on Xiaoman's face twisted into an even more sinister grin as she leaned closer, black tears cascading down her cheeks and dripping onto my face. I struggled desperately, my feet flailing against the ground in search of leverage to escape her grasp. Suddenly, I recalled the handkerchief tucked away in my pocket. In this dire predicament, it could prove to be my salvation. Summoning the last vestiges of my strength, I awkwardly reached into my pocket, grasping the handkerchief, and then flung it towards Xiaoman's face. She winced in pain and loosened her grip, allowing me to tumble to the ground. Gasping for breath, before I could regain my composure, the surrounding environment began to violently distort and contort. The walls appeared to melt like wax, and the ground undulated unevenly, as though I were trapped in a colossal blender. Xiaoman observed me coldly from the side, her body gradually enveloped by a shroud of black mist. Did you think you could escape? Everyone here will become his sacrifice. I rose to my feet, suppressing the terror within, and shouted, You are not Xiaoman. Who are you really? Xiaoman, shrouded in black mist, erupted into a maniacal laugh. With a sweep of her arm, countless charred, blackened hands emerged from the fog, hurtling towards me with alarming speed. Brace yourself, quickly, get the prayer beads. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the darkness. Following the sound, I looked outside the window to see a pair of enormous eyes fixated on us. The owner of those eyes gradually lowered their head, revealing a massive, aged face hovering in the air. What now? A giant? I squinted for clarity. The newcomer was indeed the elderly woman from the 13th floor. Chapter 25. The mystery of the giant Xiaoman's combat prowess far exceeded my own, and I struggled to keep up. My clothes were drenched in sweat, my limbs began to weaken, and I was at a loss as to my next move. Just then, the giant woman's voice echoed again. Hurry! Remove your prayer beads and put them on her. Her commanding shout snapped me back to reality, and my hand instinctively reached for my wrist, as if the beads sensed the tension in the air. Their temperature rising steadily, they quivered slightly, urging me to act swiftly. To my astonishment, as my fingers grazed the beads, I realized something was amiss. I was touching two sets of prayer beads. Looking down, I saw one red and one green. The green one was given to me by the elderly woman from the 13th floor, while the red one was a gift from Uncle Wong. But didn't the security guard throw the red one away? How could it reappear in my grasp? Noticing my fixation on my wrist, the giant woman's voice rang out once more. They are but illusions. Do not look, do not look. Her voice nearly shattered the glass. Use only your hands. Do not rely on your eyes. With no time for contemplation, I complied with her instructions. To my surprise, I managed to successfully remove the beads. However, a new dilemma arose. At that moment, Xiaoman had at least a dozen arms. Which one should I place the beads on? Quickly, any arm will do. There's no time to hesitate. The elderly woman outside, sensing my indecision, kept shouting. Hearing this, Xiaoman swiftly retracted all her arms in that fleeting moment. I seized the opportunity, reaching out to grasp the nearest arm. The limb was veined and cold, exuding a foul stench. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly placed the beads upon it. The instant the beads made contact with her skin, a beam of green light shot skyward, centered around Xiaoman. This green light expanded, ultimately engulfing all the red surrounding us. The entire world began to be enveloped in this green aura that I felt as if I had returned to the 13th floor. It's all right, it's all right, the giant woman's voice reassured me once more. Following her voice, I spotted a familiar security door emerging from the dense green fog. Then, with a creak, The door swung open, revealing the elderly woman from the 13th floor. "Come in, quickly," she beckoned me with urgency as she stood at the threshold. "Where's that giant? Wasn't he that her too?" I wondered aloud, but before I could finish my thought, she interrupted. "You come in first. I will explain everything to you later." It seemed she could read my mind, as she urged me on, insisting that this was no safe place. As she spoke, the green light began to flicker and waver, gradually intertwining with flashes of red, as if the red were on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. Sensing the imminent danger, I hurried through her door. Indeed, behind this door lay the elderly woman's home, exactly as it had been on my last visit. "You refused the prayer beads I offered you before. Look how perilous this situation has become." As soon as I stepped inside, her complaints began. Yet I paid her no heed, preoccupied with scanning the surroundings in search of the giant. "Did you see a giant?" Before I could voice my question, the elderly woman spoke first. "That was me. Not an actual giant." Seeing my bewildered expression, she gestured towards the peephole and continued. "I appeared as a giant because I was magnified by the peephole." The elderly woman then recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out she had been alone at home when she suddenly heard a commotion outside her door. Peering through the peephole, she saw me entangled with a swirling mass of red mist. This red mist immediately raised her alarm, for no red should ever appear on the 13th floor. Then, she spotted a multi-armed figure amidst the red mist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she had rushed to warn me. But at that moment, I seemed to be under some spell, completely ignoring her. In a panic, she opened the door to come to my aid, only to find nothing outside. She quickly retreated back into her room, continuing to observe through the peephole, only to discover that the earlier scene persisted. It was at that moment she realized we were in different realms, connected solely by her peephole. After the elderly woman explained everything, I finally understood why she had manifested as a giant. It was all due to the peephole, in the intertwining of time and space. From my perspective, her body appeared infinitely enlarged, taking on the form of a giant. There existed an invisible barrier, which is why she could only warn me from outside the building, unable to enter and assist. Just as we were speaking, I suddenly realized that the delivery station owner had not returned with me. "Grandma, when you saved me earlier, did you see anyone else?" I grasped the elderly woman's arm, urgency lacing my voice. She frowned and shook her head gently. Seeing her expression, a sense of foreboding washed over me. "That person was short and missing a front tooth. We were together until the crowd dispersed us. I have no idea where he is now or if he is in danger." My heart raced, for the delivery station owner had risked himself to save me. If anything were to happen to him, I would bear the weight of that guilt. Noticing my troubled countenance, the elderly woman reassured me. "If you truly wish to find him, I will help you." With that, she rose and walked into the inner room. Moments later, she emerged with a black plastic bag. "I can't guarantee it will work, but it's worth a try," she said. Handing me the bag, I opened it to find it filled with paper money. "What is this for?" The situation had already surpassed my comprehension. "It's for burning. Fire can open a passage to another world. However, the spark to ignite this new realm requires careful consideration. This method left by our ancestors is quite effective." Sensing my skepticism, the elderly woman refrained from elaborating further, instructing instead, "When you burn it, call out his name. This is something you must do yourself. No one can do it for you. Go to the corner by the elevator." The elevator? The mention of that location conjured the memory of my first encounter with the elderly woman. "Yes, that's where you first saw me." She nodded gravely in affirmation. After saying this, she moved to open the door for me. Hesitant, I clutched the plastic bag, uncertain whether to proceed. Despite the strange occurrences of recent days, I still found it difficult to fully trust her words. "Remember, when you burn the paper, ignore anyone who calls out to you. Do not engage with anyone who approaches, whether they seek assistance or even insult you. Ignore them all," the elderly woman warned me with a serious demeanor. "They may not be human at all." Chapter 26. Burning paper to call a soul. Having accepted the elderly woman's instructions, I stepped out with the items in hand. The corridor was eerily silent, with only the sound of my footsteps echoing. I gazed toward the end of the hallway and soon spotted the corner where the elderly woman had previously burned paper. I hurried to that spot and discovered the remnants of her ritual, a metal basin filled with ashes. Remembering the scene from my childhood when visiting graves, I trembled as I crouched down to ignite the yellow paper in my hands. A wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept through, causing the flame to flicker uncertainly, nearly extinguishing several times. Just then, I noticed a few faint sparks hidden among the ashes. Seizing the opportunity, I ignited the yellow paper from those sparks. As the flames roared to life, I seemed to hear a distant weeping, punctuated by voices calling my name. My hands trembled with anxiety, causing the paper to shake as sparks scattered. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind surged, intensifying the flames, yet the temperature around me plummeted, and I could see my breath as white mist. In this clash of extremes, the fire in the basin surged uncontrollably, threatening to spiral out of control. No, it can't be catching fire. The instinct of the duty manager compelled me to rise swiftly, stamping my feet vigorously to extinguish the fire. What are you doing? Suddenly, the voice of the elderly lady resonated from behind me. I turned to see her standing there, a look of reproach etched on her face. Do you not realize that a fire cannot be doused while it is still burning? It must wait until the paper is completely consumed. As she spoke, she pushed me aside and crouched down to rescue the feeble flames. Strangely enough, despite her efforts, the paper refused to ignite. No matter what she did. With a sigh, she beckoned me over. Indicating that I should give it another try, I hurriedly crouched down and clicked the lighter. Flames erupted, yet the yellow paper remained unlit. Seems this is the only way, she declared, seizing my right hand and suddenly producing a sewing needle. Jabbing it forcefully, I yelped in pain as blood oozed from my fingertip, and as it dripped onto the yellow paper, the fire flared back to life. Incredible! If you are looking for someone, hasten to call their name. With the fire rekindled, the elderly lady quickly distanced herself from the brazier, simultaneously urging me on. Call his name. Upon her prompting, I abruptly realized that I had no knowledge of the courier station owner's name. What had Hr Old Wu called him last time? Old Tang? Then I shall call him Old Tang. I decided. To my surprise, the elderly lady became instantly animated upon hearing me utter that name. Pressing further, which Old Tang are you calling? The owner of the courier station, Old Tang. The one from Building B. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she grasped my hand. Continuing to inquire, was he with you just now? Together in Wangjia Hutong. I could not fathom her agitation, yet I sensed it was not a good omen, so I dared not conceal the truth and replied, Yes, he just came to rescue me and accidentally lost a tooth in the process. To my astonishment, the elderly lady seized my hand and hurriedly led me towards the house. What is it? Grandma? I asked, bewildered and anxious. Yet she remained silent, gesturing for me to quicken my pace. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the house, but the door was locked. Oh no, she exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. Grandma, did you forget the key? I inquired, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It is not a matter of the key. This door cannot be locked from the outside. But now it is, she replied, continuing to futilely twist the doorknob. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Hearing this sound, the elderly lady grew anxious, muttering, Oh no, oh no. There is nowhere left to hide. Seeing her flustered, I finally grasped the seriousness of our predicament. However, I did not wish to add to her distress, so I reassured her, It's all right. There is still the staircase over there. Before I could finish my sentence, she interrupted me. I cannot leave the 13th floor. I can't go anywhere. You must hurry downstairs. Why? I asked, my heart racing. But the elderly lady was unwilling to elaborate, merely waving her hand for me to leave. I shook my head. That one dude, I am the one who caused this trouble. How can I simply run away? Grandma, wait here for me. I will take a look. I comforted her, preparing to check near the brazier. As the footsteps seemed to be emanating from that direction, although fear gripped my heart, I understood that retreat was no longer an option. Whatever was to come, I must face it. Cautiously, I approached the spot where the paper had burned, only to find the flames extinguished. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, yet no one was in sight. Suddenly, the elevator doors slid open. I stared in disbelief as the elderly lady stood inside, her expression void of emotion as she beckoned me. What a peculiar sight, Grandma! I exclaimed, astonished. But before I could finish, the elevator doors closed. The display screen began to flash numbers until it stopped at 7. The elderly lady went to the 7th floor? Did she not say she couldn't leave the 13th floor? Fearing it was yet another illusion, I dashed back to her doorstep, only to discover she was indeed gone. However, the door was ajar. Could it be that she had returned? Yet, according to her usual habits, she would never leave the door unlatched after entering. My mind was now in turmoil. Should I enter, or head to the 7th floor to investigate? If, as she claimed, she could not leave the 13th floor, then the figure I saw in the elevator could not have been her. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from within. Someone must be inside. I cautiously pushed open the door, sidling into the room, but it appeared unchanged, with no sign of any person. Wait! There was a silhouette on the wall. It darted across the surface and quickly vanished into the inner room. Should I venture in? Gritting my teeth, I seized a stool from the living room and cautiously made my way towards the inner chamber. Just as I stepped halfway inside, a dark figure suddenly lunged from the corner. Propelled by a gust of wind straight towards me, without time to think, I raised the stool and swung it at the shadow. It nimbly evaded my strike and retaliated swiftly, sending a jolt through me as I struggled to maintain my grip on the stool. Its counterattack was formidable. I found myself on the defensive, desperately swinging the stool to fend off the blows. After a fierce exchange, seizing the right moment, I swung the stool with all my might. Catching the shadow off guard and sending it sprawling to the ground, I swiftly pounced, using the stool to pin the figure down, only to realize it was the courier station owner. Old Tang? Manager Lee? We both recognized each other simultaneously, exclaiming in unison. Chapter 27. The invitation of the departed. After some tentative exchanges, we confirmed that we were indeed who we claimed to be, both exhaling in relief. It turned out that after being swept away by the crowd, the courier station owner had also meandered into that 6-story residential building. Strangely, it seemed as if we had agreed, entering the same room one after the other. However, upon entering, I had seen Xiaoman, while he had only seen me. Upon my arrival, I spotted you standing in the middle of that room. I called out to you, and you turned, beckoning me to come closer. The courier station owner recounted, straining to recall. What kind of door was it? I pressed eagerly, my mind conjuring the image of the security door from the elderly lady's home. It was like a security door. He furrowed his brow, trying to remember. At his words, I pointed to a nearby door, asking, Is this the one? The courier station owner looked in the direction I indicated and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's the one. It emitted a green glow, and I felt uneasy, so I didn't dare to enter. But you walked in without a second glance, and I couldn't hold you back. That's settled then. We both saw the same door on the 13th floor, the courier station owner continued. He then elaborated on how he followed me through the door, only to be met with a dark figure charging at him the moment he stepped inside. He let out a yell and stumbled backward, nearly toppling over. The figure, relentless, advanced towards him with a stool raised to strike. It took all his strength to regain his balance. As I listened to his account, a sense of unease washed over me. His dark figure was me, while mine had been him. Could it be that the act of burning paper had successfully summoned us? Just as I pondered this, he suddenly inquired, Manager Lee, what did you call me just now? This question left me momentarily at a loss. In the heat of the moment, I couldn't recall what I had shouted. I called. Old Tang? Yes, that's it. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he pressed further. How did you know my surname is Tang? Very few people here are aware. Consequently, I recounted the incident of my inadvertent encounter with Old Wu while seeking the courier station owner. I was looking for Manager Wu. Was there anyone else around? What was I like at that time? Did Manager Wu sign for me? He inquired anxiously after hearing my narrative. I struggled to recall. I replied, I can't quite remember, and my primary focus was on the white shoe cleaning. Memories began to coalesce. Suddenly, the images in my mind sharpened. No, he had not been present at the scene. I had transformed into his likeness to seek out Old Wu. I shouted, and immediately I realized this crucial clue. So, did you manage to get Manager Wu's signature? Did he sign for you? His tone was filled with apprehension, and he began to ramble. That moment, my memories once again grew hazy. I should think not. Because afterward, I reverted to my true self. Not your likeness. He, unwilling to relent, pressed on, and then, did I appear again? Later? Indeed, you did seem to appear, at the end of that corridor. Xiaoman blocked my path, and the courier station owner briefly appeared. Moreover, at that moment, he had not miscalled my name. Xiaoman continuously referred to me as Manager Wu, yet he recognized me as Manager Li. Yes, right at the end of this corridor on the 13th floor. You acknowledged me, still holding something, asking me to sign, saying the whole family relied on it for their livelihood. I exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, his face turned pale, fear flooding his expression. Did you sign it? I shook my head. Seeing my denial, he sighed in relief, muttering to himself, that is good. Not signing is a relief, then. He suddenly looked up, seriousness etched on his face as he cautioned. From now on, no matter what I ask you to sign, do not sign it. Not just from me, but anyone here who asks for your signature, do not sign. Why? Just as I was about to speak, he interrupted me, saying, I cannot explain right now that I am in a difficult situation. But please believe me. Seeing him like this, I felt it inappropriate to press further, yet an ominous premonition lingered in my heart. At that moment, I suddenly recalled the old lady. Where was she now? Was she safe? If she were to fall into danger because of helping me, my guilt would be unbearable. Manager Li, we must leave quickly. This place is not safe. The owner of the courier station urged upon noticing my frozen state. His call snapped me back to reality. All right, can you accompany me to the 7th floor shortly? I wish to find someone. I made an unwelcome request. To my surprise, he readily agreed. No problem. Who are you looking for? Thus, I recounted my recent encounter with the old lady and the incident of the paper offerings. However, as soon as I finished speaking, he recoiled as if scalded, shaking his head vigorously and rejecting my request. I'm sorry, Manager Li, I can't help with this. I want no part in the matter on the 13th floor. Nor do I dare to. Just then, he trembled and pointed at the old lady's photograph on the wall, asking, Is she the one you are looking for? Noticing his unusual expression, I quickly turned my head to follow his finger. In an instant, a chill shot through me from my feet to my head. There, hanging silently on the wall, was a black and white memorial portrait, its frame marred with age. I felt electrified, my scalp tingling, standing dumbfounded. How could this be? I had visited this room several times before. How had I never seen it? This old lady, she is an omen. The owner of the courier station glanced at the photograph and whispered. The last time I encountered this old lady's paper offerings, I sensed something was amiss. This building has long been shrouded in her legend, yet no one has ever seen her. People in the building say she does not appear easily. But once she does, bloodshed follows. Just as he spoke, a sudden noise erupted from the door, startling us both as we turned our gaze toward the entrance. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a gaunt hand. Following the hand, I looked up in disbelief. It was the old lady. She had returned. If I am an omen, then what are you? Before even stepping inside, she asked in a trembling voice. Clearly, she had overheard our previous conversation. The question rendered the owner of the courier station speechless. Grandma, you are back. I felt a twinge of fear, yet as I reflected, it was the old lady who had helped me in times of peril. Even if she were not human, she bore no malice towards me. Hence, my anxiety was somewhat alleviated. However, the old lady disregarded my concern and continued her questioning. Child, have you ever considered? When you burn paper offerings to summon someone, who do you actually call forth? Can you summon the living? The living? Oh. At her words, I felt a jolt of electricity coursing through my body. Burning paper is meant for communicating with the deceased. How could one easily summon the living? Could it be that I glanced in horror at the owner of the courier station? Chapter 28. Who is lying? Seeing my distrustful gaze, the owner of the courier station grew flustered. He waved his hands frantically, explaining, No, it's not as you think. I wasn't summoned by you. It feels as though someone has orchestrated this, deliberately leading me here. Manager Li, please do not fall for it. As he defended himself, the old lady promptly interrupted. Burning paper cannot summon the living. It only reaches the spirits. Your presence here already indicates that you are no longer among the living. Otherwise, how could you have been summoned? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere froze. The owner of the courier station was blushing with agitation, stomping his feet in protest. I am alive and well. Do not curse me. He then pointed accusingly at the photograph on the wall, countering, What does this photograph signify? How could a healthy individual hang such a picture? especially an elderly person who is most particular about such matters. How could they hang a memorial portrait in their home? His question appeared somewhat reasonable, prompting me to quickly turn to the old lady. Yet she remained unfazed, snorting coldly. This photograph is merely a facade. You people come to my home seeking trouble too frequently. If I had not feigned my death, would this have ended? Do not falsely accuse me. I have never been to your home, let alone caused you any trouble. The owner of the courier station was growing increasingly irate. His voice devoid of the earlier fright, now filled with anger. Unyielding, the old lady turned to me, continuing, "Do you recall your last visit to the 13th floor? In the elevator, I saw you with him. Which is why I hurried to offer you fire paper to ward off evil. But he took you away instead." She spoke. Her lips trembled, her anxious gaze fixed on me. Do not be fooled by his innocent demeanor. He is full of malice. He is the henchman of that woman, and the previous manager met his demise at the hands of these people. What? Upon hearing about the previous manager, I instinctively exclaimed. Grandma, are you referring to old Wu? Is it Wu Xinxin? Did he really die? I bombarded her with a barrage of questions. Manager Li, do not listen to her nonsense. She is trying to sow discord. The owner of the courier station shouted in response. When it came to the previous manager, he too became agitated. The old lady, unwilling to give him a chance to speak, quickly interjected, I believe his surname was Wu. But I cannot recall his full name. I only remember he was nearsighted and wore very thick glasses. Yes, that must be old Wu, the owner of the courier station exclaimed, hastily pulling me aside. Manager Wu wears glasses. Everyone in this building knows that. Her mentioning this detail proves nothing. In fact, she has many suspicious points herself. What suspicious points? I asked nervously. Did she not say she could not leave the 13th floor? Why then did she just take the elevator to the 7th floor? Upon this reminder, I too suddenly recognized the inconsistency. I turned to the old lady, only to find her expression tense, her face paling. Eyes filled with fear. I never left the 13th floor. Do not slander me. Then she fixed her gaze upon me, trembling as she explained. You mentioned wanting to check by the fire bowl. I feared for your safety. So I followed you, however. You moved too quickly, and by the time I arrived, you were already gone. The old lady continued, stating that upon finding me absent, she hastily returned, worried that I might not find her later. To her surprise, upon reaching her door, she discovered it ajar, and then overheard our conversation. Initially, she had no intention of entering, fearing that the owner of the courier station would expose her feigned death. Yet after listening for a while, realizing I was being deceived, she bravely entered. I could have ignored this matter, but I could not bear to see you harmed by him, the old lady said. Her face etched with genuine sorrow. At this point in the argument, I felt more confused than ever. To be honest, I had initially harbored distrust towards both of them. Yet, after encountering danger multiple times, they had always aided me in evading peril. Now, studying their expressions, both were serious yet bore an air of grievance, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the truth. Why thoughts raced, recalling the bracelet it had once helped me fend off the demonized Xiao Man. If one of them were not human, would it not also assist me? This line of thought seemed somewhat plausible, but then I questioned its validity. The bracelet had been gifted by the old lady. If she were the problematic one, the bracelet might not react at all. Manager Li, child. Seeing my prolonged silence, they both called out in unison. I snapped back to attention, presenting them with the dilemma. So what now? Do you both wish for me to eliminate the other? Upon hearing my words, both fell silent. After a moment, the owner of the courier station broke the silence. Manager Li, this can be easily resolved. We can go downstairs together and stay in my shop. When those who come to collect packages arrive, you can inquire whether I have any issues. His suggestion seemed genuinely feasible. We should indeed descend to a more populated area. All right. Let us go down now. I accepted the proposal and prepared to rise, only to be halted by the old lady. She anxiously exclaimed, Child, how naive you are. Do you think going down with him means you are truly heading to the first floor? Have you considered that he might lead you to his territory? Is that elevator secure? Do you know it often transports people to a mezzanine? Her words jolted my memory back to that fateful night. Indeed, I had been with the owner of the courier station then. When we took the elevator, we encountered a mezzanine. He had recklessly attempted to rush out, and it was I who stopped him. Ultimately, it was Qin who discovered us, allowing us to escape. The suspicions of that night, in light of the old lady's words, seemed to find their answers. Child, you must not leave this room. Regardless of what happens, this is still my domain. No matter how much he stirs trouble, he cannot make waves here. But if you step out of this room, I will be powerless. The old lady grasped my hand, her urgency palpable, fearing I might not believe her. Sensing my wavering trust, the owner of the courier station grew frantic. Managerly, the entire 13th floor is inherently strange. Look at all these rooms, yet no one has ever come down from the 13th floor. No one has ever taken the elevator to this place, so, can you imagine what kind of people reside here? As he spoke, he moved towards me, attempting to pull me out. Noticing my lack of movement, he anxiously shouted, Managerly, we must leave this place immediately. If you stay here any longer, your mind will become clouded. If she manages to brainwash you, you'll be trapped here forever. They rely on this method to find scapegoats. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the door. Chapter 29. The night watchman. The footsteps echoing down the corridor were peculiar, accompanied by the sound of chains scraping against the floor. The noise was remarkably loud, audible even within the confines of the room. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's face paled. Her eyes filled with terror as she urgently shouted at me, Quick, shut the door. Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed into the inner room. Witnessing her frantic demeanor, I realized something was amiss and hurried to the door, preparing to close it. However, the footsteps arrived before I could act. Just as I was about to shut the door, a hand, riddled with pockmarks, abruptly thrust through the cracked eye in an instant. A powerful gust of air burst the door open, sending me sprawling to the ground. Following this, two men entered, one after the other. The first was a towering figure with a face full of pockmarks, his complexion ghastly in the dim light. Those pockmarks resembled writhing wormholes, utterly repulsive. The man behind him was gaunt, with sunken eyes, protruding eyeballs, hollow cheeks, and high cheekbones, resembling a mere skeleton. These two figures appeared strangely familiar, as if I had seen them somewhere before, yet I could not place them. You're not from the 13th floor, are you? The pockmarked man inquired disdainfully after scanning the photographs on the wall with a sidelong glance, then turning to us, Big brother, I'm with President Qin. No, I mean President Zhu. As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the delivery station rushed forward, frantically introducing himself. He quickly tugged at his collar, revealing his neck, as if trying to showcase something. Squinting, I realized he bore an as yet unhealed scar, resembling a wound inflicted by some creature, or perhaps a burn from intense heat. Quite horrifying. I managed the night shift at President Zhu's delivery station, he continued, desperately explaining while displaying his injury. Upon seeing him in such a state, the pockmarked man suddenly smiled, a smile that was unsettling. It dawned on me that the last time President Qin's mistress, the one surnamed Zhu, caused a ruckus at the delivery station, these two men were accompanying her. It seemed they were affiliated with President Qin's mistress. What do you mean? Are you one of us? The pockmarked man asked with a grin. This smile left the delivery station owner bewildered, unsure of how to respond. In the fleeting moment that the smile vanished, the skeletal man lunged forward, his arms swinging with force, and knocked the delivery station owner unconscious. Seeing this unfold, I became alarmed. How could they strike their own? Fearing they would escalate their actions further, I quickly declared, I am the duty manager of this building. What do you intend to do? At my declaration, the skeletal man halted his actions, exchanging a mocking glance with the pockmarked man before scoffing. The duty manager? We fear the duty manager the least. Even if you were the owner of this building, your words hold no weight here today. With that, he produced a rusty hammer and a long steel nail from behind him. As he gestured with the hammer raised high, he threatened to drive the nail into my skull. Just as the nail was about to descend, the delivery station owner managed to rise again. Quickly positioning himself in front of me, however, the pockmarked man's strength was overwhelming. His fist, cutting through the air like a cannonball, struck the delivery station owner squarely on the temple. The owner let out a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings. The pockmarked man expressionlessly dragged his body, leaving a long trail of blood on the floor, before vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Old Tang, witnessing this scene, Panic surged within me as I prepared to rush to his aid, only to receive a heavy blow to the head, plunging me into darkness. I do not know how long it was before I awakened, chilled to the bone. Surrounding me was utter darkness. I could see nothing, only feel an excruciating cold. Was I locked in a cold storage? But I recalled that this building had no cold storage. I attempted to rise, only to collide with something with a loud thud. Cautiously extending my hand, I felt a sheet of glass ahead. Quickly, I retrieved my phone to survey my surroundings, discovering that I lay beneath a glass cover. Shaking my phone to look around, I noticed another person lying beside me. Could it be the delivery station owner? I hurriedly nudged him, but his body was stiff and cold, utterly unresponsive. Could it be that he had met his demise? The thought sent waves of anxiety coursing through me, and I hastily checked my phone. As the light illuminated his face, I nearly fainted. The figure beside me was not the delivery station owner, but rather the husband of the cleaner in white shoes, the man who had fallen from the atrium. Blood surged to my head, causing my phone to slip from my grasp. Ignoring my phone, I began kicking and pounding against the glass cover. Yet, it felt as if it were welded shut. What on earth? How could I be lying here with him? Had I also met my end? Suddenly, the cleaner's body twitched. He then extended his arms, forcefully pushing open the glass cover, and sat up stiffly to that moment. His face was as pale as a sheet. Instinctively, I sat up as well. Using my phone as light, I realized we had both been lying in a frozen coffin. All at once, his face began to convulse, the previously pallid skin suddenly bursting open with wounds. The injuries resembled a disturbed hornet's nest, with blood gushing forth from various directions. Before long, blood splattered all over me. In a panic, I wiped the blood from my clothes, only to suddenly find him missing. Just as I was preparing to escape the coffin, he reappeared above me, suspended in midair. Looking up, I saw his entire face swelling, as if inflated like a balloon, teetering on the brink of explosion. Just as I feared, a loud pop echoed from above. His face burst open, and an eyeball plopped down onto my face, causing my legs to tremble uncontrollably as I kicked in a frenzy. After a moment, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself inexplicably in a room. I was taken aback, my mind racing with confusion. What was happening? Had I entered another hallucination? Just as I was grappling with my thoughts, my phone rang. Upon checking, I saw it was HR, Old Wu, calling. Why did his calls always come at such bizarre moments? I hesitated to answer. However, before I could decide, the call connected on its own. Old Wu's voice was as frantic as ever. Li Yong, where have you run off to? Why haven't you been answering my calls? His tone suggested nothing was amiss. I quickly replied. I don't know, I was just attacked. I'm locked in a room. Who attacked you? Whose room? He pressed. I don't know. I was on the 13th floor. Upon hearing I was on the 13th floor, his tone grew even more anxious. He suddenly lowered his voice and asked, were your attackers two people? One pockmarked and one thin? Listening to Old Wu describe the two men, I nodded fervently. Yes, that's them. Old Wu sighed deeply, replying, didn't I warn you before? Don't go to the 18th or 13th floors. Why don't you ever heed my advice? Those two are the night watchmen of the 13th floor. Chapter 30. The one in the coffin night watchman? After all this time here, it was the first I had heard of such individuals residing in the building. Wasn't he there a duty manager for this building? How could there also be night watchmen? A few sentences over the phone wouldn't clarify it all. We'll discuss it when we meet. Quickly check your surroundings for anything unusual. I am on my way to find you. Old Wu urged me to investigate my environment without further elaboration. While keeping the call alive, I struggled to examine the room. It was pitch black, and the scant light from my phone was insufficient to discern the entirety of the space. After stumbling around, I finally grasped the room's terrifying nature. What had once been a pleasant living room was now transformed into a funeral parlor, with a massive glass coffin placed in the center. Surrounding the coffin were paper effigies of men and women, their faces adorned with eerie smiles, eyes hollow and lifeless, yet seemingly ready to speak. As I ventured further, I discovered that the bedroom had been arranged as a sacrificial site. A long offering table leaned against the wall, adorned with incense burners, candlesticks, and various offerings. One wall was lined with photographs. More accurately, obituaries. The individuals in these photos wore solemn expressions, as if gazing down upon this morbidly transformed abode. Upon counting, I realized there were 17 portraits hanging on the wall. A closer inspection revealed that the clothing worn by these individuals was strikingly familiar. This was our work uniform, wasn't it? Suddenly, amidst the photographs, I recognized a familiar face. Cautiously leaning in, the sight before me nearly caused me to faint. The last photo in that row was of old Wu. My heavens, how could it be him? I gasped sharply, causing my phone to slip from my hand. Sensing something was amiss, old Wu shouted into the phone, "What is wrong? What is happening? Are you all right?" I suppressed my shock and fear, trembling as I picked up my phone and anxiously informed him. "I saw many portraits on the wall. One of them is yours." To my surprise, Lao Wu remained calm upon hearing this, falling into a silence that lasted several seconds. Finally, he delivered a crushing remark. "After all this time, you're at my house. Your house?" My mind felt as though it had frozen, unable to process the information before me. Could it be that he, like the old lady, hung portraits merely to mislead? Yet, was it not too peculiar for so many portraits to be displayed together? Noticing my prolonged silence, Lao Wu shouted from the other end of the line, "Don't move. I'll come find you right away." This time, his tone had shifted from urgency to delight. Just as I hung up, a knock sounded from the door behind me. Could it be Lao Wu arriving? But that was too swift. I felt a twinge of doubt, but proceeded to open the door. To my astonishment, the door was locked. I twisted the handle with all my might, yet it remained steadfast. I hastily called out, "Lao Wu, is that you? The door won't open." However, as soon as my words fell, the knocking ceased. What was happening? Had Lao Wu been discovered by them? Just as my anxiety peaked, a voice suddenly emerged from behind me. "Why are you so forgetful?" The voice was laced with resentment. I turned to see the paper figure. Somehow, it had crept up behind me, mimicking Lao Wu's voice. The sight was ominous. I instinctively turned to flee, only to find my legs seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move. "Why are you so forgetful? Who knocks on a door you dare to open?" The paper figure resumed its complaints. No, this had to be another illusion. I slapped myself, trying to awaken my senses. Observing my actions, the paper figure fell silent. Then, its head slowly tilted at an unnatural angle. Its limbs began to twist grotesquely. It looked poised to pounce on me. Anticipating its move, I evaded just in time, allowing it to miss its target. It was merely made of paper. Surely, I could handle it. With that thought, I took the initiative to strike. However, my punch nearly shattered my arm. Its seemingly paper body was as hard as steel. My knuckles were bruised, blood oozing forth. Seeing my injury, the paper figure leaped at me. Instinctively, I raised my arm to block. To my surprise, the blood from my hand splattered onto it. A sizzling sound erupted. I looked up to see black smoke billowing from the spots where my blood had hit. A grandmother. "Is that you?" I exclaimed excitedly. "It is I. It is I," the old lady responded with equal fervor, urging, "Hurry back, return to that original room, and I shall open the door for you." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of hope ignited within me. "I mean no offense. Please forgive me." I quickly apologized to the skeletal figure, cautiously maneuvering past her and hastily retracing my steps. However, I soon realized that the passage had transformed. It was no longer as I remembered. The route that had taken me approximately 5 minutes to traverse now seemed altered. And after 10 minutes of walking, I still had not encountered the hidden door. Suddenly, the walls on either side began to close in on me, as if endowed with life. My pre-existing claustrophobia intensified. Sending my heart racing, I would rather perish from starvation than be crushed into a mere pulp. No. Perhaps this is merely an illusion. Gritting my teeth, I pinched myself hard, the pain eliciting a sharp gasp. And only then did I realize the walls were, in fact, stationary. Yet, before me appeared 2 divergent paths. Surely, one of them led to a dead end. The hidden door could not possibly harbor any branches, as it was a one-way passage. Just as I hesitated, the old woman's voice echoed again, faint yet discernible. Through her intermittent descriptions, I gleaned her meaning. She instructed me to hold my breath, for in a state of brief hypoxia, one could perceive things otherwise hidden from sight. Trusting her words, I complied, tightly closing my eyes and enduring the discomfort in my lungs as I stifled my breath. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that silence, each second an agonizing trial. Gradually, my consciousness began to waver, and faint shadows of light started to materialize before me. Initially, they appeared as indistinct outlines, swirling like wisps of smoke in the dark. As the sensation of suffocation intensified, those outlines gradually sharpened, revealing flickering lines of pale blue light meandering across the floor. Following the azure glow, I soon located the hidden door once more, before I could revel in my discovery. I suddenly remembered that it had just closed on its own. I hurriedly turned the handle, only to find it stubbornly locked. Despair washed over me. Was I truly trapped once more? Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. The old woman stood trembling at the threshold. She had indeed come to unlock the door. I dashed toward her, nearly crying out in joy. After enduring several moments of hopelessness, I finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, my elation was short-lived. Upon entering the room, I realized it was not the same chamber from which I had departed. "This is not where I came from," I uneasily remarked. "It matters not," she replied. Her tone calmed. I followed her closely, scrutinizing my surroundings. The decor, the style, the layout. This appeared to be the old lady's bedroom. "Grandmother, is this your bedroom?" I inquired, but she placed a finger to her lips, signaling me to be silent. "My granddaughter is asleep." Asleep? After all the horrifying events that had transpired, someone could still be sleeping. Moreover, having visited multiple times, I had never encountered anyone else in her home. A sense of foreboding crept over me. Yet at that moment, the old lady urged me to hurry outside, lest I disturb the slumbering individual. Reluctantly, I followed her, but just as we neared the exit, I could not resist glancing back. That single glance nearly cost me my composure. Lying on the bed was none other than Xiaoman. Chapter 32. "The paper figure path, Xiaoman?" I exclaimed, unable to contain my excitement at the sight of her. My voice rang out loudly, yet Xiaoman remained oblivious. Deep in slumber, approaching the bedside, I discovered that this Xiaoman had become a mere husk. Her body appeared alarmingly emaciated, skin tightly clinging to her bones, taking on a ghastly gray hue. Her hair lay in disarray upon the pillow, strands entangled, devoid of luster. Her once rounded cheeks were now deeply sunken, and her lips were thin and slightly parted, revealing a sparse row of yellowed teeth. My eyes widened in horror as I trembled. Asking, "Is this Xiaoman?" The old lady looked astonished and inquired, "Do you know her?" "She is my classmate." What happened to her?" As I beheld Xiaoman in such a state, I found myself unable to respond. Recalling the past few days, during which I had encountered Xiaoman in nightmares and hallucinations, a dreadful premonition washed over me. Could it be that Xiaoman had met her demise long ago? Yet the old woman seemed oblivious to Xiaoman's condition. Merely expressing concern for her apparent exhaustion, remarking how deeply she slept, I pointed at Xiaoman's peculiar appearance and shouted, but to the old lady, she appeared as a perfectly normal person. Seeing my agitation, the old woman maintained her calm demeanor, softly saying, "She is merely sleeping. Do not disturb her. Once she awakens, you can converse." Awake? In such a state, could she truly awaken? I forced myself to suppress my rising panic, striving to sound composed as I asked, "When did she fall asleep?" The old lady answered leisurely, "She just returned. She hasn't been lying down long." Impossible, I thought, silently screaming within. Hastily, I retrieved my phone, intending to call Xiaoman. Even now, I could not believe that the figure lying there was truly her. The call connected, yet no one answered. Straining my ears, I listened intently within the room, but I heard neither ringing nor vibrations from the phone. Doubt crept in. Perhaps the individual in bed was not the real Xiaoman. However, I had no more energy to investigate this matter further. My immediate concern was to escape. I reluctantly turned to the old lady, my voice tinged with urgency. What should I do to get out? I had been trapped in a delivery space, and it was the delivery station owner who brought me back to Wangjia Hudong. From there, I had entered through a green door to the 13th floor. Thus, it seemed I had been wandering through different realms all this time, never truly returning to the world of reality. The old lady appeared to understand my predicament, pondering for a moment before rummaging through the room. Soon, she emerged with a pile of paper figures. I stared at her in confusion. As she manipulated the figures. She explained, "Burn them, and you shall have some assistance." Burn them? Did she mean to incinerate them at the elevator? Would I encounter those two strange individuals again if I ventured outside? Noticing my apprehension, the old lady seemed to perceive my worries and reassured me, "Burn them right here in the house." With that, she cleared away the clutter in the living room and ignited a fire in the center of the room. Wasn't he that dangerously reckless? Such a fire hazard. I disapproved of this method and rushed to stop her. Unexpectedly, one of the paper figures she had tossed into the flames suddenly sprang to life, followed by another. Strangely, as they made contact with the fire, their bodies began to take on a three-dimensional form. The once flat paper gradually swelled, its vibrant colors fading to a dull hue, ultimately transforming into figures resembling desiccated corpses. These figures looked eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. They were indeed the same individuals I had encountered in the elevator on the 4th floor. I had met them thrice before. With the remaining 2 encounters, as soon as I stepped outside, a chilling gust of wind rushed towards me. The dimly lit corridor flickered with uncertain light, as if it could extinguish completely at any moment. I fixated on the group of paper figures that had transformed into lifeless husks, their movements stiff yet synchronized as they shuffled towards the elevator. I held my breath, my eyes wide open, closely following their every step. As time passed, it became increasingly arduous to retain my breath. It felt as though my lungs were being scorched by fierce flames. Finally, when I could hold it no longer, I quickly closed my eyes and gasped for air, attempting to steady my erratic breathing. Once I regained my composure and opened my eyes again, I was horrified to find that the paper figures had vanished. My heart sank abruptly, panic surged within me as my eyes darted around in frantic search. At that moment, my hearing sharpened unnaturally, and I faintly sensed their presence behind me. Holding my breath, I cautiously turned around to confirm my fears. Indeed, they were right behind me. It turned out I had walked too swiftly. Relieved, I fell back into line with the group. As I closed my eyes to breathe once more, I silently counted the rhythm in my mind, striving to calm myself. Yet when I opened my eyes again, a paper figure stood rigidly before me, as if it had sensed my anomaly within the ranks. Chapter 33. The return of blood. The figure's face was nearly touching mine. I stumbled back in terror, almost losing my balance. The breath I had been holding nearly escaped me. Thankfully, my composure held firm, and at the critical moment, I managed to stifle it. I shuddered to think what peril I would have faced had I gasped in fear with my eyes wide open. My senses returned, and I noticed the paper figure had not moved. It remained stationed before me. Striving to maintain my calm, I averted my gaze, avoiding direct eye contact. In that fleeting moment of distraction, I suddenly saw that the elevator was approaching the 4th floor. A wave of dread washed over me. At this moment, I was at the end of the line. When we reached the 4th floor, they would exit the elevator, and I would have to follow, returning to Wangjia Hutong. All my efforts would be in vain. The urgent task at hand was for me to surge to the forefront of the group and assume the lead. Guiding them to the 1st floor, however, my breath was already at its limit. I hastily closed my eyes once more and began to breathe heavily. Gritting my teeth, I pushed my way through the line of paper figures. Squeezing towards the elevator's entrance, positioning myself at the front of the queue, I quickly adjusted my rhythm, holding my breath again before opening my eyes. Oh, my dismay! I discovered I had squeezed into the side of the elevator without any buttons. This was disastrous. How would I press for the 1st floor? Just as I was fretting, the display screen signaled that we were stopping at the 4th floor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I forced myself to move from the right side of the group to the left and swiftly pressed the button for the 1st floor. Then came a clatter. The elevator doors, which had only cracked open a moment, slowly began to close again. I exhaled in relief. I had escaped unscathed. However, through these 2 rounds of turmoil, the paper figures had already sensed something amiss. A rustling sound, akin to wind flipping through pages, emanated from their bodies as they began to push towards the front of the elevator. Just when I felt I was on the brink of being consumed by them, the elevator doors opened. We had arrived at the 1st floor. I dashed out as if fleeing for my life. The courtyard lay before me. The sun struggled to break through the clouds and cast its light upon the ground. Yet it was a beacon of hope. I tumbled forward, collapsing in the sunlight. Meanwhile, The paper figures followed me like iron filings drawn to a magnet. However, what awaited them was not hope, but death. The moment they touched the sunlight, their bodies began to sprout black holes of varying sizes. Flames leapt forth from these voids in a flash. They ignited like bales of hay set ablaze. Yet this process was fleeting, lasting no more than 10 seconds. The flames, along with the ashes, vanished without a trace. At that moment, I realized I had finally returned to the realm of reality. I scarcely had time to pause before I hurried to find the security guard. I nearly collided with him at the corner of the atrium. Upon seeing me emerge from the building, he expressed surprise. "Manager Lee, you returned by yourself? I was just about to go to the hospital to pick you up." It turned out the hospital had notified my family to pick me up, but since they could not reach them, they called the company instead. Consequently, the guard was dispatched to retrieve me. Clearly, everything that had transpired before my hospitalization was indeed real. The subsequent events were merely trials I faced while trapped in different spaces. Spotting the guard reminded me of Xiaoman, and I quickly inquired, "Uncle, has Xiaoman visited you recently?" He shook his head. "No, she has been quite busy lately." I suppose that I promptly took out my phone and dialed Xiaoman's number. The call connected swiftly, and her familiar voice came through. "Hello? Xiaoman, where are you? Are you all right?" I anxiously sought to confirm her safety. Xiaoman, taken aback by my questions, paused before replying, "I'm at work. What's the matter? Do you need help?" Her tone was unmistakably the Xiaoman I knew. I breathed a sigh of relief and arranged to meet her that evening, eager to share the strange events that had transpired. After finishing the call with her, I quickly dialed HR's old wood. I waited anxiously. The call connected, yet no one answered. I tried several times, but to no avail. I decided to set that aside for now. Next, I called General Qin. I needed to confront him about the torment I had endured. He was the source of my suffering. The call connected quickly. Upon realizing it was me, General Qin's tone turned icy. "Is there something you need?" His condescending manner only fueled my anger, and I retorted without politeness, "General Qin, I resign." Upon hearing the word resign, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. I repeated myself. Finally, General Qin replied, "Come to the 18th floor tonight. We need to discuss this in person." The mention of the 18th floor ignited my fury. Both the 18th and 13th floors were my nemesis. I had no intention of going. Without hesitation, I declined. General Qin appeared displeased but ultimately conceded, agreeing to meet in the 7th floor duty room instead. "You wish to resign?" the security guard asked, his expression grave as he inquired. I nodded, unsure of where to begin. So much had transpired in recent days. If this continued, I might not even survive until I received my first month's salary. Resigning was a daunting prospect. The guard looked as if he had something to say. With no one around, he leaned closer and whispered, "Most of the duty managers before you disappeared shortly after submitting their resignation." Disappeared? The words sent a chill down my spine, and I immediately thought of old Wu from HR. Yes, the kind of disappearance where one is neither seen alive nor dead. The guard's expression turned serious. "What about those who fell ill? Wasn't it said that some people had fallen sick?" I inquired anxiously. "Those who fell ill, most of them disappeared as well," the guard continued. "No one has ever successfully resigned." "What about them?" I pressed. "Did they not recover?" "Those who fell ill." He shook his head, continuing, "Every manager who has worked here has fallen ill within a week. It's similar to your situation. You inexplicably acquired numerous injuries. Some didn't make it, yet they didn't die. They just remained unhealed. Eventually, the doctors were at a loss, and the company, under the guise of family, had them discharged from the hospital. Yes, for where they ended up, no one knows." Hearing the guard's account made me acutely aware. It appeared that what I was experiencing now was a rite of passage for all previous duty managers. Those fortunate enough persevered until the final hurdle, while the unfortunate ones met their fate during the blood transfer phase. However, one question lingered in my mind. If this place was fraught with danger, why not simply walk away? Why the fixation on procedures? The guard, sensing my thoughts, quickly asked, "Did you sign a contract before coming here? If you did, leaving isn't an option. It's not about whether you owe compensation, but rather that you would owe the company." His words prompted me to grapple with the memory of that day when I completed the paperwork. I had signed numerous documents, and I could not recall if a contract was among them. "Manager Lee." The guard looked up at me, his expression complex as if he hesitated to divulge something. "Manager Lee, If you truly decide to leave, it's best to remain silent about it. Do not let those around you know of your intentions. Otherwise, the days you spend after failing to leave will be exceedingly difficult. With a sigh, the guard spoke wistfully, otherwise, you'll end up like me, trapped in a cycle of no return. Chapter 34. Resignation before long. It was time for my meeting with General Cheen. I arrived at the 7th floor duty room half an hour early. To my surprise, General Cheen had arrived even earlier. As I entered, he was seated, perusing the duty log. He did not lift his gaze upon my entrance, maintaining a superior demeanor. It seemed our conversation would not go smoothly. I decided to cut to the chase. General Cheen. I no longer wished to continue. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across his lips, tinged with mockery. He set down the document and spoke slowly. You no longer wish to continue. You currently lack the leverage to say such a thing. Don't forget, you signed a contract. What nonsense is this? I felt a surge of indignation, as if I had been ensnared in a trap. It's the one you signed in my office, he replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Standing up, he casually strolled towards me with his hands in his pockets. That was a transfer application, wasn't it? I retorted angrily. He merely chuckled dismissively. Look at you. You didn't even bother to read it thoroughly before signing. The front was indeed a transfer request, but the back was a contract. From the moment you signed, you relinquished your right to leave at will. A chill ran through my heart, yet I feigned composure as I interrogated him. So, this duty manager, 17 individuals have come before me, and I am the 18th, correct? Did those prior 17 meet with misfortune? Upon hearing my inquiry, a fleeting flicker of panic crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure and vehemently denied. Do not heed those rumors. They are all nonsense. I gazed into his eyes, recounting everything I had witnessed on the 13th floor in meticulous detail. To my surprise, he appeared both astonished and terrified, exclaiming, What? You have been to the 13th floor? Before I could respond, he pressed further. How could you possibly have gone to the 13th floor? This building does not even have a 13th floor. Look at the elevator. The buttons skip directly from 12 to 14. There is no 13th level. I stood my ground, unwilling to be deceived, insisting, I have been there multiple times, and I took the elevator each time. I can assure you the elevator stops at the 13th floor. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Cheen furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, The elevator? That floor has always been merely a legend. I have never been able to access it because the elevator does not stop there at all. I shook my head, striving to recall the circumstances. I am not certain. I simply took the elevator as usual, yet it stopped at the 13th floor. The proprietor of the express station and building B has accompanied me there on 2 occasions. Mentioning the express station owner elicited a look of disdain from Mr. Cheen. He raised his voice, stating, How did you come to associate with him? I strongly advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, you will inevitably be taken advantage of. At this juncture, I suddenly recalled that since my return, I had not confirmed whether the express station owner was safe. It was he who had aided me during these perilous encounters. How could that be construed as betrayal? I cursed silently in my mind, refraining from responding to Mr. Cheen. Noticing my silence, he shifted the topic, pointing to the duty log and commenting, It is evident you have not been diligent in your duties. At the very least, you have not thoroughly monitored the surveillance. His remarks were irksome, reminiscent of his previous critical demeanor when overseeing us, always nitpicking. Observing my discontent, he gestured towards the surveillance screen, commanding, Come here for a moment. Reluctantly, I approached and was met with a startling sight on the monitor. The elevator camera was packed with people. Where did all these individuals come from at this late hour? My mind was a whirlwind as I stared at the screen. Then, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The monitor displayed the elevator arriving at the 4th floor. The doors opened, yet the occupants vanished instantaneously. Following this, from the 12th floor, those same individuals reappeared in the elevator as if by magic. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they disappeared again. Stunned, I found myself at a loss for words. Mr. Cheen seized the duty log, questioning, If you had genuinely reviewed the surveillance, you would not have written that everything was normal in this log. During your tenure here, you have recorded everything is normal. As he spoke, he took a step closer, his gaze laden with a clear warning. You must keep your distance from the 13th floor. I do not care how you managed to access it before, but you are not to approach it again. If trouble arises on the 13th floor, even I cannot shield you. Was it because it is an autonomous level? I found myself pondering this notion, blurted out the question. To my surprise, Mr. Qin appeared alarmed, his eyes sharpening with suspicion as he fixated on me. Who informed you of this? Consequently, I recounted the information regarding the elderly woman on the 13th floor and the express station owner to Mr. Qin. His complexion paled dramatically as he pressed further. Did you see an elderly woman on the 13th floor? What did she look like? Did she have cataracts in one eye? And was she wearing a green bracelet on her right wrist? For reasons unknown, as he described the elderly woman, my mind instinctively conjured the image of the skeletal remains I had encountered in the corridor. The figure was distinctly feminine, adorned with a green bracelet on her right wrist. As for the cataract issue, I suddenly felt a jolt. It seemed the elderly woman indeed had this affliction. I relayed this information about the woman and the bones, only to witness Mr. Qin's expression grow even more tense. His demeanor suggested that I had stumbled upon a truth too profound to disclose. Mr. Qin inhaled deeply, disregarding my presence as he began pacing the room. After what felt like an eternity, he halted, fixating on me with a stern demeanor, stating, "This matter is far more intricate than you realize. You should not concern yourself further. Simply fulfill your duties as required by the company." I shook my head vigorously. "Mr. Qin, I cannot continue this shift. If this persists, my life will be in jeopardy." His expression suddenly morphed into one of ferocity, interrupting me with impatience. "Why can you not comprehend? I have already informed you that you have signed an agreement. There is no turning back now." I met his gaze unwaveringly, the atmosphere in the room thickening with tension. "Brother, it is not my intention to make things difficult for you. The situation here is exceedingly complex. Even I, as the deputy general manager of the group, find many matters beyond my control. Much less you, a mere duty manager. Just adhere to the company's requirements and fulfill your responsibilities for 1 year. After that, I will find a way to transfer you." I scoffed silently, refusing to respond. His credibility had long since been shattered in my eyes. I could not trust his deceitful words. "I am aware you harbor resentment. But there are things I cannot articulate too clearly. I can only assert that I, too, am merely an employee. If you insist on resigning now, matters may spiral out of control, and at that point, I would be unable to protect you." As Mr. Qin was speaking, the phone in the duty room rang suddenly. I glanced at the caller ID. It was 1010, the security guard calling, and I hurried to answer. "Manager Lee, the group's Mr. Qin has arrived. He just went upstairs and should be looking for you." It turned out the guard was giving me a heads up. But wait, what did he just say? "The group's Mr. Qin?" I incredulously repeated. Who has come?" "The group's Mr. Qin, Qin Xiangyang." The guard replied emphatically. Clutching the receiver, I turned to Mr. Qin with trepidation. "Who is this man before me?" Chapter 35. A newcomer reports. Before I could hang up, a knock echoed through the duty room. Moments later, a figure pushed the door open. I squinted, and to my astonishment, the newcomer was none other than Mr. Qin. How could there be another Mr. Qin? Instinctively, I turned to search for the Mr. Qin who had just spoken with me. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had vanished. "Mr. Qin?" I called out to the new arrival, but to my dismay, he showed no reaction. I hurried to stand before him. Yet he treated me as if I were invisible. It appeared this newcomer was blind to my presence, however. He seemed quite familiar with the duty room. After entering, he proceeded to examine the surveillance monitor and flipped through the duty log. Just as he became engrossed in his examination, the door of the duty room sounded once more. The door slowly opened, and another familiar figure stepped inside. This time, it was me, Mr. Qin. I no longer wished to continue. I exclaimed as soon as I crossed the threshold, my words mirroring those of my prior self. Following this, Mr. Qin's demeanor and the ensuing dialogue between the two were an exact replica of the earlier scene. Down to the last detail. How dreadful, had I entered a looped space once more. But then I considered that such bizarre occurrences do not manifest without cause. Had I triggered some kind of node? Or was someone attempting to convey a message through this repetition? As I pondered this, the other me suddenly spoke. "I understand now, Mr. Qin. I will continue for the time being." His statement left me dumbfounded. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. This moment was precisely when Mr. Qin had urged me to stay. Yet, in this instance, The other me did not stand firm but rather capitulated with the words of temporarily continuing. What could this mean? Why had the narrative shifted? This was not my genuine sentiment. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, Mr. Chen's voice boomed behind me like thunder. I jumped at the unexpected shout, instinctively turning around to find him standing directly behind me. What are you dawdling for? Have you made up your mind? His tone was laced with impatience, and my mind froze, and I quickly glanced back at the two figures. This time, they had both vanished. Could it be that some mysterious force was urging me to retract my words? Just as the security guard had warned, it is permissible to leave quietly, but if you make a fuss, you will face dire consequences. A shiver ran down my spine at the thought, and I hastily replied, All right, I will endure for another month. Seeing my concession, Mr. Chen appeared satisfied, patting my shoulder before departing. After he left, I suddenly remembered my plans with Xiao Man for the evening. I hurriedly briefed the security guard on my duties and stepped outside to wait for a ride. Strangely, after waiting by the roadside for an eternity, not a single vehicle passed by. I attempted to book a ride through a ride-hailing app, but no one accepted the request. It was only just past 7 o'clock. Not too late at all. Why was it so difficult to find a car? Sighing, I decided to walk instead. After all, it wasn't far as I set off. The path initially appeared clear, but gradually, the surroundings became increasingly unfamiliar. What should have been a familiar street now felt shrouded in fog. The usual storefronts had vanished, replaced by indistinct shadows. I quickened my pace, but no matter how I turned or pressed forward, I always found myself returning to the same spot. The road beneath me seemed to transform into an endless cycle. A cold wind swept by, sending a shiver through me, accompanied by an elusive whistling sound in my ears. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Having been away for just a short while, did I truly spend over an hour? As I pondered this, I received a call from Xiao Man. She inquired why I had not yet arrived. I responded, It seems I have lost my way. Lost your way? Xiao Man exclaimed incredulously. How could that be? You've been here before. Are you encountering a ghostly barrier? Upon hearing her words, a shiver ran down my spine. I had traversed the route to Xiaoman's residence several times. It was impossible for me to be lost. Furthermore, while the old district may be dilapidated, it is still bustling with people. However, tonight, I noticed a conspicuous absence of pedestrians and vehicles alike. In that case, you should return to the building. I will find you shortly, Xiao Man proposed with urgency. After a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced and turned back. Yet, after taking just a few steps, I heard someone calling from behind. Hello, hello. Turning around, I saw a young man who resembled a university student. Upon noticing my pause, he politely asked, Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Yuanshan Building? The mention of Yuanshan Building startled me. When I did not respond, he repeated his question. I apologize. I didn't quite catch that, I said, concealing my surprise and striving to maintain my composure. You wish to go to Yuanshan Building, correct? Then walk with me. I happen to be heading there. That's wonderful, the young man replied enthusiastically. What brings you there at this hour? I cautiously probed. Oh, I'm going to report for duty, he said without a hint of reservation. Report for duty? I was nearly taken aback. Yes, I just secured a job there, he continued with unguarded sincerity. A job? But there seem to be hardly any companies around that area, I queried, puzzled. Oh, I applied for the position of duty manager. He replied candidly, Duty manager? Those words doused me in icy water, for was I not the duty manager myself? What did Mr. Chen intend? Did he sense my desire to depart and now seek to act against me? Are you applying for the duty manager position at Yuanshan Group? I asked anxiously. The young man nodded in confusion. But as far as I know, they aren't hiring for that role. I expressed my doubts. There shouldn't be a shortage of duty managers. Have you been deceived? Upon hearing this, the young man's face registered a flicker of alarm. Surely not. I interviewed at the headquarters and went through several rounds. It doesn't seem like a scam. How do you know they aren't hiring? Is your information accurate? I refrained from answering but continued to inquire. So, are you truly going to report for duty now? But which company calls people to report at such a late hour? At that moment, the young man furrowed his brow, his tone laced with skepticism. I found it odd too, why it had to be at night. Later, the HR said the previous manager had an incident, and they were short-staffed, so I needed to come in immediately. An incident? Before I could pursue the matter further, we arrived at the building's entrance. As we reached our destination, The young man cheerfully bid me farewell. Yet, something compelled me to stop him and ask, "Where will you report?" "Room 707? Upon hearing 707, he looked at me with a perplexed expression and nodded. I quickly revealed my identity. He was astonished and hastily pulled a document from his bag, handing it to me. As I examined it closely, I discovered it was an HR notification. It turned out this young man's name was Huang Yu, and he was indeed reporting as the duty manager. Even more alarming was that the contact information at the bottom of the document bore the name and phone number of Wu Xinxin. I swiftly inquired, "Was the HR handling your paperwork wearing glasses? In their 30s or 40s? About my height?" Listening to my description, the young man appeared puzzled but nodded nonetheless. "That's odd. Everyone says old Wu is absent, and I've been unable to contact him. How has he returned to the HR position?" I pressed on. "Was the executive who interviewed you surnamed Qin?" He shook his head, saying, "I can't recall. There were several executives present during the interview." Just then, the elevator doors opened. "I'll join you," I said without a hint of hesitation. The young man nodded and stepped aside to let me enter the elevator first. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly called out to me. "Liang, what are you doing?" Turning around, I saw Xiaoman. I asked her to wait a moment as I needed to go to the 7th floor to take care of something, promising to find her afterward. To my surprise, she refused, her demeanor resolute. "No. You must come down now." While shouting, she hurried over and physically pulled me out of the elevator. Just as I exited, the doors closed behind me. "What are you doing? How could you go up with him?" Once the elevator doors shut, Xiaoman finally voiced her concerns, her words tinged with anxiety. "They are quite peculiar. On one hand, they don't want me to resign, yet on the other, they are immediately hiring new personnel. I need to see what is truly happening." I complained while watching the elevator ascend. "I understand. I understand. We can discuss any issues later, but right now, you cannot go upstairs with him." Before I could finish, Xiaoman interrupted me. Then, she delivered a shocking blow. "He is the 16th duty manager." What? I could hardly believe my ears. The 16th? Why is he only reporting now? Chapter 36. The contract. Why does Xiaoman know about these 16 managers? Ordinary residents hardly know all the staff, let alone the managers. At that moment, I suddenly recalled the materials I had seen in the archive room on the 7th floor. There was only one possibility. Xiaoman was also an employee here. I resolved to be direct and asked, "Xiaoman, are you the cleaning supervisor here?" Upon hearing my question, Xiaoman appeared startled, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic, her body trembling slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Seeing her reaction, I had an inkling of the truth and continued to press. "So what is your current situation? Have you already resigned? And what about old Wu? Was he your supervisor?" I fired off 3 questions in one breath, not expecting her to answer all of them. However, to my surprise, Xiaoman showed no signs of concealment this time and spoke candidly, revealing everything as if pouring out beans. It turned out she was indeed the cleaning supervisor here, previously under old Wu's supervision. However, she was later dismissed by old Wu, and the reason behind her dismissal was unexpected. He had done so to help her leave this place. I faced a situation identical to yours. Wanting to leave but unable to do so. Yet if you stay, you might end up losing your life here. Is it really that severe? As I spoke, vivid memories of the strange occurrences I had experienced in recent days flooded my mind. Xiaoman nodded, continuing, "Within a month of my joining, I discovered that not only mid-level staff but even the cleaning personnel in my department regularly fell ill or went missing. There were 10 people in the cleaning department, and by the time I resigned, only 3 remained. At this point, I was even more perplexed. If it were so perilous, why did Xiaoman's uncle still work as a security guard here?" Xiaoman glanced at me and explained, "My uncle is an outsourced worker. His situation is somewhat better than ours. You are a transfer from headquarters, while I am directly contracted. Our employment conditions differ. Turned out Xiaoman's job was recommended by the security uncle. Initially, the family was delighted to join Yuanshan Group, but little did they know they had jumped into a veritable pit of fire. By the time they recognized the issues, they had already fallen into the tiger's den. Subsequently, both the uncle and Xiaoman submitted their resignations. However, that very night, the uncle met with an unfortunate incident. He fell into the elevator shaft and broke his leg. His life was spared, but he was left with a disability. As we spoke, the elevator beside us suddenly activated, the display indicating it was descending. Clearly, someone was coming down from the 7th floor. Both Xiaoman and I sensed something ominous. exchanging glances before rising to leave. Just as we neared the corner of the atrium, the elevator doors opened. A familiar voice emerged from within. Managerly. Instinctively, I turned around, only to find that the individual was Old Tang, the delivery station owner. I felt a rush of surprise and joy, excitedly running towards the elevator. Old Tang, Old Tang. He saw me too and rushed over in excitement. It's so good to finally see you. When did you return? I shouted as I ran. However, just as my words left my lips, he vanished before my eyes, his entire form seemingly melting into the air, disappearing without a trace. Stunned, I turned to Xiaoman in disbelief. What just happened? Where did he go? Xiaoman's expression turned grave. He may have been sacrificed. I shook my head vigorously in disbelief. Xiaoman spoke with a heavy heart. I've heard them say that those placed on the sacrifice list will have a shadowy doppelganger that appears repeatedly within this building. This doppelganger is essentially a phantom, but curiously, it can engage in conversation, albeit briefly before vanishing again. Her words sent a chill down my spine, and memories of the 2 security guards I had seen in the security room flooded my mind. The pale-faced guard must have been the phantom. If what Xiaoman said was true, then the security guard had likely also been placed on the sacrifice list. And what about me? Was I not in danger as well? I recalled that at that moment, the guard's phantom had been speaking to the manager Li in his eyes. Therefore, could that manager Li be my own phantom? Upon contemplating this, I suddenly realized that I had encountered the phantoms of individuals such as Old Wu, the white shoe cleaner, the little boy, the elderly woman on the 13th floor, and even President Qin and Xiaoman. At the time, I had merely assumed I was experiencing hallucinations or had entered a parallel dimension. However, it now appeared that everything was traceable. But to whom were these individuals ultimately sacrificed? I anxiously pressed on. Xiaoman shook her head in helplessness. I do not know. Only the higher-ups are privy to that. Does President Qin know? I inquired. President Qin? His position may not be sufficiently elevated for him to be aware of him. My heart raced with urgency, and I felt compelled to take action, suggesting, let us go. We should check the delivery station. Xiaoman readily agreed, without hesitation. Upon our arrival at the delivery station, we discovered only the proprietress busily attending to tasks, with no sign of the little boy. Where are they? I approached her to greet and hurriedly ask. The proprietress paused her work, a worried expression crossing her face. The child is asleep in the back. Old Tang went out for the day and hasn't he returned yet? I just called him. But no one answered. Yes, maddening. An ominous premonition washed over me. If I managed to return safely, could he still be trapped on the 13th floor? No. I must go check the 13th floor. I shared my thoughts with Xiaoman, who looked particularly startled and gravely asked, how can you go to the 13th floor? It has always been a legend here. No one has ever ventured there. Seeing my disbelief, she quickly pulled me into the elevator. Upon examination, I indeed found that there was no button for the 13th floor. What was happening? It had been there before. I could swear I had pressed it. Disheartened by the sight, I turned to Xiaoman and asked, how can we escape this cursed place? Xiaoman sighed deeply, speaking in a somewhat uncertain tone. You can terminate the contract. Or, like me, be fired. Either way, as long as the contract no longer exists, one is safe. But how does one terminate the contract? Isn't it possible to just run away? I pressed anxiously. Xiaoman shook her head, stating, since it's a contract that requires a signature, terminating it must also involve a signature. You think you can escape? It's impossible, just like tonight. You cannot leave. At her words, it dawned on me what had transpired that evening. For some inexplicable reason, when Xiaoman recounted everything, I recalled the eerie scene where Xiaoman and Old Wu pursued me for my signature. Why were they so intent on obtaining my signature? Were they trying to convey some sort of message? Or was the contract they presented to me, in fact, the termination contract? At this thought, I smacked my thigh in frustration. I had been so anxious that I never properly examined those documents. Just as I was lamenting, the elevator suddenly activated. This time, the display indicated we were ascending, yet, Xiaoman and I were a moment too late to exit. I cursed my luck. Would we soon run into that manager? Chapter 37. Return to the 13th floor. What one fears often comes to pass. This time, the elevator went directly to the 7th floor. Although we hastily pressed buttons for other floors after entering, for some unknown reason, those buttons seemed to malfunction, remaining gray regardless of our attempts. Only the button for the 7th floor glowed brightly. Clearly, there was no escaping this predicament. Xiaoman and I relinquished our struggles, bracing ourselves mentally for the unforeseen. Ding! The elevator arrived, and I positioned Xiaoman behind me, waiting for the doors to open. However, they appeared to be jammed. After waiting a full minute, they still did not budge. This scenario reminded me of the time I was trapped in the elevator shaft on the 18th floor. A wave of dread washed over me. Before my thoughts could fully return, a loud clang signaled the doors opening. My heart leapt to my throat. The doors opened, yet the space beyond was utterly vacant. How peculiar! Cautiously, I peered outside, scanning the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. The 7th floor looked just as it always did, devoid of any human presence. However, my heart sank when I noticed room 707's duty room light was extinguished. This was not a good omen. Since my arrival, the light in that duty room had always been on at night. Even in my absence, it remained lit. This was a suggestion from the security guard. A signal to remind those malevolent entities that the realms of life and death must keep their distance. Though I had identified this anomaly, I quickly realized that it was not the time to investigate. I hastily withdrew and prepared to press the button for the 1st floor. Just then, a gust of cold wind struck me. The sensation was reminiscent of the chilling draft I had felt at President Qin's office door. Following this gust, a figure suddenly materialized at the elevator entrance. They extended a hand, blocking the doors and signaling their intent to enter. My heart raced as I looked up, startled to see that it was the same young man from earlier. Yet, he had undergone a complete transformation since just a few minutes ago. His complexion was now a sickly blue, remnants of gray matter clung to his nostrils and mouth, and both his hair and clothing were matted with grime. He was barefoot, his feet covered in the same gray filth. He entered the elevator with a lifeless demeanor, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his pupils unblinking. As he drew closer, I noticed that the gray substance on his face and clothing was cement. But there were no construction sites nearby. What on earth had happened to him? Xiaoman too discerned his strangeness, gasping and covering her mouth in shock. I held my breath and cautiously shifted to press the button for the 1st floor. Almost simultaneously, he extended his hand as well. His arm emerged from the tattered sleeve of his shirt, bony and veined, with long, sharp nails encrusted with cement. Next, he pressed the button for the 13th floor with force. No way! I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, momentarily setting my fear aside as I leaned in closer. Indeed, the button for the 13th floor appeared among the row of options. The long-lost 13th floor had resurfaced. Xiaoman and I exchanged terrified glances. A chilling ding echoed as the elevator doors slowly opened. The young man, head bowed, stepped out stiffly. With each step, a long trail of cement footprints marked the floor behind him. Seeing him exit, Xiaoman hurriedly pressed the closed door button. However, he seemed to have heard the sound, abruptly halting in the middle of the corridor. Facing away from us, that moment, the elevator doors appeared stuck. Refusing to close despite our frantic attempts. In our state of panic, the young man suddenly spoke. Managerly, "Are you not coming this time?" His words startled both Xiaoman and me. We instinctively pressed the closed door button again. Yet, just as my finger grazed the button, the entire elevator vanished. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves in the corridor. As if the transition had been seamless, I turned in horror, only to discover that the space where the elevator had been was now a solid wall. "Huang Yu, is that you, Huang Yu?" Xiaoman called out, mustering her courage. Yet, he paid us no mind, striding purposefully deeper into the corridor. However, upon reaching the elderly woman's residence, he came to a halt. After staring blankly for several seconds, he turned and departed, ultimately stopping in front of the house opposite the elderly woman's. He then slowly retrieved an object from his pocket. It glowed with an eerie green light, and it looked strangely familiar. Alarm surged within me as I instinctively touched my wrist. Looking down, I was astonished to find that Xiaoman and I wore identical bracelets. He gently placed the bracelet against the door, and to my astonishment, the door gradually swung open. The bracelet had transformed into a keycard. The moment he opened the door, the locks on the security doors lining the corridor simultaneously clicked open, as if he had unlocked every entrance. At the sound of the locks, Xiaoman appeared entranced, her face paling, her vitality seemingly siphoned away as she mechanically began to walk forward. "Xiaoman!" I shouted her name, but she showed no response. With no other choice, I followed her through the threshold. As soon as we entered, I was met with a familiar scene. This was none other than the spirit hall that had once imprisoned me. Offering table, portrait, coffin, all these items were arranged in the living room. I scrutinized the portrait on the offering table and was taken aback. Wasn't he this the young man from earlier? The photograph was indeed the same as the one on his registration form. I turned to flee, but unfortunately collided with the coffin positioned in the center of the room. Trembling, I glanced down to find a figure lying within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than that young man. How did he end up here? Had he been confined here all along? The thought flashed through my mind, sending a chill down my spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I seized Xiaoman and dashed for the exit. As anticipated, my instincts proved correct. The moment we stepped outside, all the doors slammed shut behind us. I could hardly fathom the consequences had we been even a moment late, with the door now closed. Xiaoman regained her senses, yet she appeared exceedingly weak. Collapsing to the ground, I rushed to support her, only to discover that she felt unnaturally heavy. She weakly shook her head at me, pointing behind me with great effort. Uttering, "Quick, look!" I turned quickly, noticing the silhouette of the elevator flickering against the wall, appearing and disappearing like a poor television signal. Alarmed, I shouted in realization and sprinted in that direction. Yet, before I could reach it, the entire elevator vanished completely, leaving only the cold, unyielding wall standing in its place. This was disastrous. We had lost our means of returning. With Xiaoman in her current state, we needed to find a refuge. Remaining in the corridor was far too perilous. If we encountered that scarred-faced brother again, it could cost us our lives. As I pondered this, Xiaoman called out to me again. Weakly gesturing towards the door across the way, I looked up to see that it was indeed the elderly woman's residence. All the doors were locked, yet the door to the elderly woman's home stood ajar. Is this the old lady keeping a back door to save her granddaughter? I almost forgot about this place. Every time I encountered danger, I sought refuge in her home. Without further hesitation, I quickly assisted Xiaoman into the house. However, upon entering, the sight of the old lady's portrait hanging on the wall caused her to exclaim, "There's a dead person here." Dead person? I was perplexed. Is this your grandmother? Xiaoman furrowed her brow and shook her head. I don't know her. Is this your grandmother's house? I was bewildered by her reaction and pressed further. Why, grandmother, doesn't he live here? She revealed her fear. I've never been here before. Chapter 38. Opening the door. This is your grandmother's house? Are you certain? My emotions began to spiral, my voice rising in pitch. Xiaoman, frightened by my outburst, shook her head vigorously, her eyes wide with terror as she responded loudly, I'm sure. It's not. How could I not recognize my grandmother's house? I've never been here before. This is the first time. Perhaps my earlier agitation had overwhelmed her. As soon as she finished speaking, she erupted into a fit of violent coughing, as if her lungs might escape her chest. Seeing her in such distress, I realized my overreaction and rushed to her side, gently patting her back in an attempt to ease her suffering. Yet, her condition did not improve, and she weakly continued to explain. The 13th floor has always been a legend, and it is a legend known only to the staff. Many residents are even unaware of this. The elevator and stairs lack a 13th floor. Everyone assumes it's due to the owner's superstitions. Hence the absence of a 13th floor. And no sooner had she spoken than another bout of severe coughing seized her, causing her body to tremble violently. Her once round and full cheeks visibly sank, her complexion shifting from pale to a ghastly gray, as if she might collapse at any moment. My heart ached for her, yet I was at a loss for how to proceed. It seemed impractical for us both to search for an escape. Such a venture would be perilous for us both. After much contemplation, I suggested she rest here while I ventured out to scout for a way out. To my surprise, she vehemently shook her head. I don't want to stay here. It doesn't feel safe. With no other options, I found myself compelled to lie. I suppressed my anxiety and reassured her that I knew the owner of this room. They are a good person. I have taken refuge in this room several times during perilous situations. Just give me 10 minutes, I promise. Whether or not I find an exit, I will return in 10 minutes. I nearly swore an oath. Seeing my determination, Xiaoman ceased her objections and acquiesced. In truth, I had devised a plan. I stroked the beads on my wrist. I recalled how Huang Yu had used them to unlock the door. Yes, I would use them to unlock the door as well. With a grave expression, I instructed Xiaoman, once I step outside, you must immediately lock the door. When I return, I will knock, but do not rush to open it. First, look through the peephole. When I knock, I will raise my hand so you can see these beads. I reiterated that if she saw me knocking without raising my hand, she must not open the door. For there are many malevolent entities that can disguise themselves as humans to deceive. Xiaoman's anxiety was palpable, yet she had no other choice and nodded vigorously, responding, I will remember. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped back into the corridor. The dim yellow light flickered overhead, occasionally emitting a crackling sound, as if it could extinguish at any moment. I gripped the beads tightly. Attempting every door one by one, I ventured to the end of the corridor, trying several doors with no response. Panic began to set in. Only 2 doors remained. If neither opened, it would signify that this strategy was futile. Reaching the last row of rooms, I randomly chose to turn right. To my surprise, as I approached, the beads began to pulsate with energy. A surge of joy filled me. I knew I was on the right path. As the beads drew near, the door emitted a soft click. Strangely, as the door opened, all the doors in the corridor swung open simultaneously, much like what Huang Yu had experienced earlier. The eerie corridor echoed with the creaking of hinges, only to plunge back into silence. Though the door was ajar, I began to feel a sense of trepidation. Everything seemed to be progressing too smoothly, too uncharacteristically. At that moment, a series of knocking sounds echoed from the corridor's end. The noise fluctuated in intensity, appearing to originate from both this floor and the one above. I held my breath, straining to listen, and I was startled to discern human voices amid the knocking. Is anyone there? Help! That voice was eerily familiar. I assented that the owner of the delivery station. I cautiously called out, Old Tang? Old Tang? The knocking seemed to respond to my call, growing more urgent and clearer. I soon realized the sound was emanating from the room I had just opened. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and gently pushed the door open. To my horror, the sight before me caused me to gasp. This room was my funeral parlor. My photograph adorned the altar, and directly in front of it lay a coffin, beneath which was a person. Upon closer inspection, I recognized the delivery station owner. He was curled up, bound tightly with coarse ropes, his mouth sealed with duct tape. Upon seeing me, he writhed desperately, emitting muffled sounds in an attempt to draw my attention. I dashed forward, hastily loosening the ropes that bound him. In my frantic state, I noticed he appeared severely injured. One of his eyes was grotesquely swollen, reduced to a mere slit. Several of his front teeth were missing, and his nose and mouth were caked with dried blood. Guilt flooded my heart. If it weren't for my predicament, he would not have suffered such torment. As soon as I ripped the tape from his mouth, he urgently exclaimed, Hurry! Get out! You mustn't be here. With that, he weakly pushed me toward the exit. Though I was unclear about the situation, I was resolute not to abandon him. I grasped his arm and pulled with all my might. Yet, his weight felt like that of a mountain. I adjusted my stance, inhaled deeply, and shifted my center of gravity, forcibly dragging him from the room. Just as before, the moment we stepped out, all the doors slammed shut behind us. This scene left me unnerved. It seemed the door was a trap, leading me to believe there was an escape route, only to ensnare me once I entered. How cunning! You must not go there. That is the funeral parlor they constructed for you. The delivery station owner shouted with the last of his strength. You cannot enter. If you do, the coffin will automatically claim you. So, this was the trap. Yet, I had no time to dwell on it. I needed to get him back to the old lady's house, as lingering in the corridor was too perilous. However, upon hearing my intention to return to the old lady's house, he flatly refused to accompany me. Understanding his concerns, I quickly reassured him, there's no one at the old lady's house. Only Xiaoman is there. She is my classmate, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, he relented and agreed to accompany me. As we arrived at the old lady's doorstep, I knocked in accordance with our previous agreement and softly called, Xiaoman. Open the door. Before long, footsteps echoed from within. Growing nearer, I surmised she was about to look through the peephole, so I hastily raised my hand, displaying the beads, and continued to call, Xiaoman, open the door. Then came a creak, and the door swung open. In that instant, the delivery station owner gasped in astonishment. Frozen in place, My heart raced as I realized that the person who had opened the door was not Xiaoman, but the old lady. "Grandmother, what are you doing here?" I asked, feeling both surprised and uneasy, my expression a mix of astonishment. Yet, the old lady did not respond directly. Her face was etched with anxiety as she gestured for us to enter. Signaling us to be silent, I turned back to glance at the delivery station owner, who clutched his chest, leaning against the doorframe, absolutely unwilling to step inside. "Please, come in. This corridor is safe," the old lady urged, her voice low yet filled with urgency. Seeing us hesitate, she chastised us, "Hurry inside." At that moment, I suddenly recalled Xiaoman. A wave of unease washing over me, I anxiously asked, "Grandmother, where is Xiaoman?" "No, where is my classmate?" Chapter 39. Escape with injuries. Seeing my bewilderment, the old lady grew even more agitated, her voice dropping to a hushed tone as she urged, come in, otherwise they will come again soon." They, both the delivery station owner and I, understood all too well who she referred to. Merely hearing those two words sent a chill down our spines. Ultimately, the delivery station owner acquiesced and stepped inside. Once inside, I scanned the room anxiously, searching for any sign of Xiaoman. However, the entire living room was devoid of her presence. At that moment, the old lady hurried towards me, urging me to check the bedroom. In the dim light, her face was a mask of worry as she incessantly murmured, "You must help me. My granddaughter seems to be ill." The mention of her granddaughter startled me. I quickly shook off her grip and dashed toward the bedroom. Upon entering, I found Xiaoman lying on the bed. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if I had returned to that day when I encountered the dry corpse of Xiaoman. Yet today, she had not fully transformed into a corpse. Her body appeared to exist in a state between human and corpse, her skin parched and wrinkled, her eyes sunken, yet still retaining a flicker of life. I widened my eyes in disbelief, stammering, "Is she really your granddaughter? What is her name?" The old lady's displeasure flared up, and she raised her voice, "This is Xiaoman. Are you not her classmate? Why don't you recognize me?" she exclaimed, rushing to the bedside with a heart full of anguish, gently stroking Xiaoman's forehead. She was gravely ill and could no longer remain here. "Please help me take her outside." The elderly woman, usually composed, displayed a rare moment of panic, more frantic than when she encountered the masked brothers last time. It was puzzling. Xiaoman had looked like a corpse the last time, yet she had not detected anything amiss then. Now, despite Xiaoman still drawing breath, she sensed something was wrong. Seeing my silence, the old woman grew anxious, her voice tinged with desperation as she implored, "I beg you. I can't leave the 13th floor. I cannot carry her out." This scene tugged at the heartstrings, yet I felt utterly powerless. With a resigned sigh, I replied, "Grandma, I can't leave either. The elevator that brought us here has vanished." Upon hearing this, fear spread across her face as she muttered, "They haven't discovered us, have they?" I did not catch her words clearly and asked for clarification, but she remained silent for a moment before continuing, "There is another way out. There is a hidden door we can use." "A hidden door? Is it the one I used last time?" The old woman nodded. However, I immediately dismissed the idea. That hidden door led to a dead end, and it was impossible to escape through it. Upon hearing my thoughts, she shook her head emphatically. "That is not a dead end. There are mechanisms involved. That path was designed to remain hidden, thus the mechanism is concealed." Her words filled me with a flicker of hope. Perhaps there was a chance for salvation. Yet, gazing at the frail delivery station owner and Xiaoman, my spirits plummeted once more. How could I descend with two injured individuals? Moreover, they felt unusually heavy today. Noticing my hesitation, the old woman suddenly stood up and rummaged through a drawer. Soon, she produced a pair of scissors and several sheets of yellow paper, handing them to me while saying, "This will work. First, take one item from each of them and wrap it in this yellow paper. Then, push them down the shaft. After you return to the real world through the hidden door, burn the items, and they will come back." Before she could finish her sentence, I promptly objected, shaking my head vigorously like a rattling drum. "Push them down? Wouldn't that mean they're doomed?" This plan sounded far too bizarre. I was terrified to execute it in desperate times. "We must take desperate measures, child," the old woman insisted once again, offering me the tools, yet I still hesitated to accept. My sole concern was the possibility of being deceived, which would lead to their needless demise. No. This suggestion was far too strange. The old woman seemed to see through my thoughts and continued to persuade me, "If you don't believe me, you can accompany me to the hidden door and see for yourself if what I say is true." Her gaze was unwavering. Given the circumstances, there seemed to be no better option, so I reluctantly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she led me back to the living room, pointing to the wall adorned with her portrait, saying, "The switch is on the wall. Touch it, and you will find it." Suddenly, it all clicked for me. Each wall in this floor that displayed a portrait or was near an altar was a hidden door, all leading to that passage. Before long, I located the mechanism and pressed it gently. The door swung open. The old woman walked ahead, and I followed closely behind as we stepped inside. This time, a sense of foreboding enveloped me. The passage felt even narrower than before, with an overwhelming sense of pressure and suffocation. As we ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted, causing me to shiver involuntarily, my heart swelling with unease. The old woman remained silent ahead, seemingly oblivious to the chill in the air. After a short while, we arrived at the familiar wall where the skeleton lay. "Grandma, it's right here." I pointed at the bones, recalling how I had been stuck here last time. Only escaping upon hearing her voice. Upon my words, the old woman remained unusually calm, nodding slightly at the skeleton and instructing, "Lift it. The mechanism is beneath." "Lift it?" I was incredulous, fearful of misunderstanding her. Yet, the old woman nodded again. I stepped forward, clasped my hands together, and respectfully murmured, "Forgive me. I mean no offense." Upon seeing my demeanor, the old woman reassured, "It's all right. I won't hold it against you. Hurry." Summoning my courage, I reached out and grasped the skeleton. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged from beneath it, but it extinguished almost immediately that I reached towards the spot where the light had vanished and discovered a button. When my hand touched it, it materialized. When I withdrew, it disappeared again. Such a hidden design explained why ordinary people could not find it. I pressed the button once more, and a doorknob sprang forth. Trembling, I grasped the handle and pulled gently, revealing a staircase that wound its way to the 12th floor. "There is a staircase," I exclaimed in excitement, glancing back at the old woman. She nodded slightly, encouraging me to proceed. Heart laden with doubt, I cautiously ascended the stairs, and within just a few steps, I found myself back in the real world. It seemed the old woman had not deceived me. We quickly returned to the room, preparing for the next phase of our plan. Upon our return, Xiaoman had slipped into a deep coma, unresponsive to our calls, her breaths shallow. "We must take Xiaoman outside first," the old woman declared, lifting her effortlessly. I was taken aback, speechless. How could she carry Xiaoman, who felt so heavy? Before I could comprehend the situation, the old woman sprinted towards the shaft, urging me to follow swiftly. Her speed was astounding. I struggled to keep pace. Finally catching up, I was horrified to see her throw Xiaoman down the shaft without a moment's hesitation. "Oh my heavens!" I cried, racing to the railing. My blood rushed to my head. Although I had agreed to this plan, I was unprepared for such swift action. I watched in horror as Xiaoman plummeted. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded. Just as Xiaoman was about to hit the ground, she vanished in an instant, as if swallowed by an invisible black hole. My mouth fell agape in shock. Before I could recover from this strangeness, heavy footsteps and the sound of chains dragging along the floor echoed in the corridor. This was bad. The masked brothers were back. Panic swept over me. The delivery station owner was still inside. I had to return to the room to access the hidden door. What to do? "It's all right. Stay calm. I have a plan." The old woman gently patted my shoulder and leaned in to whisper her strategy. Chapter 40. The fireman clears the path. The fireman clears the path? I exclaimed, startled by the old woman's plan. What was a fireman? My limited experience hindered my understanding of her scheme. Observing my confusion, the old woman ceased her explanations, her expression grave as she instructed, "Just do as I say. I need to cut some paper figures for later, but this will take time if they arrive early. You must find a way to stall them. Paper figures?" Suddenly, it dawned on me. Her specialty was manipulating paper figures. The last time I had escaped the 13th floor, it was thanks to her paper figures. As she spoke, the old woman retrieved the scissors and yellow paper she had previously intended to give me. She then handed me 2 packages of yellow paper, reiterating, "These contain hair cut from them. Keep them safe. Remember to burn them as soon as you get back. Where do I burn them? I asked anxiously as I accepted the yellow packages. Burn them in the places they often frequent? She replied, not even lifting her gaze. Just then, the footsteps of the masked brothers drew closer, and I felt a surge of panic, but the old woman remained calm. She lowered her head, one hand holding the paper, the other gripping the scissors, deftly twirling them. Although her hands were frail and emaciated, they moved with remarkable agility. In a matter of seconds, the yellow paper transformed under her fingertips, and before long, peculiar little figures sprang to life. Child, hurry and ignite them, she urged as she finished cutting one. I quickly searched my pockets. Wait, I don't smoke. I had no lighter, I called out. I don't have anything. She swiftly stopped her work and tossed me a lighter she had fished from her pocket. My hands trembled as I caught it, but my fingers seemed unresponsive. No matter how hard I pressed, the lighter only flickered feebly before falling silent. Seeing this, the old woman snatched the lighter back. But after several attempts, she too was unsuccessful. Furrowing her brow, she scanned the area and suddenly spotted the fire pit around the corner where paper was burned. She dashed towards it, crouched down, took a deep breath, puffed up her cheeks, and then blew forcefully. In an instant, the pit, which had contained only ashes, flared to life with several sparks. She carefully brought the yellow paper figures close to the flames with a whoosh. The flames leapt up, and the heat washed over us. Once ignited, the old woman quickly withdrew the figures from the fire pit and slammed them onto the ground as the flames met the floor. A bizarre scene unfolded. From those fiery spots, life-sized paper figures emerged. No, to be precise, they were paper corpses. Their faces resembling those of paper figures, but their bodies were lifeless. As the burning figures multiplied, these paper corpses surged forth like a tide, quickly filling the narrow corridor to capacity. They collided and shoved against each other, emitting a chilling creak reminiscent of a horde of malevolent spirits from the underworld. Upon hearing the commotion, the Ma Yin brothers swiftly approached, brandishing iron chains that they viciously swung towards us. The chains sliced through the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. With each swing, sparks erupted, rapidly pursuing the paper figures. When struck, the paper figures let out a wail, instantly transforming into a plume of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this, the elderly woman furrowed her brow, hastening her movements while shouting at me, "Child, quickly return to your room. I fear I cannot escape." "You must flee, Grandma." I thought that amidst the chaos, I could sneak her away unnoticed. However, the old woman disagreed, continuing her frantic cutting and urging me to leave. "Stop dawdling. There's still another person inside." Her outcry suddenly reminded me of the delivery station owner. Yes, I needed to rescue him too. Time was of the essence. With a steely resolve, I traversed the battlefield and miraculously made it back inside. Upon entering, I found the delivery station owner in a state of near unconsciousness. Blood from his wounds almost saturating his clothing. I had no time to waste. I slipped my arms beneath his armpits, attempting to drag him outside. Yet he was far too heavy, and I exerted every ounce of my strength without success. Just then, the door was flung open. I turned in terror to find the elderly woman standing there, her hair disheveled and her clothes marked with the scars of iron chain strikes. "You cannot move him. He is in the process of becoming a corpse, and his body weighs several times more than when he was alive," she exclaimed while lifting the delivery station owner onto her shoulder, preparing to carry him away. She must have anticipated that I could not manage alone and had returned amidst the chaos. Seeing her effortlessly hoist the delivery station owner left me astounded. But I also sensed something was amiss. How could an elderly woman handle someone I couldn't even lift? Clearly, she was no ordinary person. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Our lives were at stake. I followed closely behind them as we dashed out the door. However, we had scarcely taken a few steps when a wave of heat struck us, toppling all three of us to the ground. I felt a searing pain as if engulfed in flames and struggled to rise as the heat receded. I saw the Ma Yin brothers standing before us. "Cut out these tricks. I detest when people start fires." The skeletal man shouted, swinging his chain towards us in a moment of desperation. A fiery figure suddenly lunged forward, embracing him with a determination that suggested mutual destruction. The skeletal man cried out in agony, prompting the Ma Yin man to rush to his aid. Oh my horror! All three of them ignited into blazing fireballs. Quickly, take him away! To the courtyard. At that moment, from within the inferno came a familiar voice. It was the elderly woman. She had set herself ablaze. Grandma! I screamed, unable to believe my ears. Despite my doubts about her identity, I did not wish for her to be harmed. Throughout these perilous days, she had always stepped forward to protect me. Even if she were a demon, she had never caused me any harm. The thought filled me with sorrow. Hurry, child, you must leave. The elderly woman's voice rang out again. But it was laced with anguish. This realization struck me. I could not let my emotions cloud my judgment. Otherwise, her sacrifice would be in vain. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I hurriedly helped the delivery station owner to his feet, using every ounce of my strength to drag him to the courtyard. Old Tang, there's no time to explain, but please trust me. I will bring you back. The delivery station owner gazed at the elderly woman's burning form, his shock transforming into a flicker of determination. Perhaps out of trust in me, he ceased to resist. With my assistance, he leaped down from the building. As he descended, my heart raced, fearing that the black hole would not appear again. Fortunately, just as his body was about to touch the ground, he vanished from sight. The black hole materialized as expected. My anxiety finally eased. They were safe. Just wait for me. Once I return, I will bring you all back. Chapter 41. The First Confrontation. After sending the delivery station owner away, I quickly rose and retraced my steps. Upon returning to the hallway, everything had returned to tranquility, with only the dim overhead lights flickering. All the people, along with the paper figures, had vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hint of ash. I felt a deep sense of confusion but dared not linger, hastening to find the hidden door. The staircase led directly to the restroom on the 12th floor. Gradually, people began trickling in to use the facilities, and they were taken aback to see me descending from the ceiling. Soon, a group of young men surrounded me. They were all dressed alike, resembling factory uniforms. I recalled the delivery station owner mentioning that there was a small factory nearby, which had rented 3 floors for employee dormitories. It seemed I had stumbled into their quarters. However, my entrance was so awkward that they mistook me for a pervert. Suddenly, a crew-cut young man stepped forward, seizing my collar and preparing to strike. Sensing the situation was escalating, I quickly exclaimed, "It's a misunderstanding. I was just up there fixing pipes." They showed no signs of believing me, and just as his fist was about to come crashing down, a voice intervened. "Wait, hold on. It seems to be true. Look at his property uniform." Yes, I was indeed wearing the work attire at that moment. This revelation jolted me, and I quickly added, Yes, I am with the property management. If you don't believe me, you can call the security office or check with the duty room on the 7th floor. Upon hearing this, the crew-cut young man released my collar, though his expression remained unfriendly. As he momentarily lost interest in pursuing the matter. I hastily apologized and made my way toward the security office. The elderly woman had warned that upon returning, I needed to burn their hair as quickly as possible, particularly in the places they frequented. Upon encountering the security guard, I wasted no time in exchanging pleasantries and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, urgently instructing, "Sir, the situation is critical. You must hurry to Xiao Man's home and burn the hair. I will go to the delivery station to burn Old Tang's." The security guard nodded gravely, rising to prepare for departure without asking further questions. Anxiously, I rushed to the 1st floor of Building B, only to find the delivery station abandoned, with neither the owner nor the child present, and the shop devoid of customers. There was no time for greetings. I swiftly retrieved the hair and lighter provided by the elderly woman. However, just as the flame ignited, a wave of water extinguished it. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my back as a tremendous force nearly knocked me to the ground. A voice bellowed, "What are you doing?" I turned in anger to see it was the crew-cut young man from the 12th floor, holding a bottle of mineral water, his eyes filled with suspicion. Before I could explain, he rushed forward, yanking my collar as he attempted to lift me. "What is wrong with you? Why are you starting a fire here?" he demanded loudly. I finally regained my composure and hurriedly explained, "You've misunderstood. I'm not starting a fire." Just as I was halfway through my explanation, I found myself at a loss for words. The situation was far too complex. I finally understood the frustration of being unable to articulate the truth. Seeing me stammer without clarity only fueled his anger. and he prepared to strike me. I dodged, unwilling to escalate the conflict further, my mind racing to finish burning the hair. At that moment, the voice of the peacemaker returned. Don't fight, don't fight. I've already called Sheen. I looked up to see a young man with large eyes, not very tall and fair-skinned. This was bad. I had no time left to burn the hair. Desperate, I feigned submission, telling them I would not leave and would wait for the police to arrive. Seeing me back down, they no longer focused on me. Seizing the opportunity, I pulled out the hair and lighter again, reigniting the flame. They rushed over to extinguish it, and I hunched my body, forming a shield to protect the flame, enduring their punches raining down on me without yielding. At last, the hair burned successfully. I sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Now, there was no way to explain anything before long. 4 or 5 more people arrived at the delivery station. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be co-workers. The newcomers eyed me, intending to kick me, but were quickly restrained. The crew-cut young man, fuming with anger, declared to the crowd, "That's him. He started the fire here. He was acting suspiciously in the restroom earlier. The recent package thefts might have been his doing." Hearing this made my blood boil. Was he really trying to frame me? Just as I was about to explode, a commotion erupted outside the shop. It sounded as though more people were arriving. The individuals inside immediately fell silent, glancing toward the door. Moments later, a familiar face appeared. It was Sheen's mistress. She strode in with an air of arrogance. Flanked by 2 lackeys, upon closer inspection, I noticed that the lackeys were different. They were not the Malien brothers. This confirmed that they had indeed vanished completely from the 13th floor, as soon as the mistress entered. The crew-cut young man recounted the entire series of events, even mentioning our encounter in the restroom on the 12th floor. Upon hearing this, the mistress's expression soured, and she rolled her eyes at me. Mocking, managerly, as a mid-level executive, how can you engage in such unbecoming behavior? Don't forget, you were recommended by old Sheen. Don't tarnish his reputation. Noticing the mistress's attitude, the crew-cut young man quickly interjected, "Sheen, he's one of your people? Can you still handle this fairly?" Upon hearing his words, the mistress's expression darkened, and a fleeting glimpse of panic flickered in her eyes. She hastily explained, "That certainly won't be the case, even if I wish to cover it up. Boss, I would never consent. Rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly and provide everyone with an explanation." Surprised by her demeanor, I found it perplexing that she, typically so arrogant and domineering, was now so submissive, even adopting a coy tone. Yet, this feigned sweetness bore no effect on the buzzcut man, who remained resolute in escorting me to the police station. The mistress appeared agitated, casting a cold glance in my direction before sharply asserting, "There's no need for such trouble. I'll take him to the 18th floor for a proper lesson." And no sooner had she spoken than her 2 subordinates seized me without further ado. A wave of panic surged within me. Having narrowly escaped from the 13th floor, how could I possibly return to the 18th? Absolutely not. In the midst of our struggle, a sudden voice rang out from above. "Managerly, someone is looking for you." The voice seemed close, yet no one was in sight. Everyone glanced around, searching for the source, but to no avail. In that moment, a plan formed in my mind, and I deliberately called out, "Is it someone from the group?" The uncle evidently grasped my intention and promptly replied, "Yes, yes. It seems to be someone from the president's office." Upon hearing the words "president's office," the mistress's expression shifted slightly, her hesitation evident as she gestured for her subordinates to release me. "You should go meet the people from the president's office. Once you're done, remember to come find me on the 18th floor. This matter is far from over." The mistress's face darkened as she threatened, "If you don't come, you'll bear the consequences. Don't think you can disrupt my rules just because you're under old Sheen's protection." Such words were infuriating. I was the one in charge here. How dare a mistress dictate terms? This fine atmosphere had been tainted by such individuals. Yet, given the peculiar circumstances, I lacked the energy to confront her now. I would settle the score later, just as I had escaped from the express station. The uncle's voice drifted in again. "Managerly, are you out yet?" I halted, scanning the area but failing to spot him. "Uncle, where are you?" I called out in confusion. Unexpectedly, he replied that he was also on the 1st floor but soon exclaimed, "Wait a moment. I'll be right up to the 2nd floor. Let's meet there." His voice echoed in an eerie manner. "Why must we meet on the 2nd floor?" I felt a sense of unease but cautiously made my way to the elevator. Chapter 42. The invisible first floor. The elevator quickly ascended to the second floor, and the doors opened. There stood the uncle, his face a mask of urgency as he awaited my arrival. "Uncle, you were just on the first floor? How did I not see you?" I exclaimed before even stepping out of the elevator. The uncle did not answer but hurriedly approached me, concern etched on his face. "Managerly, are you all right? Did they do anything to you?" "They?" Indeed, those were the people associated with the female general manager. The uncle's brow furrowed, still seemingly shaken from the earlier tension, as he spoke hurriedly. "After the workers on the 12th floor captured you, they immediately called the security room, claiming that someone was committing arson at the express station and that it was a property employee. I had to rush to inform the female general manager on the 18th floor." "Called the security room?" I sensed something was amiss. "But uncle, didn't you go to Xiaoman's place? How could you have received a call from the security room?" "Yes, that's where it feels wronged. I did go. After returning from the 7th floor where I dealt with the fire, I received the call and hurried here." As he spoke, my anxiety peaked, and I couldn't help but interrupt. "The 7th floor? You were at the 7th floor fire?" "Uncle, you were supposed to go to Xiaoman's place." The uncle froze momentarily, but soon regained his composure. "Did you not say you wanted to set fire to a place she frequently visits?" "The 7th floor of Building B is indeed correct. Our entire family has lived there for over a decade. Her current residence is a recent rental, hardly a frequent spot." "What? Xiaoman used to live on the 7th floor? How come I never heard her mention it?" I felt as if the people in this building were driving me insane. Although surprised, I reconsidered the uncle's analysis and found it oddly reasonable. However, more perplexing than where Xiaoman resided was why, moments ago, I could only hear the uncle's voice but not see him. Noticing my renewed curiosity, the uncle sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face as he explained. "That first floor, I can't go down there. Can't go down? What does that mean? Every time I descend to the first floor of Building B, everything around me vanishes. The corridor, the doors, even the lights above. Everything dissolves into a dense fog." "What? Such a thing exists?" Seeing my incredulity, the uncle continued. "When I descended the stairs to the first floor, I couldn't see you, but I could vaguely hear voices and sounds of scuffling. I feared for your safety. Hence I called out. To my surprise, you actually responded." The uncle explained that upon hearing me mention the group, he realized the gravity of the situation and decided to play along with my ruse. "But why can't you see anything when you go to the first floor?" My curiosity remained piqued. The uncle shook his head, sighing again. "I don't know. Whether I take the elevator or the stairs, visibility eludes me." At that moment, a realization washed over me. No wonder he had never known anything about the express station in Building B when I had previously asked him. The uncle recounted that as soon as he reached the first floor, the fog would gather, quickly engulfing the stairway area. He feared that the stairs would vanish, preventing his return, which prompted him to urge me to ascend to the second floor swiftly. "Why does this happen?" I inquired. The uncle confessed he was unaware, only that this peculiar phenomenon began after he had broken his leg. "Broke your leg?" I feel like I remember something. "Yes. My legs have been weak ever since that night shift when I misstepped and fell directly down the elevator shaft." Breaking my leg, I recalled. The uncle's expression turned pained as he recounted. "Since then, whenever I visit Building B, whether by elevator or stairs, I cannot reach the first floor. It becomes nothing but a white haze." Listening to the uncle's reminiscence, I suddenly recalled what Xiaoman had told me about their discovery of the issues here. After resigning, the uncle suffered an accident and was injured. "Did you break your leg after you resigned?" I cautiously posed the question. To my surprise, his expression shifted to one of terror, and he anxiously scanned the surroundings before whispering. "How do you know that?" "Xiaoman told me," I replied candidly. "Thus, uncle, you are fully aware of everything here. Yet due to certain concerns, you have refrained from speaking the truth to me. When I contemplated resigning, you subtly hinted that until I successfully left, I shouldn't reveal my intentions too early." After I finished speaking, the uncle let out a long sigh. Just then, a cheerful voice called out from behind me, interrupting our conversation. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar. I quickly turned around to find it was none other than the buzzcut man and the bespectacled man from the 12th floor. They approached us briskly, and upon seeing me, the previously jovial faces darkened once more. The uncle sensed something was amiss and awkwardly chuckled to deflect the tension. We were here to meet the group. He gestured towards me, continuing, "This is our new duty manager." I awkwardly nodded at the two, but they offered no response. Noticing that this tactic was failing, the uncle quickly redirected the conversation, asking, "So? What brings you to the second floor? Don't you have work today?" Hearing the uncle's small talk, the bespectacled man's expression shifted, and he replied cheerfully, "We do. The elevator on the first floor is out of order, so we climbed up to use the elevator and head back to the dormitory." "Uncle, we'll catch up later. We need to get going," the bespectacled man concluded, and the buzzcut man chimed in. Their tone suggested a friendly rapport with the uncle. Once they had departed, I hurriedly asked the uncle, "Who are they? Why does the female general manager seem somewhat apprehensive around them?" "They're workers from the factory behind us, residing here. The boss has rented 3 floors of this building for accommodation," the uncle explained cautiously, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before continuing. "The female general manager isn't afraid of them. She's wary of their boss. Boss Zhai?" Suddenly, I recalled their earlier conversation, where the female general manager had mentioned this name. Exactly, Boss Zhai is a powerful figure in the old city, with substantial influence in this area and many enterprises, including that factory. While Yuanshan Group is formidable, this Yuanshan building is, after all, on Boss Zhai's turf. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. With the uncle's revelation, I began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the female general manager had seemed so jittery earlier and had attempted to intimidate me in front of them. The intrigue lay here. We need to leave quickly. If they come up, the female general manager might follow suit. The uncle urged. It dawned on me that if she discovered there were no representatives from the president's office seeking me, I would surely be dragged to the 18th floor. "Let us avoid the elevator. We should take the stairs." The uncle grabbed my arm, cautioning that the risks of using the elevator were greater. As we spoke, the elevator door nearby opened slowly. Chapter 43. The uncontrolled cement. While we were conversing, the elevator door gradually slid open not far from us. The uncle and I quickly ducked around the corner of the hallway. Inside the elevator stood 2 men clad in maintenance uniforms, likely my subordinates from the maintenance team. The maintenance team lacks a fixed office space, and their work is quite mobile. Consequently, despite my prolonged presence, I have yet to engage in a proper conversation with them, and I am not well acquainted with the members of the entire group. As the door swung open, a tall male staff member peeked out, glancing around only to discover that no one was outside, which visibly irked him. "Who is it? So annoying," pressing the elevator buttons mindlessly. His tone brimmed with complaint. At that moment, another companion, a shorter man, promptly reassured him, "Don't be angry. I really don't want to head down to the basement anymore. Lingering here for a while is quite pleasant." From their brief exchanges, I gathered that they were heading to the basement level to address yet another plumbing blockage. Upon realizing that the newcomer was not the female manager Qin, the older man let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it's not them. Let us hurry." I then followed the older gentleman as we ascended to the 7th floor. Traversing the corridor back to building 8 along the way, I found myself increasingly troubled by the situation concerning Xiaoman and the delivery station owner. With her hair burned, would they be able to return? When could they come back? And what if that female manager Qin insisted on dragging me to the 18th floor later? The mere thought of these matters stirred my unease. Noticing my troubled expression, the older man comforted me. "Don't fret. You should return and catch some sleep. It's been quite the ordeal these past few days." His words resonated with my own fatigue. Thus, upon reaching building A, I made my way directly to the duty room. To my surprise, as soon as I pushed the door open, I found someone rummaging through the duty desk. Upon closer inspection, the individual was clad in cleaning attire, her hair neatly styled in a bun. "What are you doing?" I inquired loudly. Startled by my sudden voice, she jumped and turned her head in a flurry. It turned out to be a woman in her 40s. Her hair impeccably arranged with not a single stray strand, and her face adorned with particularly delicate eyebrows. Sensing my displeasure, she stammered, "Hello, manager, I'm here to clean." "Cleaning? I didn't summon you here." I retorted somewhat angrily. "It's the leadership from the 18th floor who sent me," she replied, trembling and scarcely daring to meet my gaze. Upon hearing 18th floor, my irritation diminished significantly. She was not there to pilfer materials, but perhaps to keep an eye on me. I decided it futile to press her further and issued a stern warning. "Do not come here to clean without my prior notification." She still could not raise her head, meekly acquiescing. Observing her demeanor, I felt a twinge of compassion and suddenly recalled the matter of the white shoe cleaner. Thus, I inquired, "How many people are currently in your cleaning team?" 3. I nodded, as this aligned with the number the older gentleman had previously mentioned. "Then, please call them all. Let us hold a brief meeting. I've been here for some time, yet I have not formally met the cleaning team. In expressing this, I harbored a personal motive. I wished to ascertain whether the white shoe cleaner still existed. To my dismay, as soon as I finished speaking, she hastily waved her hands, saying it was not possible, as the other two were cleaning in the basement and she needed to assist them shortly. Her excuse felt flimsy, prompting me to counter. What sort of cleaning requires 3 people together? With my query, her previous reticence evaporated, and she opened up. It's just that, today, yet another complaint has come in. The basement parking area has accumulated a lot of construction debris, and the path from the parking lot to the elevator is strewn with cement. I asked, that so? It sounded like deliberate vandalism. I resolved to accompany her downstairs to investigate. To my surprise, she appeared reluctant and pleaded, "Manager, you needn't go. We'll handle the cleaning. I assure you it will be spotless." I had merely been voicing a complaint, and I knew they would take their work seriously. Sensing her apprehension, I reassured her, "I'm just going to take a look. Don't worry, I won't deduct any of your pay." Unable to argue further, she led me down to the basement level. The moment we exited the elevator, a musty odor assaulted my senses, a scent characteristic of the aging building. The dim yellow lights above flickered erratically, as though they might extinguish at any moment. Upon my arrival in the basement, I discovered that although the building was divided into sections A and B, the basement was interconnected. Due to its vastness, the entire basement resembled a labyrinth. After navigating several turns, we finally reached the scene of the incident. Around this elevator, an unsightly array of construction debris lay scattered, and the ground bore numerous intersecting cement footprints, as if someone had been frantically transporting debris and had left a chaotic aftermath. Indeed, it was quite filthy. No wonder complaints had arisen. Upon our arrival, I noticed 2 cleaners already at work. "This is Manager Lee. The leadership is here for inspection." I had no intention of interrupting their efforts, but the woman with delicate eyebrows was the first to speak. The 2 cleaners paused their tasks immediately upon hearing her voice and, upon noticing me, became awkwardly reserved. Taking advantage of the dim light, I scrutinized them closely and realized they were unfamiliar faces. One was considerably older, her hair mostly gray, while the other appeared quite young, perhaps in her early 20s. Neither was the white shoe cleaner. My internal doubts deepened. Had the white shoe cleaner never existed at all? Had I only encountered her phantom? In my contemplation, I inadvertently noticed that the younger cleaner was also wearing white shoes. Could it be that the crazy person always in white shoes they had complained about in the archives referred to her? Sensing my gaze fixated on her shoes, the young cleaner grew uncomfortable. Subtly retreating behind the older woman, it was then that I realized I had lost my composure. Fortunately, the maintenance worker arrived, breaking the awkward silence. "Hello, manager," he greeted warmly. Turning around, I recognized him as the tall man from the elevator. The current situation proved to be rather complex. The blockage had been caused by various household refuse, including scraps of clothing, and now it was entirely cement. This was a significant problem. Before I could respond, he began detailing the situation. It felt as though someone had orchestrated this. The plumbing had only been cleared a few days prior, and now here we were again. The cement was also freshly laid. It had only been cleaned a few days ago, and now it was dirty once more. He continued his analysis. "This cement is peculiar. There is indeed some leftover cement stored in the basement, but no construction projects have been undertaken recently, so it remains unused. We just checked, and all 25 bags of cement are intact and unopened. Yet, for some reason, all the cement footprints in the corridor appear to have been mixed, resembling remnants from a construction site." After he finished, I glanced around the environment and noticed a surveillance camera near the elevator exit. Seeing me look up, he quickly added, "We've reviewed the footage, and there were no anomalies." "No anomalies?" I found it hard to believe, my voice rising involuntarily. The maintenance worker, noticing my skepticism, further clarified. To be precise, there were no suspicious individuals detected. Throughout the entire recording, no one appeared to be acting out of the ordinary. However, these refuse piles returned the following morning, just as expected. His words did little to assuage my doubts. "That's impossible. even if there were no suspicious individuals. The moment this refuse appeared from nowhere, the surveillance should have captured it. Was there no anomaly at that moment? My question left him momentarily bewildered, furrowing his brow. I can't say for certain. The footage was reviewed by the leadership on the 18th floor. They claimed there was nothing unusual. The 18th floor? That female manager Chin? I nearly exclaimed. If it were indeed her, I would have a clearer understanding. Under her reign, this building was not permitted to experience any disturbances. Thus, even if anything suspicious were detected in the footage, she would likely suppress it. Moreover, this bizarre occurrence might very well be her handiwork. Chapter 44. Bribery. Listening to the maintenance worker's account, a sense of unease washed over me. The entirety of the 7th floor's duty room was the only area with surveillance, and currently, I was the sole individual with the authority to access that footage. Accessing the surveillance required my key code. However, since my arrival, no one had approached me to review the footage, so how had the personnel on the 18th floor seen the surveillance? Could it be that while I was away, they stealthily made their way to the 7th floor and fortuitously learned my key code? That was a possibility that couldn't be dismissed. However, at present, a more plausible scenario emerged, that the personnel on the 18th floor possessed an alternate surveillance system capable of encompassing the entire building, including my duty room. The mere thought of this prompted me to consider that visiting the 18th floor might indeed be necessary. The truth often lies in perilous places. Rather than remaining passively hidden, I resolved to take the initiative and confront the situation head-on. Consequently, I quickly contacted the security guard and shared my plan, instructing him that if I had not returned in half an hour, he should call my phone and provide an excuse, specifically that a resident had reported the sudden appearance of a 13th floor. Although the guard was puzzled about why I required such an excuse, he nodded in agreement, assuring me to proceed with caution. Having arranged everything, I headed straight for the 18th floor. I was finally about to confront my adversary. I intended to discern who she truly was, capable of keeping everyone beneath her thumb. It was because of individuals like her that the entire building was in disarray, with strange incidents occurring frequently. Fueled by righteous indignation, I arrived at the 18th floor. The environment here was as eerily quiet as during my last visit, with all doors firmly shut. Wait. As I scanned my surroundings, I noticed that room 1801 had its door ajar. Taking a deep breath, I swiftly approached the entrance and gently knocked on the door. However, after a prolonged silence, no one responded. Tentatively, I leaned in, discovering the room was empty, devoid of any presence. Seeing that no one was there, I began to scrutinize my surroundings closely. The room was spacious, a suite that felt as if it had merged all the rooms along the northern corridor into one. Upon entering, one is greeted by a seating arrangement reminiscent of a reception area. Complete with sofas and tables, behind the sofas, surprisingly, is an office desk, indicating the workspace. Venturing further inside, I'm astonished to discover a treadmill. Such a lavish lifestyle. At the far end of the fitness area stands a wall adorned with 3 doors, presumably leading to bedrooms, or perhaps one of them conceals a mysterious surveillance room. As I observed this intriguing setting, the door behind me suddenly closed. A woman's voice chimed in. How rude. Did anyone grant you permission to enter? I turned to find it was indeed the formidable Miss Chin, though this time, her expression lacked some of its usual arrogance and malice. With a semblance of a smile, she chided, "You barged in without the host's consent. Aren't you a tad annoying?" My skin prickled at her words, which seemed to have an effect on Miss Chin, yet I found it quite the opposite. Not wishing to linger on this topic, I quickly offered an apology. Unexpectedly, she burst into laughter, her voice sweetly teasing. "No wonder Lao Chin has taken a liking to you. You truly are a talent. You are the longest-serving manager among us." As she spoke, her gaze scrutinized me from head to toe, making me feel quite uncomfortable. Since we had already crossed paths, I suggested we bury the hatchet, extending my hand. This put me in a dilemma. How could I possibly shake hands with her? The cleaning staff and the delivery station owner had all suffered her tyranny. Yet, here I was, on her turf. An outright refusal could provoke her ire. After much internal conflict, I replied, "Oh, not at all. We are not enemies. After all, it is quite normal to have a few disagreements in the course of work." Seeing my polite rhetoric, yet refusing to relent, she continued to playfully insist, "You truly are a clever one. I do adore individuals like you. You are Lao Chin's, and I am too, so, by that logic, you are also mine." This was disconcerting. I recognized her attempts to ensnare me, yet it stirred a desire to retaliate. Her words were rather distasteful. Noticing my failure to extend my hand, she suddenly took action, placing her unshaken hand on my shoulder. I flinched, pulling away sharply, and coldly inquired, "Should I address you as Ms. Zhu or Ms. Qin?" Her demeanor shifted immediately. She retracted her previous smile and returned to her usual nonchalant self, responding with an indifferent tone. "Either is fine, as long as it pleases you." "What orders do you have for me, Ms. Zhu? I recall you mentioned wanting to give me a lesson." At my question, she scoffed lightly, "Do not take it too seriously. That was merely for show. With Boss Zhai present, I must afford him some respect. But you, what were you doing setting fires?" "Who set a fire?" I retorted. I was attempting to extinguish. Instinctively, I wanted to explain, but then reconsidered. She must not learn of these matters, so I hastily changed my response. "It was merely some old grievances. Do not try to deceive me. I noticed burn marks on the ground." She was relentless. I could only feign calmness and concoct a tale. "Indeed, it was nothing significant. I've been having a streak of bad luck, and a master advised that I should burn some paper." "Burn paper? Then why there?" Her expression betrayed her disbelief. I continued my fabrication, "Because something unpleasant occurred at the delivery station, and the master said I must burn it at the scene of the incident." She abruptly shifted the topic. "Do you often visit the delivery station? Is your relationship with Lao Tang strained?" The mention of Lao Tang sent a shiver down my spine. She had held sway over him for some time. If she discovered our recent closeness, suspicion would surely arise. Hence, I could not speak the truth. I feigned ignorance, responding, "Lao Tang? Who was that?" Seeing my reaction, she chose not to press further and redirected the conversation. "We are all on the same side. There's no need to be so serious. I was just joking earlier. Help me with a task, and should you succeed, I can arrange for your dismissal." "Dismissal?" The very word startled me. "Do not jest." She shot me a look, continuing, "Do you not wish to leave? Yet you cannot resign. I will have Lao Qin formally dismiss you, and you may depart. However, first, you must assist me in locating these 3 items." As she spoke, she handed me 3 photographs. I glanced at them to find one depicted a necklace, another a suitcase, and the last, astonishingly, a human skeleton. That skeleton looked eerily familiar, as if it belonged to the one hidden behind the secret door on the 13th floor. The suitcase was in the basement, though I was unaware of its precise location, and the necklace was supposedly with a worker in the dormitory area on the 10th to 12th floors. Though I had no idea WHOAS for the skeleton, all I knew was it was somewhere in the building, but in which area, I could not say. Upon hearing her demands, I felt an urge to curse. I finally understood her painstaking efforts to win me over were for this purpose. Now, aside from the skeleton, whose location I knew, finding the other 2 items would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, even if I agreed to her request, fulfilling it would be nearly impossible. More importantly, this woman was ruthless. Whatever she had in mind could not be good if I assisted her in locating these items. Would it not mean aiding in concealing a crime? Just as I was mired in turmoil, my phone rang. Chapter 45. The Devil's Bargain. The phone's ringtone prompted me to think of the older gentleman. However, I quickly realized it was too soon. I had only been here half an hour, and he would not contact me at this time. Who could it be? Curiously, I pulled out my phone, only to find the caller ID was Xiaoman. A wave of excitement washed over me. It seemed she had returned safely. I eagerly reached to answer, but then suddenly recalled Miss Qin's presence. It would be inappropriate to take the call now. Thus, I hastily ended the call. Miss Qin, being the cunning fox she was, detected my unease, tilting her head slightly, and inquired softly, "What was the call about? Why did you not answer?" I steadied myself, forcing a somewhat strained smile, and replied, "It was a personal matter. It's best not to answer it now. Let us focus on the important issues at hand." Recognizing my demeanor, she astutely chose not to pursue the topic further, quickly steering the conversation back on track. "So, have you thought about it? Will you accept this task?" Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to keep my voice steady, asking, "If I were to accept, when would you require these items?" With a subtle raise of her brow, she replied leisurely, "The sooner, the better." Furrowing my brow, I feigned a troubled expression and voiced my concerns. "These 3 items will be difficult to locate. What if I am unable to find them?" Upon hearing this, she smirked slightly, casually retorting, Cannot find them? Then you may continue working here. As soon as she uttered that, she seemed to recall something and added, you have half a month before your probation period ends. If you can find them before that, you need not trouble Lao Qin for a dismissal. If you fail your probation, you can simply leave and reclaim your previous compensation. Her words were indeed tempting. She was a master negotiator, effortlessly discerning others' desires and speaking directly to their hearts. Yet, I remained clear-headed, aware that her words were half-empty promises. Moreover, I understood that searching for these 3 items would be perilous. Take the skeleton, for instance. I knew it resided on the 13th floor, an area not easily accessible. I had barely escaped with my life just moments ago. Returning there could very well cost me my life. Contemplating this, I involuntarily shivered, then resolutely replied, I'm sorry, this task is far too difficult. I cannot undertake it. To my refusal, she exhibited no anger, merely chuckling softly, no worries, you have until midnight to change your mind. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, I swiftly concluded our discussion and returned to the first floor. As soon as I exited the elevator, I anxiously retrieved my phone to call Xiaoman. However, to my dismay, the line was perpetually busy. After several attempts, I remained unsuccessful. In a state of urgency, I sought out the older gentleman, inquiring if he had seen Xiaoman return. He shook his head. I pressed further, asking if she had called. Again, he shook his head. Then, could you use your phone to call Xiaoman? I quickly recounted the earlier events to him. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed her number. The outcome was the same. The line remained busy. Just then, my phone rang again. The older gentleman and I exchanged hopeful glances. However, when I checked, the number was unfamiliar. Hesitating, I answered the call. To my shock, the voice on the other end was laced with sarcasm. Are you feeling disappointed? It was Ms. Qin. Her tone was laced with an almost imperceptible threat. Do you have a particularly important call you wish to answer? Just a reminder, if you do not assist me, you may never receive that call. What did she mean? Was Xiaoman in her grasp? My heart sank as I demanded, what do you intend to do? Yet, she remained composed, responding coolly, do not be agitated. We can discuss this further shortly. A surge of anger welled within me, and I slammed my phone onto the table. I loathed being threatened. Observing my fury, the older gentleman advised, perhaps you should return to the 7th floor and rest for a while. When one is emotionally charged or exceedingly fatigued, it is unwise to make any decisions. Heeding the advice of the elder, I dragged my weary body back to the 7th floor. To my astonishment, as soon as I pushed the door open, I discovered her seated at my desk. It was the female Qin, an unwelcome specter that seemed to haunt me. The 7th floor is my domain. What business does she have here? She appeared to see through my thoughts, slightly lifting her chin with a hint of arrogance, and declared, this entire building belongs to me. I can go wherever I please. You, as the duty manager, are merely a figurehead. She certainly knew how to manipulate people's emotions, continuing, if you wish to reclaim control over this building and rescue your friend, you must complete this transaction with me. Some matters cannot be evaded. Avoidance merely plants seeds of trouble for your future. When you seek to move forward, those unresolved issues will become obstacles you cannot surmount. Upon hearing her words, I suddenly regarded her with newfound respect. She truly had a knack for brainwashing. No wonder she could exert such control over Qin. Taking a deep breath, I stifled my rising anger and inquired, why not seek someone else? She crossed her arms, leisurely explaining, the duty manager possesses a unique energy within this building. For instance, the 13th floor only manifests in the presence of the duty manager. Others will find that level inaccessible unless accompanied by the duty manager. Her explanation was a revelation. No wonder Xiaoman and the elder had merely heard of the 13th floor but had never visited. The owner of the delivery station, who had inadvertently stumbled upon the 13th floor, had also displayed such fear. Why had she mentioned the 13th floor? Did she already know that the bones were there? I feigned curiosity and asked, are you suggesting I go to the 13th floor to search for something? She shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I was merely providing an example. The 13th floor is up to you. If you deem it necessary to go there, by all means, do so. Just be prepared. Should any unforeseen events arise, I cannot assist you. Another attempt to deceive me. Her words reminded me of those masked brothers. Were they not her subordinates? Acting as sentinels on the 13th floor, causing havoc and leading to the death of the old woman. Perhaps the 13th floor was also her territory, all the while she feigned innocence. Seeing my silence, she placed 3 photographs on the duty desk and rose. As she reached the door, she turned back, smirking slyly, and said, "You currently lack any leverage for negotiation. You can only move forward." I lifted my gaze, locking eyes with her, and solemnly stated, "Very well. I will take on this task, but I must establish 3 rules. I am only responsible for finding the items. I will not assist you in any other matters, and no harm shall come to anyone during the search." She nodded in agreement. Once she departed, I gathered some tools, preparing to return to the 13th floor to complete the first task. However, I suddenly realized a pressing concern. Chapter 46. The shallow pit emerges. Having packed my belongings and ready to embark, I recalled a significant issue. While I could easily enter the 13th floor, returning could pose a challenge, just like last time, when the elevator had mysteriously vanished, leaving me without an exit. What was I to do? With this thought, I quickly grabbed a pair of scissors, snipped off a lock of hair, and carefully wrapped it in yellow paper. It appeared I would have to seek the elder's assistance. I pondered the situation. If I were to find the bones in the 13th floor, and everything went smoothly, half an hour should suffice. Thus, I allocated an additional 45 minutes. If after 45 minutes I had not contacted the elder, he should promptly come to the duty room and burn my hair. Then, I would follow Xiaoman and the others down through the well. That, of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Having made my decision, I hastily called the elder and relayed my plan in detail. I placed the hair and lighter beneath the duty log, so if he arrived, he could act immediately. Once everything was arranged, I exited the duty room, only to find the corridor in disarray. The walls were marked with blotches and streaks of gray. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were hardened cement. Seeing this, I was taken aback. How had this material made its way from the basement to the upper floors? I distinctly remembered the entrance being clean when I returned. Moreover, I had remained in the duty room and had not heard any disturbances outside. These marks resembled those made when mixing cement, and such force could not be attributed to mere human effort. As I pondered this mystery, the elevator door suddenly opened. Turning to look, I saw the young girl in white shoes. She pushed a cleaning cart out of the elevator and, upon seeing me in the corridor, quickly greeted, "Good day, manager. I'm sorry. I'll clean up shortly." Something felt amiss. I had yet to notify anyone. How did she know the place was dirty? I fixed her with a questioning gaze and asked, "Who informed you to come?" The girl seemed momentarily taken aback and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry. I'll come back later." "No, that's not what I meant," I replied. "I was simply curious as to how you knew the 7th floor required cleaning." Upon hearing this, she appeared relieved and explained, "There was a complaint from a resident about construction debris and cement stains in the lobby and elevator, so the management sent us to clean and check each floor." I understood now. However, I was intrigued. What about the other floors? Were they experiencing similar issues? To my surprise, she shook her head and responded, "So far, only the lobby and 7th floor have reported problems. I have yet to check the upper floors." I nodded, instructing her, "Then please continue with your work. Once you've completed your inspection, do let me know the situation." As we spoke, my gaze inadvertently fell upon her shoes. Against the dirty, chaotic floor, those white shoes seemed out of place. Why did she prefer white shoes? Most cleaners wore black ones. While everyone had the freedom to choose their footwear, didn't she worry about getting them dirty on the job? Lost in thought, my phone rang. I pulled it out to see an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, I answered. On the other end, the tall maintenance worker introduced himself. "Manager Lee, this is Zhou Wei. Could you come to the basement again? There's been another incident." "An incident?" My heart sank at his words. If something had gone awry, my task on the 13th floor would have to be postponed. "Please hurry down. The parking lot surface has been damaged." Ending the call, I hurried downstairs, navigating through several twists and turns before arriving at the scene. It turned out to be the southeastern area of Building B's parking lot, where the ground had been vandalized. A shallow pit, approximately 10 centimeters deep, lay exposed, with fragments of gravel and cement scattered about, resembling a site of excavation or a botched renovation project. Before long, the maintenance worker dismissed the latter possibility. I inquired with the engineering department, and there are no ongoing renovation projects in the building, so this must be intentional damage. Nodding in acknowledgement, he continued his analysis. "I suspect it might be the doing of Boss Shai's people. The Yuanshan building was previously a competitor, and though we managed to secure it first, Boss Shai is not one to accept defeat easily. Under the pretense of renting dormitory space, he has taken 3 floors here. Ever since his employees moved in, this building hasn't known peace. Thus, I believe this incident is certainly linked to them. His assessment aligned with what I had heard previously. However, attributing this act to Boss Shai seemed somewhat tenuous. Logically speaking, if one intended to cause damage, they would target the lobby, the atrium, or any upper floor, where the impact would be far greater than in the basement in such a concealed location. While there were advantages to being less conspicuous, the effectiveness of the sabotage seemed limited. As I contemplated this, the commotion around us began to swell. Looking up, I noticed an increasing crowd gathering. Among the onlookers, I suddenly recognized 2 familiar faces. It was those masked brothers. What were they doing here? My heart raced, and I squinted into the crowd for confirmation. Yet, they had vanished once more. The sight of them triggered thoughts of the female Qin. Could this incident be connected to her? The item she sought, the suitcase, was located in the basement. Was it possible her people were digging there, only to be interrupted before they could tidy up? This theory seemed plausible. However, on further reflection, it felt off. As the building's actual manager, if she wished to excavate in the basement, she could easily do so under the pretense of renovations, without needing to resort to secrecy, which would only arouse suspicion. The crowd continued to swell, and I signaled to the maintenance worker to cease his commentary, opting instead to explain to the onlookers that this was merely a resurfacing project that would be resolved swiftly, urging them to disperse. Once the crowd was cleared, the maintenance worker and I remained on site to inspect further. I glanced around, noting the absence of surveillance cameras. Approaching the pit, I crouched down, scanning the ground littered with debris. When I suddenly spotted something familiar, I quickly reached out, carefully clearing away the surrounding stones, revealing a red bracelet. It bore a striking resemblance to the one Wang Bo had given me. I hastily lifted the bracelet to my eyes, noticing it wasn't quite identical. This one contained dark red veins, twisting and intertwining like blood vessels. As I gazed upon it, those veins seemed to come alive, slowly writhing. I shook my head vigorously, thinking I was seeing things. Yet when I focused again, I watched in horror as those writhing veins spread across the stone surface, dripping a foul-smelling liquid. As the liquid cascaded to the ground, it astonishingly corroded a small pit, emitting a hissing sound and billowing acrid white smoke. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, transforming the shallow depression into an entrance to an unfathomable abyss. The stones within the pit appeared to be stirred by invisible hands, tumbling chaotically and producing a chilling cacophony of clashing sounds. Before the maintenance worker and I could react, a powerful force yanked us towards the gaping void, and the world before us was swiftly engulfed in darkness, leaving only the howling wind resonating in our ears. This sensation was reminiscent of the time I placed an order through Universal Courier. Surely, we are not destined to re-enter that central hub? Chapter 47. A choice among 3. After a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, I was abruptly jolted to the ground with a painful thud. Struggling to rise, I found myself enveloped in utter darkness. As I reached out, my fingers grazed the cold, smooth surface of the walls. A distant, indistinct buzzing echoed around me, reminiscent of being trapped within a box or conduit. Managerly, "Are you all right?" I was rummaging through my pockets for my phone when, suddenly, I heard the maintenance worker's voice in the darkness. "I'm fine. How about you? Are you injured?" Just as I finished speaking, a light illuminated before us, my phone in the maintenance worker's muddy hands. Instinctively, I glanced down at my own attire, astonished to find myself entirely cleaned. We must have fallen into an underground conduit. Relieved by my unscathed condition, he began to analyze our surroundings, confidently asserting his familiarity with this environment. Even without sight, the scent alone reveals we are indeed in a conduit. With that, he shone the phone's light around us. Indeed, we were in a conduit, likely situated in its central section, as the beam revealed no visible end in either direction. What should we do next? Should we proceed together or split up in search of an exit? I favored the latter, suggesting that whoever found the way out should call the other. The maintenance worker concurred with this plan, and we set off in separate directions. However, not long after, he let out a piercing scream and collapsed, his phone clattering to the ground. My heart raced with alarm, and I quickly dashed back toward him. "What happened? Are you okay?" The maintenance worker's face was ashen, his lips trembling as he stammered, I just saw a skull face. No, two. One looked like a skull, the other was the pockmarked face. We uttered the last phrase in unison. Both astonished, he asked, "Did you see it too?" My heart sank at his words. Those were the pockmarked brothers. How could they have reappeared? This meant that what I had perceived in the crowd earlier was not mere illusion. If that were true, we were in grave danger. It was clear that we could not proceed in that direction. Thus, we turned back, retracing my earlier path. As we ventured deeper, my discomfort intensified, a torment for anyone with claustrophobia. The physical agony I endured far surpassed the terror of the scene. Suddenly, a series of hissing noises pierced the air, followed by a heavy thudding sound that reverberated through the conduit. What the hell is that? The maintenance worker quivered at it. Seems to be coming from ahead. I forced myself to remain calm, though I could hardly conceal the tension in my voice. We cautiously advanced through the conduit, the walls weeping cold droplets that echoed in the silence. Abruptly, a deep growl emanated from the depths of the passage, akin to a roar from the underworld, freezing one's very blood. Did you hear that? The maintenance worker grasped my arm tightly, his knuckles turning white with fear. Yes, I heard it seems to be just ahead. I comforted him while retrieving a steel rod from my backpack, one of the tools I had prepared for our ascent to the 13th floor. With the rod in hand, I bent low and led the way, while he positioned himself behind me, ready to defend. As we delved further, the growl grew closer and more distinct. At last, around a bend, we beheld a pair of enormous eyes, glowing with an eerie green luminescence. Oh no, there truly is a monster. I quickly fished out the glass bottle from my backpack and hurled it forward with all my strength. The bottle whistled through the air, striking the creature squarely. In an instant, it shattered, and the liquid within erupted forth. Following this, a spine-chilling hissing sound ensued. The beast seemed momentarily paralyzed, then unleashed a deafening roar that sent dust cascading down the conduit. Its massive form began to tremble violently, releasing acrid white smoke that curled upwards, filling the air with a nauseating stench of charred and decaying matter. Managerly, what did you just throw? The maintenance worker gasped in astonishment. Sulfuric acid, I replied, tugging him in the opposite direction. The pockmarked brothers were merely figments of our imagination, but that creature was all too real, necessitating a change in course. We sprinted for about 4 or 5 minutes, gradually losing the sound of the growling behind us. Soon, we glimpsed a faint light ahead, and as we approached, it grew brighter. We arrived at a spacious junction, reminiscent of a larger 3-way conduit, in addition to the passage we had entered. 2 more extended before us.it. Seemed we were once again faced with a choice. We reverted to our previous method, splitting up, with the first to find an exit calling the other. After my suggestion, the maintenance worker vigorously nodded in agreement. Before departing, we marked our respective paths, a triangle for his route and a circle for mine. I ventured into my chosen conduit, walking for approximately 2 to 3 minutes without making any progress. The darkness persisted ahead. I sensed something was amiss. Conduits were not meant to be this interminable. Just then, my phone rang. It was the maintenance worker. I answered, his voice brimming with excitement. Managerly, I can see a light over here. Hurry and come. This was indeed splendid news. After hanging up, I swiftly retraced my steps to the junction. Oh, my dismay, however, the sight before me clenched my heart in fear. All 3 passageways had been marked with triangles. This can't be right. I distinctly marked only 2, and one was a circle. Perplexed, I suddenly heard a sharp knocking sound from the right conduit. I quickly dialed the maintenance worker. Are you the one knocking? Hurry and come, he urgently replied. I followed the sound of the knocking and soon saw light filtering through. As I drew closer, I discovered it was the junction between the conduit and a room. This layout is peculiar, I thought. The end of the conduit lacked any valves. If water were to flow through, the connected room would surely be flooded. Just then, the maintenance worker's voice called from within. Open the door. Managerly, hurry. His tone was filled with urgency. Just a moment. I'll open it right away. I raised my hand towards the doorknob, but as I was about to touch it, an ominous feeling washed over me. If he were trapped in that room, how could he be signaling me just moments ago? The thought sent a chill down my spine, causing my hand to tremble involuntarily. I hesitated, my feet seemingly nailed to the ground, paralyzed with indecision. Suddenly, the voice behind the door became impatient, rough, and irritable. Why aren't you opening the door? What are you stalling for? His shout made me instinctively step back, frightened to approach the door. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air behind me. Your authority is rather inflated. Is it so difficult to open the door? I spun around in terror, only to find the maintenance worker standing silently behind me. His expression devoid of emotion, his eyes hollow, then, in a horrifying instant, his face contorted and twisted at a terrifying speed. His visage rapidly became riddled with pockmarks, while his cheeks began to sink, gradually resembling a skull. As though the pockmarked brothers had merged with him, my eyes widened in fear, my feet rooted in place, my mind blank, as a wave of cold dread surged from my feet to the crown of my head. Chapter 48. The three-faced horror. The maintenance worker stood before me, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Initially, I could still faintly discern his features, but soon, the faces of the pockmarked brothers began to alternate in a grotesque display. The three faces vied for dominion over his flesh, each one taking turns to assert its presence. The maintenance worker clutched his hair tightly, veins bulging on his forehead as he cried out in agony. Manager Lee, please don't pull them out. His voice was filled with despair and terror. Yet, without pause, the voice from behind the door echoed in sync with his pleas. Open the door, Manager Lee, hurry up. The frantic shouts, accompanied by the sound of fists pound, do not open the door. With his roar, a torrent of water surged in, instantly rising to my waist. I hurriedly turned around to open the door. However, as soon as my hand touched the doorknob, the bracelet on my wrist began to stir. It seemed to have come to life, with each bead writhing rapidly, and then the bracelet swiftly shrank, tightening around my wrist. At first, it was merely a slight pressure, but in an instant, that force multiplied. I felt as if I had been electrocuted, jerking my hand back and stumbling backward. When I regained my composure, everything before me had changed again. The water had vanished without a trace, and calmness had been restored. Even the three-faced monster had disappeared. Was it yet another illusion? A wave of fear washed over me, and I quickly took out my phone to call the repairman. During the agonizingly long seconds of waiting for the call to connect, an unusual sensation began to manifest on my face. Initially, it was just a faint prickling, akin to being gently pricked by fine needles. But soon, that pain escalated, as if invisible hands were tearing at my skin. Instinctively, I covered my face, anxiety creeping in. Could it be that they were also coming to seize my face? Just then, the call finally connected. It was the repairman's voice, though the signal was poor. I don't know. Manager Lee, where are you? Your call has been unreachable. I found the exit. Hurry. In the fragmented conversation, I retraced my steps to the area with 3 paths. Feeling relieved that I hadn't opened that door, I touched the bracelet, recalling the elderly woman from the 13th floor. Once again, she had saved me. Before long, I returned to the starting point of the 3 paths. This time, everything appeared normal. 3 pipes, 2 marked, 1 circled, and 1 triangular. This was consistent with our earlier situation, so, this time, there could be no mistake. I hurriedly ventured into the pipe marked with a triangle. Indeed, not long after, I spotted a source of light ahead. I quickened my pace and emerged, discovering that this area was also a junction of pipes and rooms. The layout mirrored that of before, except this time there was an additional safety valve. Appearing more logical, upon seeing me, the repairman exclaimed with excitement, Manager Lee, you're here. I couldn't reach you on the phone. It drove me crazy. Noticing his agitation, I recounted the previous events succinctly. Oh, my surprise. He shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, No, I didn't knock on the pipes. I only called you, hoping you would come through the pipe I marked, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes, you never appeared. His words began to clarify my understanding. So, I had indeed fallen into another illusion. Manager Lee, let us not separate. The signal underground is too poor. If we split up, we might lose contact again. What then? As he spoke, the repairman reached for the door ahead. Sensing his intent, my heart sank, and I quickly raised my hand to stop him. Wait, don't open it yet. However, I was too late, and the door swung open. Fortunately, this time, what lay beyond was a normal-looking basement room. Observing the surroundings, it appeared we had arrived at the 2nd basement level. Just as before, I led the way, with him following closely. Thus, we cautiously advanced forward. At this moment, everything appeared normal. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Yet, as we walked, a series of footprints suddenly appeared on the smooth floor. Continuing onward, the prints became chaotic and irregular. They abruptly ceased in front of a door. I crouched down to examine them closely, only to find that these footprints were made of dried cement. We exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Could these footprints be related to the basement incident? Following the direction of the prints, we cautiously approached the second room. The door was partially ajar, and through the crack, I could see a faint light within. Gently pushing the door open revealed an office-like setting. Suddenly, the repairman called out to me, "Look!" Following the direction of his finger, I noticed a row of monitors mounted on the far wall. Could it be that the hidden surveillance from the 18th floor was here? I rushed over to examine the screens closely, discovering that the footage was not live. One of the screens displayed a playback of the parking lot being excavated. Several indistinct shadows were seen breaking the ground and digging up stones. The repairman quickly grabbed the mouse, attempting to enlarge the image. Yet, even then, those shadows remained unrecognizable, as if their very essence was that of the shadows themselves. Just as we were engrossed in our observation, the screen abruptly froze. Then, the adjacent screen flickered to life. On it appeared a tall, thin man. Facing away from us, he appeared grimy, as if he had fallen into a mud pit. Barefoot, he slowly shuffled from the basement toward the elevator, leaving a trail of footprints with each step. His silhouette and gait felt eerily familiar, yet I couldn't place him at that moment. The repairman murmured beside me, "This person looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere." We both found him familiar? Then he must be near us. We hurriedly searched for the elevator's surveillance, hoping to catch a glimpse of his face. As I thought this, the repairman and I quickly split up to search. At last, in one of the elevator's monitors, we found the subsequent footage. This clip clearly revealed that man's face. When the image sharpened, I couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was the university student I had encountered that day, Huang Yu, the former 16th manager. A jolt of fear coursed through me, and my face began to throb painfully, as if an invisible hand were tearing at my skin. I gritted my teeth against the pain, rising to confront this force. However, the moment I stood, the repairman was so startled that he fell to the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he screamed. Chapter 49. Stagnation. The repairman looked at me, his face a mask of fear, trembling as he scrambled to his feet. I wanted to call for his help, but not a sound escaped my throat. At that moment, it felt as if an invisible hood had descended upon my head. With each breath I took, it tightened further, as if it would soon crush my skull. Yet, simultaneously, I felt a strong urge that if I could just break free from this invisible hood, I could escape this dreadful control. Thus, I summoned my last ounce of strength to shout the same words the repairman had said earlier. "Quickly, pull them out." Unfortunately, like my previous self, the repairman did not grasp my meaning. He stood frozen in fear, oblivious to the need to escape. As the pain intensified, my strength swiftly ebbed away, and I ultimately collapsed heavily to the ground. In that moment of falling, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of my clothes, which were now smeared with mud, while the repairman's attire remained impeccably clean. It was as though all the dirt from him had transferred to me the instant the hood appeared. A chill crept over me. Was it possible that whoever bore this filth would attract the masked brother? Suddenly, a voice called from outside, "Zhou Wei, hurry, get out." The voice sounded eerily familiar. No, wait, that was my own voice. Could it be that everything I had just experienced was about to repeat itself with the repairman? "Zhou Wei, hurry, get out." Seeing that the repairman still hadn't exited, the voice continued to call. The repairman, both alarmed and anxious, glanced back and forth, bewildered, unsure of which of us was real. This enemy is indeed cunning. I held my breath, struggling to rise, and with all my might, I shouted at the repairman, "Don't go out! Don't go out!" Recalling the earlier scene, I instinctively touched the bracelet on my right wrist. To my surprise, it had turned cold, devoid of its previous vitality. Clearly, I could no longer rely on it. I needed to think of another way. While contemplating my next move, I repeatedly urged the repairman not to open the door. My energy was severely depleted, and once again, I fell to the ground. This time, as I collapsed, my backpack flew open, spilling its contents everywhere. Scissors, paper figures, a lighter rolled out before me. Items the elderly woman had previously given me. intended for self-defense on the 13th floor. Seeing them sparked an idea. Just moments ago, it was water flooding in. Now, I would retaliate with fire. I gritted my teeth against the pain, trembling as I picked up the lighter and ignited the paper figure then, mimicking the elderly woman's earlier actions. I exerted all my strength to fling it to the ground the moment the figure caught fire. In an instant, sparks flew, and from the burst of flames, a paper figure emerged. My pain rendered me too weak to summon more than one figure. Surprisingly, however, the paper figure remained utterly still after its emergence. I exerted every ounce of energy to command it, yet it remained unresponsive. Could it be that this paper figure still recognized its master? Desperate, I raised my right hand, presenting the bracelet to it. To my astonishment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The paper figure seemed to sense some kind of summons and slowly moved toward me. Just as it was about to reach me, it suddenly extended a pair of claws, gripping my neck tightly. Then, its paper face drew nearer, so close that I could scarcely discern its features. In my blurred vision, I was astonished to see that what had originally been a flat paper face began to take on a three-dimensional form. Subsequently, the visage of the masked man appeared, followed by that of the skeletal figure. Thus, the three faces began to alternate. As they transformed, my breathing became suddenly easier. It seemed that the malevolent force had transferred to this paper figure. At that moment, I was astonished to realize that the mud on my clothes had vanished as well. Upon a closer inspection of the paper figure, I was astonished to discover numerous mud specks adorning its surface. A surge of elation coursed through me. It seemed there was hope yet. As the mud spots multiplied, the paper figure appeared to be enveloped by a layer resembling the armor of the terracotta warriors. When the accumulation of mud reached a critical threshold, a resounding explosion echoed, and the paper figure disintegrated into a myriad of fragments, scattering across the ground. To my surprise, the debris bore a striking resemblance to the construction waste we had previously encountered in the hall and basement. Following the explosion, the maintenance worker seemed to regain his senses and hurried over to assist me. I gestured for him to record the surveillance footage we had just witnessed, intending to preserve it as evidence for future reference. Having completed this task, we hastily vacated the room. However, upon returning to the corridor, we found the external environment had undergone a dramatic transformation. A thick fog enveloped the area, seemingly possessing a consciousness of its own. As it instinctively coalesced around us, within moments of our emergence, we were engulfed by the dense mist, with visibility plummeting to less than a meter. This scene evoked the security guard's earlier description. As he had encountered a similar sight upon descending to the first floor of Building B, we pressed against the walls of the corridor, advancing cautiously. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, we still failed to locate an exit. A sense of foreboding began to creep into my mind. Even at a leisurely pace, the corridor of this building could not possibly extend this far. In that moment, the maintenance worker, clearly agitated, pulled at my sleeve and inquired, "Managerly, could we be experiencing a ghost wall?" I shook my head, scrutinizing our surroundings as I replied, "This is not a ghost wall. The ghost wall traps you in a perpetual loop, causing you to return to your starting point regardless of the direction you take. However, we are undeniably moving forward, yet we remain unable to reach a new destination." After hearing my explanation, he appeared crestfallen and asked, "What should we do then?" I recalled past conversations with the security guard, desperately searching for an answer. In such situations, the involvement of a third party may be necessary to break the deadlock. His eyes widened in disbelief. "But no one knows we are here? Furthermore, this is the basement, a place frequented by very few." Just as we spoke, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the fog's depths. Before long, that glimmer expanded rapidly. Then, a low creaking sound echoed, reminiscent of a door being opened. Moments later, a figure began to materialize from the mist. The instant of their emergence, the heavy fog dissipated instantaneously. As the figure approached, I recognized her as the girl in white shoes. "Manager," she exclaimed, her face etched with fear. "What has happened to you? We were just trapped here." The maintenance worker interjected before I could respond. The girl nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder I saw you both lingering here. It appeared as if you were merely treading water, not advancing at all. That is why I came to investigate." Treading water? Her words sent a chill down my spine. If we had been wandering in circles all along, then the ghost story the guard had recounted was likely true. Chapter 50. Interlude ghost story? Upon my utterance, both of them exclaimed in unison. What ghost story? The maintenance worker appeared both frightened and intrigued. Let us not discuss this now. We must ascend quickly. I wish to avoid further discourse on the matter, having narrowly escaped death and uncertain of our safety. As we prepared to leave, the girl waved her hands dismissively, saying, I want to go with you. You may proceed. I will stay here. Her declaration left both the maintenance worker and me astounded. How could anyone reside in such an environment? Although the boss was somewhat stingy and had reduced staff, there were still employee dormitories. How could she choose to dwell in the basement? Were you ostracized by the others? The maintenance worker probed, showing no desire to conceal his curiosity. The girl appeared taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. No. My circumstances are unique. Living in the dormitory is inconvenient, so I chose to reside here alone. Don't be afraid, young lady. The manager is here. If anyone bullies you, now is the perfect time to speak up. The maintenance worker insisted, unwilling to let the matter drop. The girl's expression turned pained, as if she struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she changed the subject, saying, Allow me to guide you upstairs. I know a shortcut. I nodded in agreement, permitting her to lead the way. True to her claim, she seemed quite familiar with the environment, and within 3 or 4 minutes, we arrived at a safety exit. The girl exerted herself to push open the exit door, revealing a dilapidated staircase, followed by a rush of cold air mixed with a musty odor that hit us forcefully. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. Turning to the girl, I asked, as a young woman, Aren't you afraid of living here? She gently shook her head, replying, I'm used to it. This staircase frightens even me, a grown man. You navigate it alone each day? And you're not scared? The maintenance worker's tone was laced with pity. Not at all. There are other tenants here, she replied without hesitation. However, the moment the words left her lips, she seemed to realize her mistake, quickly adding, All the paperwork is in order. It was approved by Mr. Cheen. The Mr. Cheen she referred to was likely that female Cheen. This woman was indeed a vampire, extending her reach even into the basement. As we ascended from the second basement to the first, the air quality noticeably improved, despite the minimal vertical distance we had traversed. Yet, the stark contrast of the surroundings deepened my sympathy for this girl. In her bloom of youth, she was confined to this dimly lit basement. Manager, I shall not accompany you further. You will find the first floor ahead, the girl announced from the bottom of the staircase. Choosing not to follow us. Return safely. Thank you, and take care, I said as I bid her farewell. Suddenly, from the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure on the half-level to my right. Initially startled, I quickly dismissed my fear. After all, the basement, though sparsely populated, was still a public area, and the presence of others was not unusual. However, as we drew nearer, the sight became increasingly peculiar. The figure appeared poised to ascend the stairs, yet it remained suspended between 2 steps, repeatedly mimicking the action of climbing without making any forward progress. Perhaps sensing our presence, the figure vanished in an instant, while maintenance worker and I exchanged bewildered glances. His voice trembled as he asked, Manager, did you just see that? Nodding in affirmation, his unease intensified as he shouted, Quickly! To the first floor. The girl was also startled by this sudden commotion, trailing us to the first floor. Manager, that person, will they end up like we just did? The maintenance worker inquired, his excitement palpable. Indeed, we were lost in the fog, yet from the girl's perspective, it appeared as though we were merely treading water. His question reignited my memory of the ghost story. I proceeded to recount the tale in its entirety. It transpired prior to the building's acquisition. The former owner had a secretary, whom he trusted implicitly and often tasked with personal errands. One day, upon receiving a package, he instructed the secretary to retrieve it from downstairs, an ordinary request, yet unexpectedly, the secretary vanished along with the package. After hours of waiting, the owner sensed something amiss and attempted to reach the secretary by phone, only to discover the line had gone dead. Subsequently, they reviewed the surveillance footage. The recordings revealed the secretary collecting the package and retracing his steps to the elevator. However, just before entering, he received a phone call. After ending the call, he did not re-enter the elevator but instead headed towards the stairwell, seemingly intending to ascend. From that point onward, he disappeared. The stairwell lacked surveillance, and thus he was never located, leaving the incident an unsolved mystery. Approximately a month later, While patrolling at night, the security guard and his colleague unexpectedly encountered the secretary. Clad in the same attire he had worn the day of his disappearance, he appeared unremarkable, albeit with a somewhat vacant expression. When discovered, he was found standing on a step of the first basement. More accurately, he was not standing still but repeatedly mimicking the action of climbing stairs. Yet each time his foot would land on the next step, he would retract it. Sensing something was amiss, the guard summoned his courage and approached to inquire. To their astonishment, the secretary vanished in an instant. Following that encounter, no one saw him again during subsequent patrols. However, this was not the most bizarre aspect. The most peculiar detail was that over the course of the following month, the building experienced 3 or 4 similar incidents. Each involved individuals retrieving packages who, while waiting for the elevator, received phone calls. After ending those calls, they would turn towards the stairwell and walk away. Strikingly, all of these individuals subsequently vanished. The authorities were alerted. Yet no conclusions were drawn. Eventually, the owner sold the building, which was acquired by the current Yuanshan Group. Upon hearing my account, both of them shivered involuntarily. The maintenance worker, in a state of panic, questioned, "Then, was the person we encountered just now that secretary?" I shook my head, replying, "I cannot say I have never seen that secretary." At that moment, the girl in white shoes turned pale. Her eyes filled with trepidation as she asked, "Was the person you saw wearing a wool vest and a tie?" "Yes, that is precisely how he appeared." Was it possible that this girl knew him? Upon our affirmation of her description, her countenance darkened further as she trembled, saying, I have delivered packages to him several times." "Ah? Where should it be delivered?" I hurriedly pressed for an answer. "To the 7th floor. Room 707, the girl replied anxiously, her voice barely audible. Chapter 51. The mysterious recipient. Upon hearing her words, my mind felt as if it might explode. I was immediately overwhelmed, a tangle of thoughts crashing down upon me. Yet, having come this far, I realized there was no other choice. After a brief moment of despondency, I gathered my resolve and asked the girl, "When did you last deliver it? How many times have you done so?" The girl slightly tilted her head back, recalling, "Perhaps 4 or 5 times. The most recent was at the beginning of this month." The beginning of this month? That was quite close to my reporting date, wasn't it? If that were the case, the duty room should be unoccupied. When I first arrived, the room was covered in dust, indicating that it hadn't been regularly attended to. And the security guard also mentioned that there hadn't been a duty manager for quite some time before my arrival. So, to whom did the girl deliver the items at room 707? Noticing my confusion, the girl furrowed her brow and said uneasily, "How could there be no one? Every time I came to deliver something, there was always someone present. Was that person the duty manager?" The maintenance worker asked anxiously. The girl shook her head, looking somewhat tense. "I don't know. I didn't dare to ask. The managers change too frequently here, and I don't recognize any of the leaders." "What was the last item you delivered to the 7th floor? Do you remember?" I gestured for her to remain calm and to recall slowly. Thus, the girl lifted her head slightly and reminisced. "It seems to have been a box. A suitcase. A suitcase." I felt a wave of suffocation. Could it possibly be the suitcase that Ms. Chin asked me to find? I quickly inquired, "What kind of suitcase was it? What size? What color? What material?" "I don't know the size. The color is somewhat dark blue, and it seems to be made of plastic. I'm not very familiar with materials." Upon hearing her response, I became increasingly agitated. The detail she remembered bore a striking resemblance to the photo Ms. Chin had given me. Therefore, I promptly instructed the maintenance worker, "Go to the parking lot now and check on the status of that pit. Remember not to touch anything inside it. If there's any situation, call me immediately." The maintenance worker nodded in agreement. I then turned to the girl and said, "I need to trouble you for a moment. Please accompany me to the 7th floor shortly. I have a photo I'd like you to help me confirm." She nodded in understanding. With arrangements made, we set off separately. However, as soon as the girl and I entered the elevator, I noticed something peculiar. After stepping in, she instinctively pressed the button for the 7th floor. Then, she froze, hesitating for 4 to 5 seconds before finally pressing it. I caught sight of this moment and glanced in the direction of her finger, only to discover that the elevator displayed the number 13. It suddenly struck me what Ms. Chin had said. The number 13 would only appear when the duty manager was present. Very few people in this building were aware of the existence of the 13th floor. So when they saw the button for it in the elevator, they would be astonished and taken aback. Yet, the girl's reaction had been unusually calm, which was far from a normal response. As I pondered this, the elevator arrived at the 7th floor. The girl stepped out, and noticing I had not followed, she turned and called out, "Manager, we've arrived." At that moment, I snapped back to reality, but a sense of unease began to creep in. She had not mentioned anything about the 13th floor. No surprise, no shock, nor had she asked me if I had seen it. This behavior was highly abnormal. I kept my guard up as we continued towards room 707, however, before we could reach the door, I noticed that the cement prints in the corridor had vanished. At this point, I recalled my previous inquiry and asked, "Did you check on the cement prints last time you went upstairs? What was the situation? Was it just the 7th floor that had them?" Upon hearing my question, the girl seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, manager. I got busy and forgot. There was no issue upstairs. Only the 7th floor and the lobby had prints." "You visited all the floors?" I pressed further. "Yes, I went to every floor, except for the 13th floor," the girl replied candidly. When she mentioned the 13th floor, her eyes instinctively rolled up as if recalling something. Seeing this, I was taken aback. She indeed knew of the 13th floor's existence. How did she come to know? Noticing my expression, she hurriedly explained, "I have a key to the 13th floor and I could go up, but I wouldn't do so unless absolutely necessary." "What? There's a key to the 13th floor? Which room does it belong to?" I almost exclaimed. "It's not a room, it's just a key to access the 13th floor." As she spoke, she pulled out a triangular key from her pocket and handed it to me. I took a look, and it was indeed an elevator key. She nodded and said, "It is indeed an elevator key. If I want to go to the 13th floor, I just need to insert this key into the elevator, and then I can see the button for the 13th floor." As she said this, her tone was exceedingly calm, as if discussing a mundane matter. I was left astonished, my mouth agape. Seeing my reaction, she added, "But I rarely use this key, because for the 13th floor, I wouldn't go up unless necessary." As we spoke, we entered the duty room. Upon entering, I quickly rummaged through the drawer for the photos. Yet I could not find them. I distinctly remembered placing them in the drawer before I left. How could they have disappeared? Could someone have entered? "Manager, is this it?" Just as I was feeling frustrated, the girl suddenly asked. I looked up to see her holding several photographs. Squinting, I examined them closely. They were indeed the very photos I sought. I quickly nodded in affirmation. Receiving my confirmation, the girl brought the photos closer to her eyes, scrutinizing them intently. After about 10 seconds, she firmly nodded and stated, "This is the suitcase. I delivered this one." Upon hearing her affirmation, a surge of excitement coursed through me. This elusive suitcase now had a lead. I took a deep breath to calm myself and inquired, "To whom was this suitcase delivered? What did that person look like? Do you remember?" The girl furrowed her brow and replied, "Tall and thin. Very young, yet appeared quite haggard. There was nothing particularly special about their appearance." Hearing her description, the face of the 16th manager, Huang Yu, immediately flashed in my mind. At that moment, I suddenly remembered the surveillance footage I had captured on my phone in the monitoring room on the basement level. There was a segment showing Huang Yu in the elevator. With this thought, I hurriedly took out my phone to show the girl. However, just as I opened my album, I was shocked to find it completely empty. Every single clip I had recorded was gone. A sense of unease washed over me. My call history had inexplicably cleared before, and now my album had followed suit. I felt as if someone had taken control of my phone. Just then, the phone rang. It was the maintenance worker calling. I quickly answered, and before I could say a word, he rushed to inform me, "Manager, it's bad news. That pit has been filled by a lunatic." Who? Who filled it in? I could hardly believe my ears. How could a lunatic come into play at this moment? A lunatic claimed that the owner of the 13th floor had commissioned him to fill in the pit. Otherwise, they couldn't park their cars. Can you believe that? Where did the 13th floor come from in our building? The maintenance worker continued to describe the situation on site in detail, but I couldn't focus on anything he said. My mind was consumed by the phrase 13th floor. It seemed I had no choice but to go there. Chapter 52. Breaking through, I hurriedly reorganized my backpack, replenishing some supplies, and prepared to head upstairs immediately. Just then, the security guard appeared. It turned out that the 45-minute appointment had arrived, and he was there to fulfill it. Upon entering, he was surprised to see me. "Manager Lee, you're back?" His tone was filled with surprise. As he thought I had returned safely, I quickly explained. No, I haven't set off yet. I've just been delayed by some matters. I'm heading out right now. Taking her with you? As he spoke, the guard noticed the girl in white shoes and questioned me curiously. I quickly waved my hand and briefly recounted the situation. After listening, the guard turned to the girl and said, "Little Lee, you should head downstairs. Your team members were just looking for you." Upon hearing this, the girl's body tensed instinctively, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and unease, as if she had done something wrong. Noticing her reaction, I began to suspect that she might be experiencing bullying. Earlier, when the maintenance worker had asked her questions in the basement, she had exhibited a similar demeanor. Thus, I said to her, "Once I'm done here, come find me tomorrow morning. If you encounter any difficulties at work, feel free to tell me. If someone is truly bullying you, you can also talk to me. I may not be able to assist with other matters. But when it comes to work-related issues, I will certainly ensure justice for you." The girl bit her lip and nodded silently. Subsequently, she handed me the triangular key. "Manager, here is this for you. It might come in handy." I took the key and suddenly recalled our earlier conversation, quickly asking, "Who gave you this key?" Upon hearing, the girl hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "It was given to me by an older sister from the cleaning team before." "Which older sister? How did she come by this?" I pressed further. However, before the girl could respond, the guard interjected. "It was her. You met her in the duty room when you first arrived." He nodded towards me. And I understood. So it was that cleaner in white shoes. Why did she give the girl this key? As I inquired further, the girl strained to recall. The key was meant for me to deliver something to the 13th floor on the 14th of each month. I was puzzled. Deliver what? To whom? The girl shook her head and replied, "I'm not quite sure what it is, as it's always packed in a black bag. However, through the packaging, it feels like it could be something akin to paper." After a brief pause, she continued, "I just deliver it directly to the 13th floor and leave it at each doorstep, without a specific recipient." Yellow paper. Before the girl could finish, the uncle and I exclaimed in unison. It seemed we were on the same wavelength. Delivering to every household on the 13th floor, and it felt like paper. Most likely, it was indeed yellow paper. As time was of the essence, I urged them to head downstairs promptly, while reminding the uncle that the previous 45-minute arrangement still stood. With that, I made my way to the 13th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a familiar scent enveloped me. The environment remained unchanged. The corridor was still shrouded in a greenish HUN01 was burning paper in the corridor, yet it still seemed clouded with smoke. This time, my objective was the last room on the right side of the corridor. It was in this very room that I had previously opened the door with a string of beads. The door faced the living room wall, with an offering table positioned closely against it. Feeling along the center beneath the tabletop, I could locate a switch. This was the switch for the hidden door. Shortly, I would enter through there to retrieve the bones. However, this plan bore a risk. The room had been arranged as my funeral parlor. The delivery station owner had warned me not to linger too long in that parlor, or else the coffin inside would automatically claim a life. I recalled that day vividly. When I went to save someone, it lasted barely a minute, and just as we exited, the door closed behind us. Thus, the temporal gap inside was likely only a minute. If I could swiftly enter the hidden door within that minute, I should be able to avoid being in the same room as the coffin. So be it. But before I entered, there was still a matter to attend to. Reaching the end of the corridor, I removed my backpack, took out the paper figurines and lighter, and imitated the elderly woman. Burning 2 paper effigies, I then instructed them to stand at the door, in case it unexpectedly closed. With everything in place, I took a deep breath, removed the string of beads, and slowly approached the door lock. With a soft click, the doors swung open. Just as I was about to rush in, I found the room engulfed in a haze, obscuring my surroundings. I searched through my memories and stumbled my way to the offering table. Quickly found the switch and opened the hidden door. The door creaked open slowly. I was too impatient to wait for it to fully open and squeezed myself inside. However, before entering, I deliberately shifted the offering table to block the door, to prevent it from closing unexpectedly like last time. This was my third visit here. Compared to the previous 2 times, the lighting seemed dimmer and the place had become disheveled. There were traces of construction and renovation on the floor and walls. I took out my phone to increase the light, only to discover numerous cement stains. How strange. How had these appeared here? I hadn't he noticed them before. Yet time was pressing, and I couldn't he afford to ponder further. So I steeled myself and continued deeper into the room. Before long, I spotted the bones at the end of the corridor, still leaning against the wall as before. Upon seeing it, fear was momentarily cast aside as I bent down to lift it. But unexpectedly, this time, the bones felt surprisingly heavy, much like when I had to drag Xiaoman and the delivery station owner. An ominous feeling washed over me, and I hurriedly pulled out my phone to shine a light downward, only to find the lower half of the bones cemented firmly in place. What the hell? I couldn't help but curse. Oh, my astonishment! A voice echoed through the empty corridor. Why don't you give it the string of beads? The sudden voice startled me, causing me to shudder. I turned in terror, yet saw no one. When I turned back, Old Wu was crouching beside me. I nearly fell to the ground in fright, fearing it was yet another illusion. I shook my head vigorously, and upon refocusing, Old Wu had vanished. Could it be he was trying to convey something to me? Though my mind was filled with confusion, I decided to heed his suggestion. Indeed, when I slipped the string of beads onto the skeletal hand, a miraculous scene unfolded. The cement beneath it vanished entirely. Without time to marvel, I grabbed the bones and swiftly turned towards the exit. However, as I walked, I sensed the corridor constricting. The walls seemed to be closing in on me. I quickly adjusted my posture and moved sideways. Just as we emerged from the hidden door, it slammed shut with a resounding bang. Toppling the offering table to the ground, at that moment, the girl suddenly appeared at the entrance, shouting, "Manager, hurry! How did she come up here? What about the paper figurines I burned?" With no time for contemplation, I clutched the bones and sprinted towards the exit. To my dismay, a powerful force gripped me. I turned to see Old Wu. "You can't go," he exclaimed urgently, holding onto me tightly. Panic-stricken, I shouted and struggled to break free. But my feet felt as though they were glued to the floor, and I, in the midst of our tug-of-war, the door slammed shut. Chapter 53. The paper figurines strike back, the door closed, and an uncontainable fury surged within me. Everything had been going according to plan. I was on the verge of escape, only to have it disrupted by Old Wu. Upon seeing me cease my struggles, Old Wu released his grip and implored, "You truly cannot go past. Do you think that girl is normal? We came to this 13th floor, and we might not all come out unscathed. How can a young girl maneuver so freely?" Old Wu's words seemed to hold some truth. However, at that moment, his issues appeared far more pressing than the girl's. Why had he reappeared? Was he human or ghost? Wasn't he the one who had lain in the coffin with me? "Old Wu," I called out sternly, "are you human or ghost?" At my accusation, his face turned ashen, shifting from a bluish gray to a ghostly white, while the blush on his cheeks expanded. Simultaneously, his eyes darkened, swiftly transforming into two hollow voids. The wrinkles on his forehead and cheeks rippled like waves, fracturing his visage into countless bizarre shapes. His lips curled grotesquely, spreading wide in an eerie manner. This was bad. He had morphed into the form of the paper figurine. Specifically, the one I had burned earlier. No, wait. I had just burned two. So why was there only this one? Why had it taken on Old Wu's appearance to hinder me? Was the elderly woman trying to convey some message? These questions raced through my mind. Before I could untangle my thoughts, the coffin nearby began to shake violently as it rocked. The lid slowly creaked open. A pale hand emerged from the gap, its fingers elongated and knobby, appearing strikingly conspicuous in the darkness. Then, a head gradually peeked out, and upon closer inspection, I realized its features were merely painted on. Wasn't this the other paper figurine I had burned? Was this the fabled act of claiming a life from a coffin? With no time to react, the paper figurine suddenly propped itself against the coffin's edge and leaped out. Once free, it delicately scraped its nails along the coffin's edge, producing a hissing sound as if preparing for an assault. Seeing this, I instinctively took a couple of steps back. To my shock, the bones in my arms began to stir as well. The joints emitted cracking sounds, as if gathering energy to break free from my grasp. Realizing the danger, I instinctively released my hold, and the bones leapt down, landing steadily on the ground. The paper figurine, sensing the opportunity, lunged forward to attack. Another paper figurine soon joined the fray. Yet the bones did not back down. They nimbly sidestepped, Evading the attacks of both I in the next moment, the bones raised their bony arms, resembling a sharp bone sword, and thrust towards the paper figurine's midsection. The paper figurine, in response, bent backward in an exceedingly unnatural manner. Narrowly dodging the strike, it then executed a roll, its legs scissoring towards the skeleton's neck. Meanwhile, the second paper figurine launched a sneak attack from behind, attempting to restrain the bone's movements. This was bad. At this rate, the bones would surely be defeated. Anxiety coursed through me, and I suddenly recalled a tactic. I hastily pulled out my lighter and pressed it down. With a click, a small flame flickered to life. I dashed towards the battleground, aiming to ignite the paper figurines. However, one of them sensed the disturbance, swiftly turning around and slashing its dry arm towards my throat. My heart raced in alarm. I quickly sidestepped, feeling the cold rush past my neck as the arm grazed me, extinguishing the flame. Ignoring my fear, I rolled forward, closing the distance, and pressed the lighter again. With a click, the flame reappeared. I stretched the lighter towards the legs of the paper figurine. Luckily, as soon as the flame touched it, it ignited, spreading rapidly across the paper figurine's body. The other paper figurine, noticing the flames, abandoned the bones and rushed to its aid. Oh my horror! Both were engulfed in flames. Their bodies twisted and contorted amidst the flames, emitting a crackling sound as they burned. As the noise of the fire intensified, the white bones fell to the ground, devoid of life. Once the flames were extinguished, I hurried to open the door, only to discover that it was indeed locked. It seemed I had to seek another way out. I began to search the room, and suddenly noticed a greenish glow emanating from the coffin. Could there still be someone inside? I nervously swallowed, my legs trembling as I cautiously peered inside. To my astonishment, there lay a paper figure. No, wait. Why did it look so familiar? Upon closer inspection, I realized that a photograph of me was affixed to the paper figure's face. I quickly reached out and tore the photo off, my heart racing with a mixture of fear and anger. Clearly, someone intended to bring about my demise. As the photo was ripped away, the paper figure seemed to lose its tether to the soul, its entire form beginning to shake violently, producing a cracking sound. Subsequently, the entire skeleton disintegrated, the paper figure's body transforming into countless shreds that swirled in the air, drifting down gently. However, before I could catch my breath, a powerful gust of wind suddenly erupted from the coffin, enveloping me tightly. My vision faded to black, and I lost all consciousness. I do not know how long it was before I awakened. My head pounding, it felt as if innumerable needles were ruthlessly piercing my skull. I attempted to raise my hand to massage my temples, only to find my arm's range of motion severely restricted. It was then that I realized I was lying inside that very coffin, surrounded by complete darkness. In a panic, I pushed against the lid, but it refused to budge, as heavy as a mountain pressing down upon me. This instilled a sense of dread within me, and I began to pound on the lid desperately, my palms burning with pain. Suddenly, that powerful gust of wind returned. It wrapped around me like a wave of heat, compressing my body and forcing its way into my mouth and nose, leaving me gasping for breath. My lungs felt as if they were being seared by fire, and I saw stars before my eyes. My consciousness gradually slipping away. Just as I felt I was on the brink of suffocation, a large hand reached out from behind and gently patted me on the back, allowing me to finally gasp for air. As my vision slowly cleared, I found myself sitting on the floor of the duty room. The uncle was crouched beside me, continuously patting my back. It turned out that he had saved me from the peril of burning hair. I inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, a sense of relief flooding over me like never before. I struggled to rise, disregarding the pain in my body, urgently scanning the surroundings. To my dismay, the white bones had not been brought back. Chapter 54. Lost and found. After all that commotion, the most crucial item had been left behind, and I felt a wave of frustration wash over me, truly regretting my earlier actions. Noticing my distress, the uncle quickly reassured me, don't worry, Shaoli has already brought it back. Brought it back? I could hardly believe my ears. Could it be that the girl who had called for me at the door was indeed the same one? But the door had closed afterward, so how did she manage to get inside? Just as I was pondering this, the girl burst into the room, breathless and drenched in sweat, her bangs plastered to her forehead. Her expression no longer calm but filled with urgency. "Manager, I've retrieved the item." Upon seeing me, she pointed towards the corner of the room, panting heavily. Following her gesture, I indeed spotted something wrapped tightly in a bedsheet in the nook behind the door. The outline protruding from the bedsheet resembled the white bones. What a surprise! What a delight! It was as if good fortune had suddenly smiled upon us. The brave girl, still catching her breath, she continued. "When I brought it back, I realized the bracelet on its hand was missing. I just ran out to search for it. Fortunately, I found it." Saying this, she retrieved the bracelet from her pocket and handed it to me. Upon receiving it, I confirmed it was indeed the one that had belonged to the white bones. "Thank you. I am truly grateful," I exclaimed sincerely. Though my surprise, the girl shook her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at me. "No. No, that we should be thanking you. Thank you for not giving up on this place." Her words caught me off guard and filled me with shame. How did she know about everything I had done until now? Nevertheless, my actions were motivated by my desire to escape and to ensure Xiao Man's safe return. I was no hero, not at the lofty heights she attributed to me. "Manager, the uncle has told me everything. What do you need to find next? I am very familiar with this place." The girl's eyes sparkled with determination. Witnessing this scene, a warm current surged within me, yet I felt that her enthusiasm was misplaced. Though she brimmed with passion, the current environment was far too perilous. If I was struggling to cope with this situation, how could a young girl like her possibly protect herself in the face of such unknown dangers? This thought prompted me to shake my head vigorously. Observing my reaction, she became somewhat agitated, her voice rising. "It's fine, manager. I know this place very well. I grew up in this building. Wherever you wish to go, I can take you." Her declaration surprised me. "You grew up here? Then why do you still live in the basement?" The girl lowered her head. "I've lived in the basement since I was little. My family has been renting here for nearly 10 years. Noticing her discomfort, the uncle quickly interjected. "Shaoli, what did you see on the 13th floor earlier? Did you witness the paper figure attacking Manager Li?" The girl nodded vigorously. Yes. I overheard the uncle discussing the manager's plan and quietly followed along. But as soon as I exited the elevator, I sensed something was off. The corridor was glowing green. But this time, it had all turned red, which was very unusual. She continued. At the end of the corridor, there was a flickering light, as if someone was burning something, so I cautiously moved forward. During this process, I noticed that many of the doors along the way were open, which had never happened before. However, those rooms appeared like black holes, revealing nothing but darkness when I peered inside. Feeling a bit frightened, I pressed on and eventually heard sounds of a struggle coming from the last room on the right side of the corridor. "I suspected you might be in there, so I hurried over." Upon her recounting, the scene from earlier replayed in my mind, and her description indeed aligned with my recent experience. It seemed that the issue had originated from Old Wu. Old Wu must have transformed into the paper figure. As the doors closed, I called out for the manager, but before he could respond, the doors suddenly slammed shut. I was in a state of panic, pounding on the door, yet no one answered. I couldn't hear any sounds from the other side. The girl animatedly gestured as she recounted the events. "And what happened next? How did you manage to retrieve the white bones?" I was particularly curious about this part. Later, it seemed my knocking had caused a commotion, and a door from one of the rooms along the corridor opened, revealing an uncle. I couldn't see his face clearly, as his long hair obscured much of it. Before she could finish, a familiar face flashed through my mind. My instinctive reaction was to inquire further. Besides the long hair, did that person have any other distinctive features? Nothing else really stood out. His clothes looked very old and dirty, the girl recalled. Slightly lifting her head, she continued. After the long-haired uncle emerged, he asked me what was wrong and if I needed assistance. I explained that I wanted to open the door, but it was closed. The long-haired uncle then told me to wait a moment, saying he would help me open it. I assumed he had a key, but to my surprise, he returned with a stack of yellow paper. After stepping outside, he ignited the paper, waving the burning sheets around the door while muttering incantations. Then, the door swung open. The girl described the scene with a tone of disbelief. "What happened to that person afterward?" The uncle's tone was urgent, as if he too suspected that the individual was indeed Wang Bo. When the door opened, I went inside, intending to find the manager, but I couldn't spot anyone. However, I did see a skeleton on the sofa. and I guessed that this was the item the manager was looking for, so I quickly retrieved it on a sofa. I listened intently to the girl's account, nearly leaping in surprise upon hearing that word. The room had been arranged as a funeral parlor, containing only an altar and a coffin, with no other furniture present. How could there be a sofa? Are you certain it was a sofa? I pressed her for clarification. The girl nodded firmly. I'm sure. That room looked like an ordinary home, but it felt as though no one had lived there for a long time, as everything was covered in dust. She then pointed to the bedsheet that wrapped the bones, explaining, I took that bedsheet from the sofa. I was afraid that if I went downstairs, I might encounter other residents in the elevator and frighten them. So I specifically wrapped it up. Hearing this, I felt an even stronger sense of unease. I could be certain that there were no extra pieces of furniture in that room, and the bedsheet should have been impossible to find. And what happened afterward? How did you get back? The uncle inquired with concern. After that, I returned normally via the elevator, the girl replied. The journey back went smoothly, except for one hiccup. When I moved the bones, the bracelet fell off. I just went back to look for it, and thankfully found it in the elevator. After she finished recounting her experience, the girl suddenly turned serious and asked me earnestly, what should we do next? Observing her demeanor, I found it difficult to refuse her any further and proceeded to articulate our subsequent plan. Our next step is to locate the box, the very one you previously delivered to the 7th floor. Chapter 55. The Burning Ghost. I had long harbored suspicions that the recipient of the box delivered by the girl was Huang Yu. Yet, my phone album had been entirely cleared, leaving me unable to corroborate this. However, I suddenly recalled that I had asked the repairman to take a photograph as well. Promptly, I reached out to him, requesting a copy. He readily agreed. Yet, after a prolonged wait, I had yet to receive any updates. Just as I was about to make another call, an unfamiliar number appeared. Hesitating for a moment, I chose to answer. To my astonishment, it was the repairman. He shouted from the other end, Manager, my phone just went black, and now I can't turn it on. What? My phone has gone black too. Just after our conversation, it suddenly became extremely hot, and when I checked again, the screen was black. The unfortunate news echoed from the other end. A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that someone was surveilling us? Moreover, not only surveilling, but also controlling our phones remotely. The string of bizarre occurrences clearly indicated that someone was deliberately obstructing us. Intent on keeping the truth buried, that moment, I was struck by a sudden memory of the archives on the 7th floor, Building B. During my previous unintentional intrusion, I had discovered a plethora of materials concerning the duty managers. Perhaps I could uncover some clues regarding Huang Yu there. Therefore, I instructed the uncle to secure the bones and called upon the girl, preparing to head to Building B before we reached the elevator. The girl called out to me, Manager, there's no need to take the elevator. There's a shortcut here. Her words sparked a recollection of a corridor that the uncle had previously led me through. Indeed, she guided me through 2 turns, leading us to that corridor. This building has corridors connecting the 7th and 18th floors, yet due to both being office levels, they are seldom traversed by anyone. The girl explained as we walked. Are they primarily used by the staff? I inquired curiously. The girl shook her head, responding, We rarely use them either, as these corridors often harbor some unsightly entities. Everyone is afraid, so unless absolutely necessary, no one opts to walk this way. Unsightly entities? Indeed. A ghostly figure has frequently been spotted here, pushing a cleaning cart back and forth. Upon hearing her words, I was taken aback. Could it be the husband of the cleaner in white shoes? I hastily asked. Is this ghostly figure covered in blood, with an indistinct face? Upon hearing my description, the girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Manager, have you encountered this too? Judging by her expression, I could surmise the answer. Just then, a sudden gust of cold wind swept in from outside, sending chills down my neck, causing me to instinctively shrink back. The girl appeared somewhat anxious, her pace quickening unconsciously. Before long, we arrived at the archives, which remained as disordered as ever. I urgently began rummaging through the filing cabinets, only to find that the file box was not in its original position. It seemed that someone had come after me. Yet, curiously, this individual did not return the files to their rightful place, opting instead to relocate them. If this was done surreptitiously, wouldn't it be easily exposed? This realization struck me. Perhaps this person was intentionally doing so. They were conveying some sort of signal in this manner. I hurriedly urged the girl to assist me in searching for the file box. At long last, We discovered it on the top shelf of the second column, located towards the right of the cabinet. Eagerly, we opened the box and began to meticulously examine its contents, swiftly locating the file on the 16th manager. "Yes, it's him," the girl exclaimed excitedly upon viewing the photograph. Although I could not articulate his appearance, I could recognize him immediately upon seeing the image. As we spoke, the sound of the door lock turning suddenly interrupted us. "Oh no! Someone is about to enter." Without a moment to spare, I pulled the girl behind the filing cabinet. I held my breath, cautiously peering through the gap, only to discover that the newcomers were not the cleaning lady we had encountered previously, but the pair of ghostly-faced brothers. Hadn't they been burned on the 13th floor? How could they possibly be here? As their footsteps grew nearer, I sensed they were becoming aware of our presence. And it seemed they were about to rush around the cabinet. My heart raced. Just then, the door to the room swung open once more. A woman's voice resonated from outside. "It sounded like the slender-browed cleaner. Are you sure she came this way? I just checked everywhere and found no trace of her." From her tone, it appeared she was conversing with someone over the phone. That girl may be reticent, but she's quite defiant. She may seem soft, yet she can be quite fierce. It would be best if the leadership personally handled this. Upon hearing her words, I instinctively turned to glance at the girl. Sensing the implication was directed at her, as expected, she frowned, her expression tense. If they were indeed referring to her, then a troubling question arose. How did they know she was here? Had they sent someone to pursue her? Were we truly being monitored? Lost in thought, I was suddenly brought back to reality by the sound of a door slamming shut. The slender-browed cleaner had departed, and everything returned to an eerie calm. As if even the footsteps of the ghostly-faced brothers had vanished. Summoning my courage, I cautiously peeked out, only to find the room utterly deserted. Just as we believed we were safe, a rhythmic, dripping sound echoed through the room. I scanned the area, noting the floor was completely dry, devoid of any water stains. What did I ask going on? The girl trembled, questioning me. I gestured for her to remain silent, though my palms were clammy with cold sweat. Before I could gather my composure, the entire filing cabinet before us unexpectedly toppled over. It crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust billowed into the air, choking us with its intensity. Our erstwhile hiding place had transformed into a pile of rubble. Without this barrier, we were instantly exposed. At that moment, two towering figures materialized before us. It was the ghostly-faced brothers. They stood there, drenched, water droplets cascading from their clothes and hair. Pooling at their feet, I asked, "This the legendary burning ghost?" I recalled what the uncle had mentioned earlier. Due to being burned in life, they appeared perpetually drenched in death. Upon discovering us, the brothers displayed a sense of triumph. Confidently approaching in a flurry of panic, I spotted a dilapidated fire extinguisher on the ground. Resolutely, I lunged forward, seizing the extinguisher and swinging it at them. This startled the ghostly-faced man, causing him to retreat a few steps. However, the skeletal figure remained unmoved, reaching out with his bony hand to grasp my wrist with astonishing strength, causing me to grimace in pain as the extinguisher clattered to the ground. In that instant, a burst of flame flickered to my right. I turned to see the girl had activated a lighter. With a sharp crack, a small flame erupted. Upon witnessing the fire, the ghostly-faced brothers immediately halted their advance, their expressions turning to fear. Seizing the moment, the girl stepped forward, extending her arm to elevate the flame higher. As she pressed on, the two figures could no longer withstand the heat, their forms growing increasingly insubstantial until they ultimately vanished into the darkness. Before long, the flame from the lighter extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, even more profound than before. Yet, after a brief interlude of darkness, the room gradually returned to its usual natural light. Rubbing my eyes, I focused again, realizing that everything in the room had reverted to normal. Chapter 56. Secrets of the Archives. With the tranquility restored, the unsettling feeling lingered. The girl, regaining her composure, urged me to leave promptly. However, I was reluctant to depart. Having come this far, I wanted to thoroughly scour the place for any useful clues. Upon hearing my intent, the girl hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. We divided our tasks. She focused on reviewing the duty logs since the acquisition of the building, while I delved into the files of previous managers, searching for any familiar names. To my surprise, as I approached the cabinet, I stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The file box had been relocated once again. Previously, it had occupied the top shelf on the far right, but now it was situated in the middle section of the second tier. How peculiar, as it seemed no one had accessed it in between. Even with the earlier scuffle, it appeared that the surrounding environment remained intact. I quickly marked the various changes in position, observing that these alterations seemed intentional, resembling a meticulously crafted method of signal transmission. Next, I converted the layer numbers and box identifiers into a numerical record, inadvertently exclaiming, 3142? The girl, hearing this, hurriedly leaned in, asking, "What code is that?" "A code." Ah, she had reminded me. Perhaps it was indeed a code. In this building, aside from monitoring the surveillance, where else might a code be required? I hastily inquired of the girl. She shook her head, trying to recall. The leadership's offices are equipped with fingerprint locks. Could it be a backup code for those? What she suggested was indeed plausible. I noted the code down, as it might prove useful later on. We continued our search, and soon, I made a staggering discovery. Each manager was sequentially numbered within the file box. As I flipped backwards, when I reached number 1, a tremor of shock coursed through me. To my astonishment, the first manager was none other than Qin Zong. How could this be? Hadn't all previous managers met with misfortune? Why had Qin Zong remained unscathed, rising instead to become the vice president of the group? I have yet to recover from the shock. And the girl has made a new discovery. She found a suspicious torn piece of paper from a diary. This page was ripped out, but not completely. Look at this name. The girl handed me the diary. Pointing to the remnants of the header, I leaned in closely and saw that the header bore the date May 14, and the signature in the duty roster was none other than Huang Yu. I immediately took the diary and scrutinized it, noticing that this person's handwriting was quite heavy, and the impressions of the previous page could be faintly seen on the next. Something must have transpired on the 14th, prompting the removal of this page. That was my first instinct. However, the girl was puzzled. Why is the 15th blank? I quickly explained that for some unknown reason, there has been no duty roster on the 15th of each month, resulting in blank pages in some diaries. The girl appeared contemplative and swiftly fetched a pencil, gently rubbing it over the blank page. I held my breath, my eyes glued to the process. Unfortunately, after some time, most of the writing remained obscured. Undeterred, I shifted my angle, utilizing the faint light streaming through the window, and after a while, I could vaguely discern a few letters. Water.mud.dormitory. I stumbled through these words. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Is it the dormitory area upstairs? The one rented by Boss Zhai from the 10th to the 12th floors? I looked at her in confusion. Yet, it was as if she had suddenly been enlightened. Her eyes sparkling as she continued to explain. I remember now, this page probably recorded the renovations of the dormitory area at that time. Back then, there was significant tension between our side and Boss Zhai's. It turned out that after Boss Zhai rented the 3 floors, he'd repeatedly made renovations under the pretense of refurbishing the dormitories. However, the Yuanshan group believed the changes were too extensive or were perhaps concerned for deeper reasons, and thus did not approve last year's renovation. Nevertheless, Boss Zhai's people were quite assertive, secretly transporting materials upstairs without any formalities, preparing to carry out construction quietly. Little did they expect that on May 14th, this clandestine operation was discovered by the duty manager Huang Yu. I was uncertain about what transpired in between, but it led to an intense confrontation, even drawing Uncle Mao into the fray. The girl recalled bit by bit, and from her fragmented words, I began to piece together the events. The torn diary page likely documented the situation of that day, which was later removed for some reason. Did that renovation continue in the end? I inquired. As I spoke, images of entering the restroom on the 12th floor flashed through my mind. The layout indeed differed from the other floors, but I couldn't ascertain when the renovations occurred. No doubt, it continued. The girl picked up on my thoughts, analyzing. The duty log has been torn, indicating that the duty manager lost the battle. Her reasoning seemed quite sound, recalling how General Qin had previously held trepidations about those workers. I could sense Boss Zhai's formidable influence. That moment, an electric jolt surged through me as the image of that necklace suddenly materialized in my mind. It was one of the 3 items General Qin had tasked me to find. That necklace, wasn't it on the person of a worker in the dormitory area? Wait a moment, let me piece this together. The bones appeared in the secret passage of the 13th floor. That passage could actually lead to the restroom on the 12th floor. The 12th floor belongs to the dormitory area, which also holds the necklace I seek. The suitcase is related to Huang Yu, while cement always accompanies Huang Yu's presence. Now, cement is also associated with that dormitory area. Though my mind felt like a chaotic mess at that moment, this analysis seemed to gradually clarify the path ahead. I must visit the dormitory area. Perhaps everything I am searching for is there. I handed the diary to the girl and articulated our next steps. The girl nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Great. I'll accompany you." However, the joy was short-lived as I suddenly realized that the dormitory area was highly vigilant against outsiders, making entry quite challenging. Seeing my concern, the girl smiled confidently. "I have a plan. I have a childhood friend working there who can help us." With that, she swiftly pulled out her phone, arranging a meeting time and place with just a few words. Subsequently, we arrived punctually for our appointment. The person was very punctual, appearing a minute before the agreed time in the lobby. He approached from the corner of the atrium, and I found him familiar. As he drew nearer, I recognized him as the buzzcut man. The girl waved him over eagerly. He initially wore a cheerful expression, but upon noticing me, his demeanor darkened instantly, and an unmistakable disdain flickered in his eyes. Chapter 57. A mission unfulfilled. The girl failed to notice the change in the buzzcut man's expression. As he came closer, she anxiously explained the current situation, earnestly hoping he could lend a hand. "Help us access the 12th floor?" The buzzcut man scoffed at her request. The girl nodded vigorously. "Yes, we also need to visit the other 2 floors. Please." The buzzcut man did not respond immediately, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. It appeared that the situation was about to become tense, so I quickly produced a photo of the necklace, inquiring if he had seen it or if any of his colleagues wore it. "No," he replied coldly, not even bothering to look at the photo. Understanding that pushing the issue would be futile, I sighed inwardly, preparing to abandon the idea of seeking his assistance. The girl, watching this exchange, felt her anxiety transform into anger. Her eyes widened as she fixed the buzzcut man with a glare, reproaching him loudly. "Why are you always like this? As if the whole world owes you something. Is it so difficult to help with a legitimate matter?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. "I don't want to live like this anymore. Now that Manager Lee is willing to help us, why can't you cooperate?" The buzzcut man was taken aback by the girl's sudden outburst of anger and tears, displaying a flicker of panic and guilt on his face. After a moment of silence, he finally relented, saying, "My authority is limited. I can only take you in once. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. My ability to assist is quite limited." Hearing his concession, I hurriedly expressed my gratitude. "Once is enough." The buzzcut man explained that the dormitory area was maintained by the residents themselves, and the cleaning staff did not enter the building. However, the maintenance workers would often need to address issues with the wiring or plumbing due to the building's age. Following his advice, I changed into a maintenance worker's uniform and accompanied him to the 12th floor. As the elevator doors opened, an unpleasant odor assaulted my senses, a mingling of scents from a large gathering of people. "In a moment, I will take you through each room. I will say you are here for a safety inspection," the buzzcut man reminded me. I nodded, taking a deep breath, gripping the tool bag in my hand, which contained a few basic repair tools, my palms already slick with sweat. Entering the first dormitory, I was hit by a wave of suffocating air. I could hardly believe that such a wretched living condition existed in this high-rise building. Large patches of wall plaster had fallen away, revealing the grim surface beneath, and in some areas, mold had taken hold. The dormitory was exceedingly cramped, with 4 dilapidated bunk beds squeezed into the space, nearly occupying the entirety of it, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "So, how have things been in your dormitory lately? Any issues with poor connections, short circuits, or clogged toilets? We brought in a professional today, so if there are any problems, let us know, and we will resolve them on the spot." The buzzcut man launched into conversation as soon as we entered, and soon several workers descended from their beds, gathering around him to chatter. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly scanned the room, discovering a private restroom inside, which I also checked, but found nothing of note. It seemed this method was futile. Searching like this was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, I signaled to him and hurriedly stepped back out. Blindly searching this way was not a viable strategy, so I turned to the buzzcut man and suggested, "Could you ask directly?" Before he could respond, a sudden voice interjected, "Ask what?" We both turned around, surprised to find a figure standing behind us. Upon closer inspection, it was the bespectacled man who had been with the buzzcut man earlier, that moment. His gaze met mine, and a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed his face. "You are the one," he began to speak, but the buzzcut man quickly covered his mouth. The bespectacled man paused briefly, then suddenly understood, falling silent and instead asking, "What are you looking for?" The buzzcut man briefly explained the situation to him. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man's eyes lit up, and a subtle smile crept onto his lips as he said, "Why not ask me? I am the warehouse manager." The buzzcut man, realizing something, exclaimed, "Oh, how could I have forgotten this? Let's go to the warehouse now." It turned out that each floor of the dormitory area had a small warehouse for storing confiscated items, and the bespectacled man just happened to be the warehouse manager. He stated that he could take us there right away as he spoke. He wore a smile that seemed slightly enigmatic, his face appearing somewhat different under the dim yellow lights than the last time I had seen him. Feeling a sense of unease, I quietly tugged at the crew cut man and inquired, "What is your relationship with him? Can he be trusted?" The crew cut man nodded and replied, "We've been brothers since childhood." After navigating a couple of twists and turns, the bespectacled man led us to a door near the safety exit and halted. Upon seeing the door, my heart sank. Wasn't this a security door exclusive to the 13th floor? This door was unlike any in the entire dormitory area and seemed utterly out of place in this environment. As the bespectacled man opened the door, he casually remarked, "Inside are various items confiscated during previous inspections, along with some luggage left behind by employees who either resigned or fled. It's quite a jumble. You can pick whatever you like." With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a musty odor that hit us like a wave. This scent was all too familiar. The duty room on the 7th floor bore the same aroma. It seemed this might be the signature scent of the building. We covered our mouths and noses, cautiously stepping inside. Before we could even turn on the lights, a sudden loud bang echoed from behind us. Oh no! The door had shut. The crew cut man jumped at the unexpected noise, but in that moment, he presumed it was merely the wind. Hastily, he approached the door, raised his hand, and knocked forcefully, calling out, "Hey, bespectacled one, what are you doing? Open the door." However, no response came from outside. The crew cut man continued to pound on the door. Suddenly, a male voice emerged, but it was not a reply to his knocking. It seemed he was speaking on the phone. Although he attempted to lower his voice, in the eerily quiet atmosphere, his words were crystal clear. "Yes, it's someone from Yuanshan Group. I've seen him. Rest assured that I've locked them in the warehouse." All right, I won't leave." Upon hearing this, the crew cut man's expression shifted from disbelief to fury. His eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This bastard, he actually betrayed us and sold us out." Chapter 58. Unexpected discovery. Realizing that the bespectacled man had orchestrated this, the crew cut man was filled with uncontainable rage, relentlessly banging on the door. I urged him to conserve his energy and to confront the bespectacled man later. Our immediate priority was to find a way out. I opened my phone and surveyed the surroundings, only to discover the room was cluttered beyond belief, with the windows fortified by security bars. Indeed, it was a storeroom, constructed like a prison cell. However, I pondered if, given its peculiar nature, there might be a hidden door. I dashed to the walls to search, only to find towering shelves crammed against the walls, their contents precariously stacked, leaving no space to approach the walls. In a moment of panic, I suddenly remembered I was still holding a toolbox. Of course, it contained a screwdriver and pliers. I quickly called the crew cut man over, opened the toolbox and said, "The security bars are affixed with screws, not welded. They're still away." Thus, we divided our tasks and, after considerable effort, finally managed to remove one of the security bars. Once the bar was taken down and the window opened, I leaned out and was astonished to find a narrow stone ledge outside, suitable for climbing. The crew cut man leaned out too to assess the situation. After a thorough examination, he concluded it was feasible to escape. He placed his hands on the windowsill and gently swung himself outside. Once he steadied himself, he quickly turned and shouted, "Follow me, but don't let go." I took a deep breath and resolutely followed. We maneuvered cautiously outside the window, the biting cold wind rushing into our collars, numbing our hands and feet. Fortunately, we navigated without incident, and after crawling past 5 windows, The crew cut man halted and began banging on another window in no time. There were sounds from inside, and someone hurriedly approached, shuffling in slippers. When the window was pulled open, a remarkably astonished face appeared. "What are you doing here? What happened?" The newcomer was visibly taken aback by the crew cut man's presence, but his tone was filled with concern. The crew cut man, unable to spare a moment for explanations, waved his hand and urgently said, "Let us in first. We'll talk later." Hearing this, the person promptly extended his hand, pulling us inside one by one. As I set foot inside, I realized it was the independent restroom of the dormitory. It turned out that we had just circled back to the crew cut man's dormitory. "You need to leave quickly? Once this commotion settles, I'll contact you." As the crew cut man steadied himself, he anxiously pulled me toward the exit. However, I was concerned about potential retaliation against him, so I urged him to leave with me. "What about you? Won't they come after you?" The crew cut man, perspiring heavily, patted my shoulder and reassured me, "Don't worry about me. I have my ways to handle this. You, on the other hand, should leave quickly, without further ado." He escorted me toward the stairwell. Along the way, he frequently glanced back, cautioning me, "Whatever you do, don't take the elevator. Use the stairs and avoid the first floor. You might run into them." I nodded and made my way directly back to the duty room. Just as I pushed the door open, still catching my breath, my phone rang. I pulled it out to see it was the security uncle calling. His voice on the other end was laced with panic and urgency. "Manager Lee? It's bad. A group has come up to the 12th floor. They seem to be from Boss Shia's side, and it looks like they're about to cause trouble. What should we do?" My heart sank. Indeed, they had arrived. I hurriedly reassured the uncle, "Let us not intervene for now. Let us observe their actions. Contact me if anything arises." About half an hour later, my phone rang again, this time with good news. "Manager Lee? They just left. They've gone." I let out a long sigh of relief, but suddenly my concern shifted back to the crew cut man. I wondered how he was doing, so I worried. A call from a girl came in. "Manager? Are you free tonight? Xiao Lei asked me to arrange a meeting with you at 9 p.m. in the basement level 2. Xiao Lei." So the crew cut man's name was Xiao Lei. Soon, the appointed time arrived, and I briefed the security uncle on my general plan before heading to the meeting. Upon reaching the second basement level, I felt a distinct difference from my last visit. This time, it was less eerie and more lively. It was here that I discovered many people still resided deep underground. Each had fallen into misfortune for various reasons, yet none had completely relinquished hope, still struggling for survival. The girl and the crew cut man's family had been living here for many years, and this was their stronghold. Upon seeing me, the girl hurriedly ushered me into her room. Just as I stepped inside, I immediately sensed something was amiss. This room was the very one I had inadvertently stumbled into with the maintenance worker last time. Looking around, the walls remained worn, and the arrangement of the furniture was unchanged, except the surveillance camera that had previously hung on the wall was nowhere to be seen. I in the center of the room, the bespectacled man slumped in a chair, his head drooping, with a bruised mouth and several red, swollen fingerprints on his face, clearly having been beaten recently. The crew cut man's eyes were wide open, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to comprehend his friend's betrayal. But who could have anticipated that the usually timid, bespectacled man would suddenly straighten his back, defiantly thrusting out his neck and shouting, "I made the call. I did it on purpose." He glared viciously at me and continued, "You've all been brainwashed by him, haven't you? Is he a good person? Is he doing good deeds? Why don't you look at who he's working for? He's working for that woman on the 18th floor." The girl, sensing the escalating tension, rushed forward to shield me, anxiously defending, "You've misunderstood him. That woman coerced him." Yet, the bespectacled man would not hear it, cutting her off harshly. "Stop with your overflowing compassion. When you tried to be the good Samaritan and help that lady, how many people did you endanger? Did you harm yourself too? Why can't you learn from your mistakes?" The girl seemed to be struck where it hurt, tears streaming down her face as she hysterically retorted, "That lady treated me well, but her husband was murdered, and she suffered injustice. What's wrong with me helping her? Why can't we help each other? It's because we're not united that we are constantly bullied and trampled by them." As the girl cried out, it felt more like a release of pent-up emotions. For some reason, her words conjured images of Baixia and her husband in my mind. It seemed she was aware of the truth behind their demise. As their argument escalated, The crew-cut man could no longer contain his fury. He lunged forward and slapped the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man lost his balance, tumbling to the ground along with the chair. The crew-cut man showed no signs of relenting. He rushed forward, grabbing the bespectacled man by the collar, attempting to pull him up. In the midst of their struggle, something fell out from the collar. Suddenly, a hush fell over the room. The object that had dropped was none other than the necklace we had been searching for. It turned out that the necklace had been with the bespectacled man all along. Now gleaming with an eerie light under the dim illumination. Chapter 59. The inherent hazard of what was found as the necklace revealed itself. Silence enveloped the room. The item we had desperately sought was now right before our eyes. The crew-cut man's expression darkened even further, feeling as though he had been deceived once more by a brother he held dear. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury, his voice trembling with anger. "How did this end up with you? Why didn't you tell the truth earlier? It was clearly in your possession." The bespectacled man shut his eyes, refusing to look at anyone or utter a sound, adopting an utterly defeated demeanor. This only incensed the crew-cut man further as he continued to press, "Speak up. Where did this necklace come from? I have never seen you wear that before. At least a month ago, you didn't have it. Who on earth have you been seeing during this time?" The man with the buzz cut spoke rapidly, his words flowing like a machine gun. Yet, the man with the large eyes remained stoic, refusing to utter a single word. After a brief standoff, the buzz-cut man spoke again, lowering his voice unconsciously. You haven't gone to that alley behind us, have you? Is it that person who gave it to you?" Upon hearing the words "the alley," my instinctual response was to think of Wangjia Alley, and without hesitation, I blurted out, "Is it Wang Bo?" To my surprise, as soon as I finished speaking, all three of them turned to look at me. Their expressions filled with shock and suspicion. "Manager, do you know that man?" The girl was the first to respond, her eyes wide, taking a few instinctive steps back, as if trying to distance herself from me. Her voice trembling slightly, I shook my head, sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, I replied, "I don't know him, but I have seen him once." "Where did you see him?" they asked almost in unison. I felt a bit bewildered and replied honestly, "I went to Wangjia Alley No. 1 once, looking for him." Upon hearing my words, their expressions grew more serious and tense. The buzz-cut man was sweating profusely, cautiously asking, "Are you human or a ghost?" I was utterly perplexed by the question. At that moment, the previously silent man with the large eyes seemed to seize the opportunity to retaliate, shouting at the buzz-cut man, "I told you, he is not a good person. Anyone who can come out alive from Wangjia Alley is either a ghost or a spy for the big boss." Their questions left me flabbergasted, and I pressed on, "The big boss? Who is the big boss?" Seeing my confusion, the man with the large eyes pressed further, rushing to the buzz-cut man's side, urgently urging, "Quick! Control him! Contact the supervisor immediately. If we hand him over, we can wipe the slate clean for all the mistakes we've made before." Upon hearing this, I instinctively took a few steps back, feigning calmness as I argued loudly, "You all haven't grasped the real situation? Making such hasty decisions, aren't you afraid of being used as pawns?" As I spoke, I fixed my gaze on the buzz-cut man, understanding that he was the key to turning the tide. However, judging by his expression, he seemed unconvinced by my words, naturally leaning more towards trusting his companions. Just as the situation reached a deadlock, the door suddenly swung open, and the security guard rushed in with urgency as soon as he entered. He positioned himself between us, arms wide open, panting heavily, and exclaimed, "Don't act rashly. There's a misunderstanding here." The three of them visibly relaxed upon seeing the guard. It was clear they had a good rapport. The guard then succinctly recounted the circumstances since my arrival and some recent strange occurrences. After listening to his account, everyone fell silent. The guard then turned to the two brothers, gravely stating, "You both came out of this building. Given Boss Shai's cautious nature, he would never hire you, as you already bear the mark of Yuan Shang Group. But why has he brought you back in now? Have you ever considered the reason?" With this statement, the two men fell even quieter, bowing their heads. Observing their silence, the guard continued to analyze. "That necklace, with so many people searching for it, surely it is not something good. Keeping such an item close is bound to lead to endless troubles." Upon hearing this, the man with the large eyes showed signs of hesitation, and after a long internal struggle, he finally spoke. "A month ago, During a shift change, his girlfriend had approached him mysteriously and secretly handed him a necklace. At that time, she told him that the necklace was found, and fearing the owner would come looking for it, she temporarily asked him to keep it safe. Although he was somewhat suspicious, suspecting it might have been stolen, he could not resist her persistent pleas and agreed to hold on to it. I thought it would be safer to wear the item rather than keep it in the dorm, as the owner would likely not trace it back to me. Plus, with the drop in temperature these days, wearing my autumn work clothes, it was securely hidden. After the man with the large eyes finished reminiscing, the guard, filled with exasperation, scolded him for his foolishness. If it was truly found, shouldn't you return it when the owner comes looking? Why hide it away? It must be stolen. At that moment, the man with the large eyes seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and hurriedly said he would contact his girlfriend to return the necklace. Good. Have her come here so I can question her properly. The guard's tone suggested he was quite familiar with the man's girlfriend. The man with the large eyes quickly took out his phone, but as soon as he opened it, he paused, looking at me and saying, "You should probably step back for now." I was taken aback by his request, feeling somewhat awkward. The guard, like an old parent, interjected, "Manager Lee doesn't need to leave. He can stay here." No, the man with the large eyes protested, appearing wronged. "He must leave, or else he will be reported." "Reported?" the girl exclaimed, disbelief coloring her tone. The man with the large eyes lowered his head and continued, "Xiao Hui has been warning me, saying the new duty manager is not a good person and that I should be cautious. If I see the new manager in the dorm area, I must notify the supervisor immediately. This way, we can justify capturing him." Hearing this, I felt both surprised and fearful. I was astonished that after more than half a month here, I had not offended anyone, so why would someone target me? My fear stemmed from suddenly recalling the guard's earlier warning. Do not enter the dorm area. That 3-story building is outside Yuanshan Group's jurisdiction. If I had been discovered when I impersonated a maintenance worker, they would indeed have had grounds to detain me. But why capture the manager? The girl asked, confused. The man with the large eyes shook his head, speculating. Everyone says Manager Lee is the big boss's man. Bringing him over from headquarters was to take care of us. Upon hearing this, the guard suddenly tensed, as if a realization dawned on him. So, the previous managers who faced attacks were targeted by you? The man with the large eyes hung his head, looking like a wilted flower. His hands anxiously twisted together as he muttered. Manager Huang's case was really an accident. His voice grew quieter until it was nearly inaudible. What? You were responsible for Manager Huang's death? I blurted out. The guard, struck as if by lightning, seized the man with the large eyes by his collar, lifting him off the ground, and shouted, "Did you participate? Don't tell me you were involved too. This will endanger your family." Chapter 60. A sudden calamity. While the guard was reprimanding the man with the large eyes, a throbbing pain began to pulse in my head. In an instant, the world spun around me, a chilling wave enveloping me from all sides, making it hard to breathe. That eerily familiar sensation returned, the suffocating feeling of about to plunge into the unknown. This is it. Could that calamity be about to unfold again? Just as I was worrying, a sudden sensation of weightlessness struck, followed by the painful impact of crashing onto the ground. When I regained my senses, I found myself once more in that underground passage. Just as I was about to curse, I looked up and saw the 3 men had also fallen down with me. Everyone looked bewildered, gradually picking themselves up. Once we calmed down and checked on each other, we realized the security guard was missing. Where did he go? What if something happened to him? The girl exclaimed, fear etched on her face as she scanned the surroundings. The buzzcut man quickly pulled out his phone, attempting to call the guard, only to discover there was no signal. The atmosphere grew tense as we exchanged anxious glances. Sensing this, I stepped forward to reassure them and briefly recounted my previous experience here. After hearing my account, they all wore incredulous expressions. So, if we want to escape, we must return to the corridor on the -2nd floor, and we need a third party to enter in order to break this deadlock and have a chance to leave? The buzzcut man quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation. I nodded in agreement. Based on experience, that seems to be the case. Then lead the way, the buzzcut man declared. Taking charge as their leader, I nodded and quickly searched for the markings I had left last time. The maintenance worker had left a triangular sign, indicating the path he had taken was open. After locating the triangular mark, I led everyone into the passage. Before we set off, I warned them that prolonged exposure in this tunnel could lead to hallucinations, so if they encountered strange scenes or illogical events, they should remind each other or silently affirm to themselves that it was merely an illusion. Everyone nodded in understanding. Just as I finished explaining, an ominous premonition washed over me. This passage was too quiet. Not only was there no echo of footsteps, but even the dripping water sounds from last time had vanished. Moreover, the tunnel seemed to stretch longer. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, darkness still loomed ahead. The buzzcut man began to lose patience, anxiously asking how much longer we had to walk. I felt a pang of anxiety myself, unsure of the duration, and could only reassure him to hang on a little longer. Just as I spoke, a flickering light appeared in the distance. That was a signal of an exit. I turned back to beckon them, only to find myself alone. Where did everyone go? I wondered, am I hallucinating now? I pinched myself hard, and the pain felt all too real. However, after the pain subsided, the scene around me remained unchanged. A sense of unease began to creep in. What should I do now? Should I retreat? Or should I press on? Turning back would mean returning to the same spot, effectively leaving me with no way forward. Moreover, the sudden disappearance of the others. Could they have been consumed by some force or an unknown realm behind me? Moving ahead, while it does not guarantee safety, is likely to lead me to a source of light, which often signifies a junction with potential escape routes. Breathing in a place illuminated by light feels decidedly safer than being trapped in a dark tunnel. After much deliberation, I resolved to move forward. After approximately a minute of walking, I finally approached the source of the light. Before I could fully draw near, I heard voices from within, accompanied by the sound of tapping against the pipes. Could it be maintenance workers? A surge of excitement filled me, prompting me to quicken my pace. To my astonishment, as I stepped out of the exit, I found the flat-headed man and his companions already there. What on earth? Hadn't they just been right behind me? Was it possible that this tunnel branched off? Upon my appearance, they too were taken aback. The girl could not help but exclaim, and only then did I notice another figure among them. Someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to me. No way! The manager Lee, who had previously been silent and unseen at the security room door, now stood before me like a living nightmare. I could hardly fathom that there existed another person who looked exactly like me. Encountering this doppelganger transformed the fear I had experienced in my dreams into a chilling reality. How can there be two? The big-eyed man exclaimed in shock. The flat-headed man scrutinized both me and the other person, seemingly at a loss. Suddenly, the big-eyed man pointed at me and shouted, "He has the problem. It must be him. We've been together the whole time. This newcomer cannot be the real one." At his outcry, the flat-headed man abandoned his contemplation and, raising his fist, lunged towards me. Instinctively, I raised my arm to shield myself. Yet, the punches fell upon me like a torrential downpour, and I gritted my teeth, fighting back with all my might. Just as I felt my strength waning, the voice of the uncle rang in my ears. Manager Lee, Manager Lee. Accompanying his voice was a powerful force acting upon my arm, gradually halting my movements. A blinding light flashed, rendering me momentarily unable to open my eyes. As I slowly adjusted to the shift in illumination, I discovered that I had returned to the room on the second basement level. I glanced around and the flat-headed man, the big-eyed man, and the girl in white shoes were all present, gazing at me with bewilderment. The uncle, his face etched with concern, inquired, "Did you just hallucinate again?" At his question, the realization dawned upon me that everything that had transpired was merely a figment of my imagination. Thus, I hadn't returned to this room. Rather, I had remained here all along. I was drenched in sweat as I nodded in response to the uncle. Then urged everyone, "We cannot linger here. We must leave at once." "What did you just see?" the flat-headed man asked with curiosity. Before I could answer, the uncle interrupted, gesturing for everyone to hasten their departure. Just as the door swung open, an unfamiliar woman appeared at the threshold. Her face was as pale as a sheet, her eyes sunken, and her lips bore an eerie shade of bluish-purple, slightly parted yet producing no sound. Instinctively, I recoiled a few steps in fright. At that moment, the big-eyed man suddenly jumped out from behind, exclaiming, "Xiao Hui! What are you doing here?" Xiao Hui. Was this the big-eyed man's girlfriend? Before she could respond, 4 or 5 burly men emerged behind her, their faces alight with excitement. akin to eagles spotting their prey, as they stood before us. "What do you want?" the flat-headed man shouted, though his bravado seemed diminished. The newcomers scoffed at his question and directly seized the big-eyed man. Realizing the situation, I surmised that the owner of the necklace had come to confront us. Simultaneously, I recognized that the big-eyed man could not be captured. Otherwise, the trail to the necklace would be severed. With this thought in mind, I summoned all my strength and, with a resounding bang, slammed the door shut. Stunned, it took the others several seconds to regain their composure. Soon, a tremendous pounding on the door echoed from outside. Clearly, the individuals beyond were incensed. "Quick, go through the back." Amidst the cacophony of banging, the girl's voice beckoned us from behind, signaling for us to follow her. To my surprise, this room contained a hidden door. Chapter 61. The uncle's secret. The girl swiftly opened the hidden door, urging us to follow. We moved in unison, entering through the door one by one. Only the big-eyed man hesitated, his face contorted with conflict, his gaze darting between the battering door and the hidden passage. It was evident that he wished to escape, but was also reluctant to abandon his girlfriend. Observing his indecision, the uncle stepped back, grasped him firmly, and shouted, "Don't be foolish. Do not make a pointless sacrifice. Only if you are safe will you have a chance to rescue her." The uncle's voice was strained with urgency, his eyes radiating an unmistakable resolve. With gritted teeth, the big-eyed man displayed a pained yet resolute expression. He stomped his foot and followed the uncle into the hidden passage. Just as they entered, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with a loud crash, and the burly men surged in as they lunged towards the big-eyed man. The girl in white shoes acted swiftly, shutting the hidden door just in time. The moment the door closed, the entire passage was engulfed in darkness. In the shadows, the girl's voice rang out, "Everyone, move quickly. This door won't hold for long. If they find the switch, they'll be able to open it." No sooner had she spoken than the uncle switched on his phone's flashlight, illuminating the passage ahead and urging the girl to lead the way. I felt particularly ill at ease in this environment, my claustrophobia threatening to overwhelm me as beads of sweat formed on my forehead. At that moment, the uncle's voice echoed once more, shallowly, "Where does this secret passage lead?" The girl replied nervously, "To the delivery station on the first basement level." "Old Tang's delivery station?" The uncle responded without hesitation. However, those words struck me like a thunderbolt, rendering my legs immobile. Something was amiss. Hadn't the uncle always claimed ignorance of the station's existence? How could he possibly know that the owner was named Old Tang? Hadn't he previously asserted that he could not descend to the first basement level, stating that all he would see was a vast expanse of white? The more I pondered, the more I sensed something was off. Just then, the door ahead suddenly swung open, and a beam of light pierced through. We had reached the exit. The girl pushed open the door, and we all filed out. Once outside, I surveyed my surroundings and was astonished to find that we were indeed in the living area of the delivery station. Turning back to glance at the hidden door, I was taken aback to discover that it was the very invisible door I had traversed earlier, that of the Universal Delivery Service. I hurriedly scanned the area, only to find it eerily devoid of any presence. A sense of unease washed over me. Logically, it was evening, and even if Old Tang had not returned, the proprietress should have been on duty. Along with that little boy, where could they have vanished? Just then, the uncle's voice broke the silence. "Big-eyed man, hand over the necklace to me. Once we step outside, we'll split up. If Boss Jai's men find you, just say the necklace is with me. Let them come looking for me." To my surprise, the big-eyed man and his companions all simultaneously rejected his request. "In a way, uncle, that would implicate you." The big-eyed man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice trembling slightly, appearing both touched and guilty. There was no time for sentimentality now. Boss Jai's 4 henchmen had arrived. "Wasn't this a serious matter?" The uncle's tone was laced with urgency. Hearing this, the big-eyed man's face drained of color, and his voice wavered. "If the 4 henchmen have been dispatched, this situation has escalated, indicating that Boss Jai is certainly aware of what has transpired. What should we do?" The uncle's voice grew increasingly frantic. "That's why you must quickly hand over the necklace to me. I am, after all, a member of the Yuanshan group. My situation is comparatively better than yours. If push comes to shove, I can at least delay them." Upon hearing this, The big-eyed man swiftly removed the necklace and handed it over. Seeing this, I quickly intervened, saying to the uncle, perhaps it would be best if I kept it for safekeeping. After all, I am the duty manager here, and should anything happen, I will be responsible. This was my ploy to buy time. I sensed a hint of suspicion surrounding the uncle. According to his previous accounts, he could see nothing on the first basement level, yet at this moment, he seemed entirely at ease, contradicting his earlier description. Moreover, his urgent desire for the necklace raised further red flags. With these thoughts racing through my mind, I felt a tightening in my chest, unwilling to delve deeper into my suspicions. Noticing my reaction, the uncle quickly waved his hands, concern etched across his face. Managerly, you must not think this way. You need to look out for yourself. We are all relying on you. If something happens to you, we will have no hope. As the uncle spoke, I scrutinized him, attempting to detect any hint of deceit in his expression. However, to my surprise, his tone and demeanor remained unchanged from usual. Seeing us bickering over the necklace, the flat-headed man grew anxious, stamping his foot and shouting, "What are we doing arguing at a time like this? We need to leave this place quickly. They can easily catch up to us from the second basement." The uncle quickly concurred, Yes. Let us hurry upstairs and split up. This way, they will have a harder time finding us." Managerly, "Give me the necklace." At that moment, an idea struck me, and I said to the uncle, "For now, let me hold on to the necklace. There is something even more important that I need you to safeguard." Without hesitation, the uncle agreed. I felt a pang of guilt as I said, "The third item I was searching for has already been found. It's hidden in this first basement level. Please help me take it away." The uncle's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he eagerly inquired, "Where is it?" I deliberately replied, "It's in the janitor's room next to the delivery station." The middle-aged man, unable to contain his eagerness, exclaimed, "Let us hasten to retrieve it, and then we shall depart immediately." With that, the girl in white shoes joined him in a sprint toward the cleaning room. However, moments later, the man emerged with a bewildered expression, and with a tone filled with confusion, he inquired, Managerly, "There is nothing inside. Could it have been taken by someone?" I scoffed, retorting, "Stop the pretense. Are you truly the middle-aged man? Did you not claim you could not descend to the basement level? How is it that you are now so familiar with this place and moving with such ease?" Upon hearing my words, the onlookers displayed expressions of incredulity. The middle-aged man, still perplexed, replied, "What do you mean by white expanse? What are you talking about?" I was astonished by his remarkable composure, as he continued to feign ignorance despite my direct confrontation. I pressed on, "Did you not break your leg in the elevator? Since then, have you not been unable to descend to the basement level, where nothing is visible, just a vast white void?" At my statement, the middle-aged man opened his mouth in shock, disbelief etched on his face. "I did break my leg, but I never said I couldn't go down to the basement." At that moment, the short-haired man interjected, "The uncle often comes down. He has a good relationship with Old Tang. We all get along well with Old Tang and frequently cross paths." Now, it was my turn to be astonished. The big-eyed man added, "Yes, last time you set fire here, we thought you were bullying Old Tang, which is why we had a conflict." Their words left my mind in a state of turmoil. I turned to the girl, who nodded earnestly, indicating that what the three of them had said was indeed true. What on earth transpired? Were all four of them problematic, or was it the middle-aged man who previously claimed he couldn't descend to the basement who had issues? The middle-aged man I had questioned about the delivery station had acted entirely oblivious, while these individuals informed me of his good rapport with Old Tang. When had the man I knew been replaced? Or was it that there had always been two middle-aged men in this building? Suddenly, two details flashed in my mind. I had inadvertently stumbled upon the 13th floor with the delivery station's owner, and at the moment the elevator doors closed behind the old lady, I distinctly saw the silhouette of the middle-aged man. Yet, at that time, the man I recognized was dozing off in the security room. Moreover, while I was unconscious in the hospital, I witnessed numerous figures emerging from the monitoring screen, including two middle-aged men. So, could it be that from the very beginning, there had actually been two middle-aged men here? As this realization washed over me, a chilling wave surged from my feet to the crown of my head. Chapter 62. The fiery Xiao Hui. Upon hearing my account, the middle-aged man before me wore a grave expression, seemingly contemplating something, yet held back by some unspoken hesitation. Observing his demeanor, I quickly reminded everyone to leave. Now is not the time to pursue the truth. Boss Zhai's people could arrive here at any moment. We must make haste. Just as the words left my mouth, the concealed door in the wall suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a tremendous force began to batter against the door, producing a series of bone-chilling thuds. This was bad. Boss Zhai's people were closing in. Recognizing the dire situation, everyone dashed toward the exit. However, before we could reach the door, it was forcefully burst open. A woman stumbled inside, collapsing to the ground. I focused my gaze and recognized her as none other than the big-eyed man's girlfriend. Xiao Hui.as. The big-eyed man rushed to assist her. The others quickly assumed defensive stances, prepared for any further intrusions. Xiao Hui's complexion was as pale as a sheet, and she weakly raised her hand, breathless, saying, "It's okay. They can't come down. I destroyed the passage. They won't catch up for a while." She then turned her attention to the big-eyed man, inquiring about the whereabouts of his necklace. Before he could respond, the middle-aged man interjected sternly, "Forget about that. It's dangerous. Not only is Boss Zhai searching for it, but the head of Yuan Shang Group is also after it. We, mere pawns, must not get entangled in the disputes of the powerful. Whichever side we choose, we may ultimately become casualties." The middle-aged man's words carried an underlying meaning. He seemed to know some insider information but was reluctant to disclose it outright. He was right. We should steer clear of this matter. I had already entrusted the necklace to Manager Li, who would handle it properly. The big-eyed man heeded the advice and began to persuade his girlfriend as well. However, upon hearing my name, Xiao Hui instantly transformed. Her gaze turned menacing, and without warning, she lunged at me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, sidestepping her attack. Frustrated by her failed ambush, she glared at me and demanded, "Are you the new duty manager?" The previous frailty in her voice vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of hostility. Though I had never met her before, I could sense her palpable malice. From the moment she appeared, I had suspected something was amiss. Those imposing men were not to be trifled with, and despite her apparent weakness, she had managed to evade them and escape alone, which seemed highly improbable. Moreover, the force that had burst through the door did not belong to an injured woman. Sensing my suspicion, she quickly turned to the big-eyed man and the short-haired man, shouting, "We cannot let him escape today. Capture him and hand him over to Boss Zhai. Then our previous mistakes can be rectified." At her declaration, the two men exchanged glances, seemingly on the verge of being swayed. Witnessing their hesitation, I felt a surge of anxiety that a rift had always existed between them and me, if someone were to incite them. The likelihood of them being swayed was considerable. Furthermore, having spent time together, I sensed they had committed some grave offense in the past, so the temptation to hand me over in exchange for absolution was indeed significant. Just as I fretted, the middle-aged man stepped forward, admonishing Xiao Hui, "Do you think that by handing someone over to Boss Zhai, you can erase your previous transgressions, even if Boss Zhai chooses not to hold it against you? What about the head of Yuan Shang Group? How many of his managers have you already destroyed? Will he let you off the hook?" The middle-aged man's words struck a chord of alarm within me. What on earth? Destroyed several managers? Recalling the incident with Manager Huang that the big-eyed man had referred to as an accident, I was struck by a foreboding sense. Could the disappearances of the previous managers have been their doing? Before I could fully process this sudden revelation, Xiao Hui lost control of her emotions. She began to shake her head frantically while screaming hysterically, "No one is leaving today." Amid her cries, a cacophony erupted outside, followed by a wave of heat surging into the room. We stared in shock at the sight outside, where flames soared to the sky. Everyone hurriedly rushed toward the exit, but when we reached the door, we found it inexplicably blocked by a horde of paper figures. These paper figures were grotesque in shape, appearing particularly sinister under the flickering flames. The one controlling them was none other than Xiao Hui. She raised her right hand high, and on her wrist, it appeared she wore a string of beads. Squinting closely, I realized it was the very red bracelet that Wang Bo had given me. How did she come to possess one? Before I could ponder further, the bracelet began to stir, seemingly animated, coiling around her arm before swiftly burrowing into her palm. In an instant, her hand was illuminated by a bizarre red light, and her entire being started to tremble uncontrollably, as though something was racing beneath her skin. Before long, the red glow enveloped her entire body, her eyes turning crimson, her face contorted. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, displayed a mix of shock and fury, exclaiming, "How do you have that? Throw it away." Yet, Xiao Hui paid no heed to his warning, her bloodshot eyes fixated ahead as she chanted incantations. Moments later, more paper figures lunged into the room, causing the girl in white shoes to scream in terror while the others visibly tensed. The big-eyed man, trembling, yelled at his girlfriend, "Xiao Hui, what are you doing? Stop it." But she ignored him, continuing her incantation. Suddenly, her skin began to melt away, as if seared by an invisible inferno. Even though there were no flames present, the middle-aged man shouted, "Run! She is not the real Xiao Hui. She was conjured by Wang Bo's dark magic." However, the imitation Xiao Hui seemed to wield a formidable power, and the big-eyed man stood there, as if spellbound, with a vacant expression. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the short-haired man hastily produced a conical object from his pocket. Handing it to me with an air of finality, I accepted the object, bewildered by his intentions. At that moment, the short-haired man spoke, "I need your blood." Before I could react, the conical object bit into my fingertip, and blood began to flow profusely. Seeing the blood, the short-haired man quickly reclaimed the object and hurled it at Xiao Hui. Instantly, her previously closed eyes sprang open wide, revealing sheer terror, and her body curled inward like a burning paper figure, carbonizing from the edges until she crumbled into a pile of ashes that fell to the ground. The big-eyed man, witnessing this horror, sat frozen, paralyzed on the floor. Those who possessed the red bracelet were all followers of Wang Bo. However, among these individuals, I have yet to encounter a living soul. The elder paused momentarily, his keen gaze sweeping over the pile of ashes, and she was one of them. At this juncture, the elder fell silent, unwilling to utter another word. Chapter 63. Two elders. The events that just transpired were overwhelmingly intense, and I felt as though my brain was on the verge of overload. Judging by everyone's reactions, it was evident that they possessed secrets far beyond my understanding. Even the elder who had always cared for me refrained from revealing the entire truth. He stated that none of those who wore the red bracelet were alive. This suddenly reminded me of that blood-stained garment that had the ability to transfer its stains. The marks on that piece of clothing ultimately manifested as wounds upon my own body. As a result, I faced the gravest crisis since my reassignment, nearly losing my life and being sent to the hospital, where I remained in a coma for an extended period. Although the female manager had also meddled with my clothing, the true peculiarity of that garment originated from being tainted by Wang Bo's bracelet. Initially, only the front pocket had been dyed red, yet unexpectedly, the stains spread as though it possessed a life of its own. Therefore, considering what the elder said, the truth at that moment was likely that Wang Bo intended to transform me into one of his own, and the prerequisite for becoming one of his own was that one could not be alive. However, upon contemplating this, I unearthed an even more terrifying realization. Wang Bo was recommended to me by Xiao Man. If Wang Bo meant to harm me, what role did Xiao Man play in all of this? Moreover, during this period, I observed that the people here exhibited fear and aversion whenever Wang Bo was mentioned. Why then did Xiao Man regard him as a master and specifically introduce him to me? Xiao Man and the elder were supposedly family. Why did their attitudes towards Wang Bo differ so drastically? Furthermore, the elder had just mentioned that they had already destroyed several managers. Could it truly be as I suspected? My mind raced, but suddenly, the pain in my finger interrupted my thoughts. Instinctively, I looked down, only to find something seemingly coiling around my finger, something that felt alive and bit me with force. The wound inflicted by the sharp object was still bleeding. Panic surged within me, and I instinctively shook my hand, unwittingly splattering a few drops of BLO. Thus, I hastily recounted to him the events of our previous encounter, to which he reacted with evident surprise. That surveillance room had been relocated no less than 7 or 8 years ago. Furthermore, the location of that surveillance room was not the very chamber we had just occupied, but rather, it was adjacent to it. Adjacent? A sudden epiphany washed over me. Why would the specter of the surveillance room manifest next door? Surely, this adjoining room must harbor some secrets, or perhaps, the junction between these two rooms is fraught with issues. While I pondered this, the man with the flat cap abruptly exclaimed, "Aha!" I quickly leaned in and inquired, "What is it? Have you discovered something?" He gestured towards the screen. "Look, who is this?" As I approached the screen for a closer look, I was taken aback to see that the figure depicted was none other than the owner of the courier station. A wave of shock and doubt surged within me. If Lao Tang had returned, why had he not contacted home, nor even called me? Shortly thereafter, the flat-capped man traced Lao Tang's movements via the surveillance footage, revealing him staggering towards the emergency exit, ultimately vanishing from sight. A chill coursed through me. Wasn't that the very spot where the secretary of the boss had inexplicably disappeared? Almost immediately, the flat-capped man, now visibly anxious, urged me, "Come quickly, there's something strange happening." I leaned in closer, and on the screen, a woman was seen incessantly riding the elevator up and down, stopping at every floor yet never exiting. The woman appeared oddly familiar. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Xiao Man. Both Xiao Man and Lao Tang had made their appearances, yet, curiously, their actions were decidedly peculiar. "Are you reviewing past footage, or is this real time?" I queried anxiously. "This woman's footage is live," the flat-capped man replied, simultaneously searching for the elevator number. Specifically, elevator number 2 in Building 8. Given his revelation, I resolved to investigate the situation firsthand. Arranging with him, I shall head over immediately. Keep an eye on her movements and call me if anything arises. With that, I pushed open the door and stepped outside. However, just as I did, the flat-capped man shouted from within, "Hurry! She's about to reach the 7th floor." Upon hearing this, I dashed towards the elevator, waiting eagerly at the door, and in a short while, the elevator doors chimed open. To my astonishment, it was completely empty. I quickly grabbed my phone and called the flat-capped man. "There's no one in the elevator." To my disbelief, he replied, "That is impossible. I just saw her." I rubbed my eyes and double-checked. Indeed, the elevator was devoid of occupants. "There's absolutely no one in here. I've confirmed it." "What? You're in the elevator?" The flat-capped man's voice brimmed with dread. "The surveillance can't see you at all. Only that woman is visible." "No way." "Check again." "Is it definitely elevator number 2? "It is indeed number 2. Right now, that woman is frantically pressing the elevator buttons, seemingly trying to close the door, yet it won't shut." The flat-capped man continued to relay the footage. In a flurry, I retreated from the elevator. He then reported, "The elevator seems to have returned to normal. The doors have closed." To my astonishment, the doors before me had indeed shut. Witnessing this spectacle, a cold sweat broke out on my brow as I recalled my previous encounters. At that moment, I began to suspect that Xiao Man might have similarly fallen into a spatial void as I had before. I hastily relayed my observations to the flat-capped man, inquiring if he had ever encountered such occurrences before. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "The surveillance in this duty room may not be ordinary. I recall adults saying that this building has 2 sets of surveillance. One monitors us ordinary people, while the other can observe those who are non-living. This was the first time I had heard such a term. Could such entities exist? Non-living, does that not imply the deceased? No, there is a significant distinction. In short, it refers to those we perceive as dead, yet they exist within their own realm, still very much alive." The flat-capped man's words struck me like a revelation. I recalled the bizarre excavation incident in the basement parking lot, where the surveillance footage had only ever captured a vague, indistinct shadow, rendering their true identities unrecognizable. If this particular surveillance indeed possessed such extraordinary capabilities, perhaps it could unveil the visage of that shadow, or even lead us to that elusive suitcase. Hadn't the female executive, Qin, consistently asserted that the suitcase was in the basement? It was conceivable that those shadows were also down there in search of that very suitcase. While I was lost in thought, the flat-capped man suddenly shouted over the phone, "Run! 2 strange individuals are approaching you." At his urgent proclamation, a chill ran down my spine, and I instinctively turned around, yet saw no one. "Where are they?" I desperately inquired. "Right in front of you. They're coming closer." His tone was steeped in panic. "What do they look like? Do you recognize them?" "Not clearly. One is quite burly and the other is slender, the latter dragging a metal chain down a chain." Upon hearing his description, my mind immediately conjured the image of the scarred-faced brothers. This was troubling. It appeared they had not perished in the fire. Though separated by different realms, the mere thought of their presence sent a wave of anxiety coursing through me. I swiftly turned to flee. Just then, the voice on the line erupted again. "Lao Tang has appeared. Those 2 strange individuals are pursuing him." Chapter 65. Scene reenacted as soon as the flat-capped man's words fell. A gust of wind surged unexpectedly, striking my face with a stinging sensation. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, another wave rushed in, catching me off guard. This occurrence lasted a mere 3 to 4 seconds, as if the winds were the remnants of the scarred-faced brothers in pursuit of Lao Tang. I stood frozen, acutely aware of the tension in the air, yet unable to see anything, merely left in a state of anxious anticipation. At that moment, the flat-capped man's voice resounded again. They've dashed towards the staircase. They've now surpassed the surveillance range. We can see nothing. His words suddenly reminded me of Xiao Man, prompting me to inquire about her whereabouts. The woman is still in the elevator, continuously pressing the buttons. Seemingly unable to close the door, he described as I communicated with him. I hastened towards the elevator. Indeed, the doors were ajar, but the interior was vacant. I rushed inside, only to discover that today's elevator was decidedly eerie. The button for the 13th floor, which should have been illuminated, was inexplicably absent. Ordinarily, upon the duty manager's presence, the 13th floor would automatically display. What was amiss today? Initially, I contemplated pressing the 13th floor button, perhaps in a stroke of fortune. I might encounter her, however. That now seemed unrealistic. My mind raced as I mentally reviewed the unique layouts of the various floors, and suddenly I smacked my forehead. Of course, the 4th floor. Yes, I could take a chance on the 4th floor. I pressed the button for the 4th floor, and the flat-capped man informed me that the elevator in the surveillance was simultaneously closing its doors. In the blink of an eye, the elevator arrived at the 4th floor. Chiming open. Before me lay a lengthy corridor, and I was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. In my recollection, the only corridors existed on the 7th and 18th floors. How could there be one on the 4th floor? If memory serves, the 4th floor led to Wangjia Hutong. It was there that I encountered those paper-like corpses in the elevator. They had exited on the 4th floor. What to do? To go or not to go? At that moment, the flat-capped man raised his voice on the phone. The woman has exited the elevator. She is now heading towards the corridor. Listening to his real-time updates, I steeled myself, resolved to follow her. I sprinted along the corridor, only to find a fire door at the end. The flat-capped man exclaimed over the phone. She pulled the door open and went inside. I stood before the door, phone in hand, yet it remained immovable. Thus, I reached out to pull it. To my surprise, with minimal effort, the door creaked open. The scene within looked strikingly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on me. This was the very room on the 1st floor of Wangjia Hutong. The room where Lao Tang and I had inadvertently stumbled upon while trapped in the alley. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead, and cautiously stepped inside. To my astonishment, as soon as I entered, I was greeted by a cacophony of keystrokes. The sound instantly rekindled memories in my mind, flashing back to my previous encounter with the darkened Xiao Man in this very room. She had been seated here, furiously typing away at the computer, her demeanor utterly unsettling. With that memory in mind, I instinctively glanced towards the spot where she had sat last time. Yet, there were no signs of life. As I edged closer, the sound of typing grew louder. Just as I was about to ask the flat-capped man for the current situation, I suddenly realized that we had now drifted beyond the surveillance range. At that moment, the flat-capped man yelled again over the phone. There's new information. Lao Tang has also reached the 4th floor. He is currently in the corridor, seemingly searching for something. Upon hearing this, I quickly retraced my steps to the door, intent on peering outside the corridor. However, this time when I pushed against the door from the inside, it felt as though it weighed a ton, and I struggled for what felt like an eternity before it finally yielded. Once the door swung open, I leaned out to survey the corridor, but found nothing. Meanwhile, the keystrokes from within grew even louder. The previously darkened screen flickered to life. Those keys appeared to be manipulated by an unseen hand, each one being pressed in succession, the sound echoing starkly in the stillness of the room. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down my spine, further solidifying my belief that Xiao Man was indeed present here. Thus, I mustered my courage and called out, "Xiao Man! Xiao Man! Can you hear me?" I called out several times, yet received no response. The keyboard continued to echo, and the screen remained frozen. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, and I conceived an idea. If she could manipulate the computer in that realm, why could I not exert control in this one? Perhaps we could communicate through this computer. Thus, I cautiously approached it, preparing to seize control. Unexpectedly, the moment my hand grazed the computer, a tremendous wave of force surged towards me. As if an invisible wall stood in my path, numbing my arm. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my strength to resist this oncoming force, but the barrier remained unyielding. At that moment, the screen flickered to life, revealing 5 words, "Li Yong, is that you?" My heart raced with a mixture of shock and joy. It appeared that Xiao Man had sensed my presence. However, we were still at a loss for how to communicate. Strangely enough, after those words appeared, the oppressive barrier vanished. I quickly bent down and hastily typed 2 words on the keyboard. "It's me." After sending my message, I held my breath, anxiously awaiting a response. Before long, another line of text appeared. "Where are you?" "I am trapped and cannot find a way out," I hurriedly replied. "Right beside you, we are in the same room, but not in the same space." After sending those 2 lines, I waited in vain for a reply. Restless, I stood up and scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. After what felt like an eternity, the screen finally displayed another message. "Li Yong, did you come over?" A sense of foreboding washed over me as I quickly typed back. "I am still in place." Moments later, a reply came. "Then it's over. Someone has entered my room. And they look just like you, insisting that I leave." My heart sank like a stone as a vivid memory flashed through my mind. The moment I had barged in to find Xiao Man. I had been frantically urging her to leave, but she seemed entranced, ignoring my pleas as she continued typing away at the computer. So at that moment, Xiao Man, clutching the computer, had been communicating with the version of me trapped in this space? A sudden clarity washed over me. The scene replayed vividly in my mind, followed by Xiao Man's transformation, and then the old woman on the 13th floor rescuing me. Yes, the peephole. In this building, the peephole held a unique significance, capable of revealing things not typically visible. I quickly began searching the room for a door with a peephole, but to no avail. Just then, my phone rang, a reminder that in the chaos, I had inadvertently disconnected the call. The buzzcut man, worried about my safety, had called back. Picking up the phone, an idea struck me. Wasn't the camera on my phone akin to a peephole? I hastily activated the camera and aimed it towards the computer. Sure enough, a familiar figure appeared on the phone's screen. It was Xiao Man. She stood with her back to me, furiously typing at the computer. Oddly, from my phone's perspective, her computer appeared to be completely devoid of power. My gaze was drawn to her computer when suddenly, another figure barged into view, nearly causing me to drop my phone in fright as the figure steadied itself. I realized with shock that it was another version of me. The other me was frantically shouting something at Xiao Man. Witnessing this, I gasped in disbelief, my heart racing in alarm. Wasn't this the very scene I had experienced? My heartbeat quickened, an inexplicable dread swelling within me. The two seemed to be engaged in a heated argument when, at that moment, Xiao Man turned her head. The sight left me breathless. The Xiao Man on the screen appeared as a corpse. Chapter 66. The underground construction site. Seeing Xiao Man in such a state, a chill gripped my heart, and an icy shiver coursed through me. To be honest, I had developed a phobia regarding Xiao Man. In past nightmares and hallucinations, she had always manifested in eerie forms. Consequently, I found it increasingly difficult to discern her true self. As I grappled with my astonishment, a familiar face suddenly entered the frame. Upon closer inspection, it was Old Tang, the delivery station owner. His eyes were wide, sweat pouring down his face, as he seemed to be frantically speaking. Through the phone, I could not hear his voice, but from his lip movements. It appeared he was urging Xiao Man to leave quickly. Yet, it seemed Xiao Man was oblivious to his words. Moments later, the other version of me joined in, appearing agitated and gesturing emphatically behind him. I quickly moved my phone to reveal that behind them stood a security door. As I focused, I realized it was the security door from the 13th floor. The door glowed with an eerie green light, a sight I knew all too well. At that moment, I had escaped through that very door back to the 13th floor, ultimately being rescued by the old woman. It seemed that this version of me was desperately trying to signal them to escape through that door together. This also indicated that the place I occupied was still fraught with danger. I in the frame. The three of them were animatedly talking, with tensions rising. Suddenly, Old Tang lost control, shouting at Xiao Man instinctively. I zoomed in on the camera. Aiming it at old Tang, felt my shock. He appeared unfamiliar. The more I looked, the more I sensed something was off, and as I drew the camera closer, I was nearly jolted out of my hand. The gap in old Tang's teeth had mysteriously vanished. This revelation sent a pang of anxiety through me. Back at the delivery hub, he had undergone a transformation due to the temporal distortion, that time. He had also possessed a complete set of teeth. This suggested that he had not fully escaped from the realm that did not belong to him. Just as I pondered this, Xiao Man re-entered the frame, moving in a disturbingly unnatural manner. She clutched her head in agony, and then, in an instant, her hair ignited in flames. As the fire raged, the pain etched on her face became painfully vivid. Simultaneously, a searing heat wave washed over me, scorching my cheeks. I hastily dropped my phone and surveyed my surroundings, only to find everything calm and normal. Yet the oppressive heat was undeniably real. Before I could collect myself, Xiao Man struggled in the flames for a moment before transforming into a thick cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Old Tang stood frozen in place, terror etched across his face. Moments later, the other version of me rushed forward. The man with a buzz cut turned his head at the sound, following my pointed finger, and his eyes widened in an instant. The color drained from his face, revealing his realization of the anomaly. Indeed, the shadows were crouched low, vigorously wielding their tools, striking the ground with ferocity. The clang echoed hauntingly in the vast space, each sound resonating like a hammer upon our hearts. As their excavation intensified, the cacophony grew increasingly deafening. Amidst this tumult, the surrounding scene seemed to be manipulated by an unseen hand, swiftly transforming into the underground parking lot of Yuanshan Building. The buzzcut man, terrified, trembled as he whispered to me, What are they trying to bury?" I swallowed hard, suppressing the fear bubbling within, and replied in hushed tones, "It doesn't seem like they are burying something. They appear to be digging it up." As I spoke, my gaze remained fixed on those shadows, my palms slick with cold sweat, my legs involuntarily trembling. Chapter 67. The mystery of the shadows. The shadows seemed to sense our presence, promptly halting their work and scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. I quickly pulled the buzzcut man behind a stack of cement bags. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the sound of striking the ground resumed, and I cautiously peeked out to observe the unfolding scene. Before me were 3 shadows. 2 were still crouched, laboring, while the third appeared to be a leader, directing them. Strangely, despite the poor lighting and unclear visibility, one would typically expect to discern some semblance of their features. Yet, at this moment, they remained mere silhouettes, akin to comic book assassins, lacking any identifiable characteristics. I rubbed my eyes, but all I saw was a mass of darkness. Suddenly, the standing shadow spoke, "Are you sure it's here?" The other worker straightened up, responding, "It should be, within this range." Their voices sounded familiar, yet I couldn't place them. Just then, a commotion erupted near the elevator, indicating that someone had arrived. Judging by the sounds, it seemed to be several people. Indeed, a crowd soon surged in, revealing themselves to be property management personnel. At that moment, the buzzcut man excitedly tapped me, urging, "Look." Following his pointed direction, I nearly dropped my jaw in astonishment. Behind this throng of people trailed a maintenance worker, followed by another me. How could I be here again? Moreover, judging by the attire and demeanor, this version of me was distinctly different from the one who had just called out to Xiao Man and the others. Before long, the newcomers gathered around the large pit, exchanging words in animated discussion. This scene felt eerily familiar, almost like a replay of events from a few days prior. If memory served, the next moment would see that version of me shooing the crowd away, then accompanying the maintenance worker to retrieve a bracelet from the pit, after which I would uncontrollably tumble into the underground conduit. These images flashed through my mind as I kept my gaze locked on the unfolding drama, attentive to their movements. Sure enough, after a while, the onlookers dispersed, leaving only the maintenance worker and the other me. Suddenly, a red light flickered, engulfing the two in an instant. Sensing something amiss, the buzzcut man and I rushed forward to investigate. The pit showed no signs of disturbance, and nothing lay scattered around. Yet the 2 figures had vanished. Could they have truly fallen into that underground conduit? As I pondered this, the buzzcut man tapped my shoulder, signaling me to look down there. Amidst the rubble, a red object lay half buried. I leaned closer, and confirmed it was indeed the red bracelet. Beside it, an oversized piece of plastic and half a zipper had mysteriously emerged. Resembling a box, driven by curiosity, the buzz-cut man reached down to dig, but as soon as his fingertips grazed the object, he jolted back as if shocked. Retracting his hand, it was then that I regained my composure and cautioned him. "Do not touch that bracelet. It could pull you underground." I scanned the area, my gaze settling on a flat stone. An idea struck me. I decided to use a stone-skipping technique to dislodge the bracelet. Taking a deep breath, I aimed and forcefully threw the stone. It skimmed across the ground, and upon contacting the bracelet, it produced a soft pop as the bracelet shifted position. At that moment, the lights above began to flicker erratically. And as they steadied, the parking lot's appearance quickly faded, replaced once more by the construction site we had descended into. The box, previously half buried in sand, was now mostly exposed. I called for the buzz-cut man to assist me. As we gradually excavated the earth, the object revealed itself, and I gasped in astonishment. Was this not the suitcase I had been searching for? I was overwhelmed with excitement, my actions becoming increasingly frantic, urging the buzz-cut man, "Hurry and lend a hand." Yet, despite my pleas, there was no response. When I turned around, he had vanished without a trace. Before I could process this bewildering situation, noises emanated from the elevator. Suggesting another group was about to enter, I quickly sought refuge. As the sounds drew nearer, I gasped in dread. It was the same three shadows from earlier. They entered and replicated the previous scene, their movements and dialogue identical to those from mere minutes ago. In my panic, I stole a brief glance, only to realize the ground beneath them had inexplicably returned to its original state. Smooth as if nothing had transpired, it seemed I had inadvertently stumbled into their cycle. No, someone must have deliberately lured me here, attempting to convey some message. I fixed my gaze on the shadows, cautiously inching closer as I narrowed the distance. The dim light finally allowed me to discern their faces. To my shock, one of them was Cheen, the CEO. His expression was stern as he gestured to the others to commence digging, uttering the very words I had just heard. "Are you sure it's here?" The other two nodded silently and resumed their digging. This time, there was no deviation. Midway through their work, a sudden ruckus erupted nearby, as if someone was intentionally causing a commotion. The three shadows, startled, dropped their shovels and fled, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind their unfinished task. Seizing this rare opportunity, I dashed forward, determined to retrieve the box. I needed to act swiftly before it was buried once again. After considerable effort, I finally unearthed the box. Just then, I heard the buzz-cut man's voice behind me. I turned to see him standing before a fire door. How strange! When had this door appeared? Before I could contemplate further, the buzz-cut man was frantically waving at me from the doorway, urging me to come over. He appeared unperturbed, yet an uneasy feeling settled in my gut. He had just inexplicably vanished, and now he reappeared without explanation, alongside a door that had not existed before. Everything felt uncanny. While I hesitated, sounds emerged from the elevator, signaling that the group was about to arrive. "Hurry up, they're coming," the buzz-cut man called out anxiously. Realizing I had no better option, I steeled myself and approached him. However, as I took a step, I nearly stumbled. A powerful force yanked at my right foot. Instinctively glancing down, I was shocked to find a hand grasping my ankle. "Don't go over there," the hand's owner weakly implored. As he spoke, he strained to lift his head, and it was then I recognized him. It was Huang Yu. Chapter 68. Foreknowledge. Seeing Huang Yu sent chills down my spine, my blood running cold. How could he be here? Hadn't he already met his demise? A wave of terror washed over me, prompting an instinctive leap as I desperately attempted to shake him off. To my astonishment, after 2 kicks, he truly vanished. Rubbing my eyes, I looked down again, only to find the space empty. I hurriedly raised my gaze, only to discover the buzz-cut man and the fire door had also completely disappeared. Lowering my eyes once more, the suitcase I had clutched so tightly was now nowhere to be found. Before I could make sense of this chaotic situation, the environment shifted again, reverting to the parking lot of Yuanshan Building. I was utterly bewildered, unable to discern which realm I currently occupied. At that moment, a man suddenly burst forth from the staircase, appearing frantic. His face was ashen, clad in a wool vest, with glasses perched on his nose. His hair disheveled, exuding an aura of panic. He looked strikingly familiar. In a flash, I realized he was the missing secretary. He rushed towards me, thrusting a suitcase into my hands, his voice urgent and hoarse. "Quick, take this." I accepted the suitcase, astonished to find it was the very one I had just attempted to excavate. How had it come into his possession? Before I could respond, he seized my arm, dragging me toward the elevator. Everything felt surreal, and I hesitated to move. Just as I pondered my next step, a chilling sound of chains dragging across the floor echoed ominously from behind. I sensed danger. The masked brothers were likely closing in on me. Upon hearing that sound, the secretary's face began to change dramatically, as if being vigorously kneaded by an invisible hand. His features contorted in an instant. He appeared disheveled and covered in grime, his clothes tattered and caked with dust. No, upon closer inspection, they were encrusted with hardened chunks of cement. Barefoot, each step he took left a cement-stained footprint behind. "Quick, to the elevator." He leaned against the elevator door, incessantly urging me, his entire demeanor exuding exhaustion. The sound of clanking chains grew ever closer. Gritting my teeth, I lifted my foot to follow. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a large hand suddenly reached in, attempting to obstruct our escape. The secretary, seeing this, dashed out without hesitation, embracing the owner of that hand. As he grappled with the assailant, he shouted at me, "Hurry to the 7th floor." The 7th floor. At that moment, the brothers with the scarred faces arrived, joining the fray. Unexpectedly, they were aiding the secretary against the attacker. Yet, the secretary appeared increasingly anxious, shouting at the elevator door for me to leave immediately. His cries drew the attention of the scarred man, who instantly ceased his assault and turned towards me. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I hastily pressed the close door button, then swiftly selected the 7th floor. Just as the scarred man lunged towards me, I successfully escaped, though I was left wondering how the secretary would extricate himself. With no time for further contemplation, the elevator soon reached the 7th floor. I cautiously stepped out, noticing that the duty room's light was still on. Approaching the door, I peered through the crack and, as expected, saw someone seated inside. Narrowing my eyes for a closer look, I was astonished to find that it was Huang Yu. He appeared disheveled, his hair and clothes smeared with hardened cement, his face devoid of color, sitting expressionlessly at the table. Summoning my courage, I softly called his name, but he did not respond at all. In a fit of urgency, I reached out to push him. To my shock, the moment my fingers touched him, he disintegrated into a cloud of dust, choking me into a fit of coughs. Simultaneously, several of the surveillance screens in the duty room flickered and went dark. Ultimately, only 3 screens remained, faintly glowing and barely functional. As I leaned in for a closer look, I was taken aback to see familiar faces. Baldy, Old Tang, and Xiao Man. The footage revealed that Xiao Man and Old Tang were still trapped on the 13th floor. Their expressions frantic as they searched for an escape route. Meanwhile, Baldy remained in the same basement from earlier. Upon witnessing this scene, I suddenly realized that the previous attempt to send them away from the 13th floor had failed. Baldy hadn't left. Rather, either he or I had become ensnared in a dimensional rift, resulting in our separation. This was dire. Now there were more people to rescue, yet the immediate crisis still loomed. In the midst of my confusion, my gaze fell upon the box I was clutching. Thankfully, amidst the chaos, I had managed to seize this crucial item. Sighing in relief, I hurriedly placed the box on the table and opened the lid. What met my eyes was a stack of various contracts. Pulling out a few, I held them closer to the light and read, a cold sweat breaking out as I comprehended that these were indeed the infamous contracts of servitude. Written in stark black and white were the words voluntary servitude, exuding a sinister aura. What sane person would sign such a document? I surmised that they were likely coerced into signing these upon employment. My fingers trembled as I flipped through the papers, my heart sinking further with each familiar name. Qin, Huang Yu, Xiao Man, H.R. Old Wood. Nearly every name I recognized appeared among them. No wonder this box was so valuable. It contained everyone's contracts of servitude. Continuing to peruse, I was shocked to uncover my own contract as well. That couldn't be right. This box seemed to have been buried for ages. Yet I had only just arrived. Why was my contract inside? As I continued flipping through, another familiar name caught my eye. Zhu Huerong. Wasn't she the female Qin? She was the one who had commissioned me to find this box. How could she also be among these contracts? Was she also a victim? With this realization, I suddenly recalled that she had tasked me with finding 3 items, which I had now gathered it was time to head to the 18th floor to find her. I checked my pocket. The necklace was still there. Hastily, I rose and headed to the inner room to search for the skeleton. The last time, the security uncle had helped me stow it away, claiming it was under the bed in the inner room. As I thought of this, anxiety crept in. If I could find that skeleton, it would mean I had returned to the real world. Conversely, if nothing lay beneath the bed, it would undoubtedly imply that I remained trapped in this dimension. With my heart racing, I dashed into the inner room, directly approaching the bed, crouching down to feel beneath it. The moment my fingertips brushed against a hard object, my heart leaped. Then, a complete skeleton came into view. At that moment, the tension I had been holding onto for so long dissipated into a wave of warmth. And I exhaled deeply, my body nearly buckling as I leaned against the bed's edge for a moment of respite. Once I had regained my composure, I nimbly gathered the skeleton along with the other crucial items. Preparing to head to the 18th floor, however, just as I reached for the door, a chill washed over me, freezing me in place. There stood the female Qin, rigidly positioned at the doorway. She retained her lofty demeanor, her gaze piercing as if it could penetrate the very soul. The door had barely opened a crack when she bluntly inquired, "Have you found everything?" Chapter 69. The mystery of the 3 treasures. The sudden appearance of the female Qin caught me completely off guard. How did she know I had returned and gathered all the items? Before I could voice my confusion, she swiftly pushed the door open, then spun around to slam it shut with a resounding thud. "Let us settle this now." Her tone brooked no dissent. After stating this, she stepped towards me, reaching for the package. I forcefully pushed her away, replying, "I'll handle it." Carefully, I retrieved the 3 items, laying them out on the table, instinctively positioning myself to block her exit, wary of any underhanded moves she might attempt. Observing my stance, she seemed to read my thoughts, deliberately slowing her movements to methodically count each item with fingers that glinted like a predator's talons. Once she verified everything was in order, she began to pack them up. Seeing this, I quickly interrupted, "Let me do it. The conditions we discussed haven't been fulfilled yet, and if I hand over these items to you now, I can't be sure you won't abscond with them at a moment's notice." As I packed, I kept my eyes fixed on her, pressing for answers. "What about the promises you made me? Can you sign off on my release now? And what about Xiao Man? When will she return?" Surprisingly, she didn't even lift her eyelids, too absorbed in watching me pack, casually tossing out, "Wait for my news." Wait for news? Was she jesting? Those 4 insipid words reeked of evasion. It was clear she had no intention of fulfilling her commitments. Moreover, her own contract was in that box, indicating she too was bound. So how could she possess the power to free me? With this realization, I hastily halted my packing, pushing the suitcase behind me. She rolled her eyes at this, her gaze dripping with disdain as she scrutinized me. "Have you seen everything in that box?" Before I could respond, she continued, "We're all in the same boat here, and I need to resolve my issues first before I can help you with yours." I scoffed. Her words were transparently false. Recognizing my attitude, she abruptly softened her tone. "As you can see, we're all bound by that contract, including Old Qin. Thus, our objectives align. You cannot afford to be confused at this critical juncture. These 3 items? You have no idea what they're truly for, so even if I left them all with you, they would be nothing more than 3 worthless trinkets." Her reasoning was convincing. Yet I remained skeptical, sensing it was merely an attempt to manipulate my thoughts. "What are you planning to do with these 3 items?" I pressed on, my gaze unwavering. She merely smirked, her eyes glinting with a mocking light, ignoring my question as she reached for the suitcase behind me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, swatting her hand away. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, 2 long and 1 short, rhythmic as if it had been prearranged as a signal. Upon hearing it, the female Qin quickly turned to open the door. To my surprise, the one who entered was the cleaning lady with thin eyebrows. I had never thought highly of her. She had been sneaking around in the duty room last time. It was possible she was the female Qin's spy. This time, she must have been keeping tabs, which is how the female Qin knew I had found all 3 items. The moment the woman entered, her eyes darted around, seizing the opportunity to reach for the belongings behind me. Clearly, these two were conspiring to seize my possessions. What puzzled me was why the female Qin would summon a mere cleaning woman instead of her strong male subordinates to assist her. Before I could ponder further, the cleaning lady moved with uncanny agility, blocking me in an instant, her movements sharp and far from the usual submissive demeanor. Good heavens, she was a hidden expert. It seemed this struggle for possession was about to become serious. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, I seized the moment, gripping the necklace on the table and stealthily slipping it into my pocket. I thought to myself, even if I couldn't protect the other two items. As long as I held onto this necklace, their acquisition would be futile. Immediately, the room descended into utter chaos, and I began to feel overwhelmed, my strength rapidly depleting. Just as I was struggling to cope, a figure suddenly darted in from outside, launching a fierce attack at the cleaner with delicate brows. As I focused my gaze, I was astonished to find it was the girl in white shoes. The moment these two locked eyes, a palpable tension filled the air. Manager, do not give them anything. If you do, they will commit misdeeds without a care for you. The girl's eyes flared with fury, her voice seething with resentment as if forced through clenched teeth. You actually followed me? The cleaner, equally defiant, retorted with an edge of menace in her words. Seeing you sneaking around, it's obvious you're up to no good. The girl had shed her previous fragility, her voice now assertive. How many lives have you endangered? And you dare to come to the 7th floor? You are truly meddlesome. I was inclined to let you off. But since you insist on causing trouble, don't blame us for being ungracious. As she spoke, the cleaner unbuttoned her coat, assuming a stance ready for an attack. Seeing this, I quickly positioned myself behind the girl. Raising the skeletal remains high and threateningly declared, if you prefer violence, I shall gladly shatter this thing. Witnessing my defiance, the girl in white shoes looked anxious, swiftly pulling the cleaner aside and feigning calmness. Don't act impulsively. This skeleton is key to breaking our contract. She gestured with her hands, explaining, gather these 3 items, and all contracts signed by us can be obliterated. How do we destroy them? The girl and I questioned in unison. The girl in white shoes, visibly reluctant, replied, hang that necklace on the skeleton, and it will transform into a human form. This entity can assist us in burning all contracts. Once burned, they will all become void, and our previously signed agreements will automatically dissolve. Stunned by her explanation, I found the tale utterly absurd. Wasn't it said that burning or tearing them was futile? How could a skeleton now be involved in this destruction? The girl in white shoes, growing impatient, clarified, burning them ourselves is certainly ineffective. The contracts in this box are inherently peculiar and cannot be destroyed through ordinary means. She paused, then continued, did you not also discover your own indenture in this box? Do you not find that strange? This box has been buried underground for years. How is it that your contract still exists upon its retrieval? Her words sparked an epiphany within me, noticing I seemed to believe her. Her tone softened. However, this operation requires a specialist. Otherwise, what gets awakened will not be human but a monster. A monster? I instinctively echoed. The cleaner quickly added, if a monster is summoned, we are all doomed. Chapter 70. The Trap for some reason. When they mentioned a monster, my mind conjured the figure I had encountered in the underground pipes. Could this be the very monster they spoke of? My curiosity piqued. I pressed on. Has anyone ever seen this monster? Both remained silent, merely shaking their heads. I inquired further. Who is the specialist responsible for this operation? Is it someone from the Yuanshan group? Or perhaps someone within the building? The moment my words left my mouth, they exchanged a furtive glance, as if I had triggered a hidden switch. After a brief silence, the girl in white shoes spoke, lowering her voice deliberately. The name of that person cannot be mentioned in Yuanshan building. My brow furrowed, feeling a sense of irritation at her cryptic demeanor. I quickly suggested, very well, you need not speak their name, but when you go to find them, please take me along. The girl in white shoes shook her head without hesitation, as if my request was utterly preposterous. She then pointed at my right hand. I instinctively looked down and realized she was referring to the bracelet I wore. Slowly lifting my hand, before I could speak, she added, the bracelet you wear has already indicated your allegiance. How could they ever meet with you? Upon hearing this, my heart sank, and a sudden realization struck me. Could the specialist they sought be Wang Bo? Little Man had previously introduced me to Wang Bo, who had given me a red bracelet. However, the security guard had warned me it was cursed, leading me to discard it. Later, on the 13th floor, an elderly woman gifted me the green bracelet I now wore. The two bracelets, one red and one green, contrasted sharply. At that moment, the girl in white shoes and the cleaner simultaneously raised their hands, revealing their wrists adorned with red bracelets. Observing their red bracelets alongside my green one felt particularly jarring. As I witnessed this, the girl in white shoes rushed in front of me, her tone urgent and filled with warning. "Manager, you cannot go." Very few who exit Wang Family Alley live to tell the tale. They are surely not trustworthy. "Do not be foolish." Her warning prompted a flashback to the bizarre events that had transpired on the B2 floor with Xiao Hui and Dian. Realizing I was unwilling to cooperate, the girl in white shoes began to negotiate, proposing a compromise. "There is another option. You can accompany us to deliver the items and see if Wang Bo allows you entry." The girl in white shoes immediately interjected, shaking her head vigorously. "No, no. It's too dangerous. You cannot go." Yet, at this juncture, with the truth seemingly within reach, I was not willing to abandon my pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, I steeled myself and decided to take the risk. I turned to the girl, requesting she find the security guard and relay the situation along with my plan. After giving her my instructions, I followed the girl in white shoes and the cleaner straight to Wang Family Alley. Along the way, I suggested, "Shall we not invite Qin Zong as well? Being the vice president, he might possess more information than we do." To my surprise, the girl in white shoes dismissed the idea without a second thought, as if it were an utterly absurd request. The cleaner added with a scoff, "Don't call him. He tends to complicate matters." This revelation astonished me, as her tone did not seem befitting of a subordinate addressing a group leader. Throughout the journey, I pondered the route, striving to recall the details from my previous visit. I remember Wang Bo's room being 606, but this building is quite old, lacking a fourth floor. The wall indicates it is the fifth floor, yet it corresponds to the fourth floor of a standard building. Therefore, the so-called 606 should actually be on the fifth floor. However, neither of them seemed to absorb my words, regarding me instead with skeptical expressions. Before long, we arrived at 606. The cleaner and the girl in white shoes exchanged glances before stepping forward to knock on the door. The crisp sound of knocking echoed in the silent hallway. Moments later, the door slowly opened, revealing none other than Qin Zong. Not Wang Bo. In an instant, a hazy memory resurfaced in my mind. I recalled that fateful night of the 15th when I came to knock, finding Qin Zong downstairs while I was upstairs, only to have him suddenly yanked inside by a pair of black hands. He stood there, vacant-eyed, gazing at me without a flicker of recognition, as if I were mere air. Undeterred, I raised my voice, calling his name, but he remained unresponsive. The girl in white shoes, equally surprised, shouted and poked him, "Old Qin, old Qin!" Yet he ignored her as well. Her eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by the surreal scene unfolding before her. Before we could delve deeper, Qin Zong turned away, dragging his feet as he retreated into the room. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed a horrifying sight. His skull was made of paper. The rough, bizarre texture appeared particularly sinister under the dim light. Internally cursing, I thought, who on earth has done this? Why is there a paper Qin Zong here? With the presence of a paper figure, I immediately heightened my vigilance. Following them into the room, I sensed a stark difference from my previous visit. After a moment of contemplation, I realized that last time I had entered from upstairs, yet the upper and lower levels were interconnected. Cautiously, I began to tread along the wall, scrutinizing my surroundings. However, after a thorough scan, I failed to locate the staircase. This didn't add up. When I was upstairs, I distinctly recalled seeing a staircase extending down into the room. Wang Bo. Just as I was analyzing the environment, the girl in white shoes and the cleaner suddenly shouted in unison, their voices tinged with urgency and anxiety. I turned sharply at the sound, witnessing a man emerge slowly from within the room. He still sported long hair that hung loosely over his face, his appearance unchanged from the last time I saw him. Strangely, however, he exuded an entirely different aura. Noting my lack of action, the girl in white shoes urgently prodded me, reminding, "Take out the items." A wave of deep unease washed over me, and an instinct told me that something was amiss. This cannot be Wang Bo. I voiced my skepticism, but no one responded. Instead, It was the paper figure of Qin Zong that, seemingly provoked, lunged at me. I was caught off guard, colliding violently with it and crashing to the ground. The girl in white shoes, witnessing this, erupted in fury, shouting at the paper figure, "Old Qin, what are you doing?" Just as she was berating it, flames suddenly erupted from the top of Wang Bo's head. In but a fleeting moment, the flames surged high, swiftly engulfing him entirely. Almost simultaneously, the paper figure of Qin also ignited. Instantly, the entire room was illuminated by the blaze, the searing heat rapidly spreading outward, causing the skin on one's face to sting painfully. Upon noticing this, the meticulous maid cried out in alarm, "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." Chapter 71. The secret of Wang Bo. At the sound of the maid's cry, I was jolted back to reality. Frantically searching for the exit, in such a dire situation, if one could not fight, one must find a way to flee. Fortunately, the door was not far. With a few swift strides, I reached it. However, as I swung the door open, I was taken aback. It was not the corridor I had expected outside, but rather the very room I was in at that moment. It felt as though we were ensnared in an infinite loop. No matter how many times I opened the door, I would always return to the same spot. Meanwhile, the flames within the room grew increasingly fierce, the waves of heat oppressive, battering against us relentlessly. In my mind, I desperately chanted that this was merely an illusion, yet the scorching air felt all too real. Suddenly, several figures leapt forth from the searing heat. As I focused my gaze, a chill ran down my spine. They all bore the likeness of Wang Bo. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were all mere paper figures. Seeing my stare, they lunged at me with clawed hands. Amidst the chaos, a deafening roar erupted overhead, and a retractable staircase descended from the ceiling. Swaying precariously in midair, upon closer examination, I recognized that the staircase connected to Wang Bo's residence from my previous visit. Remembering that Qin had been abducted at this very doorway, it became apparent that the true Wang Bo's home must be located above. Not on this level, the destination was revealed, but the staircase hung too high. Burdened with two large items, I could not reach it. The meticulous maid, noticing my predicament, dashed over, quickly crouched down, and shouted at me, "Quick, step onto my shoulders." Upon hearing this, female Qin immediately voiced her objections. "No, he mustn't go first. He'll run away." The maid disregarded her and continued to urge me, "You go up first, then pull us up." I was somewhat taken aback by her trust in me. The flames were intensifying, and the paper figures were drawing ever closer, leaving me no room for hesitation. In a moment of desperation, I stepped onto her shoulders. Gritting her teeth, she propelled me upward, and I successfully grasped the edge of the staircase, finally managing to climb up with great effort. Before I could steady myself, a tremendous gust of wind struck the back of my head. After a muffled thud, the world around me spun wildly. Oh no! I was ambushed. Grasping my head, I instinctively turned around to find a familiar face behind me. It was Wang Bo. Upon seeing me, he was taken aback, his earlier calmness evaporating as he shouted, "How did you get in here?" Fearing a misunderstanding, I hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events. Wang Bo listened, his expression one of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. When I mentioned we had come to resurrect the bones, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. I had no idea I possessed such abilities. "Who told you this?" It was then that I realized I had yet to pull female Qin and the maid up. Instinctively, I looked for the staircase, only to find it had vanished, the floor now a solid expanse. "Where is the staircase?" I anxiously inquired of Wang Bo. "I just climbed up from below." Wang Bo sighed deeply before responding. "It is not something that can be easily explained in a few words. However, there is no need to worry. It will reappear shortly. It will reappear. Have you seen it before?" I pressed. Wang Bo shook his head and countered, "Do you know that this place once caught fire?" I nodded solemnly, knowing the tale well, though I was puzzled by his question. Seeing my acknowledgement, he continued, "Do you know that everyone here perished in the flames?" I nodded again, adding, "I read that report. Your photo was among the victims." His surprise was palpable. "You know? Yet you're not afraid." "Why should I be afraid? The newspapers say you perished in the fire. Yet here you stand before me. Does that not seem strange?" As he spoke, he brushed aside his bangs, revealing that the half of his face obscured by his hair was made of paper. "You are also a paper figure?" I gasped in astonishment. Noting my intense reaction, he quickly reassured me to let him continue. The fire erupted suddenly, catching most people in their slumber. I was awakened by the choking smoke. And upon realizing the fire, I hastily sought refuge in the bathroom. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no rescue came. Eventually, in a state of extreme anxiety, I exhausted all my energy and unwittingly fell asleep. When I awakened, the oppressive heat had subsided. I cautiously approached the door, finding it no longer scorching. Believing the fire had been extinguished, I opened the door carefully. Indeed, the flames had vanished, leaving the room charred but without signs of a fire. I rushed to check the situation outside, only to discover the corridor was shrouded in darkness. I knocked on the doors of my neighbors and relatives, yet no one responded. In a panic, I descended to the lower floor, only to find a dark alley devoid of any souls. It struck me as profoundly abnormal. On a typical night, even with few people about, one would occasionally spot a passerby. Yet at that moment, it felt as if the entire city was deserted, save for me. Since then, I have been trapped in this place, as if bound by an invisible force. I do not even know whether to consider myself burnt to death or still alive. You might argue I am dead, yet visitors like you still come. Conversely, if I am alive, I cannot see anyone else aside from you. Cannot see anyone? His account left me incredulous. Wangbo nodded, replying, "When I go out with you, you see the ordinary alley, yet I am forever confined tonight." More curiously, he swallowed hard, continuing, more curiously, "Every month on the 15th, this building reignites. Following each blaze, new phantoms emerge from my vicinity." Copy? Phantoms? His words felt abstract, and I struggled to comprehend. He emphatically nodded, affirming, "Yes, those phantoms are actually copies of the things around me." Eventually, I discovered that within those copies, there was even another version of myself. "You too discovered another version of yourself?" I was astonished. It appeared that aside from the security guard, he too had encountered another iteration of himself. Realizing my tone, he seemed to grasp that I had experienced something similar, prompting him to recall. As the fires repeated, my other self appeared increasingly often. Eventually, it no longer required a fire to manifest. It could materialize at will. Now it has taken the initiative, hosting various guests in my stead. Upon hearing this, I anxiously inquired, "Was it you or him who gave me the bracelet last time?" "That was me." His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. The bracelet was merely a pretext. I later realized that as long as someone visits regularly, it disrupts his encroachment on me, or rather, as long as I maintain periodic contact with the outside world, I can barely sustain my current existence. As he spoke, I gasped in realization, a pretext. So that bracelet was utterly useless. It was primarily to ensure I returned to knock on the door every 15th. Upon my revelation, Wangbo appeared somewhat guilt-ridden but nodded earnestly. He then lowered his voice, saying, "I later discovered that the other me was made of paper." As his appearances escalated, I sensed danger and attempted to ambush him, yet I was wounded in the process. It was only after the ambush that I realized he was a paper figure, and the injury on my face began to manifest as paper. Another paper figure. It seemed the mastermind behind all this was adept at such dark sorcery. Seeing my serious demeanor, Wangbo continued, "I know not who cast this curse upon the paper figures, but they regularly draw in throngs of people. Once those individuals step into his domain, it is as if they have been enchanted, transforming them into paper figures as well." His words sent a jolt through me, and suddenly, the image of Qin flashed in my mind. It seemed that when Qin knocked on the door, she had been ensnared by that false Wangbo. Chapter 72. The Fated One. As we conversed, flames erupted once more, the oppressive heat returning. The intersecting space reopened, and the staircase that had just vanished reappeared. Without a moment to ponder, I rushed forward, throwing myself onto the staircase, calling out loudly for female Qin and the maid, Iti. That moment, the voice of the meticulous maid reached my ears. However, as I searched for her, I could not spot her anywhere. "Where are you? Look up, I'm on the ceiling," I shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped my outstretched arm. Upon focusing, I realized it was the meticulous maid. She had finally found me in this urgent moment. I exerted all my strength to pull her up, But to my dismay, she felt extraordinarily heavy in an instant. Her hand coiled around my arm like a frenzied vine, ensnaring me tightly. They writhed as if possessed, desperately attempting to penetrate my veins. Instinctively, I loosened my grip and began to strike her repeatedly. To my astonishment, she lay beneath me, smiling eerily, her slender brows growing increasingly exaggerated, as if hastily sketched with a pen. At that moment, a shadow darted forth and tackled her. As she fell, flames erupted from the ground beneath us. The slender brow maid spontaneously combusted. Observing the flickering flames, it felt as if another paper figure was masquerading. When I glanced back at the shadow that had just intervened, I realized with disbelief that she was the true slender-browed one. Seeing her sister fall, the female Qin hurried to assist her. Yet, at that moment, the slender-browed maid gazed up at me, an expression of relief gracing her features as she exclaimed, "I knew it. I wouldn't mistake you. You wouldn't run off on your own." As she spoke, the two rose and began handing me the nearby bones and suitcase. Once the two substantial items were successfully retrieved, I reached out again to save another. However, after rescuing the female Qin, that forceful wave of energy surged once more, scattering us apart. As the wave dissipated, the staircase vanished. This was dire. The slender-browed maid had yet to ascend. The female Qin, terrified by the scene before her, trembled and cried out, "Sister, sister!" Her eyes brimmed with urgency as she turned to me, pleading, "Please, save my sister." In that moment, I realized they were indeed sisters. Though our stances had often diverged, the slender-browed maid had rescued me twice. I could not simply stand by and watch her perish. The female Qin struggled to compose herself, and only then did she notice the figure of Wang Bo standing by, clinging to a glimmer of hope. She rushed to him, imploring, "Wang Bo, please save my sister. If you burn that contract, everyone will regain their freedom. I beg you." Wang Bo, upon witnessing her desperation, sighed heavily, "It's not that I'm unwilling to help, but I truly do not know how. I cannot resurrect the bones." The female Qin appeared to lose her sanity, repeating, "It's impossible. It's impossible. Old Qin said you could do it. Please." Wang Bo, seeing her in such a state, could no longer refuse, gritting his teeth in response, "All right then, I shall give it a try, but success is not guaranteed. Please tell me what to do." I hastily outlined the procedure. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Bo took the necklace I offered and carefully draped it around the skeletal remains. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the scene, yet after a considerable time, the bones remained utterly unresponsive. Wang Bo glanced at the bones and then at us, his tone laced with skepticism. "I told you, I truly cannot." Just then, as if discovering something, he grabbed my right hand, exclaiming, "Look, your bracelets are identical." Following his gaze, the collective eyes of the group focused on my wrist. It turned out that both I and the skeletal remains wore the same green bracelet, whereas Wang Bo and the female Qin donned red ones. With this revelation, I suddenly understood. The entirety of Wang family Hutong had experienced a fire, and whenever strange occurrences unfolded, they were accompanied by a red glow. Yet, the 13th floor, where the bones resided, was entirely shrouded in green. This implied a fundamental incompatibility. They were likely adversarial. Upon hearing my analysis, the group seemed to awaken from a trance, their gazes slowly drifting back to me. After a brief silence, Wang Bo suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" The female Qin eagerly turned to me, nodding emphatically. Faced with the situation, there were no other options. I had to take the plunge. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I cautiously grasped the necklace and slowly approached the skeletal neck. To my astonishment, the moment the clasp connected, a miraculous event ensued. A gentle glow seeped from the crevices of the bones, intensifying until it birthed a mist that gradually enveloped the entire skeleton. Almost instantaneously, the blood vessels began to spread at an observable pace, the once desiccated frame gradually becoming more robust. As flesh adhered and melded, a familiar visage emerged, becoming clearer by the moment. My eyes widened in sheer shock. I could hardly believe it. This was indeed a familiar face. The elderly woman from the 13th floor. Her features regained vitality, her formerly pallid cheeks blossomed with color, and her tightly shut eyes slowly opened. "Grandma!" I exclaimed in astonishment. The elderly woman paused for a moment, lifting her hand to touch her face, then pinching her arm. Her expression shifted from surprise to disbelief, as if realizing she had been resurrected. Upon spotting me before her, she appeared taken aback, furrowing her brow as she asked, "How did you end up here? Were you the one who brought me back to life?" I nodded in affirmation. Her incredulity deepened as she pressed, "How did you know this method?" "I never mentioned it to you." I quickly pointed to the female Qin, succinctly recounting the circumstances. The elderly woman listened, half convinced, but then suddenly noticed Wang Bo's presence. Her demeanor shifting entirely, her aura transforming into that of a defensive cat. It was evident that there was some history of animosity between them. Wang Bo, sensing the change in atmosphere, swiftly raised his hands in explanation. "Madam, if anyone has offended you in the past, it was certainly not I. I have been trapped here, never leaving." Fearing she would not believe him, I hurriedly recounted Wang Bo's previous experiences in detail. After listening, the elderly woman fell silent for a time before gradually standing, brushing the dust from her clothes and stating, "Very well, for Xiao Li's sake, I shall assist you." My heart swelled with both joy and confusion, prompting me to inquire, "Why must it be you to burn those contracts?" The elderly woman glanced at me and replied, "Because I am the only one who has not signed a contract here. The others either signed employment contracts or rental agreements, but I am free." Why curiosity piqued further, I asked, "If you do not have a rental agreement, how could you reside here?" The elderly woman sighed. "This house was rented by my granddaughter." "Granddaughter? Is it Xiao Man?" I inquired. She nodded slightly. With that, she approached the suitcase, delicately opening it to reveal a stack of contracts. She then produced a lighter and ignited it with a snap. Everything proceeded smoothly, the contracts quickly catching fire. The entire process unfolded with such ease that it felt almost unnatural. As the flames grew more intense, everyone watched intently, barely daring to breathe. Eventually, all the contracts were reduced to ashes, and a collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. Just then, a sudden knocking sounded from outside the door. The female Qin appeared elated. "Could it be my sister?" She dashed toward the door, eager to open it. Chapter 73. Beyond the firewall. The silence within the room had been unnervingly profound, and the unexpected knocking stirred a sense of unease among the group. However, the female Qin was convinced it was her sister, the slender-browed maid, on the other side, and she was determined to answer. Yet, Wang Bo intercepted her, sensing the abnormality of the knocking and harboring a foreboding feeling. The female Qin struggled against him, desperate to reach the doorknob. Wang Bo spread his arms wide, blocking her path, and shouted, "We cannot open it. We must not." He then voiced his concerns. "You see, the doors here only make noise on the 15th of each month. It's all other times. Not only will no one knock, but I myself cannot even open the door. Therefore, this knocking is undoubtedly irregular." Upon hearing this, the female Qin stood frozen, her outstretched hand falling limply to her side, and I, standing nearby, felt a pang of doubt. There was indeed some logic in his reasoning, but also a flaw. The knocking on the 15th was due to his prior arrangement for visitors like me, so it was genuine. Yet, we had just burned the contracts. Hadn't we? If burning the contracts could dissolve the pact and restore our freedom, then perhaps this knocking was a signal, indicating that we were free and could leave. As I shared this analysis, the others began to nod, sensing the validity in my words. The female Qin reignited her hope, forcefully pushing Wang Bo aside, exclaiming, "Do not stop me," however. As soon as the door cracked open, a wave of heat surged in, the force overwhelming, knocking everyone to the ground. I fell back, dazed, and as my vision cleared, I realized that what awaited us in the corridor was not sunlight, but flames. A chill ran through me. Had burning the contracts been futile? Or had we made a misstep somewhere? The temperature in the room soared, making it difficult to breathe. Wang Bo shouted from behind, "Quick, get to the bathroom." I looked back to see him still on the ground. Unable to rise, seemingly gravely injured, I rushed to assist him, only to discover his body was burning hot, his face flushed, and sweat pouring down. He struggled to warn me. "We returned to the time the building was on fire. We must hide." As he spoke, his face underwent a dramatic transformation. The paper-like features that had been concealed beneath his bangs rapidly expanded. In an instant, his entire visage morphed into that of a paper figure. Realizing the dire situation, I thought it was catastrophic. Clearly, burning the contracts had been ineffective, and we remained ensnared in this horrific loop. Just as I was lamenting, Wangbo suddenly screamed in agony, flames erupting from his head and swiftly engulfing his entire form. I hastily removed my jacket, ready to extinguish the flames, but before I could fully disrobe, the small flames erupted into a raging inferno. Moments later, he was reduced to a pile of ashes on the floor. Everyone was left in shock at that moment. A voice faintly emerged from beyond the firewall. "Hurry down! Come downstairs!" I listened intently and discerned the voice of Xiaoman. The old lady was also quite familiar with it and nodded in affirmation of my conjecture. It was indeed Xiaoman. I strained to approach the wall of fire, and the voice became increasingly clear. "Come down quickly. This fire is an illusion, not real flames." Upon hearing this, the female manager, Qin, became extremely agitated and was the first to rush out. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the wall of fire. Moments later, her voice echoed back from the other side. "It really is an illusion. Hurry, come out." Next was the old lady. I urged her to go ahead while I held back the rear. Soon, she too successfully passed through. Now it was my turn. However, I could not shake the feeling that the fire was genuinely perilous. As I drew nearer to the wall of flames, the intense heat scorched my skin painfully, distinctly unlike an illusion. I attempted several times, but each time I approached, the searing heat forced me back. Seeing that I had not emerged, Xiaoman could no longer wait and dashed over. I witnessed her emerge unscathed from the wall of fire. Upon her arrival, she was utterly astonished. How strange from this angle. There is indeed fire, yet when viewed from downstairs, it appears completely normal, with no flames at all. I hurriedly inquired, "Did you feel the intense heat?" She shook her head. How peculiar, I thought. Not only could I see the wall of fire, but I could also feel the searing heat, rendering everything around me undeniably real, thus hindering my escape. Xiaoman, too, was at a loss and suggested that I wait while she sought help. With that, she once again plunged through the wall of fire. Before long, two figures returned. I focused and was astonished to see it was old Tang, the delivery station owner. Overjoyed by their return, I exclaimed, managerly, "Close your eyes, and we will pull you out." Old Tang promptly offered this suggestion. Xiaoman nodded in agreement, indicating that I should give it a try. I felt doubtful but complied. Yet even with my eyes shut, I could still sense the oppressive heat surrounding me. It seemed this method would not suffice. Old Tang then proposed knocking me unconscious and carrying me out. I incredulously shook my head. That won't do. If I faint, it would be far more dangerous. Noticing my refusal, Old Tang momentarily faltered. But he insisted repeatedly. This truly is an illusion, a mere trick of the eye. From downstairs, it appears there is no fire. If you continue to believe the flames are real, you will only reinforce that notion within yourself, making escape impossible. Old Tang was earnestly analyzing the situation, but I suddenly noticed something alarming. His front teeth were intact. In an instant, I felt as though I had plunged into a frigid abyss. In reality, Old Tang was missing a front tooth. Previously, in the delivery world, the storyline had altered, restoring his teeth to their original state, but as we attempted to escape the confines of this space, his tooth had once again vanished. With this realization, an ominous premonition washed over me. It dawned on me that all along, Xiaoman and Old Tang had never truly returned. At that moment, they remained trapped in that space, the one visible only through surveillance or a phone camera. If this were the case, then why had the female manager Qin and the old lady managed to pass through? Were they not in the real world either? I was tormented by conflicting thoughts, perceiving my mind on the verge of combustion when suddenly, an immense force yanked me back indoors. Immediately, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. The surrounding flames and searing heat ceased abruptly. In terror, I turned around to find Shimei, the cleaner, standing behind me. "Are you out of your mind?" Her tone was fierce, yet her expression was filled with concern. "Those paper figures, do you dare follow them? The moment you descend those stairs, you will ignite spontaneously. Paper figures, Xiaoman, Old Tang, and even the female manager Qin and the old lady had all been paper figures." Chapter 74. Escape. Shimei pulled me back into the room. I composed myself and surveyed the surroundings, realizing I was still on the 5th floor, meaning everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. I had not ascended to the 6th floor at all. Once I regained my bearings, I noticed that only Shimei and I remained in the room. Everyone else had vanished. I quickly inquired, "Where are they? Where did they go?" Shimei did not respond, merely shaking her head. I pressed on. "Did it start from when Wangbo ignited?" Shimei continued to shake her head, but this time she spoke, recalling the earlier events. Apparently, shortly after we entered, a thick smoke had filled the room. The smoke was so dense that it rendered breathing nearly impossible. As the smoke gradually dissipated, she realized everyone had vanished, yet she could hear my voice. Following the sound, she discovered me at the door, conversing with several paper figures. She realized those paper figures were trying to lure me down the stairs, but the staircase was incomplete, with only the upper half visible. The lower half was shrouded in darkness. At that moment, I had nearly followed them down. Thankfully, her quick reflexes had pulled me back just in time. While we were conversing, a sudden, violent knocking erupted at the door. I recognized the voices of Xiaoman and Old Tang calling for me to open up. Their tones sounded just like usual, not at all like paper figures. Seeing my hesitance, Shimei became frantic, stamping her foot and shouting, "Don't open the door. They are all fake." Xiaoman seemed to hear Shimei's warning and raised her voice from outside. "Don't be deceived by her. She is the paper figure. Open the door quickly." Shimei, alarmed by Xiaoman's words, urged, "Think of those nightmares, those illusions. Hasn't Xiaoman's appearance always been accompanied by eeriness? She is the most terrifying of all." Her words struck a chord within me. Indeed, every time Xiaoman appeared, it was enveloped in strangeness. As if responding to Shimei's rebuttal, Old Tang suddenly chimed in, "The woman inside is the big boss's spy. She has been monitoring you all along, occasionally sneaking into the duty room to steal your information." Just then, the voice of the female manager Qin rang out. "Sister, is what he said true? Has the big boss really approached you?" Upon hearing her question, Shimei's expression faltered momentarily but quickly regained composure as she countered Old Tang. "That delivery station owner has long since departed. Do you truly believe the one outside is him?" Shimei's inquiry struck me. The Old Tang outside, with his perfect teeth, was indeed different from the real version, who was missing a front tooth. Noticing my hesitation, Shimei continued to analyze. "Haven't you noticed? These figures outside are like the parasites within you, aware of your thoughts and fears, thus hitting the nail on the head with every word. Do not fall for their tricks." Just as we reached an impasse, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Manager Lee, come out quickly." It was the security uncle. Seeing my agitation, Shimei grew even more frantic, shouting, "Don't open the door. Don't act impulsively. They are not real people. If you don't believe me, look through the peephole." Her reminder triggered my memory of the peephole's peculiar nature in this world. I hurriedly approached the peephole, and indeed, I saw 5 paper figures standing in a row outside. I was startled, instinctively taking a few steps back. Observing my reaction, Shimei finally exhaled in relief. "See, I wasn't lying. If you open that door, we will be forever trapped here." "Then what do we do?" "They are blocking the door. We can't go anywhere." I asked anxiously. To my surprise, Shimei remained calm, producing a lighter and a sheet of yellow paper from her pocket, resolutely stating, "We can only embrace death to find rebirth." "What do you mean?" I thought she was preparing to burn the paper figures. To my astonishment, she replied, "We must burn the building down. Only by destroying the old world can we be reborn in the new one." This response struck me as utterly absurd. Burn down the building? Wouldn't we lose our lives as well? Who could guarantee that if the building burned, we would be reborn? Hadn't it been said before that burning the contract would liberate everyone? This rationale was simply ludicrous. Seeing my disbelief, she ceased her explanations and instead began her own preparations. Strangely, however, the lighter seemed uncooperative, refusing to spark no matter her efforts. After struggling for a while, Shimei's emotions began to waver. She angrily thrust the lighter and paper into my hands. "Only the duty manager can ignite this flame." "You do it," I declined, refusing to reach for them. Suddenly, Shimei's face reddened as if a surge of energy was about to erupt from within her, threatening to explode. Before I could process this, I felt a chilling sensation wrap around my neck, followed swiftly by a powerful grip that nearly choked me. At that moment, Shimei's face contorted, erupting into a series of pockmarks. As her features gradually clarified, I felt a jolt of fear. It was none other than the masked brothers. How had they found their way here? Before I could ponder further, one of them kicked the back of my knee, causing my legs to buckle, nearly bringing me to the ground. It seemed they intended to inflict serious harm. With one figure tightly holding me from behind, I struggled to twist my body, elbowing backward with all my might. Yet he held me fast, rendering me immobile. Just as I began to lose strength, feeling that this time I might be done for, a pile of ashes on the ground began to slowly coalesce. The ashes gradually formed a human shape, and then, as if time reversed, this figure ignited into a roaring flame. As the firelight dimmed, the outline of the figure became clear, and to my astonishment, it was Wang Bo. The masked brothers, seeing Wang Bo's appearance, immediately lost their bravado and released me, preparing to flee. Just then, Wang Bo produced a pair of scissors from behind him and swung them fiercely, sending a glint of cold light through the air. As he wielded the scissors, the masked brothers were torn apart like paper scraps by an invisible force, scattering remnants throughout the room. "Stop dawdling, hurry and leave this place." Wang Bo's voice was weak, as though the effort of regaining his form had drained all his energy. "The building is on the verge of igniting once more. You do not belong here and must leave promptly. Should you fail to escape this inferno, you shall be eternally ensnared in this cycle." Upon hearing his words, I was jolted from my stupor and dashed toward the exit. However, before I could reach the door, it was violently flung open from the outside. In that instant, Lao Tang and the security guards stumbled in, nearly losing their footing, evidently the ones who had just forcefully breached the entrance. Seeing me at the threshold, Xiao Man shouted anxiously, "Hurry! It's about to catch fire." No sooner had her words left her lips than the uncle seized my arm and propelled me toward the wall of flames. Strangely, this time, I felt no heat at all, and we emerged unscathed. Before we could regain our balance, a deafening explosion resonated behind us. Turning around, I beheld the entire building engulfed in roaring flames. Chapter 75. Report: the fire behind us lasted but a few seconds before it abruptly ceased. As if meticulously orchestrated to stop at the appointed moment, as the flames extinguished, the building returned to its previous state. No one would ever suspect that those fleeting seconds had subjected the structure to yet another cycle. When I finally regained my senses, I realized that everyone else had vanished. I hurriedly pulled out my phone to call Xiao Man and the uncle, but each attempt met with a busy signal. Just as I was grappling with confusion, my phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from the security office. An anxious voice on the other end declared, "Manager, someone from the headquarters has arrived looking for you. They've already gone upstairs." Headquarters? The mention of those words filled me with unease. Did the fire not succeed in incinerating the contract after all? With a heart heavy with trepidation, I rushed to the duty room. Upon entering, I was met by an unfamiliar face. Upon seeing me, he maintained a stoic expression, uttering no words, and simply handed me a document, coldly stating, "You have been reported for being absent during work hours. A fine is required, and your signature is needed for confirmation." Reported? A fine. The mere mention of those terms nearly caused me to faint. I took the document, my gaze sweeping over its contents, and felt a wave of despair wash over me. It seemed that all my previous efforts had been in vain, as the contract remained intact. Nevertheless, I refused to accept it and was unwilling to sign. In this place, any signature could potentially lead one to a point of no return. Seeing my reluctance to cooperate, the visitor ceased his insistence and instead coldly remarked, "You have 3 days to respond to the HR department. Failure to do so will be considered as acquiescence." Acquiescence? A surge of indignation welled up within me. They were attempting to play the rogue again. How could they presume my agreement when I had not consented? Acquiescence would mean that the fine would be automatically deducted from my salary. Observing my rising anger, the man quickly explained, albeit still with an icy demeanor, "No need to deduct. Just fire me instead." I knew that was unlikely, yet I couldn't help but express my frustration. Upon hearing my retort, he fell silent, merely offering a faint smile before departing. Once he left, I quickly dialed General Qin. After hearing my account, he expressed incredulity, asking, "Have you offended someone?" It was rare for anyone to be reported here. I pondered for a moment, but could not discern whom I might have angered. He then pressed, "If you weren't at your post, what were you doing?" I recounted everything regarding his mistress seeking me out in my quest for those 3 items. To my surprise, upon hearing my story, General Qin erupted in fury, cursing incessantly on the other end of the line. Once he calmed down, he remembered the matter at hand and instructed, "Just wait in the duty room. I will come over immediately." After he hung up, I tried to reach Xiaoman and Lao Teng again, but to no avail. Suddenly, it struck me that the security uncle had also been present in Wangjiahedong. He had just called me, so perhaps he would know the whereabouts of the others. I quickly dialed him, and after some back and forth, we discovered that he had not left the duty room at all. It had to be him. Almost simultaneously, the thought of another uncle from the building crossed our minds. While we were still on the line, a knock sounded at the duty room door. I set down the receiver to check. To my shock, the person outside was indeed another security uncle, sending a chill down my spine. What was happening? Speak of the devil and he appears. Upon seeing me open the door, he anxiously stated, managerly, "General Zhu is looking for you." "General Zhu?" I momentarily faltered, and he gently turned his head to clarify, "The female General Qin from the 18th floor." The mention of her name sent an uncomfortable shiver through me. She had been part of that earlier group, and now she was here seeking me out, which suggested she had returned safely. Yet soon, I sensed something amiss. Recalling General Qin's earlier admonishments, it dawned on me that this mistress had likely been deceiving people. Furthermore, this uncle was evidently acting as a messenger for the female General Qin, indicating they were indeed in cahoots. However, I did not want him to realize that I had caught on, so I feigned ignorance and replied, "Understood." Just as I sent him away, another knock echoed at the door. This time, it was General Qin. Before he even entered, he began to vent his frustrations. "This is ridiculous. A thankless wretch. After all I have done for her." Eating from my plate while stabbing me in the back. Although he did not name her directly, it was evident he was referring to his mistress. "Have you found all 3 items?" After venting, he seemed to calm slightly and return to the matter at hand. I nodded, adding, "I found them all and, as she instructed, resurrected the bones and burned the contract." Upon hearing this, he sighed heavily. "That's not good." His reaction made me anxious. Had I inadvertently done something detrimental by trying to help? He continued, "Those contracts didn't need to be burned. Just hand them over to Boss Zhai, and they could serve as a token of loyalty to leave here." A token of loyalty? The mere term filled me with instinctive dread. Seeking out Boss Zhai was evidently not a favorable endeavor. In the past, one would present tokens of loyalty to demonstrate allegiance. What era was this, treating employees like mere servants? Why would I need such a thing? Noticing my lack of reaction, he seemed surprised. "Don't you want to leave?" I nodded, replying, "I do wish to depart, but I do not want to escape from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. I simply desire a normal job. I possess experience, skills, education, and stamina. I am capable of creating value. Why can't I transition to another position through a resume without needing a token of loyalty?" Observing my stance, he sighed and shook his head. "You are still too young. In this day and age, do you think a normal job is within your reach? The struggles between the big players mean we live in the cracks. Surviving is already a victory, let alone discussing normalcy." Though I was reluctant to admit it, his words held a grain of truth. As an ordinary person, many matters were beyond my control. He continued to counsel me. "You must revise your idealism. The existence of those contracts represents a form of exploitation. Handing them to Boss Zhai will allow him to apply pressure through public opinion, delivering a fatal blow to the big boss of Yuanshan. In return, he will grant us a means of survival." "What kind of survival?" I countered. I had grown skeptical of such tales. Without negotiations and written agreements, no one's promises could be trusted. The means of leaving here and obtaining a new job, Boss Zhai owned numerous enterprises. Simply moving to one of them would suffice for us to earn a living. As I made this statement, General Qin's tone noticeably weakened. It was clear he lacked confidence, and all of this was merely his hope. "Abandon your fantasies. Both of these bosses are not good people, 2 of a kind. Moreover, with the contracts now destroyed, we must devise alternative solutions." As I spoke, a rough plan began to form in my mind. With no choices remaining, I resolved to take decisive action. Chapter 76. Reverse plan. If even someone of General Qin's stature could not dictate his own fate, then for a lowly figure like me. The situation was even more dire. I had relinquished the notion of engaging in direct communication with the company. It would yield no results. Now that the contract had been destroyed, it had not only failed to dissolve, but had even resulted in a fine. Sensing my earlier words had hinted at an alternative plan, General Qin promptly inquired about my intentions. I intend to seek out Boss Zhai. I did not shy away from my desire. Oh, my surprise! He waved his hand dismissively and cautioned, "Have you lost your mind? This is a major workplace taboo. You're communicating with a competitor. Do you still wish to remain here?" "Not at all. I have longed to leave." I blurted out without a second thought. In this current predicament, what was there to discuss about workplace loyalty? The boss merely regarded us as tools, who would still serve him dutifully. Naturally, Boss Zhai was no saint either. But given the circumstances, I could only leverage their power against each other. Relying solely on myself was futile. It was evident that General Qin was taken aback. Not quite right, rather, he was weighing his options. He wanted me to take the lead and test the waters. And if I succeeded, he would find relief. Yet, he also feared being discovered as having the same objective as me, as that would jeopardize his own safety. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "If you were set on this course, then go ahead, but exercise caution, and do not let anyone know that I am aware of this." I nodded. "Of course, I will not betray you. I only hope you can assist me with one matter." He became cautious. "What matter?" I explained. "I am trying to locate someone I lost contact with, but the current surveillance system makes it impossible to find him." I was referring to the flat-headed man. "If I were to confront Boss Zhai's people, I hope to enlist his help while also confirming his safety." "Looking for someone?" Mr. Qin found it hard to believe that such a trivial matter could harbor pitfalls. So he deliberately probed, saying, "Finding someone is a small task. But are you certain it's merely about locating a person?" I nodded emphatically. "Only by finding this individual can I commence the next phase of my plan." Upon hearing my earnestness, Mr. Qin ceased his probing and acquiesced to my request for assistance. Consequently, I recounted the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the short-haired man. Mr. Qin was taken aback. "We had stumbled upon a secret regarding the underground parking garage. How did you know there was a set of surveillance cameras on the second basement level?" "The person I sought had grown up in that very space. His father was originally the security guard responsible for monitoring it. Moreover, I had previously seen the footage where I had spotted Huang Yu's image, only to later find that my phone's gallery had been entirely cleared for reasons unknown." After listening to my account, Mr. Qin's expression darkened. He promptly retrieved his phone and instructed the person on the other end to immediately investigate the whereabouts of the short-haired man. He then continued my train of thought, sighing to himself, "Every individual who has signed a contract with Yuanshan Building will appear in the surveillance footage, regardless of whether they are within the monitored area. Conversely, those who have not signed a contract will not be subjected to surveillance here." Mr. Qin's words were somewhat convoluted, yet I grasped his meaning. It implied that both employees and property owners were monitored, whereas outsiders, regardless of their intentions, would escape scrutiny. Mr. Qin nodded in affirmation. That moment, I suddenly realized a troubling possibility. If that were the case, did it mean that the dormitory area belonging to Boss Zhai, on the 10th to 12th floors, was entirely outside the surveillance scope? Upon hearing my revelation, Mr. Qin nodded once more. Shortly thereafter, his phone rang, and his demeanor grew serious as he listened intently. "The person you are looking for has gone to the 12th floor," he relayed after hanging up. His words filled me with a mixture of elation and anxiety. I was relieved that the short-haired man was not trapped in a confined space, yet concerned that he might be deemed a traitor upon his return. Facing potential peril, after bidding farewell to Mr. Qin, I sought out the security office and shared my plan with the elderly guard. Although he expressed concern, he ultimately felt that there were no better options available, and we could only take the plunge. While he comforted me, he turned back into the inner room, emerging with a box that he handed to me. "You should have this back." I received the box with confusion and, upon opening it, discovered that it contained the red bracelet he had previously urged me to discard. "Elderly guardian?" I queried in bewilderment, recalling that he had once deemed it a cursed object. Why was he suddenly returning it to me? His ability to retrieve it now indicated that he had never truly disposed of it. Before I could voice my questions, he preemptively explained. "Having been here for quite some time, have you not noticed that there are, in fact, two factions at play, Boss Zhai and the head of Yuanshan?" "That's about right," I replied. The situation here was intricate, but in a simplified manner, it could indeed be categorized as such. The two factions were most evidently represented by the green and red spatial divisions. His words struck me like a revelation. The 13th floor belonged to the Green faction, while Wangjia Hutong was aligned with the Red faction. Even the bracelet bore a distinction between red and green. By discarding the red bracelet given by Wang Bo, it suggested that he was aligned with the Green faction. Furthermore, during the incident with Old Tang when we inadvertently stumbled upon the 13th floor, witnessing his silhouette there only solidified my conclusion of his allegiance. Yet, if my analysis was correct, why had he chosen to keep this red bracelet, particularly when he had previously labeled it as cursed? Sensing my confusion, he continued, for those in lowly positions, choosing sides is sometimes a matter of coercion. Regardless of the faction, we are merely tools. With a deep sigh, he returned to the drawer and retrieved a pair of scissors along with several sheets of yellow paper. These items were all too familiar, commonly used by the elderly woman on the 13th floor. Take these, keep them safe, and when the crucial moment arises, utilize them. They may very well save your life. The elderly guardian, once cautious, now exuded a newfound resolve. These are all useful tools. You may keep them, and use whichever serves you best. As I accepted these items, a wave of melancholy washed over me. Only those who have been wronged can truly understand one another. He is locked in that storeroom, the very one from which you all escaped last time. But now, all the windows there have been reinforced. Do not attempt to exit through them, he cautioned, handing me a key. Although he did not specify, I understood he was referring to the short-haired man. Taking the key, I responded earnestly, rest assured, I will rescue him. Take care of yourself first. Do not end up like his father. Sacrificing yourself in the attempt to save another. Chapter 77. First encounter with Boss Zhai with the key in hand. I made my way directly to the 12th floor, without any guise or secret passage. Boldly taking the elevator. Given my unique position, I was immediately scrutinized upon entering the 12th floor. However, I was prepared, and thus remained unperturbed, addressing the approaching personnel candidly. Please inform your superior that I need to speak with him. I am the duty manager of this building. My surname is Li. The individual, taken aback by my forthrightness, nonetheless permitted me to wait in the lounge. Seizing the opportunity, I hurried to the storeroom and used the key to unlock the door. As the door swung open, the weary face of the short-haired man came into view. His astonishment was palpable upon seeing me. What are you doing here? Without time for explanations, I gestured for him to remain silent and urged him to leave swiftly. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from down the corridor. It was likely the arrival of his superiors. The short-haired man, quick-witted, immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation, ceased his inquiries, and exited the scene without delay. Once he was gone, I hurried back to the lounge, ensuring I was seated before their group entered. Manager Li, the voice called out before they even stepped through the door, the name drawn out in a manner that initially seemed respectful but soon revealed a tone of disdain. Hello. I endeavored to mask my emotions, concealing any fluctuations in my demeanor. What brings you, Manager Li? Any directives? As the individual entered, I finally recognized him. He was the big-eyed man. Having been promoted, he now exuded an entirely different aura, nearly unrecognizable. Just as I was excited to identify him, I recalled that he and his girlfriend had previously perished in the second basement fire. But that was incorrect. It was the paper effigy that had ignited. Masquerading as them within our ranks, as I remained silent, he grew anxious and pressed for a response. However, I had no desire to engage further. He did not appear to be a decision-maker, so I directly inquired. Who is in charge here? It would be best to summon the person responsible. I have pressing matters to discuss. Unexpectedly, my words struck a nerve, and he retorted defensively, I am the one in charge. I hold authority over the entire dormitory area. Seeing his reaction, I feigned compliance. Very well. I just received notice that I need to conduct a safety inspection of your 3 floors. Previously, there were many unauthorized changes made to the dormitories during renovations. The man, taken aback by my intent, stared blankly, struggling to comprehend. What do you mean? Are you looking for trouble? The management rights for these 3 floors were clearly stipulated in our contract. Sensing I had hooked him, I continued, I am uncertain of the situation, but the group has already arrived. They are in the duty room, and they instructed me to negotiate with you first and seek your input. Hearing my words, the big-eyed man appeared troubled. He recognized that this matter exceeded his authority, and thus, without further prompting, he offered, please hold on a moment. I will consult with my superior. After saying this, He stepped out to make a phone call. Returning approximately 10 minutes later to signal for me to follow him to IT seemed I was to meet his superior. The big-eyed man led me through a maze of corridors, exiting the safe passage to arrive at the staircase. Without uttering a word, he bounded up the stairs. Was he heading to the 13th floor? Noticing I had not followed, he paused and urged, "Hurry up. Our leader dislikes tardiness." "Where are we going?" I asked. "To the 13th floor." The 13th floor? I was astonished, as most individuals here were unaware of its existence. The big-eyed man paid no heed to my surprise, focusing solely on his ascent, revealing his palpable fear of being late. It appeared that Boss Zhai was not a kind-hearted figure. He treated his subordinates quite harshly. Indeed, after climbing just one flight, we arrived at the 13th floor. How peculiar! Typically, ascending from the 12th floor would lead directly to the 14th. With no indication of the 13th, standing in the corridor of the 13th floor, everything appeared familiar, unchanged from before. Just then, the door at the end of the corridor swung open. Observing this, the big-eyed man grew anxious and urged me to follow quickly. The door's location was curious. Was it not the door directly opposite my former memorial hall? Could it be that their office was situated right across? Before I could sort through my thoughts, the big-eyed man and I arrived at the door. "Boss Zhai. The person has arrived," he announced, having transitioned from his earlier carelessness to a newfound composure, softly reporting as we awaited a response from within. "Come in." A voice, aged yet familiar, emanated from inside. "Received." The large-eyed figure appeared as if summoned by a decree, urging me to hasten my entrance. The interior was arranged like an ordinary residence, devoid of any peculiarities. However, upon the sofa in the living room, an object caught my attention. Strikingly familiar, it resembled either a bedsheet or a sofa blanket. Yes, indeed. It was the very item the girl in white shoes had used to wrap the bones when she retrieved them. How did this object come to be here? As I pondered this, an elderly individual emerged from the inner room, her hair as white as snow, clad in attire I recognized. Wasn't she the old lady from the 13th floor? She was Zhai's matriarch, Grandma? I exclaimed in astonishment. Grandma? Upon hearing me address her thus, a subtle smile graced her lips. Here, no one dared to call me Grandma. You truly are different. I am indeed your grandmother. Shaoli. I endeavored to evoke her memories, yet it seemed she could recall nothing. Rather, it appeared she had no recollection of any interaction with me. After exchanging a few words, I could ascertain that the elderly woman before me was not the same lady I had previously known on the 13th floor. They merely bore a striking resemblance. Realizing she was not an acquaintance, I swiftly altered my address. My apologies, Director Zhai. I mistook you for someone else. Upon witnessing my sudden shift in demeanor, the old lady lost her inclination to converse, her entire presence becoming more formidable. Have you previously visited the 13th floor? She scrutinized me for an extended moment before speaking. Yes. I came up for a night patrol. I was uncertain of her intentions behind the inquiry, so I attempted to link my ascent with work. To my surprise, she showed no mercy, directly exposing my actions. It wasn't merely a night patrol, was it? You also burned paper here and summoned paper figures. Her words sent a chill down my spine. How could she possibly know of such intimate matters? Before I could formulate a response, she added languidly, moreover, it seems you have a morning hall on this floor. Correct? At her mention of the morning hall, even the large-eyed figure was taken aback, instinctively leaning away from me to maintain distance. Chapter 78. Fanning the flames. Speaking of the morning hall, not only did it evoke fear in the large-eyed figure, but it also stirred a primal dread within me, vivid images of past struggles for survival flooding my mind, causing me to involuntarily shudder. Observing my reaction, Director Zhai suddenly chuckled. Fear not. Here, no one dares to send you to the morning hall. Thank you, I replied politely, fully aware she was merely offering platitudes. Should trouble arise, she would not extend her protection to me. Noticing my courteous demeanor, she smiled again. Do not misunderstand. I am not shielding you. It's just that here, while we both exist on the 13th floor, we inhabit entirely different spaces. Thus, you are temporarily safe in my domain. Her words enlightened me. They were indeed sharing a layered space on the 13th floor. No wonder the large-eyed figure had been able to lead me from the 12th floor to the 1-3. It meant that in this layered space, the area accessed via the elevator belonged to the Yuanshan group. while the area accessed via the stairs belonged to Director Zhai. Since I had come up via the stairs, it logically followed that I was presently within Director Zhai's domain, thus unlikely to be taken to the morning hall by anyone from the Yuanshan group. "Speak, what are your demands?" Director Zhai inquired, directly addressing my lack of focus on the main topic. "Demands?" I was rather unclear about her meaning. Did she perceive my intentions? Your boss would never permit me to rescind my lease. Furthermore, it is impossible for them to conduct safety inspections on my territory. As she spoke, she made her way toward the sofa. The large-eyed figure, quick to react, hurried to assist her, ensuring she was comfortably seated before draping the blanket resembling a bedsheet over her. At that moment, I was reminded of the bones wrapped in that same sheet. Hadn't the girl in white shoes described the scene of seizing the bones as resembling an ordinary residence? It stood in stark contrast to the morning hall I had encountered. Now, everything fell into place. She had ventured into another space. What puzzled me, however, was that although she had ascended via the elevator, she had used an elevator key. This indicated that to traverse freely between these two spaces, one merely needed that elevator key. As this realization dawned upon me, I felt a surge of clarity. I was unraveling the core secrets of this building. This was all prearranged. We dined together just yesterday. Everyone was in high spirits. How could they suddenly change their minds? Once she was well taken care of, she turned to me, her gaze suggesting she anticipated my next performance. Indeed, she had seen through me, perceiving me as a jester, eager to witness how I would extricate myself from this predicament. Therefore, I decided to lay my cards on the table before you. We are all but weaklings. Any small trick we attempt will be seen through by you. The reason for my deception lies in the absence of a proper channel to meet you. Thus I was compelled to resort to the matter of rescinding my lease. I was surprised by my own outpouring of words, as if some unseen string had been plucked within me. What had once seemed insincere flattery now flowed forth effortlessly. Oh, my astonishment! Such nauseating words bore unexpected fruit. Director Zhai appeared to take pleasure in my response, smiling as she replied, "That is precisely why I had the large-eyed figure bring you up. You must understand, I rarely entertain outsiders." Her words struck me. I instantly realized that these two bosses were, in essence, birds of a feather. Although I had been psychologically prepared for the competition and intertwining interests between them, I had not anticipated the depth of their alliance. "Are you here to pledge your allegiance?" Director Zhai's tone was casual, yet it carried an undercurrent of menace. I recognized the trap laid before me and understood I could not disclose my true intentions as initially planned. Just as I grappled with my response, the large-eyed figure burst in, whispering urgently into Director Zhai's ear. I could not discern the specifics, but Director Zhai's expression shifted to one of shock. Instinctively responding, "The pipe is broken?" The large-eyed figure nodded, visibly anxious. Director Zhai furrowed her brow, commanding, "Quickly send someone to investigate." The large-eyed figure repeatedly affirmed her instructions before bowing slightly and retreating from the room. Though the exchange had yielded little substantive information, for some reason, my instinctive reaction was to assume they were discussing the creature in the underground pipes, the very creature that had ensnared me and the maintenance worker. With this in mind, I decided to steer the conversation toward that creature. After a brief moment of contemplation, I continued, "Director Zhai, to be candid, I discovered a creature in the pipes on the second basement level." I tentatively articulated each word. Oh, my dismay! The old lady's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting from attentive to severe. Her reaction indicated that she was indeed concerned about this entity. Sensing her heightened interest, I elaborated, "According to protocol, I should report such findings immediately. However, given the involvement of your employees, I hesitated to report without consulting you first before I could finish," she interjected, her voice laced with caution. "What does this creature look like?" It was evident she was testing me. Yet, I remained unfazed, describing the creature encountered by the maintenance worker and me in the pipes. After I concluded, she leaned back against the sofa, her posture no longer aggressive, continuing to inquire, "What connection does this creature have with my employees?" It appeared I had gained her trust to some extent. Thus, I embellished my narrative. "This creature has escaped multiple times and has injured people. A man on the 12th floor may have already fallen victim." "Oh, is that so?" she queried, her gaze shifting to the large-eyed figure, who seemed alarmed and quickly interjected, "That is impossible. We account for the dormitory residents daily. There are plenty of people. That cannot be." I insisted that I witnessed him disappear. Tall, with a buzz cut. Indeed, I refer to the buzz-cut man, I thought, hoping to alleviate his plight through this ruse. If they learned he had perished at the hands of the creature, perhaps they would cease their pursuit. The traitor you mentioned? He is confined in the storeroom. He could not possibly have met his end. The large-eyed figure quickly countered, realizing I was referring to him. Then go check if he is indeed the genuine article, I retorted without hesitation. Director Zhai nodded at the large-eyed figure, signaling her agreement with my proposal. Reluctantly, the large-eyed figure made a phone call, dispatching someone to investigate. Moments later, the phone rang, revealing that the storeroom was empty. This revelation shattered the large-eyed figure's composure, exclaiming, "That's impossible. I personally locked him inside." I swiftly interjected, feigning analysis. Perhaps what you encountered was merely an illusion or a paper figure. Paper figure? Upon hearing my words, both individuals became alert. Rumors had circulated within the building that this was a creature bred by the Yuanshan Group, yet our superiors had advised against publicizing it. Fearing Director Zhai would discover her employees were in danger and might retaliate. Upon my mention, she sprang upright from the sofa, no longer reclining, and pressed me. Everyone claims this creature belongs to the Yuanshan Group? Her keen interest suggested she aimed to shift the blame onto the Yuanshan Group. Therefore, I deliberately replied, I cannot assert that, as I am still employed by Yuanshan. However, during my night patrols, residents often complain about the presence of such creatures in the building, deeming it perilous and unsettling for those residing here. They have even suggested I feigned reluctance. Oh, my surprise, Director Zhai, visibly impatient, pressed. What else do they say? Lowering my gaze, I feigned caution, replying, they also mentioned that it would be better if the building were simply handed over to Director Zhai. The entire building was in utter disarray, yet the 3 floors leased by Boss Zhai were a stark contrast, exhibiting a remarkable orderliness. As I spoke, I discreetly raised my head to observe her expression. It seemed my words struck a chord within her. Chapter 79. The revelation from the glimmer in Boss Zhai's eyes, it was evident that she harbored lingering sentiments for the entire Yuanshan building, yearning to possess it, yet lacking the opportunity to do so. Seizing the moment, I recounted how I had repelled the monster and escaped through the pipes, piecing together my experience in a haphazard manner. Upon hearing my account, she ceased her probing and bluntly inquired, "What is it that you wish to do now?" Feigning hesitation, I stammered, "I wish to represent the residents. To seek your assistance. I hope you can intervene and prevent this monster from wreaking havoc any further." Intervene? The old fox seemed to sense my ulterior motives, retorting with a hint of sarcasm, "What can I do? This is an internal matter of Yuanshan. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to interfere." At that moment, Big Eye joined in, provocatively challenging me. "You aren't trying to find an excuse to pledge allegiance like Zhu Huerong, are you?" Zhu Huerong? Wasn't she that mistress of President Qin? Indeed, she had been deceiving me all along, merely seeking to use my efforts to accomplish her own agenda. The 3 items she asked me to find might well align with Boss Zhai's demands. However, I remained oblivious to the true nature of their relationship, so I feigned ignorance and countered, "Who is Zhu Huerong?" "Stop pretending," Big Eye, growing impatient, snapped. Yet Boss Zhai seemed anxious about secrets being revealed and quickly interjected, providing me with a way out. It wouldn't be fair to say that. He is also in a desperate situation. Since this is a concern for all of us, as responsible and accountable enterprises, we should at least raise our voices. True enough, this old woman knew how to leverage circumstances. The opportunity had presented itself for her to act against her competitor. Sensing the shift in her tone, Big Eye immediately changed his stance, obsequiously asking, "What do you need us to do next?" "Next? We must first locate the monster and secure evidence before I can devise a plan." Big Eye quickly nodded, extolling the leadership's wisdom. Thus, I was tasked with the mission of searching for the monster alongside Big Eye. In truth, I had already been informed by the security guard about the monster's nature. It was no benign creature. It thrived on the souls of those who had vanished within the building. We, the unwilling signatories, were merely items on the monster's menu, eventually destined to be offered up in return. It would provide Boss Zhai and the Yuanshan Group with unending wealth and perhaps even longevity. This formed a mutual benefit chain between Boss Zhai and Yuanshan. Yet, even the strongest alliances can harbor fractures. Each party harbored intentions to eliminate the other and seize the spoils for themselves. Unfortunately, they were evenly matched, with neither side wielding a decisive advantage. Thus, all parties sought an excuse, an opportunity to topple one another. Now, Boss Jai had found her chance. However, I could not side with her. They were all equally vile. My goal was to incite discord among them, to ensure my plan's smooth progression. I pretended to acquiesce to Boss Jai's wishes. However, as soon as I exited the 13th floor, I hurriedly ascended to the 18th floor to selectively inform President Qin of Boss Jai's intentions to capture the monster and frame the Yuanshan group. Such a matter exists. Upon hearing my account, he was visibly shaken, his pupils widening in shock as he retorted, "You just went to their side for this?" Realizing his question, I quickly retorted, "Of course not. How could I have foreseen this? They assumed I was the duty manager and should be well informed about the monster, which is why they have been trying to recruit me." After considering my words, President Qin fell into deep thought, seemingly uncertain about how to proceed. Should he report this upward? The situation felt precarious. I urged him to act, but he remained skeptical, probing further, "Have you seen this monster?" His question made me realize a potential loophole. I hastily waved my hands, feigning innocence. How could that be? If I had truly encountered the monster, would I still be alive to tell the tale? That is a valid point. Upon hearing my response, he ceased his suspicions but then posed another critical question. How many people are aware of this matter? How many knew? I had to ponder carefully. I certainly couldn't say that many were informed. If the Yuanshan group perceived the situation as spiraling out of control, they might resort to desperate measures, potentially committing even more heinous acts. Conversely, I couldn't claim that only I knew. For if they discovered I was the sole possessor of this knowledge, they could easily dispose of me. After much deliberation, I finally replied, "I have yet to encounter anyone who has seen the monster with their own eyes. Thus, it is highly likely that this is a media campaign orchestrated by Boss Jai." Upon hearing my analysis, President Qin recognized the gravity of the situation and instructed, "I will report this to headquarters. Wait for my news." Boss Jai was relentless in her pursuit of the building, but we must not allow her to succeed. Why not? I feigned ignorance regarding their conflict. President Qin scoffed, retorting, "Go ask her employees which of us has it better? Is she not implicated in the presence of that monster? It's simply that she lacks an environment suitable for nurturing it and must share this monster with Yuanshan. She picks up such a great advantage, yet pretends to be the innocent party." After a lengthy tirade, he realized he had overstepped and quickly shifted the topic. "That is why I advised you not to place your hopes in her. You think changing jobs means escaping the tiger's den? But in reality, you are merely entering the wolf's lair. Just like that prodigal woman, sold off without a clue. Are you referring to Zhu?" I inquired deliberately. To my surprise, President Qin appeared irked at the mention of her name. Shaking his head vehemently, "Do not mention her. She must have failed to fulfill Boss Jai's task and has likely been detained. It's up to her fate from here on." "Fate? You do not intend to assist her?" I asked, somewhat taken aback. Little did I know, President Qin's anger intensified. Boss Jai merely tasked her with finding 3 items. Yet she was misled and, although she located them, burned one in the process. Not even a deity could save her. From President Qin's tone, it seemed he was already aware of the entire incident's intricacies. "Do you know who that skeleton is? It is none other than Boss Jai." His sudden revelation left me dumbfounded. I gasped, "Isn't she the old woman from the 13th floor? Are you truly this Navi or merely pretending?" Boss Jai is indeed the old woman from the 13th floor. They are one and the same. However, in Yuanshan's territory, she has already met her demise. Within that green space, she has become but bones. Yet, in her own domain, she still lives. Fearing I might not grasp the gravity of the situation, President Qin continued to elucidate. "Why did she send Zhu Huarong to seek those 3 items? It was to resurrect her other self from another realm." At this moment, clarity washed over me. The necklace and the skeleton were meant for revival. But what of the box of contracts? What purpose did the contracts serve? President Qin surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no outsiders were present, then lowered his voice. "The contracts represent resources, the very sustenance that nourishes her. Securing these contracts equates to capturing the hostages trapped within. These individuals can ultimately be exchanged with the monster. At that point, Boss Jai will be able to obtain whatever she desires." Chapter 80. Spatial disarray. President Qin instructed me to wait for news in the 7th floor duty room while he made a swift return to headquarters. Before departing, he earnestly cautioned me, Do not engage in any further meetings before I return. I nodded in acknowledgement of his warning. To my surprise, he still appeared anxious. As he reached the door, he turned back to reiterate, "When I am gone, do not open the door for anyone." "I understand," I responded, but he grew agitated. "Your demeanor suggests you have not comprehended. Remember, do not leave this room until I return. There are many strange entities within this building that can take on the forms of those around you, luring you into dangerous situations." As he spoke, his expression was grave, prompting me to recall the terrifying hallucinations I had previously encountered. A shiver ran down my spine, and I replied, "Rest assured, I will not leave." After seeing him off, I began contemplating my next steps in the duty room. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as I finalized my plans, I realized half the day had passed. Yet, President Qin had still not returned. Had something happened to him? I reached for my phone, hoping to check for signal issues. Just then, a sudden, frantic knocking echoed from outside the door. The urgency of the knocks was unlike President Qin's usual manner. I cautiously rose, lowering my voice to inquire, "Who is it?" "It's me. Open the door." A familiar voice called from outside, but it was definitely not President Qin's. I hurried to the door, and the voice persisted. "Open the door." "It's me." Finally, I recognized it. The voice belonged to HR's Old Wu. How had he returned? Given my previous bizarre encounters with him, I hesitated to open the door, uncertain of whether he was human or ghost. However, before I could gather my thoughts, a loud crash resounded as the duty room door was forcefully kicked open. The tremendous impact caught me off guard, nearly sending me tumbling to the ground. Once I regained my balance and focused, I saw Old Wu standing at the threshold, his expression frantic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Upon spotting me, he shouted, "Hurry! We need to leave. They are coming." To the basement. He appeared to be in a state of great agitation, saying nothing as he anxiously pulled me out the door. Instinctively, I broke free from his grasp, retreating into the room, warily observing him. "Are you Lao Wu? Are you human or ghost?" Upon hearing my question, Lao Wu stamped his feet in frustration, continuing to reach for me. "There's no time to explain. President Qin has called for help. He intends to deal with both you and that boss Zhai." His words struck a chord within me. In truth, I harbored reservations about President Qin. Although he had warned me of the peculiar circumstances, which likely had merit, he himself had not been without malice towards me in the past. Reflecting on it, while Lao Wu's appearances were always strange, he had never harmed me. Rather, he had repeatedly rescued me from peril. Yet, I could not ascertain whether this was indeed the same Lao Wu I had encountered before. Doubts crept back into my mind as I pressed further. "What exactly are you? Human or ghost?" Lao Wu sighed deeply, yet his grip on my arm remained unyielding. "It's difficult to explain in just a few words. I exist in a different space from you. I can only cross into your realm when you are in danger. You must come with me quickly. It will soon be too late." It turned out that Lao Wu had always been near me. Merely existing in a separate dimension, he could see me, yet I could not behold him at will. When he perceived my danger from his realm, he endeavored to breach the barriers of space to save me. If successful, he would manifest before me. If not, he would remain absent from my reality. I was perplexed by the situation. Just doing my shift had ensnared me, leaving me trapped. His expression was grave, revealing profound distress. "What do you mean by being unable to leave?" I inquired. "Being unable to leave means being trapped here. In my space, I am alone, or rather, I have yet to encounter another soul in your space. While I can see many, I can converse only with you, and you alone can perceive my existence." Upon hearing this, I immediately thought of Xiao Man and the delivery station owner. They too were ensnared in the 13th floor space. We occasionally crossed paths, but most of the time, we were oblivious to each other's presence as we grappled with our predicament. A sudden cacophony arose outside the door, suggesting someone was approaching. Moments later, a familiar voice called out, "Li Yong, are you in there? Come out." It was Xiao Man's voice. Both Lao Wu and I were taken aback, turning to see Xiao Man at the doorway, with the delivery station owner, Lao Tang, standing behind her. Upon spotting me inside, Xiao Man appeared immensely excited. "You are indeed here. Come with us to the 13th floor. The duty room is far too dangerous." Their appearance astonished me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. But weren't they supposed to be trapped in the 13th floor space? Just as I was about to respond, Lao Wu abruptly yanked me behind him, his expression tense as he whispered urgently, "Do not go. They are trapped on the 13th floor and cannot escape if you go. You will be walking into a trap." Seeing that I remained motionless, Xiao Man anxiously called out again, "Li Yong, what are you hesitating for?" From her demeanor, it seemed she could not see Lao Wu's presence. I glanced between Xiao Man, Lao Tang, and Lao Wu, feeling utterly at a loss at that moment. Xiao Man and Lao Tang were oblivious to Lao Wu. While he could see them, it was as if Lao Wu existed in a higher realm. Noticing my lack of response, Xiao Man took action, attempting to pull me outside. In that instant, Lao Wu swiftly grasped my shoulders, shaking me vigorously. "Stay alert. They are not real. If you go to the 13th floor, you will face the same fate as them, forever trapped." At that moment, the air around us seemed to solidify, and the entire 7th floor began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The lights flickered ominously, buzzing erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Shadows on the walls began to twist and contort, as if countless invisible hands were tugging at them. A damp, decaying odor filled the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Suddenly, a figure with a grayish complexion slowly emerged from the darkness. I squinted, my heart racing. It was Huang Yu. Before I could gather my thoughts, another figure materialized, the wax statue-like man I had seen previously in the security room. Soon after, several more individuals entered, their faces equally ashen, their eyes vacant and devoid of life, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Seeing this, Lao Wu's face paled dramatically, and he cried out in terror, "These are the former duty managers. We must flee, or they will ensnare you." My heart tightened, and without daring to ponder further, I turned to run. Yet as I took a step, my legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, each movement becoming increasingly arduous. Looking down, I was horrified to see my legs growing rigid, the skin gradually petrifying, taking on a bluish-gray sheen. I lifted my head to cry out for help, only to realize that Lao Wu, Xiao Man, and Lao Tang had vanished. Instead, the wax statue-like man seemed to have detected my presence, advancing toward me with a mechanical voice urging, "Manager Li, hurry and leave." "Manager Li?" Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The earlier encounter in the security room had revealed another version of myself, whose voice I had heard but whose form I had not seen. Could it be that I was now becoming that person? This was not a good omen, to become that person. Did it mean I was now trapped in their realm? Chapter 81. The distant mountains stranglehold. The petrification of my body accelerated. Below my chest, I found myself unable to move, struggling to breathe. So this is what it feels like to be consumed by space. Yet, this sensation lasted only about 10 seconds. Suddenly, a tremendous force threw me to the ground. In that instant, my petrified form returned to normal. As I regained my senses, I found President Qin standing before me. Our eyes met, and he exclaimed with fervor, "You are finally awake? Awake?" I did not comprehend his meaning. "Just now, you were completely still, as if your soul had left your body. No matter how I called, you did not respond," President Qin explained, reaching out to help me up. Just as his hand stretched toward me, a wave of coldness washed over me, reminiscent of my earlier encounter in the basement pipes. An ominous premonition gripped me. At that moment, I noticed his outstretched arm beginning to petrify. First, it turned green, then gray. Following that arm, I looked to see President Qin's face transform into that of Huang Yu. Alarm bells rang in my head as I prepared to flee, only to be pinned down by his stone-like hands on my shoulders. His mouth moved as if he wished to speak, yet no sound escaped his lips, no matter how hard he tried. Instead, with each opening of his mouth, a cloud of dust emanated from his form, choking me and inducing a fit of coughing. As we remained locked in this standoff, several shadowy figures suddenly sprang forth from behind him. I focused my gaze and recognized them as the duty managers who had entered earlier. They gradually formed a circle around me, constraining my escape, their mouths moving in a similar struggle to communicate. As the number of mouths opening increased, the air thickened with dust, making it even harder for me to breathe. Just as I felt on the brink of suffocation, the overhead lights abruptly illuminated, bright as day. With the light's activation, the individuals surrounding me vanished. Looking down, I saw that my body had returned to normal. "Manager Li, are you all right?" A familiar voice called from the doorway. I turned to see the security uncle standing there, having just removed his finger from the light switched. It seemed he had turned on the lights. I was about to describe the bizarre scene I had just witnessed when he spoke first. When I entered, you were standing there, appearing to struggle for breath. Did you see any foul entities again? I was astonished. He seemed to know everything, suggesting he had experienced much within this building. Yes, I saw the former duty managers. They surrounded me, and Huang Yu even placed his hand on my shoulder. I strained to recall the unsettling experience. Before I could finish, he pressed the light switch again. The overhead incandescent bulb vanished, replaced by a dim blue light resembling that of a UV disinfection lamp. With the emergence of this blue hue, the individuals from before reappeared once more. Before I could react, the uncle pressed the switch again, and the bright white light returned. I understood now. It turned out that the lighting here could switch between different spaces. I voiced my theory, and the uncle calmly nodded in affirmation. You are correct. It is indeed due to the lighting. Receiving confirmation only deepened my confusion. If this could toggle between realms, why was it placed in an open, unprotected area? Wouldn't that be perilous? If someone were to operate it unknowingly, it could lead to dangerous consequences. Moreover, the secrets of this place would likely be discovered swiftly. In response to my concerns, the uncle remained composed, replying, that is not an issue, for this space can only be seen by you. Only me? I found it hard to believe. Yes, only you can see it, or to be precise, only the on-duty manager can see it. Just like before, when I turned on the light, from my perspective, nothing changed, but you could see them. The uncle's explanation sent chills down my spine, and I hurriedly pressed for clarification. If only I can see them. Does that also mean that only I will fall into danger? Sighing deeply, the uncle replied, perhaps this is fate. It means your time is drawing near. They are coming to take you. Take me? This few sentences cannot adequately convey the situation. When you first arrived, did you not encounter such circumstances? Upon hearing his inquiry, I reflected and found it to be true. He continued, stating that each manager has their own responsibilities and missions, just like you. Your mission is to locate those 3 items. Huang Yu's mission is to connect the basement space with the building. As for Old Wu, his mission is to befriend you and assist you in completing various tasks. The uncle's analysis enlightened me profoundly. When each manager fulfills their mission, it signifies that the old guard must step down, and the group will soon recruit new scapegoats. However, I fail to comprehend why they delineate each manager's tasks so meticulously and have such short terms, hastily seeking to replace them. Are you foolish? If the tenure were prolonged, wouldn't the sordid affairs here be uncovered swiftly? They have no need for so-called talent, nor do they require anyone to work diligently. They merely need beasts of burden to pay for their insatiable greed. The uncle grew increasingly animated, and his reasoning became clearer. It appears they have already noticed my anomalies. You have uncovered too many of their secrets and are no longer under their control. Hence, they are eager to replace you. I asked General Qin. Has he gone back to report on me? The uncle furrowed his brow and pressed on. Not necessarily. Did you see him in that earlier illusion? I did. I was puzzled by the uncle's question, but my intuition warned me that matters were far from simple. If you saw him, that implies he has also met with misfortune. The uncle sighed deeply. What? I can hardly believe it. After all, he is the vice president of the group. Would they even turn on their own? Their own? The uncle scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. In their eyes, there is only self-interest. The notion of their own is non-existent. Even if you were to cling to them today, should they become displeased tomorrow, they could just as swiftly turn against you. What of a vice president? Merely a senior wage slave. As we conversed, an unexpected crackling sound emanated from the overhead light, its voltage appearing rather unstable. It seemed the earlier blue light was about to reappear. Just then, the illumination transformed, shifting to red. This hue was familiar to me. It belonged to Wang Bo's faction, as well as to Yuan Shan's. Green, however, represented Boss Zhai from the 13th floor. The emergence of red light at this moment, did it signify that Yuan Shan's purge of me was about to commence? As I pondered, the lighting fluctuated again, this time turning green. These 2 colors vied for dominance in the unstable current, each striving to control the light. At that moment, I suddenly recognized a flaw. If this building were only a battleground for red and green, then what was the blue light from earlier? Whom did it represent? Blue is the color of that monster. The uncle's tone grew tense, losing its earlier composure. Monster? Aren't they all the duty managers of Yuan Shan? Shouldn't they be red? I questioned, perplexed. Alas, they are all sacrifices to the monster. They live as Yuan Shan's pawns but die as the monster's offerings. The uncle's words left me in shock, but I was soon overtaken by a surge of anger. What nonsense! They merely come to work. Why should their lives, whether living or dead, be held hostage by such filth? As I spoke, the transformation of the light became increasingly erratic, signaling instability. The uncle glanced at the overhead light and urged, "We must leave this place immediately. They can no longer wait. They will soon emerge." With that, he prepared to pull me away. Chapter 82. Uncle, save me. Just as he reached out, I suddenly realized that he was suffused in blue. It was the same ethereal blue emitted by the light moments ago. This revelation instantly alerted me that the uncle before me was not the original. Instinctively, I took 2 steps back. He, being astute, recognized that I had uncovered his secret. He retracted his hand, dropping the pretense, and stated plainly, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you cannot remain here any longer. The group's personnel are on the verge of arriving." As he spoke, General Qin's visage flashed before my eyes, his warning echoing in my ears. This building harbors many bizarre entities that can assume the appearance of those around you, luring you into perilous circumstances. The uncle before me seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of my hesitation, hastily adding, "General Qin has already fallen victim. His counsel remains valid. This building is rife with illusions, and at times even I struggle to discern reality from deception. Just before me, did you not encounter a series of familiar faces? They are all illusions." His assertion resonated with truth. After General Qin's departure, Old Wu from HR, Xiaoman, and the delivery station owner had all appeared, followed by General Qin, Huang Yu, and now, the security uncle. Yet, the flaw in this scenario was glaring. How could the true uncle emit blue light? Moreover, he himself had indirectly acknowledged his lack of authenticity. Thus, I retorted, "You are not the original. Why should I trust you? Simply because he has never harmed you." No sooner had I spoken than a voice drifted in from the doorway of the duty room. The 2 of us were startled and turned simultaneously to face the entrance. As the voice faded, a figure stepped inside. The dim light made it difficult to discern the person's features, yet under the faint illumination, that silhouette appeared eerily familiar. Wasn't this the security uncle? I never expected to see you in my lifetime. As the figure drew nearer, his voice echoed once more. Indeed, it was the uncle's voice. However, this second statement seemed oddly directed at someone else. "It appears you are bent on a do-or-die endeavor." The blue light uncle, upon witnessing the original uncle's arrival, seemed visibly relieved. He exhaled deeply and remarked, "You have broken the rules. The original and the copy cannot coexist, let alone meet." The original uncle, in response, also sighed deeply, retorting, "You too wish to take a desperate stand, do you not? Otherwise, why would you manifest in blue light? This will sap your vitality and could lead to self-destruction." None of us had a choice. The only path forward lay in his hands. As the blue light uncle spoke, he turned to me with a gaze brimming with expectation. At that moment, his complexion began to fluctuate. Much like the light above, one moment a ghostly blue, the next a ghastly white. When the pallid hue appeared, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. Wasn't this the wax figure of the uncle I had seen earlier in the security room? I pointed at him and exclaimed to the original uncle, "I have seen him in that security room." Before I could finish, the original uncle nodded and replied, "Have you not always suspected that there are 2 of me in this building? This is the other version of me. The one you encountered on the 13th floor in the security room is him. Even that time at Old Tang's delivery station, as well as in the basement, was him. There may be countless other scenarios where you encountered him instead of me, so have you both always been aware of each other's existence?" I was taken aback that the prior enigma would unravel in such a manner. "Of course we are aware. Yet, we typically do not interfere with one another. We exist in different spaces. As long as we each fulfill our own roles without seeking each other out, we will never cross paths." The blue light uncle elucidated. However, this explanation left me more perplexed. If you inhabit different spaces, then why can you both encounter me? In which space am I truly situated? Upon hearing my question, the blue light uncle suddenly grew animated. "You are traversing through different spaces. You can meet everyone here, or rather, You can see all those trapped in various spaces within this building. Because you are the current duty manager, in other words, only you can save everyone. The blue light uncle's enthusiasm resonated with the original uncle, who also excitedly patted my shoulder, proclaiming, "Thus, we are willing to risk everything to protect you and assist you in completing your task. We believe you can lead everyone to safety. Most of your predecessors fell before uncovering the truth, yet you have persevered until now." As they spoke, an inexplicable sense of responsibility welled within me. Since my arrival at this job, I had indeed received the uncle's guidance. Without him, I would not have unraveled the complex relationships here nor discovered the issues so swiftly. They would provide me with the greatest assistance from their respective spaces. Reflecting on this, I suddenly recognized the severity of the situation. They belong to different spaces, and logically, they should not be able to see one another. Much like the other manager, Lee, whom I had only heard but never seen. Yet now, the uncles were in the same space, encountering one another. Did this mean they would face some unknown risk? Originally, they could have avoided meeting. But the original uncle, fearing I would reject the blue light uncle, was compelled to reveal himself. If this were the case, my actions would bear grave consequences. Had I inadvertently put them in jeopardy? Sensing my concerns, the blue light uncle reassured me, "We have long been at an impasse, forever trapped in this place without choices or means of escape. Thus, even if the future is bleak, it cannot be worse than the present." The original uncle nodded in agreement, responding, "What matters now is that you must return to the 13th floor and retrieve the bones, then destroy them along with that necklace and the monster in the basement." As he spoke, he pulled an object from his pocket. I focused my gaze and was astonished to see that it was none other than the necklace. Previously, it was claimed that incinerating those contracts would lead to their automatic dissolution. But such assertions were mere fabrications. These were intentionally disseminated rumors by the bosses, designed to ensnare the gullible into toiling relentlessly. Thus, their objectives were achieved. The uncle elucidated that the bones represented the pact submitted by Boss Zhai, while the necklace was the agreement presented by the esteemed Boss Yuanshan. Both of these items were intrinsically linked to their very essences, capable of being offered in exchange for malevolent favors. Moreover, the contracts themselves were the lifelines of all those ensnared within this edifice. The notion that burning the contracts would grant freedom was simply a deceit. This was precipitated by Huang Yu's discovery of their clandestine dealings, prompting them to eradicate the evidence. It appears that shortly after taking office, Huang Yu identified the crux of the issue. Consequently, he clandestinely amassed a series of incriminating evidence, among which the contracts were included. He later concealed this evidence in the basement. However, someone betrayed him. The two bosses swiftly became aware of the situation and were consumed by fury. Thus, employing treachery, they orchestrated Huang Yu's demise, entombing him within concrete. Following his death, they propagated this falsehood, inciting the inhabitants of the building to seek out the evidence. Unexpectedly, the mistress of President Qin fell for their ruse, leading her to enlist me for that task. Therefore, at that moment, she did not intend to deceive you. She too believed that by incinerating the contracts, everyone would be liberated. The promises made to you would naturally come to fruition. Uncle Blue Light recounted the entire sequence of events in one breath. All the intricate details of the past suddenly came into sharp focus. It became clear that the previously incomprehensible occurrences now had explanations. At this moment, everyone's objective was unified: to fight for survival.